definitions that we gave you clearly said that gas pressure requires a container.
Does gas move rapidly in all directions within a container?
You don't have
Yes or no?
gradient in a static
Yes
system,
or no?
right? If you have a balloon filled with gas,
You
it
don't
doesn't
have a gradient in that
doesn't
system
have a
because you don't
gradient.
have enough. Yes or no? Just answer yes or no. Stop dodging.
You're the one dodging, dude. Restate your question.
Does gas in a container move rapidly in all directions? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is there pressure in a container?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, and if I make a hole in the container, what will happen? The high pressure will go to the low pressure. It will fill the available space, right? High pressure goes to low pressure. Right, so if I have a container with gas in it, right, and then I have another container above it that's a vacuum, right? And just say they're connected, right? And they're separated by a valve. Right, and then I release the valve. The high
you have a pressure difference
will
there.
fill. Sorry? Yeah.
You have a pressure difference there. You don't have a pressure difference for the atmosphere. It's a gradient.
Yeah, this because it's a dynamic, it's not a static system.
If you have, like, let's say 5 psi next to 0 psi, we know what'll happen. But if you have 0.0000001 psi next to 0 psi, what do you think will happen?
I don't know that exactly how many zeros you just said and whatnot. I don't know. Do you have a demonstration on what would happen somewhere?
Yeah.
All I know is you would have to have a container to create the gas pressure in the first instance.
I mean, if you want to continue believing that, but any physicist, when you read physics, knows that it's the container that's providing the force, and you don't need the container. You just need the force.
Okay, so can you provide a demonstration of the gas pressure without a container?
Every time I say that, you say begging the question without knowing what begging the question means.
No. The very thing in question, you can't use that as your evidence.
The atmosphere is not what's in question.
Yeah,
if the conclusion of my argument was the atmosphere, right, then that would be circular. But the conclusion is just it is possible to have gas pressure without a container. So it's not begging the question.
Okay, so can you demonstrate it, please? Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Okay. Will you take studies or experiments on the atmosphere as evidence?
No. That's the thing in question, can't you? So you can't replicate it. Like, look, here, I've provided a demonstration of my claim.
The conclusion is not the atmosphere, right? The conclusion is it is possible to have gas pressure without a container. So what are you talking about? How's that the thing in question?
You can't demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container in the first place.
Sure you can, but by doing experiments on the atmosphere.
What experiment did you do?
Me personally, or just the scientific
community? Anyone.
Oh yeah, sure. Here, like the experiment is making pressure measurements at different elevations, right, and establishing a gradient in line with what we predict.
Yeah, nobody's denying there's a pressure gradient, though. You can have a pressure gradient. You can have a pressure gradient inside something like a vivarium, right? Like a big, giant, self-contained ecosystem. It's a closed system, right? And it's a dynamic system because you have gases constantly being produced and used. You have different cycles, temperature cycles, and whatnot. So it's not like a static system. It's a dynamic system, like what we have here on Earth.
I don't know what any of that meant. If
really, you don't know what a terrarium or a vivarium is?
Yeah, no, never heard of that stuff.
Okay, so it's an enclosed ecosystem, right? Like a big giant fish tank that has an ecosystem inside of it. Right? It has plants growing, right? You can have them on all different scales, right? And they're constantly producing gas inside the system, and it's being cycled, right? It's being used, it's being reproduced, and plants and animals and whatnot can live inside the system, and it never has to be opened, right? Some of them have been enclosed for 50, 60 plus years.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they have gas pressure gradients inside of them.
Okay. Wait. They have gas pressure gradients inside of what? Inside of like
inside of the system, inside of the vivarium. Right? Have a look in the side chat what Daz just posted. There's a miniature version of it, right? That's not been opened for about 60 years.
If we make a prediction that based on the gravitational force, the pressure is going to be this value here, and it's going to go to 0, and then we measure it, and then that's what we measure. Would that not be evidence to you?
No, because you're just presupposing things, right? You're just adding in assumptions.
Presupposing,
right? Like gravity. Yeah, gravity, for example. Right. Notice how. Okay, so I've shown you a dynamic system, right, inside a container with a temperature gradient, and I've shown you what happens when you have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. And as soon as you release the valve,
yeah, but again, there's no pressure difference gradient.
Yeah, but there's no gravity holding that gas from filling the available space in the demonstration I posted at 40 after the hour. Right? Gravity doesn't hold the gas down in the bottom chamber, right? It instantly fills the available space as soon as the closed system is manipulated, right, by releasing the valve.
Like, I know the reason for that. Number one, the pressure, like at that scale, gravity's too weak, and so the electrostatic forces like that are pushing on each other are going to push it up into that empty space. But at the scale of Earth, where you have the atmosphere, like 10 to the 26 gas particles or whatever the number is, like gravity is strong enough at these heights. At these
really?
Scales.
Really?
Well, I mean, yeah. This is what we can prove.
Okay, prove it then.
Well, I'm going to say the atmosphere, and you're going to, for whatever reason, think that's begging the question.
Yeah, that's the thing in question.
It's not the thing in question. The thing in question is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? And then the atmosphere is the evidence. So how is that the thing in question?
Because you can't validate that what you're claiming is true. Right, you could also claim the Earth has curvature, right? But you're not going to be able to validate that there is actually any curvature over distance.
Of course we can validate it, right? We predict that the gravitational force will provide pressure at each point along the gradient, and that's what we measure. So that's validated. It's proven.
No, that's not proven, right? That's just... Okay, so nearly all of the gas in the atmosphere is produced at ground level. Right, and then it distributes outward, and it goes through different cycles. Right, we have an ecosystem. We have a big dynamic system that has cycles. Right, that's what would be expected. You're trying to claim that that's adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Right, you're claiming a gas pressure gradient inside a giant vacuum chamber that's more powerful than any vacuum chamber we can have here on Earth. Recreating.
Well, I mean, duh. Anything we can make here on Earth isn't going to be big enough to feel the effects of gravity. So gravity is a very weak force. Every physicist knows this.
No, okay. So when professionals, right, comment on this, they say we have no idea what gravity is, where it comes from. We don't know anything about it. It just has to be there, right? Basically, to have this.
Now you're moving the goalpost, but we can talk about that too.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost because you're presupposing gravity. You literally, right? So the thing in question is how can we have air pressure, which we know we have, without a container, right? You're meant to be able to demonstrate that that's possible.
Right. And the demonstration is just experiments on the atmosphere which verify predictions.
Yeah, so your container is gravity, so demonstrate that.
Yeah, so wait. Do you want the studies on the atmosphere which verify our predictions?
Oh, your gravity. Use your gravity to make a container.
Use your gravity to make I mean, again, it's not the container that matters. It's the force that the container provides. And now, so when gravity pulls on the air molecules, that's the force which provides pressure. I don't get what's hard to understand about this.
Which way is the gravity pulling the air molecules? Towards the Earth?
But
okay, can you demonstrate that?
Wait, demonstrate that. That's what I just did.
You just agreed that gas particles move at random in all directions.
Yes, but there's a force.
So not a downward bias.
No, that is again, I don't know what you mean by bias. There's a downward force which is applied, but there is still thermal energy, right? That is contained in the gas
so if I throw a tennis ball up, you're going to claim gravity is pulling that tennis ball back down to the Earth. Right? So a tennis ball has a downward bias.
Tennis ball doesn't have thermal energy or momentum. Like, what are you on about?
Yeah, so exactly. So it's not affected by gravity, is it?
No, it is.
The movement of the gas particles isn't affected by gravity, right? Otherwise, it would be pulled down to like if a gas particle is going up, gravity would be pulling it back down, right? But that's not what gas particles do.
No, it would be pulling it back down. You're right, but you're implying that it would move in the direction of that force only if there was no momentum that it had, but it does. Like again, this is stuff you can learn in a physics class.
Yeah, this is stuff that we've studied for many years.
Clearly not.
Out of the mainstream definitions. You're not able to back up your claim. You're all over the place with your claims, right? You agree that a gas particle, right? Does a gas particle continue moving straight in any direction unless it collides with another gas particle or collides with the wall of its container? Is it pulled back? Is it manipulated by is gravity pulling it back down to the Earth?
What do you mean back? Okay, yes, gravity is for all molecules. Gravity is pulling on them. Only the least massive will. Okay. So as you decrease the mass, the higher it'll go, and the less dense it'll be, because the stronger that the gravitational force is depends on the mass.
Well, the gravitational force, according to your model, is closest at the surface of the Earth, where the gas particle was created in the first place.
Distance, so yes, but distance in this case is negligible, right? It's mass that takes more of the effect.
Right, so gas particles move at random in all directions, right? They don't have a downward bias.
All directions includes down. If there's
all directions.
Yeah, if it's moving
and it includes up as well, doesn't it?
There's still okay. Like this is how silly this is going to sound. Can you move an object while it's being pushed? Like if your little brother is pushing on you, can you still move an object? Can you still move?
What do you mean?
Okay, I'll make it really simple.
Okay, he's going in a straight line. Well, what do you mean? Let's just talk about gas particles, dude.
If you are pushing on a box, can you still make it move in the direction you're pushing it if someone else is pushing on it but weaker? Yes.
Yeah, so you're saying that gas particles have a downward bias. You're saying gas particles have a downward bias.
They're being pulled down by gravity, but some particles... Well, wait, you're interrupting, and I know why you're interrupting, because you're scared. Some particles...
Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm not fucking scared. You're just trying to give a false analogy.
Amount of thermal contribution.
Yeah, hold on, dude. That's a disqualification.
It doesn't mean that gravity isn't still acting on it.
That claim requires evidence.
Mate, you ain't provided any evidence. You ain't making any sense of what you're talking about.
Yeah, he said that someone's
Well, I mean, I've been through this before, right? As soon as I post a study...
Yeah, Mage, do you have me muted or something? Can this guy hear me? Mage, claims require evidence. You put a vacuous claim on the table, that requires evidence now. What we got here is a disqualification on the table. So you either have to extract, pull back your claim, or follow your own logic. Which one do you want to do?
Which claim do you want me to provide evidence for?
Yeah, that people are scared of you.
Oh, No, because you keep muting me and you keep over talking. That's my evidence.
So if muted, then people are scared.
Muted and over talking. Yeah.
And over talking.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm scared of his logic.
Yes.
So provide evidence of that.
Provide evidence that muting and over talking means that one is scared?
Yeah.
Well, typically in my experience, when people start losing debates, that's the thing they do. So this is just
how is this a debate? Is this a debate now? What's your claim?
I mean, this has been a debate. Oh, my claim is that, science's claim is that pressure is just force per unit of area. So you don't need a container, right?
Yeah, but I gave you a .edu citation, right? Saying, right, I'll read it again. Pressure is the force exerted by the substance per unit area on another substance. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Department of Chemistry, Elmhurst College.
Yeah, his citation that he brought up that said
we can play this game, right? Like I can just look at chemistrytalk.org or NASA.
So you just overspoke someone. Does that mean you're losing now? Are you're scared because you just had to overspeak him?
Your own citation said the same thing. They both said they need a container. So your own citation said the same thing.
No, it didn't.
It did.
No, it didn't. It defines pressure as a force per unit of area. It's the first thing it says. It's the first thing they all say, actually. And again, the nuance for why gas pressure is typically contained is because the force that's provided is by the walls of its container. Gravity is another force that can provide pressure, but it's almost always too weak, especially at these scales.
So it's not going to hold down gas then, is it?
It's not going to hold down. Like, what do you mean?
Gas next to a vacuum, gravity's not going to hold it down, is it?
Yeah, it's not next to a vacuum though. It's a gradient.
Yeah, but that's your claim of a sky vacuum.
Oh, well, I mean, I can prove that the gradient grades into a vacuum.
Your gradient will need a container also.
What?
To have a gradient, you'll need a container also.
Again, no, you don't. You just need a force.
Can you demonstrate that without begging the question?
We've already, this is the last time I'm going to say this before I just do something better. It's not begging the question because the conclusion isn't the atmosphere. The conclusion is it is possible to have gas pressure without a container. The atmosphere is the evidence.
No, that isn't the evidence. That's the thing in question.
That's not the thing in question. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you're just pretending, right? You're just making up a story that
you believe whatever you want.
That gravity is holding the gas. This is what you're claiming, dude. You're claiming big giant vacuum chamber, and you've got a ball of gas inside the vacuum chamber with a gradient on the outside of the ball, inside a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum chamber. That's what you're claiming. It's ridiculous, and you can't demonstrate it. We can demonstrate all of our claims, right? We've put demonstrations in the side chat on a smaller scale to show you that this is how gas works. This is what happens in reality. You're just parroting a story.
I think he ran off scared.
Yeah, he already ran away. But that's the whole point of saying gas pressure without a container is about the atmosphere next to a vacuum. No, he's saying it's not about that. That is the thing in question.
Yeah. Yeah, he thinks that's not begging the question. That's crazy. Begging the question. Helioskeptic, he's begging the question about begging the question.
Exactly. He kept messing up a lot of times than what he was saying.
Yep, he's in parrot school at the moment, so he thinks he's like a cocky little parrot in parrot school, being a good parrot.
Yeah, whenever they get cornered, they just ask for a definition of just some random word or whatever you're talking about. Like when you said downward bias, it's like, what do you mean? What's a downward? I don't know what that means. Can you define that or something? You know, they do that.
Yeah, 1 second he's claiming that gravity is pulling the gas particles down, right? 2 seconds before that, he was agreeing that gas particles move in all directions.
Did you hear him say, like when I said cause and effect, he said, no, that's not, no one uses cause and effect in science. It's not. It's just independent variable. It's not cause and effect. That's wrong. It's like, yeah, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
If the flat Earth theory is true, what implications does this have toward other aspects of our lives? Like, how does this inform your worldview if this theory is true?
A theory? You mean if the reality is a theory? Go on, DJ.
Well, can you be more specific with that? I mean, in what aspect?
This is what you got going on. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, that's the one that would have serious implications for the form and direction of humanity. They called it a giant leap forward for all mankind. When Copernicus and the Catholic Church rolled out the heliocentric model, they said that this would be such a shock to the system. They said, don't tell the peasants about this. Because what they'll do is they'll say, this is dumb as shit, and they'll associate with the Catholic Church, and they're afraid they would lose power. So this is the implications you're looking at. Your knowledge and understanding of this sort of new revolution, a space age. So in 1972 was supposed to be the start of the space age. Possible. It's possible for humans to explore space. But you got to look at, in 1968. And then 1972, the space age ends, is replaced by an information age. So why? Why did that happen? What's the implications of that? And then the information age is really just a bunch of disinformation. That's what you should be looking at. Why did the space age not usher in a new age of human enlightenment? How come nothing changed? No effect. No cause, no effect.
So what is, do you think, the motivation of, I'm assuming governments are involved, right, to propagate the globist theory, right, so pervasively? What is the motivation behind that?
Well, look at the 6 countries or 7, countries that say they have a space program. Are they known for telling the truth, or are they known for lying?
All governments lie, but yes.
Yeah, but look at the ones that claim a space program. Are they especially scummy? More so than all the other ones? Or are they kind of like, wow, that's an enlightened space age culture. I wonder what else they got going on. Like when you look at China, do you think, wow, China, that's an advanced space age culture. I can't figure out any reason why they would lie about shit.
So is it because are they funneling the money away from their space programs to line their pockets?
Weapons. What's interesting, the 6 countries, or 7, if it depends on how you define the space agency, all the countries that have a space agency also have massive stockpiles of nuclear weapons. So how does that make sense? That you've got a culture that's boldly exploring space for the betterment of all humanity, and at exactly the same time threatening to destroy all life in the known universe if they don't get their fishing lanes the way they want them. As these fishing lanes are devastating the ocean's ecosystems, destabilizing the climate and the environment. It doesn't add up. Their story is full of holes. So you try to figure out what are they really up to, and how does this modern day sort of space lore give them some kind of power or authority over you? And that's what they did. They got it. They replaced heaven. Before, in the days of yore, the king would tell you, you endure this suffering so someday you'll go to heaven. And now they tell you, you endure this suffering because they're exploring space and there's solutions out there, and we'll find them. Or whatever their talking point is for the day.
Okay. So forgive my ignorance, but where do the spaceships go?
Exactly where you see them go.
Up into the sky?
Yeah, the low orbit. Suborbital, low orbit. No one's going to this was with a Jay Leno man on the street. They've asked people, where do space shuttles go? And people thought, oh, they go to Mars. They go to Mercury. They go the Venus. Like the space shuttles go all over the place. Because in their mind, they're picturing Star Trek. A space shuttle goes to space. No, a space shuttle doesn't stop at about 200 miles up, and then they can't go any higher than that.
Okay. So is there still like the other planets and the sun and all that? Are they as far away as what science says, or are they closer?
What does science say?
Like the sun is 7 light minutes away, so that's what, a couple 100,000 miles, or a couple million miles. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the best part. Go verify that. How would you test it out? If science says something, you should be able to be repeatable, observable, and measurable. You should be able to do exactly the same thing that they did and figure it out.
True. I had heard that people who hold to the flat earth theory think that they're like smaller balls that kind of hang above a firmament or dome or something.
Oh, that's Newton and Copernicus. That was their idea. Firmament is in Copernicus's model, that they're fixed to a glass sphere. That's how they also explained how the Earth had an atmosphere inside this sort of system, because the whole system was pressurized. When you hear people say flat earthers talk about the firmament, now you know that no, that word was biblically inspired by the Catholic Church in like the first 16 models of heliocentric. So if you really think, oh, that's dumb to think there's a firmament out there, then what you did was you burnt the church. You don't have the first person who referenced heliocentric as a possible design for creation. So who do you have next? Who's next then? And there isn't. There isn't anyone after that. That's like, they all kind of worked on that. What you try to do is start over from the beginning and get to some kind of concept of what do you think is going on? And how do you know that?
Okay.
Yeah, man, I think most people aren't lying. Like when you say governments, when you say NASA, things like that, I mean, that's huge groups of people in these organizations, compartmentalized organizations, right? Where people just go in and do their job on a need-to-know basis. Most people would have absolutely no idea, right? Most people are just regurgitating what they're instructed to regurgitate to do their job or to get their degree. It's actually quite difficult if I said, give me a name of someone who's lying about this and then prove that they're lying. You're not going to be able to come up with a huge list.
Right.
I mean, this was something that was instilled into the mainstream education system like centuries ago. And it's just been, parroted on and on until now. And most people have no idea. I mean, the general public, right? A lot of people say, most people, know that the Earth's a globe. But when you actually question most people, they really don't even know the basics, right? They don't question the core variables, right? Even when we have very educated people that come in here, they don't know the basics either. They might be very good at reciting something about relativity or something like that, right? Very good at parroting that information. But when you start asking them the raw questions, right? Like who validated what's the radius? Who validated the radius? What's the motions and speeds and things like that, right? They don't know generally the answer to those basic questions. Because they don't teach people to think about those basics, right? In university and whatnot.
What they pretty much know, this is the catchphrase, Katy Perry is going to go to space. That's all they know. Reality TV, kind of like celebrity gossip. Fucking clueless about any of this stuff. We've had people come in here talk about like, hey, so in your heliocentric model, just ask them simply, where is Earth? And they'll say, like, well, Earth is the first planet. You're like, well, no, that's Mars. Or, I'm sorry, Mercury. And they'll be like, no, it's not, you lying piece of shit, flat earther, fuck you, You're like, really, dude? Like, they're like, yeah, I learned in grade school that Earth is the closest planet to the sun because that's how we survive. All the other planets are frozen. You're like, holy shit, dude, are you for real right now? And it doesn't matter how many citations you post. Anything you post, you're a flat earther, so you're lying. You're like, okay, well, I only know how to unpack that. Or you'll ask them how many planets are in the solar system. It'll be like 20. You're like, well, can you name them? And they'll just like say random shit. It's like, like it doesn't even, like none of them are even the names. Like they might say throw in Jupiter or something like that. They're like, well, there's Zeus and Aphrodite and Victory and Nike. You're like, what the fuck? Like are you serious right now?
There's a lot of retards on Discord.
No, I mean just the average person. You'd be like, what is in between Mars and Jupiter? Space. There's space in between there. Okay, I mean, what exactly? There's something they say is in between those two planets. What is that? There's dark matter. Just weird shit. And you say, there's an asteroid belt. No, there's not. There's no asteroids. That's dumb as shit. Who told you there's an asteroid belt? You're like just trying to figure out like, how can you be so wrong? They're so wrong about what they think they believe in. But yet, they know it's right. They're so sure at the same time that they're right.
Oh yeah, they'll get emotional about it, they're so sure it's right, but they don't even know the basics.
Like even ask them something simple like, how many continents are on the Earth? 12, 9, 2. Like they'll say everything but the right answer and think they're right. And then argue with you because you're a stupid flat earther who doesn't know anything. You're like,
well, it was funny. We had a flat earther tour around America, right? And he was offering $100 to people if they could answer questions, like basic questions about the globe, right? And he was asking them the most basic questions, and he held on to that $100 for so long. I think the first person I saw that actually got the questions right was a flat earther. and then he didn't take the money. He's like, no, it's not fair because I'm a flat earther. Of course I know what those basic questions are about the globe.
Well, we need to improve our education system.
No, the education system is working exactly as they designed it. It's perfect. They designed it perfect to work exactly like it was designed to work. You're responsible for your education. As soon as you made someone else responsible for your education, wow. You think they give a shit if you know any of that stuff? At all?
Yeah, they don't want people thinking critically. They want people believing, right, having blind faith, and they want to be the ones that they have the faith in.
The same thing when Copernicus wanted to roll out heliocentric and the Pope is like, fuck no. Yeah, or Galileo. Don't be telling people that shit. That is, if you say that, it goes against people's lived experience and they'll think, well, the Catholic Church is wrong about the earth. What else are they wrong about? And now it's like people think, the Catholic Church proved there's no God because Big Bang or something. And you're like, how'd you get there? How'd you get there? How did you use Catholic Church creation myth to debunk the Catholic Church creation myth? Therefore, they're all closeted atheists for some reason that you won't take questions on or explain. Just walk me through the logic there. And that's really kind of what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people who don't really know anything at all, making these very wild, vacuous claims about the earth, all based on it simply disagreeing with it makes you dumb. If you agree and believe, that means you're smart and your education worked. If you question or are skeptical, then, well, you're dumb and you need to get sent to the re-education camp.
It's because they didn't do their own research.
They didn't even care to. No fucks given. They're like, whatever, I don't know. What time's the Kardashians on?
They don't want people to do their own research. It's kind of like the Truman Show scene where he's like, I want to be an explorer. And they're like, oh, sorry, Truman, everything's already been explored. Don't worry about it. Just go to your job.
So what's kind of you guys' one main go-to as far as breaking people out of their globist thinking tendencies? Like, you're meeting someone on the street and you're like, hey, let me tell you about flat Earth and why you should reconsider this globist model. What's like the seed that you plant in their heads?
I mean, just through voice. I mean, it's better when you can actually show them and go over, high definition, long distance observations and things like that, right? But you also need to just get them thinking critically or get them thinking logically about what flat Earth means to begin with, right? And what's propaganda surrounding flat Earth, right? A lot of people think that flat Earth is a disk in space. So if you start talking to them about long distance observations, but they think that you claim that the Earth is like a pancake disk Earth in space, they're not going to listen to anything you say. So I guess explaining what we actually mean by flat Earth to begin with, and then maybe questioning them on what evidence do they actually have for a globe? Have they ever actually experienced the Earth as anything other than a flat stationary plane? Right, and then kind of taking it from there, right? Then they'll have a whole series of questions. But it depends on the person as well.
Well, I was under the assumption that flat Earth is a flat disk floating in space. Was I mistaken?
Yeah, man, that's absolute propaganda. There's no flat earthers that claim that, right? That's just like propaganda put out by the media. right? So YouTube, for example, censored back in 2016. Flat Earth was blowing up like crazy. It was becoming the most popular search term on all of YouTube, right? And then they got together with Congress, right? And there's a video of this, and they said that they're going to censor Flat Earth, right? But not only did they shadow ban all of the true Flat Earth videos, they created a propaganda playlist. And so when you type in Flat Earth, right, it comes up with this propaganda playlist, and it's all discs in space and ridiculous claims. Oh, Flat Earthers claim Australia doesn't exist, and just really ridiculous things that are going to turn people away off the get-go. So yeah, definitely, like when we're talking about flat, we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? So it's not like globe versus flat planet. Right? That's not what we're claiming, right? Flat is the description of a surface, right? And a large body of water, right, conforms to the shape of a container, right? It needs a container, and then the surface of that body of water will not be curved over distance, right? If it's a globe, it has to curve over distance at a specific rate, because they tell us the exact size, right? So you could get a 10-mile lake, you could go to the 10-mile lake, and if the Earth's a globe, it has to have 66 foot of curvature over that 10-mile body of water, right? So you can start conducting different types of observations and tests to try to find that curvature. And then that's been done over and over and over again in so many different ways, and we can't find any curvature. So flat just means like we live on a topographical plane where the majority of the surface area that we know of is made up of water, and that water is contained and flat on the surface when it rests.
What is it contained in?
Well, I mean, if a container, like the low spot in the ground, right? Like a lake, like a big lake, basically. I mean, if you have a bucket of water, right? Obviously, that's a container. If you somehow click your fingers and make the bucket disappear, the water's going to go everywhere, right? And then it's going to go and find the low spot in the land, right? It's going to seek a container, and it's going to conform to the shape of that container. It's going to form a puddle, right? And then the surface area on the top of the puddle is going to be flat water. And then you just make that bigger into a pond and a lake and whatnot, an ocean. And you can have continents within that lake or ocean. And you can go from continent to continent, make a house, whatever, right? It's like a big lake. It's a way to think about it.
Does the container have walls? I've heard of ice walls. Is that propaganda?
Well, it's anything beyond 60 degrees south requires a special permit to be able to travel beyond, right? And it has very strict conditions, right? It's all laid out in the Antarctic Treaty. So what's beyond 60 degrees south parallel is somewhat of a mystery, right? We don't know exactly how this place works, what shape it is, how big it is, what's beyond when you go south. But what we can validate is that there isn't curvature, so it can't be a globe, right? We definitely don't claim to know everything about this system that we live in.
I thought those guys just been there. Haven't they been beyond 60 degrees?
Yeah, so you need to get a special permit, right? And then you can go to a specific area, right? And there's a whole bunch of rules that go along with the permit.
Around Christmas time.
Yeah, I know that. I never said, right, that nobody can't go beyond 60 degrees south. I said that you need a special permit, and you can only follow, you can only do what that permit allows you to do.
Yeah, don't distract.
Right, so sure, you can go to a particular place in the south with a permit and go and do various things there.
See, we saw their tech.
Right.
As soon as we're talking to someone new with some questions and you're asking, you get these people who try to derail. They try to shut it down. They come in here, they're squawking, they're just waiting. And they're hovers. They're constantly hovering over flat Earth because they find it such an insult to their sensibilities. They just can't move on with their life. That's what the implication is. So why is flat Earth important? You just saw it right now. This topic straight up causes people to lose their ever fucking mind. When they should be able to use their own model to explain disagreement. They disagree with it at some level. shape, or form, like the firmament from Copernicus. But they can't do it. They can't use their own model to demonstrate their own disagreements, and then someone else is to blame for that. This constant lack of...
I was just following
this constant lack of like even basic understanding of cause and effect. Are you a fan of like sci-fi at all?
Definitely.
Okay, so this is why I like sci-fi, because I think it puts conversations into someplace else where people can take the ego out of the topic. And one my favorite ones I like to reference is Deep Space Nine. Have you seen it before?
A little. I'm more fan Next Generation, but I've seen a little Deep Space Nine.
Okay, well, I'm sure you're familiar with the characters, though. So Sisko, the captain, has a teenage son. And there's a Ferengi on the ship called, I think it's Quark. And he has a teenage son, too. And the two kids were playing together, and they're part of like the homeschooling curriculum, because there wasn't a lot of children on the space station. And at some point, the Ferengi told his kid, hey, I don't want you hanging around with that human kid. And he's like, why? Why can't I do that? He's my friend. He's like, he's not your friend. Humans aren't friends to anybody. You like say, oh, sure, they're nice people right now when their bellies are full and they got what they want, they're comfortable and happy. But as soon as that's taken away, you'll see the demons come out. They are horrible, violent, destructive people. And the kid is like, oh, you're full of shit. That's not going to happen. And then later on in the episode, they do some sort of prank. And the human kid blames the Ferengi kid for the whole thing. And of course, the Ferengi kid gets in trouble. Because the human kid is the commander's son. The police officers all work for him. And then he's like, see, I told you. I told you so. This is exactly what they do to you. And then they went on to say, let me tell you a story about the humans. Like, we had our Civil War. They referenced some sort of fictional event. Do you remember, like, the something uprising of whatever year? And the kid's like, yeah, that was pretty horrible. He's like, yeah, like 17,000 people, Ferengi were killed in that conflict. He's like, yeah, that was quite, that was really bad. Humans have had conflicts where millions died in a single battle. And the kid's like, oh, that's not true. That's not possible. Like, there's no way that level of just bloodshed and destruction, I can't believe it. He was not only that, but before the Vulcans intervened, they had destroyed all life on their planet. There's only a few pockets of human civilization left. And then the kid looks it up and finds out, yeah, the eugenics wars and all this stuff. So that's what you're looking at, like sci-fi, where they take truth and sprinkle it into the fiction. That's where we're headed. Humans are ever marching towards a mutually assured destruction event. Einstein said the same thing. Einstein told Truman, if you drop this bomb on Japan, you will end the war. No doubt about it. There's absolutely no doubt about it. 100%. The war is over. But you'll start an arms race. And the arms race will result in the World War III being fought with weapons I can't even imagine. If I try, I can't even imagine what these weapons will look like. And then World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. And that's where we're at right now. We're at this like sort of cyber warfare, drone warfare that's going to completely crumble all of Western culture and the world.
And why always war? Why is there always war? And then, hold on, listen to this. When you started the whole thing, you said Deep Space Nine. Do you know that 9 is the German word for no, nuh-uh, nada? So it's funny that they would put the truth with a lie. Deep space? No. You see what I'm saying? Not deep space.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Regardless of all this philosophy
before the bomb was made. regardless of all this philosophy, the Earth is obviously measured flat.
And
just making sure the new guy understands the premise that regardless of all the philosophy, which it does show you the deception of the world. However, it is flat because it's measured flat.
Hold on. Yeah, he's on board with that. The part he wanted to talk about was like, hey, why the deception or what's
by the law? Yeah,
here? Yeah, like what's he he fully gets that the whole space lore and space propaganda is all just a belief system, but he's not really sure what's going on with why it's being perpetuated so strongly.
If you go back to any discussion about the globe, they say that it's purely out of philosophy. Every part of it, every step of the way was based on philosophy to create the globe.
Can you use strictly flat measurements to detect a curve?
What curve?
That's not, no. Can you use flat measurements to detect curvature?
Yes, because you can see how much it goes off of flat.
That's the reference against. Yeah, it's the opposite of, so the reference against. So once you make a horizontal, then you can see a curve appear.
So like I do civil engineering, and when we draw, roads, we have to do what's called a vertical curve sometimes. And what that is it connects 3 points from the beginning to the end to smooth out a pitch. So that is in reference to flat, right? So it's going to be this much above flat at the beginning. It's going to be this much above flat at the middle. It's going to be this much above flat at the end. So yes, curve is determined by offset from flat.
Okay, so even if we measure things like using flat measurements, that doesn't mean those flat measurements don't result in a curve.
Yeah, however, you would have to detect the distinction of it going off of flat to measure the curve, which there is no such thing.
Exactly. You can't have a 1 inch fucking horizontal talking about that's curved, and then another one and another one and another one where they're not moving anywhere, not lower than each other. That's absurd. Get real.
But the 1929 geoid was made using flat measurements to develop a geoid.
Oh, what was made?
Actually, hold on. It was never measured. It was only calculated after the fact. So they already have flat measurements, and then they say, well, the Earth has to be a ball, so we're going to put these distinctions in certain locations at different elevations to declare a ball. However, if you look at the distinctions of the elevation change, it still doesn't create a ball.
No, the geoid does create a ball.
What's a geoid? Where's that at?
No, it doesn't. It does not create a ball of a radius of 3959, which it must, right?
Well, it creates an ellipsoid with different radiuses.
It does not. No. If you consider the curvature of, let's say from the east coast to the west coast, how much curvature there should be and how much elevation change there should be, it does not exist. I am telling you, I've worked on acres of land and miles of road, and we've never considered curvature because it's not there.
But the thing is, when you make townships, you have to. So that's what I don't understand.
No, you don't. You don't add in any curvature. That still is, this township is flat, next to this township that is flat, next to this township that is flat. No, there is no curve.
But they don't fit together using just the flat measurements. They don't fit together. They have to apportion them.
That's not true.
Okay.
They only use that in the geodetic, not in the planar survey. And that's all they ever use for building and developing is planar survey.
Jeff Jack is absolutely right. You know what it doesn't fit onto? A reference ellipsoid model that wasn't produced from measurements in the first instance.
Before I came to the subject of flat Earth, I found it very interesting that when you use aerial photography from a municipality, like a city or a county, it all fits together like, a flat puzzle with the squares together. But then even if you use the Google Earth Pro and you zoom in as far as you can to get the most detailed blow-up picture of it, and you try to stitch them against each other, you can tell that it's stretched out, it's skewed. And I didn't realize back then why this issue was, and it's because they have to skew it to fit on that globe model. However, when you line it up with an actual aerial photography of the county, and you can see it's the same picture because the cars are in the same place, the trees are in the same place, but yet when you overlay the Google Earth, it's stretched out ever so slightly.
You have to do multiple images at different angles.
Are you not listening to me? That's what I just said I did. That's what I just said I did.
It's that simple.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying I zoom into Google Earth as far as I can to get it the most detailed, and then I stitch it together, and then I overlay it on the county aerial, and the Google Earth image is stretched. It doesn't matter how many images you put together.
The Google Earth image is using multiple images combined, and I think your town is just using the one image, which is why it wouldn't
you're not listening to what I'm saying. They're taking the Earth aerial from the county and putting it on the Google Earth map and stretching it out. Not reality, just to fit their stupid ball.
I saw, I want to say
anyway,
this.
The other guy was having a good conversation before.
Yeah, I just want to say, there was one day I was, using Google Maps, and then, I went to Google Earth. What happens? So they did put flat maps around this geometric figure, flat maps on the flat places, and then they pop up into a ball. Very interesting.
Correct.
Yeah, it's because they're using a dual point of origin coordinate reference system called latitude and longitude. And it doesn't conform to the surface it's being measured.
Yep, correct.
So the Haversine formula then accounts for what's occurring in the sky, not below your feet.
The geometric figure, it was like this. I don't know if it had more faces, but it was like this. So it was this geometric figure, something like this, and it has flat maps on these flat faces, surfaces, and then it pops out into a ball. Why do they have to do that? Yeah. You did say it, DJ.
It's nice having you back, Just Jack. Fan of your YouTube.
No worries. I'm around. I get on Discord for a while, and then I get stressed out, and I get off Discord for a while.
I hear you. It's like you walk in, you own everything because you're like a level 80 Grand Wizard thing, and then, the game's boring, so you look out to log off.
Yeah, the point that they never concede to anything, a Globe believer can never concede to anything until he flips, until he realizes that it is flat. Then he'll, concede to, I made a mistake here. But as long as they're trying to defend the globe, they cannot concede to anything, even if they're, shown wrong in their own language. Like, you just said da-da-da. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
Maybe you can help me out. What are lines of longitude, the degrees in reference to? Hello?
Yeah, we got a real surveyor in the building. Let's see how long it takes for you to get muted.
What do the lines of longitude on the globe conform to? Like, what are they in reference to?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get this one. So, do experts in their field need to ask you about their own expertise? No, definitely not. Right? An expert would know the answer and would provide the answers when someone asked them.
You're not an expert, Crit, so let's just hear what he has to say. The actual surveyor. The person that actually measured the ground.
The guy asking questions, is the surveyor supposed to give answers?
You're not interested in what
hold on, are you talking to me?
The ground would have to say.
No, hold on.
Are you talking to me?
No, don't worry about it. Hey, Callie.
I'm not a surveyor, just to let you know. I said I do the civil engineering.
Yeah, who's we, Kelly?
That includes you, definitely.
No, not me. No, thank you.
You're not interested in somebody who measures the ground? I wonder why.
It should be your own logic. You're freaking out over ignored messages. Just do that. Just continue to follow your own
All right,
logic.
I want to talk to the person that measured the ground, not your nonsense. Right?
Yeah, then go do that. Go talk to people.
Okay, I will. He's right here.
No, he's
flat
not.
earthers necessarily use
There
theodolite,
isn't anyone here who measured the ground as curved. No one ever did that.
This guy right here has measured the ground.
Okay,
Right?
you guys.
Who measured the curvy ground?
Both of you go to another room. Let's test. Let's do a simple and easy test. Someone says they measured curved ground. Go test it. Do you want to talk about it or not? I predict, using the flat earth model, nothing new under the sun. This was just a random squawking of people pretending to be fake experts, asking people about their own claimed expertise, then being able to explain nothing at all. Meanwhile, they chirp up, distract from the conversation, make a bunch of noise until they annoy someone, and get kicked out anyway. So I invite you, since you can't talk in this channel, I put you both on mute. If you want to talk, you would go to a channel where you can talk. And well, at least Callie left. That's one. Follow, yeah. Darth, go follow him, whatever channel he went to. He wants to hear you. He wants to hear from you. No? Bueller?
I've never met a globe Earth surveyor. Just saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, I was reading text chat, sorry. Yeah, so, yeah, that's even better. So Callie's banned from the channel. He wants to hear you. Your next step would be like, do you want to talk to him? Well, so we'll take you off mute. Do you want to talk to Callie or you want to talk to us? You there, Darth? Is he hot micing? Duncan, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Okay, who do you want to talk to? Callie or this people in this channel?
I want to talk to the person that said he was a flat Earth land surveyor.
Okay, yeah, he's here.
Huh?
Yep, he said he's a civil engineer or something like that.
Are you talking to me?
They were a land surveyor, and they were.
No, I'm not a land surveyor.
Oh.
I do civil engineering.
Okay.
I do the step after land surveyors. I have gone into the field before, but I'm not qualified to be a surveyor because I don't have the qualifications for it. But I know how it works.
Okay. How does GNS receivers work without a base station with just a rover?
I'm not talking about I know how the equipment works. I'm talking about I know how surveying works.
Okay. How
and
does
elevations above sea level.
Give me your basic understanding of
what we do. Listen to me. What we do is we get the information from the surveyor and it comes in as points. And then we plot those points onto a flat grid, right? And we create what's called a 3D surface, which creates triangles, which shows elevations above sea level. Then we do what's called a planar profile, where we cut through the ground and we show the elevation change above and below your flat.
Can I interrupt you real quick? The points that the surveyors give you, they don't give you the elevations in those point data?
Absolutely.
So what do you mean you're using, like, the surveyor gives you the elevation data. You're not, what are you using to determine elevations? I don't understand.
Civil 3D takes the points and creates a surface, correct? Do you understand how that?
Yeah, that's what the surveyor.
And it does it by front.
That's what the surveyors do.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, that's what the surveyors do when they make.
No, the surveyors do not make the surface. They give me the points. They give me the data set. I create the surface on AutoCAD. They don't do that.
I mean, why doesn't the draftsman do that for you?
I am a draftsman as well.
No, but why isn't the draftsman doing that for you? Like, a surveyor is not just going to give you points. They might give you the
Because we have different departments.
The surveyor will give you the.
Listen.
I'm not done.
No, you're asking questions and you're not letting me answer.
No, I didn't even.
There is different departments. There are different departments. There are people who go into the field and shoot the shots, and they give them to us. There are different departments within the development.
You got to let me finish talking.
We do the entire land development.
You got to let me finish talking. A surveyor.
Hey, Jay Reezy. Hey, hold on, man. Hold on a second, dude. Stop talking. Hold on. Don't be a hypocrite, bro. Right? I'm going to unmute you in just a second, but you just interrupted what he was saying. You're like, stop. Let me interrupt you. Right? And then he starts talking and you just start interrupting him straight away. Right? Just let each other finish talking. Like, continue.
Right,
just stop interrupting each other.
What I was trying to say is that a surveyor can give you, like, a client might request for, like, the AutoCAD file as well. But a surveyor, what they give you is the map, is the stamped map. They do that. So I don't understand why you're saying that a surveyor wouldn't do that. What are they issuing you if not a survey of the with the rendering of the points?
Am I allowed to answer now?
Yeah.
The surveyor goes out into the field and it shoots the shots. They give them to us. We create the surface and then we create the plans. Do you understand? And then after the existing conditions plan, then we also do the proposed plan of land development to show what we need to do to make the land more level so that water goes in its retention areas where it's supposed to go and where the floodplain compensation has to be accounted for if we're lower than flat. And it's really bad in Florida, let me tell you. We go to negative numbers in Florida, below sea level.
So when the surveyor gives you the points and they have elevation data on them, are they conforming to a geoid?
No, they are not.
So it's just assumed coordinates with random elevations with no real benchmark?
Of course not. You have benchmarks. It's not put on a geoid. It's not put on a geoid. It's only done flat. You know that there's separate locations that you get your surfaces to tie into where, like, let's say you're working in Florida West. That Florida West surface all ties into each other. The Florida East ties into each other.
Yeah, you're talking about GPS zones, which are on a geoid.
No, it's an assumed geoid with a calculation after measurement of flat.
Yeah, that assumed geoid accounts for the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You just yes, it does.
Listen to me. How much curvature is across Florida, let's say? How much elevation change? How much elevation change would be necessity for curvature? Because the middle of Florida would have to be way higher than the coastlines.
That's and not how. No. Elevation is like if you say a 10-foot elevation, you are going along the geoid, which is curved. If you're changing your elevation, you're no longer going along with the geoid.
Wrong. It's on elevation 0, which is sea level. Period.
No, that's not true. Actually,
it is true. Actually,
no, it's actually not true. 0 elevation does not conform with local mean sea level. That's just false.
Actually, local sea level is given an elevation above sea level.
So that means local sea level is not at 0 elevation.
When you have higher plains that hold water, like let's say the giant lake in the middle of Florida is going to have a different mean high water level.
Are you saying that the globe doesn't have an average sea level that conforms all with each other, like water's not level?
Yes. When they show the local mean change, it's based on the elevation difference from sea level.
Can I just get your confirmation that you're saying that water levels around the world are not at the same level, and that
are you some kind of moron or what? You think all the land masses are below the sea?
No. So, let me explain. All I hear from flat earthers constantly is that water is level, and that it
water is level,
and that water is all level. The same elevation around the whole world.
No, all the oceans are at the same level all around the world.
But not the same elevation?
Yes, it is level, the same elevation around the entire world. Yes.
So how is there a local mean sea level that's not at the same elevation?
Because that's in the land areas. That's not in the oceans.
So, like,
Hold on, stop. Let me finish. There is not different mean sea levels in the middle of the ocean. Is there?
So then why are you saying that local sea levels differ around Florida? They're all
I told you, because it's landlocked.
I'm not talking about lakes. I'm talking about the coastline. You're saying mean sea level's not the same all around
Coastline
Florida.
is all the coastline is all considered elevation 0, mean sea level. It's the average of the tides. It's the average of the tides. Hello, it's the average of the tides coming in and out that they contribute to 0.
You just said mean sea level. Local mean sea level is not the same in different locations.
Correct. That's landlocked. That's not coastal.
I'm not talking about lakes. I'm talking about coastal. So you said there was
I said that coastal are all the same elevation. Coastal are all the same.
Right? Different zones that are based off of a geoid, which whether you want to admit it or not, that geoid is a curvature of Earth.
Yeah, when you measure that curve, let me know, all right?
I've done the reciprocal zenith angle test.
That's not measuring. That's calculating.
No, it involves measuring.
Okay.
It's measuring the distance between 2 points and the angles and their plumb line levels. That's what that does.
And then if you go in the middle and you measure the same thing, you get a different curve, don't you?
What?
Can you tell us more, Flat Earth Silly, about how you made the measurement, the reciprocal thing you're talking about?
Yeah, I set up 2 points on a highway that were about 1,500 feet apart. I set up my total station on point 1, set up my prism status rod on the other point. I measured the distance and the angle that it makes, and then I switched them back and forth. So now the rod is on point 1 and the station's on point 2, and I did that same angle.
Well, hold on. What are these things? Are you using a theodolite? What are we? Prism? Can you explain what you're talking about?
In a prism. So,
I'm sorry? Sorry.
A total station and a prism.
Okay, what is that?
It's a measuring tool. A total station measures distance and angles.
Okay. You look through a sight?
Yes.
Does that help? Okay.
But it also just locks onto the prism.
And then, of course, he went in the middle and verified the drop on both sides.
Again, all this does is show that the further you go away from each other, the plumb lines diverge. That's all that shows.
Right, and when you went in the middle and measured it to both ends, you got the same curvature, right?
I didn't set up a point in the middle.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Well, you need to verify this curve that you measured.
How do you verify the diverging lines, plumb lines?
The machine calculates the angles that it's looking at the prism. That's what the machine does. It calculates angles and distances.
It looks at a prism in the distance?
Yes.
What is that?
I'll post a picture of it.
Well, yeah, why does it have to look at a prism?
Yeah, I'll post a picture. Well, that's how it tracks the distance.
It's like a laser, right?
So if you've ever been golfing before, freaking, you know how like the rangefinder or whatever determines the distance to the tee? It's because on top of that tee there's a little tiny prism which that rangefinder detects.
Cool. Interesting.
There's some pictures of me doing the actual reciprocal zenith angle test. So if you I don't understand why you can admit that there's GPS zones that need to be done for you to get the elevations from surveyors to do your civil engineering designing. You know that GPS zones are based off of the U.S. Right now, it's in Florida they do the Geoid 18. So I don't know why you deny that.
So each of these zones are measured flat. Is that right?
Why? Yes. And why are there multiple different zones? Why is that necessary? Why do you need multiple zones in order?
So it's disco ball Earth again.
again, like the more flat zones you have, then like you can represent on a curved surface, which is why with the new geoid coming out, they've already done the measurements. It's been the cycle. They completed the cycle with the satellites and everything. That in 2025, there's going to be even more zones per state because they're dividing up the zones even more to make it more accurate.
I'll tell you what I think if you want to hear it. I think they're measuring the bending of light. Light bends up, curves up over distance, and that makes objects appear lower than they actually are in reality. Proof of this is the inferior mirage when zoomed in at far range with the P1000. You'll see the inferior mirage every single day, as long as there's an object there to show it to you. That's proof that light is bending up over vast distances. Light doesn't travel in a straight line in Earth. It only does that in a vacuum. So what you see is not really where it's at because light's very tricky.
Are we able to determine how much the light bends through experimentation?
Do you guys have the refraction coefficient, or what is it called? Something like that you put in there based on the conditions of the day, whether the pressure and temperature. You account for that, right?
Yep.
So what I'm saying is built into that is an underlying assumption based on the heliocentric model that we're spinning Spaceball. And I don't believe that. But I also don't believe that Earth is flat.
Experimentation to prove that refraction is an actual real effect that is observed.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And are we able, through experimentation, account for refraction knowing certain conditions of the environment?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it with my P1000,
Okay, so why is it wrong to come up with like a program that can account for refraction when we know the parameters?
Because they're assuming that light is bending down on the globe model. Is that correct? Like refraction is...
They are assuming that through experimentation, they have figured out how refraction works.
Does it bend down, like overall, it's bending down? Do you agree?
Yeah.
So I'm saying that's wrong, and it's actually bending up, and proof of that is the inferior mirage.
So all the experimentations that we've done are all wrong.
Yes, because we live inside of Earth, not on the on top of it. All the math and geometry works just as well when you invert everything. That's what they did about 2,500 years ago.
Joe Debs, I did ask you yesterday. Show me that photo where the horizon at left and right is curving up. You don't have it. You are just crap bullshit talker. You don't have it. Making up shit, right? You can cover further. Your agenda is in the trash.
Jay Reese, do you guys account for different types? Like you have all sorts of different mirage effects depending on different vertical temperature gradients and things like that, right? Do you guys just account for standard refraction and ignore all of the other known effects that can be taking place?
If a mirage is strong enough, then the machine won't be able to lock onto the prism. It won't be able to do it. Like I can't work in fog, like heavy fog. I can't work because it won't even lock onto the prism.
Can you zoom in on that thing at all? Does it zoom in?
Does my thing zoom in?
Yeah, any instrument you have, like the theodolite? Yeah. Do any of them zoom in?
Well, like it changes focus.
Mm. Okay.
It like has like a constant zoom when you look through the finder, but like it changes focus.
So it's always zoomed in a little bit, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would show you, but I don't know, Crit doesn't like me.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. I'm not talking to the other guy.
Crit doesn't like me turning on my camera in here.
Yeah, don't turn it on. It limits the room, and it's kind of busy in here at the moment. So.
No, it has nothing to do with like room capacity.
At least you do it like this.
Yeah, it does. It limits the amount of people we're allowed to have in the room, dude.
No, I'm not allowed to have the camera on, even if there's only 4 people in the room.
Yeah, it's just a rule. We just stick to the rule, right?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with room capacity.
Yeah, because there's a lot of degenerates as well, right? Who knows what someone's going to turn on their camera and do, and then it's on our YouTube live stream. So yeah, just don't worry about the camera.
Yeah, the live stream wasn't even in, and I got kicked out of the room. So it's not the live stream, it's not room capacity. He just doesn't like having the.
Yeah, we just stick to the rule, dude. So we just don't do the cameras in here.
To be clear, it does limit the room.
I understand that, but there was 4 people in the room. YouTube bot wasn't in the room, and still got
no cameras. That's the rule. So don't worry about it. No one else. It's not like flat earthers can just turn on their camera. It's not like some bias against you, dude.
I'm not saying that. Don't say it's about room capacity, and don't say it's about like the YouTube thing, because neither one of those two were a factor.
Yeah. Anyway, there's no cameras allowed. Simple as that. If there's 2 people in the room, if there's 20 people in the room, it's just a general rule that we have, right? And I just explained why.
Whatsoever, I'm fine with that, but just don't say it's because of room capacity.
Well, in this instance right now, I said it's because of room capacity, right? But it's just a rule in general. So yeah, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. You were trying to play the victim for a second there. That's all. Like you're being singled out, but other people can do it. No, that's not the way it is.
I'm not saying it's just me being singled out. I'm not saying. I don't know why you're putting words in my mouth.
They had to turn the camera off because too many flat earthers were showing their micro penises. So it risks the server getting banned.
It's better than a concave penis, whatever you've got there, bro.
It's inverted penis.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh, he ran away.
No, someone got rid of him. Yeah. Like, that's what I was saying, Jay Reese. Like, when you look at time-lapse footage of, like, just about any area, you see things warping around constantly, like crazy, right? You've seen, like, the Skunk Bay time-lapse, obviously.
Like, is that, like, one of the bays in, like, or whatever, like, England or, like, down the north? Like,
yeah, it's somewhere in the States.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, drastic tides. Like, when is the level? Like, what's the actual water level? Like, is it slack tide? When is water actually level?
Yeah, so I'm not talking about the tides. I'm talking about the constant changing of different mirage effects throughout the day, right? And I'm talking about the water. I'm talking about the objects that you can see in the scene, looming, sinking, stooping, towering, constantly combinations of all of these effects taking place as the day goes on.
Yeah, but
right? So to say there's some kind of standard refraction that accounts for all of that is ridiculous.
No, over what range of distances do we tolerate the standard refraction with our surveying tools?
Well, I think it would vary. I think you can't just plug in some standard formula because, I mean, if the standard formula over, say, if you were doing observations over a hot surface, right, the standard type of mirage effect that you would be getting there would be like an inferior mirage type effect or a sinking.
Right.
Because of the warm surface.
How hot would it have to be?
I'm not sure exactly how hot it would have to be. It would depend on the ambient, like the temperature above the surface as well, right? So if you had really cool air, like if it was a really cool day, and then you had it depends. It depends on the difference in the air closer to the surface and the layer of air above that.
I thought it has to do with if you have the changing in temperatures and different pressures over a certain distance leads to different refraction.
Yeah, it would. It's because a footpath heats up, for example, you get like a layer of warmer air, which has a lower refractive index, and then a layer of cooler air above it. Right, then it's going to make the light bend upwards, which is going to displace the object and make it look lower, much lower than what it should.
But then that that like wherever like the machine's pointing, it would have to go through those two different layers, which means it would have to be over a certain distance.
It can be. I've seen it happen on the same thing happen on just a few meters and then over 10 miles. I mean, you get the same effects.
Wait, what do you mean on just a few meters? When have you seen a mirage a few meters away from you?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll just post one now.
Like, so you were able to take a picture of a mirage like 8 feet away from you?
Yeah, there's light.
I'm not sure of the exact distance, but yeah, it's a really short scale. This is an inferior mirage. It's just uploading, but my internet sucks, so it'll be ready in like a minute. But yeah, this is it's probably just less than 10 meters, something like that, and you'll see, right? You'll see a inferior mirage happen, and then only the mast of the little toy boat is visible.
Yeah, I was looking for that video.
Oh yeah, Amish just posted this one. I'll cancel my upload. Yeah, here's a mirage happening over a very short distance. Inferior mirage.
Okay, but like, see, like I'm looking from that. Like that looks like a. Is that like a little toy boat?
Yeah.
Okay, so like you literally have the camera like right on the ground where like the pavement is radiating and then it's meeting that cool air right above it. Like that's not so like we don't have the transit like lying on the ground like doing our measurements. It's not how it works.
Right, but this same thing happens on a larger scale as well. Right? If you just enlarge this whole scene here, right, to a boat being say 3 miles out into the ocean and you're making an observation of that boat, we can see the exact same thing happen.
But we don't take measurements that long. We don't take measurements that long.
Yeah, so I'm just showing you it can happen on any scale, right, or just about any scale. So clearly it can happen on this smaller scale, but it can also happen on a slightly larger scale as well than this. It's not just long and then short scale, right? You're going to have all of the in-betweens.
But you're showing me like a little toy boat, and like, yes, compared to like a half an inch off the pavement on a hot sunny day to like a few inches above it, there's going to be a drastic change in temperature. We don't work in those conditions where there's a drastic change in temperature like that. We don't work in those conditions.
It absolutely happens. Has someone got I can show you slightly larger examples, right? This is common all the time. If you're just standing there and you're looking down a road, you'll see this exact same inferior mirage effect happen. When you're 6 foot tall standing there looking down a road, from the height that you're making your observations from, this still happens.
That's over large
distances. And if you're not accounting for these type of... Sorry?
That's over large distances.
No, it's not over large distances. It's over, say 20 meters or something like that. 20, 30 meters. Happens all the time. Super common. You don't always get this mirroring effect, right? Sometimes you'll just have sinking.
Okay, and I just like we don't work in those environments though. Those extreme examples that like those are not like environments that we work in to make those measurements. So like that's why I don't understand why you're bringing up those environments.
Yeah, you did claim that. You did claim that this cannot happen. A few distances, didn't you? Short distance. So he's showing that it can be happened. So
he's showing it like yes, but our machine isn't an inch off the pavement, measuring through the change in temperatures of like from a half an inch off of pavement on a hot sunny day versus like that's not what our machine is measuring.
I know that, man.
Through. It doesn't measure.
No, I didn't think you were. Hold on a second. I didn't think you were. No. I didn't think that you were making measurements from a few inches off the ground. Okay, you said that you can't have a mirage from a close range, so I showed you a mirage from a close range. I can show you the same thing from the height that you would be taking your measurements from, right? Say 6 foot
I
above the
was wrong.
surface.
I was wrong in saying that like we don't see mirages over those short distances. I should have clarified. We don't see mirages over those short distances when you're not half an inch off the pavement. Like we don't.
Okay,
see
so
that.
now I'm going to post more videos. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like, yes, like we have to operate our
Relax.
machine. We have to operate our machine within certain parameters. If we're working in a like you can't use the machine in extremely cold days, like it's not as effective. Like you have to like work in certain environments. Like I'm sorry, but the machine is built to certain things. So like you straw manning, like, oh well, look, here's a thing where it's half an inch off the ground and we can see this mirage over a short distance. The machine doesn't work in those environments.
Hey, thank you, Flat. I want to say this. Thank you, Flat Earthers, Siley, because you are debunking Jesse Gordon. You know, Jesse Path of Light. The guy is showing, for example, in a rainy day, he was claiming refraction using tail lights. So thank you for that. Go on, DJ.
So I wasn't strawmanning you, dude. I wasn't strawmanning you. I was just showing that example to show you that mirages can happen on very short distances, right? You're saying it doesn't happen now from a slightly larger distance, right? Say the height that you're doing your observations from over short distances. Now I'm going to show you videos that shows that this exact effect can also happen from that height. It's also very common. Right. There's also all sorts of other known effects that are constantly happening and in combination with each other. So all I'm saying is that if you're having some sort of standard refraction formula, it's not accounting for all of these different types of effects that we know happen and fluctuate.
But we don't work in those in those areas that you're saying. That's how like it would be affected. We don't like the machine doesn't operate in those environments. So that's why.
What environment?
Standard environment? What is that?
Yeah, what environment do you mean?
Like using the tool to measure like distances like 1,500 feet or whatever. Like that reciprocal zenith angle test I did. Like we don't operate in long distances because like this level is not the same. So we get like very bad results, which is why when you like traverse, you don't want to really like the average traverse like
level's not the same. Then that would negate the word level being level, then wouldn't it? The very word level has to be the same as itself, son, to even be that word. What are you talking about? Clearly.
So what's your distance range that you're talking about with your observation here that you just posted? Right, it's over a road. This is a common place where you would have constant sinking or inferior mirage happening.
Yeah, so like once you go past like 200 feet, like your height gets affected. Like once you go past like a couple hundred feet. Like if I do a really long distance shots of like 700, 800 feet, my vertical backside's going to have an error, guaranteed, every single time.
Yeah, I agree. So that actually destroys a lot of the long distance observations done with the theodolites, I think. But yeah, anyway, that's not my point. So yeah, you're doing. I'm asking you a question. Like, what is your general range? Like when you said that you did this test, what range are you talking about? From point A to point B, what's the distance?
I'm confused. Did you even look at the pictures I posted?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So how do you not know the distance?
I can't tell the distance. Okay, so you've got the distance in the range finder thing there in the screen. Can't you just explain? Just tell me quickly, right?
Like, I did though. I already did. Though.
Roughly.
That's the funny thing. It's like I already did all that.
No. Well, okay. So I must have a really bad memory. Can you refresh it?
Set up the instrument.
Can't you just say the distance? Why are you acting like this now? You can't just say, "Oh, it was 200 meters" or something like that.
Well, because like it's
It
frustrating.
was 50 meters.
It's kind of frustrating when you're having a conversation with someone and they ask you for information and then you provide
about
information
your job,
and then they don't look at the information that you provide. It's kind of
Donald, Duncan, stop being a bitch and just give him the distance. My goodness gracious.
I already did give the distance. That's the point.
Yeah, he says he doesn't remember. You don't have to be a dick.
No,
just tell him the distance.
Look, there's a difference between not remembering and not
being a dick and just give him the distance.
Yeah, when you posted those, you weren't talking to me. I wasn't in that conversation.
Mm-hmm. You haven't been in this room for the past hour?
I've been working. I was just kind of listening, half listening. Anyway, man, look, you don't sound like you want to continue this conversation, so don't worry about it.
I don't want to continue a conversation with someone that doesn't listen to the.
Okay, well then shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up then, Duncan.
All right, so then stop engaging in me. I was just listening.
Hey, how about just shut the fuck up then?
I was just listening before. I don't know why.
Okay,
Yeah,
well then.
Anyway, I can show you all of these effects that I just showed you on a tiny scale, on a medium scale, on a larger scale, right? They're always present. They can always happen. You don't account for them. Right? And you don't want to give me the distances, right? Because it's such a short distance, isn't it, that you're talking about? Anyway, bro, you're not here in good faith. It's very obvious.
Dude, I want to see the horizontal and how he differentiated from it. And then I want him to follow his curve line with the elevation. Yeah.
I'm sure the distances that he's talking about, that he's doing these observations, is how much curvature would there be? Freaking half an inch or something?
Half an imagined inch.
You know, yesterday I spent most of the day in the Christian chat channel, and I'm an atheist, and I watched people just blow in and blow out constantly in that channel because they were incapable of listening and having a, cordial conversation with people. And instead of, listening to understand, just listening to respond and argue.
I just want to know why they never taught you about elevation profile and how it follows a horizontal line forever, like a 0 all the way. That's the same, one horizontal line. You raise the horizontal line above it, that'll be a change in that horizontal. So that level or that horizontal line will be like an inch above or whatever, but it's still going horizontal forever above the one I made below it. You understand how that works? Now, what you're trying to look for is the curve. You want to look for curve elevation. How does that even work? What's that look like?
Do you know that if they never made up that idea of the globe, you will never be existing today, you the atheist people?
But yeah, I hear what you mean. Technolith happens a lot. People just aren't listening to the person. They're just running on pure ego, and all they want to do is respond. It's annoying.
Waiting for silence to talk.
But sometimes, DJ, sometimes it's awful. You want to explain to that person that the thing that he is trying to say is the thing that you knew about when you were when you had those ideas. For example, when you talk to a Glober, why the Glober is trying desperately to waste our time by repeating every sentence that we already heard millions of times a day. It's a waste of time.
Yep.
You, the Glober, you never heard about this shit. So you listen instead of trying to talk.
He said level isn't level. The surveyor said level isn't level. Then what? Huh?
Yeah, it said water level is not level.
That problem you will find it only in English. You won't find that problem with the other languages, like, for example, French or Arabic. Level is level, horizontal, flat. It can't have any other definition made up by someone who is not who have any interest in making words. Like, for example, those surveyors, they are making up words. So the word level existed before those surveyors. Why
He
they are
said
trying to change the meaning?
he said level isn't level with itself when he's doing surveying, and I said what? What is that? Huh?
I heard that, and even omnivore, sometimes he come here or in the other servers, and he shows some definitions made by some specific people, like surveyors, a definition of the word level from a book written by a surveyor. Are you telling me that that person just made up a new definition for the same word, which is level, and he made up a definition which is contradicting the first definition, which is horizontal level, not curving? Like
Well, if you can't draw the Earth curve, then you're definitely not measuring it. You're definitely not surveying it. You're definitely not calculating it. You're definitely not. You don't have the math for it. If we can't physically draw that motherfucker, then it doesn't exist. Just like a tooth fairy, unicorn, ribbon. It's that simple. If you can't even mark the Earth curve line as itself on a wall, as a line on the wall, then there is no Earth curve line on any wall, and no Earth curve exists because no human can produce it. So whatever their math says, whatever their calculation says, if they can't draw it on the wall, their math's garbage, their calculation garbage, and so is their hopes and dreams of that curve.
Why would you level a tool if you're not going to measure the heights of anything according to that level?
24-hour sun defeats the hopes and dreams of a flat Earth.
Yeah, that final joke soon will be over, okay?
They think level is sitting a sphere on something. Sit a sphere there, that's the level point. No. Could have 2 points. Or more. And they can't be higher or lower than each other.
All that means nothing when you have a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, it's a joke.
24-hour sun, what's that look like on the map? Show us on your map, whatever globe map you think you have, how the sun works in Antarctica on the map. Stupid Rob, stupid Noxious. If you can't produce the map with the sun's path in Antarctica, shut the fuck up. You debunked your own globe then.
What's
Have
your
a good
problem
day.
with the 24-hour sun, Rob Noxious?
He can't produce it. He doesn't have a map that shows what it does. Go ahead.
Why? Why he doesn't have a map? His friend, the Globetrot, Walter Bislin, made for the stupid globers a flat Earth model, or you can call it model because you have those wrong words that you can use sometimes whenever you want. So he made for you a model with the 24-hour sun just to stop your nonsense. You couldn't stop the nonsense, Rob Noxious. Why? Have you ever someone stopped you from verifying the Walter Bislin model of the flat Earth with the 24-hour sun before years, many years before thinking about that final observation?
Yeah, Rob Noxious, we don't care about your model. Your model that you did post it, we don't care about that. But maybe you can explain to us, since you are an expert of that TFE, maybe you can explain to us what are these black lines in the sky. Please explain to us.
Yeah, I will, of course.
I'm posting the video. Now you have to explain what are those black lines doing there at the sky. And they did blur.
Yeah.
Okay. Show me. Explain to me what are those black lines doing in the sky?
Okay.
And by the way, I have in my side, I have a Navy sergeant. He did travel to Antarctica, those waters, the Weddell Sea, Drake Passage. He did travel 7 times in summertime because they cannot go there at the winter time. So he did went 7 times to Antarctica. Why you are trying to overtalk me? Okay, so you.
What? To me.
Someone shut him because the guy is not okay. So why the guy? This guy did travel that coastline beyond South America continent at Antarctica. He did travel those waters, and the guy wanted to see the 24-hour sun at the summertime. And he's saying he never saw it.
Okay,
so yeah,
you are
24 hours. You are 24 hours. The TFE is just a joke, just a joke.
Okay.
And you have to explain why are doing those black lines in the sky doing that.
Okay. So I want to address the other guy who's talking about the Bislett model. Walter Bislett model is made off of globe Earth, so you lose there too. About what you said is the guy that went down there during that time. Of course, if he went down there in summertime, the Drake Passage is only at about 45 degrees. It's about.
I did say. Wait a second. I did say that.
It's about 57.
He did travel. He did navigate.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer what you said, man?
Yeah,
okay, I want to answer.
Where they'll see it's the coastline of Antarctica.
I want to answer what you said. I want to answer what the question was.
Let him talk. Let him.
Yeah, it's just a real simple thing. You have to be below south of 60 degrees to get the 24-hour sun. And depending on where they were at in the passage, depending where they're at, they would not have been there. And depending what time of year they were there, they would have seen it either.
Summertime.
All you said was, I know a guy who went to the Navy.
Wait. So, Rob Noxious, I don't know if you just tried to lie to me, because if you put the observer in Walter Bislett model in the same exact place where TFE was with Whitsitt and the guys, and you put the same exact period of the year, you will have the same exact thing that they saw in the sky when they did.
I know, I've seen that too, buddy. I already seen that demonstration on videos, dude. It doesn't work, dude. Walter Bislett model is a globe model. It works off the globe. It says it right in the description.
Wait, it's not a globe model, because what I understand from the word,
it's based off the globe. It's based off the globe, Necros.
So
no one sees their own sun. No personal sin.
Rob Noxious, I'm trying to talk now. I'm trying to tell you something. So it's not a globe model, because if you tell me that a model of your globe will have a flat surface, welcome to the flat Earth, brother.
No, I said it's based off the globe calculations. No, he says it right in the description himself, Walter Bislett.
It's not based.
Why would I believe you over Walter Bislett? It's his model. It's his fucking model. But you know more than he did. You know more what it's about than he did. Come on, man. You're being ridiculous.
It's based on a globe model, because a globe model will have a curving
Thank you for saying
surface.
It.
Will have a curving surface.
Thanks for admitting it. Yeah, that's it. It's already been debunked, man.
Just listen. Okay. Just try to listen.
But I've already heard it. I've already seen the Bislett idea. Like a week after he got back. It's old. It's debunked.
Wait, just
Rob Shaw TV.
Let me talk. Your globe model have two poles. Is what Walter Bislett flat Earth thing have two poles?
Yeah, Walter Bislett's model isn't a flat model, though.
Have two poles. It's just one answer, yes or no. Does it have two poles?
What do you mean?
Does it have two poles? North Pole.
Globe Earth has 2 poles, North Pole and South Pole. Yeah.
Yes, Globe Earth, not the Walter Bislett model. So we agree now that it's not the same exact thing. So
no, I didn't agree. No, I didn't say that.
Does the globe model have a flat surface?
So I want to say this, Rob. So I did post, that's the Antarctica coastline. You see where is the Weddell Sea? Are you claiming that supposedly on that globe Earth you couldn't see the 24-hour sun there? Weddell Sea?
What are you asking? I'm sorry, man. I didn't really.
Yeah, you did say that you cannot see the 24-hour sun if you are not at that latitude. So I did post to that location, Weddell Sea.
Whose location? Your buddy's?
Okay, so yeah. Okay, you don't want to see it? Okay,
no, I'm not.
Yeah, it's up to you. No, it's finished. It's finished. You are running away.
You're Miguel, right?
You are running away.
I'm trying to look at the picture. Shut up for a second, Miguel. Are you Miguel? Is this the picture? Okay, sorry, but well, Jesus Christ, man, I'm trying to figure out who I'm talking to, and we can talk about it. So this is the map of where your buddy went.
No, I did post the coastline of Antarctica at the South America continent, and you see Weddell Sea there.
Do I see what there? Oh, Weddell Sea.
Weddell Sea.
Yeah, Weddell Sea. Yeah.
So from that location, if there was a ball from that location at the summertime, you could see the 24-hour sun. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I'm saying this guy, Sergeant Navy, went to this place summertime because when it's winter time, those ships cannot travel those waters; they are kicked out. So at the summertime, the guy went 7 times there, and he wanted to see the 24-hour sun. And he said, I never saw that 24-hour sun. I said, I did saw at my right. I see it was nighttime, and I saw the moon right there. It was nighttime. It was dark. Yeah. And at my left, I was watching daylight.
All right. So I have 2 questions, Miguel. I have 2 questions. My first question is, did he go down there in the summertime for them, or the summertime for North America? How can you answer a question yet you didn't hear the question?
It's simple. I did say the guy went there at the summertime, not winter time. So what's your problem?
Yeah, well, summertime for Antarctica or summertime for where he was from?
Summertime at Antarctica.
Okay, so summertime in Antarctica.
Antarctica.
Yeah. You know the date he went at all, or no?
The guy is gonna do a full interview with more details.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was gonna say. And then my next question was gonna be, I mean, it's cool that you're saying this, but I mean, did this guy have like a video we can watch? Does he have any pictures to prove he was there? Because we have actually multiple, dozens of people that went there, actually hundreds of people in the background that can verify that they were actually there. You're just saying some random guy that no one met.
No random guy, okay? It's a Sergeant Navy, okay? No random guy. No random guy. You are making up shit now, okay?
I'm not making
You have nothing. You have nothing. You did accept that TFE, observation. You just accepted. I did ask you. Explain these black lines in the sky, please.
Exactly. Explain to me how your buddy.
That's the time lapse from them. That's a time lapse from them. Yeah. And now you explain to me because I never saw those black lines like that in the sky. But
Well, of course not. They're mad here. Look at this argument. I never saw longitude and latitude lines in the sky, dude. If that's your argument, man, then you're just like,
man, you are making a. Did I say that those black lines in the sky from this video? I did post it. It's from them, Did I say that those are longitude and latitude lines? Fucking moron!
What are you even talking about?
I don't talk to morons. I don't talk to morons. Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Are you projecting? Talking about me?
Do you think latitude and longitude lines are really some real lines there in nature that you can go and see or take?
I hope not.
But that's what you just said. Those are long.
No, I just said the opposite. I said they're not actual things. You know what I'm saying? You guys have cotton in your ears or something.
So are fake lines helping you prove something, Rob? You cotton-eared rabbit.
Cotton-eared rabbit.
I'm just saying, are fake lines helping you do something, Rob? Your fake lines, you just
yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Fake lines help you. Thank you, Cartoon Glober.
They're not fake lines; they can be measured, dude.
Thank you, Gangster Bunny.
So they can be measured.
Did you watch the video that he posted? Did you address what do you think those lines are?
He said they are longitude.
DJ, you're talking about another guy, dude. Hold on, I didn't even look at DJ because I didn't know I was talking to DJ.
It's the same.
No, I just chimed in then, but Miguel posted a video at 21 after the hour. Just have a look at it. Have a scrub through it. It's just kind of interesting. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I'll look at it right now. I'm gonna watch it right now. No, I was actually thought you had something about latitude and longitude.
No.
On the map we showed.
So remember.
Watch the video right now.
On that TFE thing, did they see the sun above the horizon for 24 hours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Welcome to Flat Earth then.
I know.
You ever find a map like Dora Explorer, where how Dora the Explorer can get a map, but Rob Noxious can't, of how the sun works over Antarctica?
And just for you, Rob Noxious, don't repeat that thing that you told me earlier to someone else. That water piston model is a model of the globe. Because
I didn't. Again, you're misrepresenting what I said. I didn't say that. You want me to say it again real slow? I'm saying the Walter Bislin model is based off of globe measurements.
I understood the thing that you said. So that's why Walter Bislin put a sun and the moon and the stars at the same elevation on that dome above that flat plane. So, yeah, you have a dome on the globe. That's what you are claiming, because it's have a dome where the stars and the sun and the moon are attached to. They are all the same elevation based on the globe. You don't have two poles. You have just one single pole in the middle, and Antarctica is not.
How can you have just one magnetic pole? It makes no sense. That just makes no sense in just rationality. It's ridiculous, man. You're just making things up. You're just making things up, bro. You have no real proof of anything or no real educational level to talk about. This is absurd.
Rob Noxious, I'm not making up anything. I'm just talking to you about the model that is based on the globe, like you said. Because
no, dude, you don't know anything. You've seen a couple guys You've seen a couple guys make a meme and they made a video showing you. And you're like, yeah, that's it. You don't know anything about what you've seen, dude.
Obnoxious.
You don't know what you've seen.
Instead of, in lieu of an argument, attacking Necros, why don't you just address what he's actually saying and not just saying,
I am addressing what he's saying.
No, you're
not. I'm directly addressing what he's saying.
I just told you why you have the planets and the stars and the sun and the moon the same elevation on a dome above that flat plane, that flat map.
Yeah, and okay. And the Bislin model assumes that everybody has their own personal dome. You're just wrong. This is absurd.
No. The personal dome is apart. In the Walter Bislin model that you never seen before, you are just trying to defend now and claiming that it is a model based on the globe. No, it has two domes. The dome where the stars and the sun are attached, and you have the grid of vision, the personal dome that you can click on to activate, to be able to see, and to deactivate, to be
invisible. So prove the dome. If there's domes, prove them.
No.
Can't prove a dome. Can't say there's a dome.
There is nothing to prove. It's just now I'm talking to you about your claim that model is based on a globe.
It's based on globe measurements. It 100% is. I'll just bring it up right now. I'll just bring it up.
What globe measurements?
You have a personal dome above the observer, and you have a dome where the stars and the sun and the moon are attached to. On your globe, because that model is based on globe, and you have just one single pole, and you don't have any coverage.
No, there's still a fucking south pole there, dude. There's still a south pole there.
You said that it is based on the globe.
Globe measurements. Globe measurements. Stop saying that, dude. I said globe measurements.
What globe measurements are you talking about? What are those globe measurements that you are talking about? Throw the globe measurements and let's see if they are like what we see in the Walter Bislin model. Let's compare those globe measurements to that Walter Bislin model. Please, give me some measurements to compare those measurements to the Walter Bislin model.
Oh my God.
Ahead. No. Don't call your God. He won't help you now.
It's just a fucking saying.
Don't worry, Rob. Don't worry, Rob. I got your back. I posted up the measurements in the side chat for you, Rob. You're very welcome, Rob. Please feel free to continue explaining, Rob, because I just provided your measurements for you, Rob. Go ahead, brother Rob.
So the bottom line is this: you can't even use Walter Bislin's model for your little sun show, anyways, because it's based off the Walter Bislin's model is based off the heliocentric. So therefore, you can't even use it anyways. Because you don't believe in heliocentric.
Heliocentric. The Walter Bislin model is not heliocentric. You see the sun in Walter Bislin model, it's orbiting the center. So meaning that it's not the sun, the center.
The
sun and the
moon in Walter Bisley model, they are orbiting a center which is not the sun. So it's not heliocentric because Helios is.
It literally says it on his page, dude. You don't know more than Walter Bisley does about his own.
Till this moment, just listen, obnoxious, because you're live on YouTube. Till this moment, every time
I know where I'm at.
And that model, you say something wrong. You said that it is based on the globe model.
Oh my God! Again, he says the wrong thing again. You're a goofball. You sound like one of those guys who calls you on the phone for insurance, dude.
Just listen.
Just give me your social security number. Just give me the number.
Even Killian helped you and sent to you the formula for the curvature that we can't see on the Walter Bisley model. I can't see that 8 inches per mile square. Even if I scale it down in the Walter Bisley model, I don't see that shit.
You wouldn't see anything, man. You're blind. You would never be able to see anything.
No. Can you
He's
see
doing
it?
a good job.
Do you see it? Do you see that curvature that Killian sent you on formula 8 inches?
Man, you don't think I know what these guys are doing, dude? These guys ain't sending me nothing's going to help me.
So
this guy, and I didn't get sent nothing. No one sent me anything. Sorry.
Do you see a 93 million miles sun away from that surface compared to 320,000 miles for the moon on that model? I see them and I can measure that by pixel by pixel. Those
you didn't measure anything. You looked at a picture with measurements on it. Stop saying we can measure. You didn't measure. You can't measure. Stop saying that. You don't measure. Right. You look at pictures with measurements. That's all you do.
You're running now. You're running. Away.
Running? I just fucking punch you in the face.
The model. I'm talking about the Walter Bisley model that you can open now. Do you see a scale down of the distance between the surface and the sun and this distance between the surface and the moon on that model, or they are the same distance in the model?
Oh my God.
Because it is based on the globe. And do you see those stars that they are millions and millions and billions of light years away?
Millions and billions.
So it means that it's not based on your globe. We don't see curvature.
93 million miles away from KM1.
Yeah. The sun
Rob,
and the moon.
Rob, it's funny because Necros is squeezing you and you're starting to squirm. Can you do so?
I know, man.
Yeah, you're getting squeezed and you're squirming like crazy. Under pressure.
I know, dude. What else are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? Damn, you're fucking right. Of course you're gonna say what you're gonna say. It doesn't.
Well, I mean, if you start attacking him personally, like, well, I bet you're not gonna make fun of the way he talks. When I ask you, where's your evidence, brother?
I just posted evidence. This is hilarious. The evidence is a 24-hour sun, man. Just
so okay, let's be clear.
You can't have a fucking. You can't have a flat Earth.
Hold on a second, Rob. Let's be clear. You asked for the measurements, right? We posted the measurements to help you and help your conversation.
I didn't ask for any measurements. I never asked for one measurement ever.
You totally did, which is why I posted the.
Yeah,
which
someone bring it up. Someone clip it and show me where I asked for measurements.
You're unfortunate, Rob. You really are.
I never asked for any measurements, so it's just a lie. I never asked for any measurements.
It's true, you didn't ask for any measurements. You claimed that there were globe measurements, and I want you to post the globe measurements right now.
Correct, Seizu. That's what he said.
39 and 59. You guys know all the measurements.
No, I don't want you to give me the figure. I want you to show me how it was measured, what the figures were when they measured it. Go ahead.
Yeah. You've never seen that before. No one's ever.
No, I want you to post it right now. I've never seen it before, Rob. I want you to show me the globe Earth measurements, how it was done.
Now you're a liar.
Get me the figures. No, I've never seen any globe measurements ever.
Yeah. Okay. I know. So now you're a liar.
Okay. So if you would like to post them for me, so I can see these globe measurements, how it was done, and the figures, we'll move forward.
I'm not here to prove the globe. I'm here to disprove.
Oh, okay. So you're just here to talk shit, is what you're here to do.
I'm here to disprove flat Earth, like I just said.
How would you do that since you haven't provided any evidence whatsoever?
Because I don't have to prove a globe.
You don't have to prove anything. You don't have to prove the flat Earth false. You don't have to prove a globe. You don't have to do anything. You just have to talk shit and expect people to listen to you. That's how you think it's going to go. You're not disproving anything because you haven't provided any evidence for anything.
Oh,
You
I
didn't
have though.
disprove anything, Rob. You didn't.
Oh, I have though.
I did. I just disproved that the Walter business model is trying to claim. See, now you're talking over me because here it comes. Because the Walter business, I just disproved it. See, that's how you do it. I didn't prove anything about a globe. I just disproved that the Walter business model is based on a heliocentric
What did you put there?
model.
Okay. No, you didn't. You didn't prove anything.
So, Rob, don't get triggered when you're talking to me. I'm not against you. I'm just trying to explain something simple to you. So you just bring the measurement, so-called measurement. It's not, but let's take that. You said a measurement. Here it is, a measurement 3959. Can you see that measurement in Walter Bisley model? Where I can see that, because in Walter Bisley model, it's a flat plane. In your measurements, you're talking about a radius, which is 3959. It has to do with curving surfaces. Half a sphere, for example, from the center point in the cut till the surface. So it can give you that number, and it is the radius on your sphere. Where do you see that in the Walter Bisley model? Because you said that Walter Bisley model is based on your globe measurement. So there is no radius, and it's not a globe. It's not a sphere, meaning that you're wrong.
Wow. Man, you sure explained it good.
Yeah, it's simple to understand. I don't need to explain it more than that. You just claimed a radius. You don't have that radius in the Walter Bisley model because it's not a sphere.
Oh my God.
It's not a sphere. Are you claiming that the radius on your model is a radius of a disk? Like Walter Bisley is based on?
Yeah, this shit was debunked in like 2017. You know that stuff. Why are you bringing up? You're bringing up old stuff that was debunked.
We are not talking about
this whole business. You're trying to transfer business model into a flat Earth model.
I'm not trying to transfer anything. I'm just showing you that your friend just sent you a model to stop you from claiming that it can't flat Earth can't have a 24-hour sun. No, it's already modeled by your friend, your side. Because you never research at all, you just hear someone saying that, oh, they can't have 24-hour sun on a flat plane. You repeat that every time. You never saw Walter Bisley model to just stop repeating that nonsense. He told you that you can't claim that. It can happen. It can. So, like you can have a 24-hour sun, a flat Earth can have a 24-hour sun, and can have no 24-hour sun. So it can be modeled.
Necros, he's not engaging with you. He didn't respond to anything that you said. So it's a waste of time. Now, I'm going to unmute Rob. And if Rob could actually address anything that Necros actually said to him, instead of just, nuh-uh, and that stuff's been debunked forever, then we can continue. But if you have anything nonsensical to say, like you've been saying for the last half hour or so, you'll just stay on mute. So we'll see what happens.
So even in that Walter Bisley model, if you go to recreate the Union Glacier 24-hour sun, you'll see that the sun will never come up in Australia on the other side of the map. Therefore, proving that Walter Bisley model doesn't make sense because
it's not a model. You numpty
no, it's not a model.
It's not a fucking model. You don't know what a model is. You don't know what the word measurement means either.
No, it's not a model. No, this guy was arguing a half hour for a model.
You're a globe retard.
You guys are clowns.
You are like the bottom of the barrel. You don't know shit.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I know more than you though. What does that say about you?
You don't know what a model is or what a measurement means.
Okay, sure, buddy.
Yeah, you proved it to everybody over and over again. You've been drug around by your short hairs like for years here.
I know.
Yeah, you don't know anything. You don't know about your fairy tale globe.
You guys should ask him what he had before the 24-hour sun came out.
You guys ain't true seekers, man. You don't want the truth.
No, you don't want the truth. You know.
Okay.
You just think go. You know, those guys go the TFE. You know, and you didn't accept. It's their video. I did post it. Now you have to explain why are those black lines doing the sky? Because that's not normal. Okay.
I know.
You are the one that doesn't want to accept the truth.
Black lines
you are the one that doesn't want to accept the truth. Okay.
I know. So if the truth to you is that they're in some kind of Amazon amphitheater, then you're a goof. You're a crazy son of a bitch. Yeah. If you believe they're in a fucking a theater or something or some.
Rich Evans, I was not talking to you, so I don't care about your crap in the chat, okay? That guy, Walter Beasling's just an anti-flat earth guy. The honest guy, he doesn't want to count perspective.
It doesn't matter to me if he is an anti-flat earther. What matters that guy, before the Globers claim that they will go to a final expedition or final observation in Antarctica, he made in his model a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So for him, it's not impossible to have a 24-hour sun on a flat plane. He could make a model like, for example, not a model, but yeah, something like that, construct like that, a virtual construct like that. Like, for example, Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss didn't make a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in his clock, like Walter Bisling, the Glober. So yeah, there is different views, and it doesn't mean when you're stuck there and you couldn't find some concepts of flat plane with a 24-hour sun, because you couldn't research very good. So you stop there by just watching a map without any sun, or a GIF with a sun not making a 24-hour sun. You stop there. That's your problem. We flat earthers don't claim anything about the things that we couldn't verify yet. So because we didn't know, we didn't have anything fact about Antarctica, so our claim was just neutral. It can have a 24-hour sun, like it can't have a 24-hour sun. And when we were arguing about those videos, it's not by saying, oh, flat Earth can't have a 24-hour sun, so because of that, those videos must be fake. No, it's just because we found the fakeness in those videos that we said that they are fake.
So at the same time, there are other people that are going to go there, check out that maybe this year, and there are other independent guys. They are doing observations at different countries at the same time, at different countries, continents, and even at Antarctica. So let's wait to finish that final joke. I did call it the final joke from the beginning, and I did said this 2 years ago in our main server. I did said this 2 years ago, something like that or more. I did said if you see some flat earth changing sides suddenly, yeah, be aware, because that could happen. And yeah, I see that today.
Like, for example, in a near future, if we human can teleport or go to the moon and check the moon and find that it is a ball, who knows? We flat earthers, when we are arguing against you, people who claim that it is a ball, it's not something else, it is a ball. So we are saying that we don't know. and you don't know, and we don't believe your videos of the moon landing and those things. So if one day people or humans can verify the sun and the moon really and make sure that it is a ball, it won't surprise us. It will be just an observation, something that we verified. We flat earthers never claimed anything about. That's exactly what happened for Antarctica. You make the claims for us. You claim for yourself, like Nick McToon. He claimed for himself, for his side, the globe, and he made a claim for our side too. About that 24-hour sun. If there is a 24-hour sun, it can't be a flat Earth. Why the heck are you saying that? Is it because it is exclusive to a sphere? No, it's not exclusive to a sphere. It can happen in both things, both models, or both shapes or aspects.
When people think of flat Earth, just in general, the image that comes to mind is North Pole at the center, ice wall on the edge, big pizza shape. That's what comes to mind. With a 24-hour sun, that shape is off the table. That's why people talk about it.
For you, maybe because
it comes to you in your mind.
Yeah, because you're just blocked. You don't have any other alternative in the same paradigm, flat. So.
Well, I mean, maybe flat earthers are just so bad at marketing and expressing their ideas that that's the only point they've been able to get across for the last 100 years or whatever. I don't know.
It's just unfortunate you're not able to take out the idea of space and understand that Earth is actually at the center of everything, and from the stuff up in the sky, work, right? That stuff goes around and around in a circle, independent of what's happening on the surface of the Earth, period. You don't have to insert the idea of a floating pizza pie up in the sky to say, aha, it can't be that because we saw a sun for 24 hours. Come on.
North Pole at center, ice wall on the south, around. Does not work.
So you're making shit up.
Well, wait. I mean, the flat earthers, I mean, years ago already abandoned that idea. So who cares?
What I'm saying is, when you talk to the general population about what they think when you say flat Earth,
exactly.
That's what comes to mind.
Who cares about your made up flat Earth model that you believe? Like, you believe in the globe too. So you have fairy tale ideas about the globe. You have fairy tale ideas about flat Earth. None of them are true. So go ahead and keep on making shit up.
Can you provide an alternative?
Why do I need to have an alternative for your failed idea models? Like, we don't have to produce an alternative for you. Yeah, because you're a child and you just lost Santa Claus, and now you want a replacement for Santa Claus. Okay, here you go. The Tooth Fairy. There's your replacement.
Well, no, I'm standing on Earth. I know it exists. So
yeah, it's flat ground you stand on. You don't stand on a curved surface.
Oh, okay. Can you demonstrate?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the way it's always been. That's what you experience.
I see. Well, I mean, as long as you say that, I believe you.
No, as long as it's true.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I agree. You're good.
It's all, it's
You're good.
true.
You're good. I agree.
Hey Cooper, what you did post, that video, I did show you. It's using fisheye lens, but you can believe that, it's your problem. That was your proof of your globe, right? And I did show you at that time. I can post this. Let's see this. Look at this joke at your video, You post. You claim that's globe proof. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. Is now concave or what is this? It's concave? Are you concave Earther presenting this?
Are you a disingenuous swine? That's not even the same camera.
You were about
this is
you stopped yourself from asking a question to Seshu to demonstrate it, because you were really about to say it, because he's told you that you're standing on a flat plane, and you were about to tell him, demonstrate that. It's too easy, brother. It's
I've
just
seen them
my
all.
son, a 4-year-old. Listen, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
I've seen the curvature.
I'm not done yet. It's just the starting of my sentence. So my son, the 3-year-old guy, is able to demonstrate that to you. He can take you to the nearest beach and show you the flat horizon. Can you demonstrate the opposite to him? Can you demonstrate the globe to him, please? He can with just simple methods. With simple methods.
Yes, I'm asking the same question. Yes.
Go ahead.
Sure. So we have photos from space. We have measurements of droplet distance. Oh, we don't like that proof. No, he screams. Make it stop. Make it stop.
He demonstrated that. My 3-year-old kid will take you to the nearest beach and demonstrate that to you. You will see it by your eyes. He won't show you a picture of Bigfoot and beg you to believe the picture. No, there is no begging for belief. There is no need for belief there. You will be able to see that the surface in front of your eyes is really flat, perfectly flat. And he can also demonstrate the motionless to you. He can just make some rocks, balance one on top of the other. Can you demonstrate to him the curvature?
Amazing argument. Just believe what you see. Just understand that the things you see are exactly the way the world is, and there's nothing from you. I understand.
Hold on.
No. You're asking me not to believe what I see. You are asking me to believe a picture, not even what I see.
Asking you to understand that what you see is not the whole picture.
No. You don't want to believe what you see. In reality, you want to believe what you see in a picture. That's you.
No, I want you to.
That's you, really. That's really you.
Okay, you just want to talk over? Okay, preach on me. Let's hear it.
Go ahead.
You got any more gas in the tank for this sermon?
Explain it to me. If it's not you, if you tell me that the argument to watch the reality as it is, in reality, without any intermediary, so using your eyes, your brain, directly
to acknowledge
the information, and you want me to believe a picture.
He's still preaching. All right.
So go ahead.
Do you believe that UV light exists, a spectrum of light that we can't see with our eyes?
The spectrum of light. So
it's a really simple question. It's really this is not a trap question. This is just a really simple question. You don't have to think too hard about it. Do you acknowledge that there are things that our eyes can't see?
I can see the light, and I can see the spectrum of light using my eyes.
So you can see ultraviolet light with your naked eyes.
Ultraviolet light, I want to be able to see it, but I can feel it.
God, this is the easiest fucking question in the world. You just say no. There are things that I can't see with my eyes, like ultraviolet light, radio waves, electromagnetic fields. These are things I can't see with my eyes, but I know exist, right?
I can use another sensor, and I can feel the heat from it.
Oh, so you want to use a tool to get a better view of the world?
I can feel the heat from it.
Oh, okay. So without these tools, we don't really get the full picture of the world that we live in.
Without a tool. I have sensors.
Okay, sounds like we agree. Good stuff.
I have without a tool. I'm saying without a tool. I will use my body, my sensors that are in my skin, so I can feel the heat from that light. From that.
Yeah, you're gonna feel out that electromagnetic field with your hand.
Sorry.
You're gonna feel out an electromagnetic field with your hand. You're picking up radio waves through your ears.
I can put a metallic glove and I can feel that.
Oh, okay. So you need a tool.
Yeah, for that, yes.
Yeah. So apply that to other observations.
So the curvature of your globe, you can't see.
Your perspective is too small. You need a tool to help you.
Why is it too small? Isn't that curvature what you claim is
because you live on a tiny speck. You live on a tiny portion of a big place.
But that tiny portion is able to hide a boat completely or a building. So if I take that same distance and I double it and I watch it from X axis, so from the side, like every time BMOC is saying that, why I can't see that hill that was hiding the boat? Or the boat will never be hidden by anything other than just optical things. So when you turn aside, you will never see any curvature because there was nothing such a curvature hiding something. You claim that on this surface, my elevation, you claim that you can see that curvature hiding things. And you say that you can't see the curvature. I don't know if it's just me or you breaking, and I can't hear you.
Bad reception.
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, just think about that. You claim that you can't see the curvature. At the same exact time, you can claim that you can see the curvature hiding things. So you can or you can't. This is the question. To dip or not to dip?
Yeah, he's making the argument that if you look south, you can see the sun. Therefore, what?
If I look south, I can see the sun.
Wasn't that his thing? He said you can go to this place and look south and see the sun. Or you can just look south and see the sun, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, but so what does that mean? I can look south and I can see the sun. It doesn't surprise me. It's nothing surprise. There is nothing surprising there.
It's a little surprising. Because they say that these lines of longitude, like north and south, that they converge and diverge, but he's doing a straight line of sight south to see the sun that follows a curved line on the ground. How does that work?
I didn't understand what you said about the sun following some curving line on the ground.
Well, that longitude if it's a straight line or if it's on the surface of a sphere, and lines of longitude diverge towards the equator and then converge to the pole. If that's his direction of south, that he's just looking in south. I mean, is that line of sight also curving, just like the line of longitude?
But in reality, where they are curving, if in their own projection, in the AE map. It's their own projection based on their same globe. Isn't it? They are not converged. They are not curved at all. They're straight lines, yeah, converging in the north, but only that.
Yeah, well, so then, so you got an AE map, right? If everybody's looking south, they can't be looking at the same place, right? It would be divert, yeah. So, but they're saying, well, just like on the surface of the sphere, if everybody looks south, they'll see the sun at the same position, but their lines curve, but their line of sight is straight.
They see the sun at in the same position. I don't understand.
That doesn't make any sense. How could everybody see what I'm saying? How could everybody be seeing the sun south at one position if the lines of line of sight is straight and the line of longitude that they're claiming is curving is curved?
So if the sun is above South America, how can people from India and the other side of the Indian Ocean, those islands, and can't see the sun?
Well, no, I'd have to get a map for that.
He's stupid. Just don't do like him. Obnoxious. I appreciate you, even if we argue a lot, but I'm not against you, like I told you in the beginning. Yeah, I don't agree with your ideas. That won't make me just turn me to a hater. You're a funny guy. Now that nonsense. No, banning you won't make you stronger. It's not a vitamin or something like that. No, banning you would just throw you away from the server or the channel. It's like hearing someone homeless telling me, if you throw me on the street, that will just make me stronger. No. So it's just the only thing we ask people to just try to be mature, not to be triggered by the topic. Yeah. Yeah, to make more money. What did you want him to fake? Globe? The heck is that? No. You want to get viewers or any support if he just helps the idea of flat Earth. No. They're just minority. So the supporters are just so much less than the globe side. You support the globe, you throw some bunch of videos, you do so, even if you invest, that's an investment that what he did there. And he will get his money and much more if he didn't even got it back today. I think he got his money back.
There you go, Rob. What do you got to say? Just get it out, spit it out, and then go move on with your life.
I can't quit you, Crit. I can't quit you, Crit. You want to go ride a horse to me?
Babble?
No, thank you.
I got a pony. No, man, I don't know. I like to talk about anything. I'm here to light up the mood, man.
That was yesterday. We do that on Sundays.
Oh, that's right. I forgot everything. You got everything planned like a soccer mom. Forgot about that. What time is it? 12:30. What can we do at past 12:30 on a Monday?
You can do what you want to do.
It's my prerogative.
You can take your time. You can hurry up. Choice is yours. Don't be late.
Hell yeah, no, I just want to hang out, man. Talk to some of my arch nemesis on the internet. You know,
dude.
I don't think it's
where no one here is against you, so they can't. A nemesis is a undefeatable foe. No one here is even your foe to begin with, let alone an undefeatable one.
I can never defeat you guys, dude. You guys are way above me, dude.
No, the nemesis is trying to defeat the hero. We'd be the anti-hero.
Oh shit! You're like Deadpool. You're like Deadpool's.
No, we're not like nobody. Like,
oh,
if you were like, say, like if you go,
I agree with that.
Whatever you go do, whatever you go do in life, no one's gonna follow you around, try to figure out where you live and where you work. The only time you interact with people is when you come to this channel. It's by your choice.
I like it better than being bullied. This is way better than being bullied. Being bullied is no fun. Over on that Jam Pandas place, I just get bullied all day long, man. And sometimes I get sad.
Yeah, I saw that. You broke the mold again. You had like 40% of the airtime, and they muted you.
Oh, I don't know if that's true or not. No one's ever beat Pete Chase 78%. So I'm not close.
I think Pete just had his mic open and he wasn't talking. He just kept the feed.
No, that was a couple of days ago. He has like 78%. He just broke a new record. Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting that people will ask him a question and expect him not to answer. Then ask another question.
You be handing out DMs to people to post. That's some weak shit.
I do. What do I do?
Someone's posting our DMs.
No one posted my DMs. Where? Yeah, it's kind of like a fast rule I live by. I don't post DMs. I always hope that at some point a one-on-one conversation will work. It'll catch. It'll be like the last break, the stop where things go out of control. I've posted DMs before if like both people. I say, hey, you said this to me in DMs. They said, no, I didn't. I go, do you mind if I post the DMs to show that you said that? And if they say yes, then I'll post it. I'll be like, there, did you say that to me? But they say no, then I'm like, well, fine, fuck it. I go, well, I heard something different from you before. Or whatever. I try to talk around the topic. I really don't even like to bring it up. I think DMs should be contained. I mean, the globalists love it. The globalists love to pretend like, hey, this is just a one-on-one conversation. The whole time they're streaming it, they're recording it, they take stuff out of context. You gotta be, anytime you talk to a globalist, you gotta be ready that they're always operating in bad faith. They're always up to something. There's some kind of agenda, something they're doing. As soon as you know that the globalist is in bad faith, then you won't get caught flat-footed, and you won't say something that they can take out of context. You just gotta be ready. You gotta be ready for the constant barrage of bullshit. It's always some kind of agenda, something they're doing, and you gotta be ready for it.
Oh yeah, man. You ever try to get Will Duffy in here, Crit?
Why would I care what Will Duffy does or doesn't do?
Well, I didn't ask you if he cared. I'm just saying, you ever try to get him in here?
Why? Why would I bother?
Oh, because you did the biggest thing in flat Earth history.
Which was what? Which was what? What was that?
The final experiment. That's one of the biggest things that happened in flat Earth history.
What was the hypothesis?
That the sun sets and doesn't or doesn't set in Antarctica.
And that's what does that mean?
That the only shape you can have that phenomenon happen is on a spherical object that's rotating.
Really, just spherical?
Yeah, spherical object that's rotating.
So why not just show that? Show the curve or show the motion. Why deflect all the way to the sun, all the way to Antarctica? Why would you use the sky at all? What does that do for you? If this object we're standing on is curved and moving, wouldn't you just use the object that you're standing on?
Yeah, we tried to, but you guys don't believe the videos we sent back.
You tried to. Wouldn't you try that?
When we show you pictures of the Earth in space, you say you can't even go to space. So how can we show you something you don't believe?
Well, can you go to space?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
people have been to space.
send me a postcard when you.
Katy Perry's about to go to space. That's how easy it is.
Yeah, send me a postcard when you get there.
Yeah, there's no post office. How can I send you a postcard?
Well, it's someplace you can go. Wouldn't there be a post office there?
Yeah, there's a post office in space. Is that what you think? Or are you just being silly now?
No, you could go on vacation, or what are you gonna do?
What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna go to space, but human beings have been to space. Yeah.
Which is what? Are flat Earth humans?
Are flat Earth, or are flat Earth humans? What does that mean?
So you say humans have been to space?
Yeah, humans have. Yes, we have left Earth's orbit.
Aren't you in space right now?
Ooh, that's a deep one. Earth is in space. Yeah, Earth is in space, and we're on Earth.
Okay, so you'd be in space right now, then.
Well, that's why I said we left the Earth's orbit. There have been human beings who left the Earth's orbit. Yes.
So they left Earth, and then
no matter what word games.
No, we're just trying to parse out what exactly you're looking for here.
Well, no, you're trying to
humans left the Earth, and then what happened?
Which ones? Some of them went to the moon.
And then what happened?
And then they landed on the moon.
And then
they looked back and took a picture and said, "Holy shit, this is crazy!" And they fucking got in their little fucking dune buggy, and drove around.
Then what happened?
Then they took off, went back home.
And then what happened after that?
After they got home?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they were debriefed and all kinds of tests were ran on them. I'm sure that after that they went home, banged their wife, ate a home cooked meal.
And then what happened after that?
Well, then they started doing conferences, probably.
Started selling, sold used cars, went into hiding, became a hermit.
Yeah.
Started declaring that aliens. Yeah, one of them, Buzz Aldrin, the second guy supposedly on the moon, became a used car salesman. The first guy on the moon turned into a hermit, basically into a cat lady. Spent the rest of his days in utter seclusion.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Crit?
And then you got another one. Edgar Mitchell said that reptiles from outer space have taken over the government.
Yeah, honestly, I probably would believe on that. You know what I'm saying? But to believe on that, you'd have to believe it in space to find out. So,
yeah, I don't believe any of it. Yeah, Carl Sagan said it much better than I could. The moon mission was the most ironic token of all of human history.
Nice.
Ooh, I would say no, it wasn't ironic. It was par for the course. Mm-hmm. That's exactly the type of Nixon-era grandiose display of American exceptionalism, God bless America, God loves capitalism, that you would expect. You'd expect something as grandiose as that coming from some group so deeply theistic and so deeply entwined with sort of neoliberal capitalist values that they would say, we planted our flag on the moon, God bless America. And you see the same thing. Trump said, we're going to manifest destiny on Mars.
Well, actually, he specifically said everywhere that he did not come there just for America. He came for all mankind. So
no, just for America. It was just for
America. No. It says mankind on the flag. It says mankind on the flag.
Yeah, but Nixon's version of mankind was a very small group of people.
Well, Nixon had nothing to do with that, dude.
He was a shot caller. He signed the plaque. Yeah, he was a shot caller.
Because he was the president.
Yeah, so his version do you think he included liberals as part of atheists?
I don't know. Can you prove that he didn't?
Viet Cong.
I don't care what I think though. I mean, it's about what I can prove. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would say
prove something. I'm not gonna just make up. I'm not gonna fill in the voids and make up shit.
It wasn't ironic.
Yeah. Well, we got way off this thing about the fucking leaving the Earth's surface. And
we're just trying to figure out why.
Now we're talking about Nixon. Why is he wasting?
Yeah, because you look at the whole event.
No, because you can't have a conversation that stays on topic because you'll get roasted. So you float around.
No, but
whatever you talk about too long for.
You're the one who brought up spacefaring.
You're the one that moved over to this guy making money off of Nixon. No one cares about that. We're talking about human beings leaving Earth, dude. And the fucking shape of we're talking about the shape of the planet. Now we're talking about money and Nixon and some conspiracy shit. No one gives a shit about that, dude.
No, it is. People do care about it because that's
you do because it helps you get away from the conversation of the flat Earth conversation. Come on, man. What are you doing?
What is that?
What do you think? What do you think you're dealing with, like a fucking 10-year-old person or something?
What is the flat
obvious?
What is the flat?
What we were just talking about. We were talking about the shape of the Earth, bro.
Okay,
now we're talking about Nixon's money.
Flat's a shape.
Now we're talking about
the word flat's a shape.
Flat's a shape now. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Is flat a noun or an adjective?
I don't know. What is it? You asking me or telling me?
What do you think?
I think that's what the whole term is called, flat Earth.
I have flat bread.
Well,
what is that? Is that an adjective?
Well, I've never heard someone say, "Are you not a shaper earther?" You're not a. Oh, it's not a shape earther. Oh,
okay, come on, man! Is that a shape?
You're playing semantical bullshit, dude. Everybody knows what flat Earth is. Synonymous.
Not a shape.
It doesn't have to dictate the shape. I'm talking synonymously to flat Earth.
Okay, let's try to figure out where your malfunction is. So if I say flat Earth, do you hear noun, or do you hear adjective noun?
When I hear flat Earth, I go along with every single talking head, even you, that I've ever heard talk, explain flat Earth. I visualize in my head what it looks like, and it's a flat plane, non-rotating, stationary object in fucking inside of a fucking what do you call it? A fucking firmament thing.
That's the problem. That you hear.
Well, I know because now you're telling me what you think, which is different than everybody else's, because yours is right and everybody else is wrong. I know this game.
No, I'm just interesting that how you invented a whole.
It's not interesting though. I didn't invent anything. That's exactly what.
It's completely ironic. It's part of the course. Irony.
How can I talk to Oakley, Whitsitt, and everybody else? I can talk to all these guys, bro.
Go do it.
I can talk to all of them.
Go talk to them.
That's not the point. Which is what I'm saying. If I talk to all those guys, I'll have 5 different ideas on what the fuck we're living on. So the fact that the 5 of the biggest heads that I can think of personally that are doing out there in the trenches doing battle They can't even agree on one thing.
Okay,
then
so
how the fuck do you get anybody coalesced behind any type of idea? You can't. And then prove it. That's what I'm saying. Like, if everybody was coalesced behind one idea of what it was, it might be easier to prove. But everybody wants to be their own. They want to be their own Jesus. Everybody wants to be the one to make the most money and be the biggest cloud chaser.
So
you know who they are. You know who they are, Crit.
That's important for why? Why is that important?
Because they have the biggest audiences and they can't even get together on the same page and say this is what flat Earth is because they all want to have their own version of what it is so they can be the man. Oh, I got ether. Oh, I got fucking the Earth is measured flat. Oh, I got fucking exotericism and I got fucking religiousism. Everybody's got some idea of what it is, but none of them have the same idea. It's the most ridiculous thing.
No one talked about.
Do you not think the mainstream also disagrees on a lot of things, right? Like some scientists claim that the universe is flat, right? Some scientists claim it's spherical. Some say it's cone-shaped.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, I know, but the model, the whole heliocentric model, right? There's a whole bunch of disagreements on a whole bunch of different things.
Not on the shape of the Earth. Not on the shape of the Earth.
Well, we all agree that the Earth is flat.
Okay. Who's all a weed? Bunch of guys on YouTube and Discord.
All the flat earthers all agree that the Earth is flat. Yeah. Right? Like you just said, the globe earthers all agree that it's a globe, but there's other factors that they're not sure of, right? Yeah. That they're still arguing on.
Yeah, and the only people who believe the fucking globe or the Earth is flat are people on fucking social media. That's it. You won't find anybody with any type of fucking rational mind.
Who's not on social media, dude? What? Some like pygmy tribe in the deep forest? They're not on social media. Like who's not on social media?
You'll never find a scientist to support any flat Earth type of theorem at all.
Dude, I can post you a PhD geophysicist in the side chat right now who talks about flat Earth.
Okay. What does he talk about?
That the Earth is flat, right? That's his field. He's like geology, right?
Okay.
All right. So you want me to post it? I mean,
absolutely.
There's a lot.
I watch and read whatever you guys post.
Yeah,
because you know why?
Most scientists,
because flat earthers die at their source.
No.
So go ahead and post
we don't, dude, right? When you're talking about your scientists, when you want to do your appeal to authority fallacy, right?
You're appealing to authority. You're appealing right now to this guy.
No. You made a positive claim that all the scientists. Okay, no. You made a positive claim that all the scientists, and I just said no, that's not true, right? I didn't appeal to his authority. You were appealing to authority. I was just saying that's wrong.
You brought him up.
And what you said.
Source. You were appealing to him.
No, what did I use? What claim did I make and then use him as a source?
You said this guy is a flat earther.
He's not. He's not claiming or using him as a source. He's just using him to debunk your claim because you did claim.
That's a source by definition.
Like the black swan. It's just like a black swan. That guy, you will consider him as a black swan because you claim that all swans are white. So scientists, Oh
my God! Here we go with the pseudo shit.
Globe. So he's putting the guy to just show you a PhD person. Just claiming that the Earth is not a ball.
More deflection. This is what you guys do. You guys are good at it. I'll give you that.
No, bro. This is don't be dishonest, man.
You're like wolves.
No, dude.
I'm dishonest. Don't call me dishonest. Dude, I'm not being dishonest.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. Right? You made a positive claim. You said all the scientists are globe earthers and none of them are flat earthers. Right? I said this guy isn't a globe earther, right? And now you're trying to say that I'm appealing to authority? You are so fucking full of shit, bro. I don't know why everyone in here is entertaining you or allowing you to come back here, to be honest. Right? You're a fucking idiot, right? I remember you came into Politics and Religion server, right? We showed you a 21-mile observation. You went and got your rocket scientist friend or whatever. His name's Rocket Scientist, right? And he pranked you and he lied to you because you wanted to ask him how much drop is there over 21 miles. He told you 4 foot or 4 inches or something like that. You came back all cocky saying, oh, guys, right? Here's a scientist telling us it's 4 foot. And then he was laughing his ass off at you for being such a gullible fool and just blindly believing what he said. Right? You're an idiot.
Yeah, I can't forget that one. It was hilarious.
With all your fucking spinning concoctions in your stupid garage and shit, bro. It's absolutely cringe. Right? You never present any globe evidence. You just spaz out when you come in here. And I'm not unmuting you to reply either, by the way. You're a dickhead.
Yeah, because you used that fallacy against him, so he wants to reply to you by using the same exact fallacy against you. While it wasn't, he didn't use any appeal to authority or anything. It just showed him that he is wrong.
All you got to do is let them open their mouths and stick their big old foot in it. They do it every time. And the thing about it is they don't even realize, like Rob Noxious doesn't even realize the nonsense that he's saying is boxing himself in to absolute ridiculousness.
Tony, what do you expect?
Yeah.
What do you expect from someone who is confused, or is still confused? He got the information already about flat not being a shape. It's just this description of a surface.
Yeah.
We flat earthers, the majority of flat earthers, so in reality, the real flat earthers, they are agnostic about the shape of Earth, or even if it has a shape.
Yeah.
We are agnostic about the shape. We claim one single thing: the surface where we humans are living above, the surface below our feet, we all humans, is not curved. It's a flat one. Maybe it's a cube if it is a shape. Maybe it's a cube. It's a half a sphere. Who knows? No one knows. Not even you. Because no one went and tried to verify and check the limits, if there is a limit to this plane. So flat is not a shape. Put that in your mind. You have to understand that thing. It's a description about a surface. Shapes can have flat surface. A square, which is a flat shape, a two-dimensional shape, is a flat. A circle too, and the triangle, hexagon. Shapes, like for example, three-dimensional shapes, a cube have 6 flat sides. 6 ones. We are talking about one single flat side, the one we know about. We know if it is a cube, only God can know.
I mean, if anyone else wants to keep talking with him, feel free to unmute him. I'm just done with him. Necros, you want to talk to him, man?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, me too. You know, he just spazzes out. He wants it to become some kind of screaming match type conversation. He's not here in good faith to have a back and forth, compare evidence. He's here mostly to just whine.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's not because I hate him or something, it's just because it's not compelling anymore for me. So I know him already like the palm of my hand, so I will not have anything new from him.
Exactly.
Hello, this is Donald. I have a special announcement to make. Does perspective absolutely exist on a globetard? They have to say yes, e.g. angular size change, W has a distance. On a globetard with radius of 39 and 59 miles with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to Earth's curvature. Conversely, on a flat plane with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to the boat reaching the angular resolution limit of the human eye. Looks like we got a dumb fuck rooster in the henhouse. So which one is causing the boat to disappear at 3 miles? We have 3 choices, right? 1. Now the combination of perspective and Earth curvature? 2. Earth curvature. 3. Perspective. Using simple logic, if we can rule out 1 whilst knowing with absolute certainty that perspective exists, we can rule out 2. If Earth curvature and perspective were both at play, the 6-foot-tall boat would be unresolvable at 1.8 miles sunshine. The Earth curve would remove the bottom 2.16 feet of the boat, thereby rendering the remaining 3.84 feet of the boat unresolvable because it has breached the angular resolution limit of human eye. Therefore, Earth curvature is a dreamland apparitional fantasy, and moron globetards hijacked simple perspective and called it Earth curve. FYI, baltards can never appeal to perspective. Kablooey baltardis. Kablooey. Shout out to Quantum Eraser. For more great information, check out globeterminator.com.
Phenomenal. That's hilarious, man.
It's fantastic.
I swear that went above Rob Knox's head.
Yeah, probably.
He's too high strung to talk to. He ends up yelling and screaming at everything and talking 100 miles an hour. And
yeah, it's like he's always had 20 Red Bulls or something like that. He just can't focus. And that's why he doesn't get the basic arguments.
He might have a good argument in his mind, but then when he sort of comes in and speaks it out, it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, just look at the nonsense statements he makes, even in the chat. He makes a statement in the same sentence. He says, I've been on boats, seen them on the horizon. So, like, he's been on a boat and he's seen that same boat on the horizon? What? No sense there. Unbelievable.
He's seen boats on the horizon, therefore the Earth is a globe? What?
Yeah, did he see himself on the boat on the horizon? Because apparently he's been on the same boat that he saw on the horizon.
Yeah, what happened with Rob? You got muted? He melted down?
Yeah, he got muted. Yeah, because he's a lying spaz. You can unmute him if you want to chat with him, though, Crit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm looking to see if we can find some way of seeing if Rob can find a voice. Because this is the same treatment he gets on GEMS or anti-flat earth spaces. Probably everywhere he goes. So, like, is there a way of offering him a space where he can vent and he can, like, let out all his, hostility towards the world and then maybe find some peace in his life? Or something. I'm not really sure. I really don't have a good final experiment Rob Noxious edition. I'm just kind of, like, grasping at straws. Like, how do you unfuck such a fucked up mind?
Yeah, it's like the final therapist.
It's like maybe William Duffy. How about that, Rob? Why don't you go talk to Duffy and he'll tell you all about your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and how you were created in God's image, and he can tell you all about young earth creationism. Maybe he'll help you.
I'm not into Jesus, bro. I'm not into that stuff.
Maybe he can. You're the one who wants William Duffy around here. How about you go talk to him? Tell him about how, like, you don't believe that Jesus walked on the earth, and he can tell you how Jesus parted the skies for the final experiment.
Well, I'm sure he could.
Pastoral counseling is usually free too.
Yeah, that's one of the claims that Duffy made.
But I don't want to talk to him about religion.
The weather was so bad, and he prayed to Lord Jesus to part the clouds. And
give us some good weather, Jesus.
And he did.
Make it shiny.
Dude,
make it shiny, brother.
We got clips.
It was a religious experience for him.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Make
so I would
believe.
say, if you wanted a religious experience, then why not bring like people who are skeptical of religion? Why do you bring just a bunch of religious people on the event?
That's right. We got Jaron, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go for Whitsitt next.
You got Jaron for what? What do you got? You got Jared.
He came to the globe sign, baby.
Oh,
Jesus.
You might want to look that up again.
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
You guys make Will Duffy out to be like some like Jim Jones guy. Just a guy with a lot of money.
Yeah, he's a cultist. Yeah, he's definitely a super church mega pastor.
I know.
Yeah, have you seen his broker record on brokercheck.org? The guy's got so many complaints against his brokerage business.
I know. Have you guys checked on your people?
Why do I care what my people are doing? And who are my people?
Exactly. I don't know. Who knows?
I don't have people.
Anything, right? Exactly. No one has people.
What exactly you think you're looking for? Is it the goal to be like
the same thing you're looking for Duffy? Why'd you look for Duffy?
I'm not looking for Duffy. That's the holy shit. Rob, you just went into a hard...
I was speaking to Jones in the room. This guy just said he did. He looked into his betting record or something.
Rob, you just went into a hard reset.
No, I did not.
The very first thing that when you came in today, you said, hey, have I tried to get McDuffie here? And what did I tell you?
No, that wasn't the first thing. That just came into context because it was hilarious.
Okay, what do
we're
I
talking about
care?
24 hours soon.
Yeah, so what does McDuffie have to do with any of this?
Oh, I just need to be great for entertainment. You know what I'm saying?
Entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
No, I do not find mega church super pastors. Okay, hold on, dude. Just start blurting. I do not find mega church super pastors, young earth creationist, financial, white collar criminal. I do not find them entertaining. At all.
Yeah.
Okay. At all.
Oh, okay.
Like, they are not funny. Okay. They're. I mean, think of the people. He's got victims that he should be held to account for, and maybe hopefully they get justice. Like you told people to levy their financial futures and life insurance on Pokemon cards or whatever sort of crap whatever investment advice he gave them.
I think it was Dungeons and Dragons, actually. I'm not sure.
They should be made whole.
Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, or Hasbro. They told them, hey, invest your future in Hasbro Entertainment.
That's crazy.
Yeah, why would you take once someone's been disqualified so severely? Like if you would say, hey, you got a financial banker who's under investigation, what are they going to do next? Oh, he's a mega church. He's a pastor at a mega church.
Oh, shit. Dude, that's crazy.
And then he offers golden tickets to Antarctica. Like,
holy shit. I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna play his clip about when he's talking about it's okay to lie. If you guys want to hear it.
Oh, I know you guys got him good there. But if you listen to the whole thing, he already explained what he's talking about.
Yeah, Rob, you don't need to interrupt. Be quiet while the clip's playing.
So please, I beg you, we have to stop claiming that the 10 Commandments prohibit lying. That's not true. The 10 Commandments prohibit bearing false witness against your neighbor. Okay. We finally get to my conclusion on the matter of lying and deception, and that is this. After carefully looking at both sides of the debate, and after taking a very deep dive into everything I could possibly find in Scripture regarding lying and deception, I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral.
Is that true or false, Rob?
Oh, you're not going to play the rest of it?
No, what you just said right there. Is that true or false?
It's true.
It's 100%. True? Okay,
yeah,
so now we know where you stand.
I can prove it.
I can prove that you, by your own words, You believe that deception and lying are not immoral.
Yeah, under certain circumstances. If you let it play out, let me explain it. Yeah, it depends. Now, what he was talking about is in situations where you're trying to save someone's life or someone is in danger or crime's been committed. You wouldn't lie to protect them people. You know what I'm saying, if someone's coming, if your wife's running down the street and some guy's chasing her, and she runs in the house and the guy goes, "Hey, did you see that woman running? I'm going to kill her. Where's she at?" You wouldn't go, "Oh, she's in the house in the kitchen or in the basement." You know what I'm saying? You'd just be like, "I don't know where she's at." Or beat the guy's ass, whichever one you want. But I'm saying those are times when lying would be, applicable to not being immoral, because you're actually doing the moral thing. You're saving someone's life. God was not going to put you in hell for a little white lie like that. He's going to say, "I understand, my son. You had to do what you had to do." And that's what he's talking about.
But if those situations are in the Bible, how come he said he went through the Bible and didn't find those situations?
No, that's why people look into his past. No, but he actually, if you listen to him, he said he went on both sides and looked at both sides, and he came to his own conclusion. So he's not saying that this is the conclusion to be end all be all. This is saying that this is just Will Duffy's conclusion, his opinion. You don't have to agree with the guy. There's a lot of things you guys don't agree with each other anyways. So no one agrees with everybody. I mean, I actually agree with the guy to an extent. I mean, I'm not gonna, if I know someone murdered somebody, I'm about to go to jail for something I didn't do. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? I mean, yeah, there's times where lying is not even immoral. It's necessary.
And meanwhile, he's got all these complaints as a professional financial advisor.
Well, that's a whole other story, man.
He's related. And then he starts a church, and then he says this shit, and then he starts offering free trips to Antarctica. And you think it's a little weird that we would look into his record?
I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird at all.
Yeah, you actually said that. You said, "It's a little weird. You're looking at these guys. Why don't you look at your own guys?" No, it's weird.
Well, no, I only find it weird. Hold on, I only find it weird if you don't look into your own so-called leaders. I know you guys are gonna say we don't have leaders. But you guys know them. I know who. Come on, don't be a bunch of owls, dude. You guys know who? The fucking big names.
Okay, who?
The big names.
Name them. Name who? Who?
I know where this is gonna go. If I start naming names, you're like, we're gonna go through each name. You guys know who the head is.
Let's go through it. Who? Rob, who?
All those guys are on that panel, dude.
Which panel?
The one at the Flat Earth Roundtable a couple days ago, dude. Had all the heads of the 5 families, dude.
Yeah, we don't agree with any of them.
What are you talking about?
I know you guys don't agree with it because you guys have your own
Flat Earth Roundtable.
Yeah, what it was like when Nathan was here for 1 hour.
No, you got Joe Hanvey and Dirth up there, and Sargent and all the other guys.
They don't know
who the hell are those guys.
They don't know anything about. They're not even on the server.
Who are those guys? Mark Sargent's your godfather, dude. He created you guys.
How is he?
Come on, man! Don't claim like you guys are your own shit. You guys started off your own shit.
Those guys never come in here.
You guys ran with someone else's shit, which is respectable. I know, of course they do.
You guys have stay away from us, dude.
I know it's a different tribe.
I don't want anything to do with them.
Yeah, Rob, you're fucked up, dude.
It's the same people, different tribe. That's all it is.
I don't want anything to do with those people.
Oh, yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't.
A red herring.
Yeah, they don't know who we are, and I don't know. And they both vice versa. I don't give a shit. You are into the celebrity gossip, TMZ, BuzzFeed.
No, I'm into who has the most subscribers and the most.
Why?
Those guys have way more because those guys are the ones that are representing the fucking flat Earth.
Go talk to them.
No, they're not.
They're true earthers.
If they were true earthers, they wouldn't be flat earthers.
They're not representing any of us. That we have the largest channel on this. We have the largest server on the server.
Well, on a Discord server, yeah, I got you, man. It's the same people every day, though.
Yeah, we're the most popular one on this server.
Yeah, I give you that. Yeah, I know. I give you. Yeah, you get your kudos for that. You know, slap on the back. Yeah,
it's not kudos. It's just showing that this conversation's important to a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. But for some reason, which you won't explain or take questions on, you guys keep trying to shut the conversation down with lies, intimidation, harassment, all kinds of crazy shit that doesn't work. It hasn't worked since Denver. Why do you think suddenly, like years later, people are going to be like, oh, I guess the globalists are kind of crazy. Maybe I should stop talking about flat Earth. All you've done is embolden the conversation.
Well, yeah, because I guess we are our own greatest enemy because we just can't stop arguing with you guys. But yeah, Like I said, that's makes everything go. Like, it's all about keeping the fucking
globe was real. If the globe was real,
donations rolling in.
Yeah, if the globe was real, you would be able to use any of the explanations in the globe model to explain all disagreements. But you can't even use your own model. That's what's breathtaking. You want me to accept a model that you unilaterally reject?
No, because the bottom line is, if it's proven to be a flat, you guys would think it would be a globe the next day.
What?
If the Earth
so
was
how come
proven
you guys are constantly throwing Mark Sargent?
Tomorrow,
Rob, you
the
guys.
next day.
If it's a popularity contest, right, you guys should all be backing up everything Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but all you guys do is throw him under the bus, yet he's the most popular science educator in the whole world.
No one throws him under the bus. He's just not available. He's just a normal
off.
dude. Listen, basically right now, it's a frat house. It's a hangout. You guys all know each other for years now, so I understand. No one's just going to leave each other and shit, just say, oh, it's over, go home. We're friends now. So you guys are going to keep talking about it, but the more shit comes out, and eventually we're going to have commercial space flight in the next 5 years here, and it'll be over.
Future faking, yeah. Just believe in the future.
It's always 5 years.
So now, if we have, so you're telling me if millions of people go to space, millions of people have done it, you're still not going to believe it.
Future faking.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. How about if you go to space? Will you believe it then?
Why would I have to believe anything?
Exactly.
I don't like to believe things.
You ask me, hey, I can offer you the thing. You ain't got to believe nothing, but believe me.
I don't like to have beliefs. I like to have knowledge.
Okay, fine. Then that's why you go to space. Would you go to space?
No.
Why would I have to go to space? Like that? Yeah, it's like what, a vacuum?
There's no
space that
to go to. Do you want to go? How about Rob? Let me flip the question back on you. Do you want to go to Narnia?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, go do it then.
Well, I don't know how to get there. You know how to get there?
Violate all natural law and just bust through the warp.
Through what?
Time-space
I know, but is there a company? Is there someone that can send me there? Like multiple companies around the world and all?
Yeah, Duffy will do it for you.
Oh, okay. So now we're just living in unicorn. You want to make sure? There's no one.
He said
there's no one to go to Narnia. There's no comparison.
He's okay to lie to you. So let's say, hey, tell him you'll give him how much will it cost? We'll do this. Is what we'll do. The perfect experiment, the final experiment. So it'll cost you $1 million.
Space.
It'll cost you $1 million to get to low orbit. Tell Duffy you'll pay him a quarter of that, $200,000.
I'm not telling Duffy anything. I don't know Duffy.
To bring it to Narnia, and he'll do it.
Yeah.
Yo, let's start a company called Wardrobe X. Wardrobe X will bring it to Narnia.
This is what happens when you guys really can't go any further, man. You just start doing this. Damn well there's multiple companies will take you to space. Multiple governments go to space all the time.
No one's been to space, Rob.
You use some Nathan Oakley lie and violate some kind of natural law.
No one's been to space. No one's been to space, Rob.
No one's been to space ever?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, good. All right, cool. I mean, if you guys believe that, man.
You don't need flat Earth for that. If you want to talk about the Apollo program, the Apollo program is unilaterally rejected by multiple people that believe the Earth is a globe. Yeah, you got Bart Sabel. Go talk to Bart Sabel. He hates flat earthers more than you do.
It's Bart Sobrel.
Yeah, whatever his name is. Go tell him that.
Yeah, whatever his name is, but I'm going to use him. That's what I'm saying, dude. You guys are like children, dude. You can't be serious when you say things like that.
Why do you care about that?
Because it just shows your character as a person, as a man.
Okay. So then you care about that why?
Why do I care about the character of a man I was trying to speak to about facts of life and reality?
Yeah, why would you care about that? I don't know.
This is an exemplary example of why. Listen to this guy.
What you can do,
like an idiot.
What you could do is just wave your magic wand this way instead of that way and just fix your fucked up worldview and moral compass.
Okay. I have a fucked up worldview.
Yeah, you say somehow there's something wrong with me for why you can't talk to me. No, that's you. You're the problem.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I talk to people all day long.
Yeah, okay,
so if you're the only one that seems to have an
You don't talk to people. You talk at people all day long. You don't talk to people.
Really?
Yeah. You talk at people all day long.
Yeah, all day. I'll just at people. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm in here sneaking too. I sneak around, dude. Listen to you.
Yeah, and what do I say?
Bad things, dude.
So this morning when I talked to that guy, Tech, and when he came in here and asked me like why the lie and everything, that was just me talking at him. It wasn't a functioning normal conversation.
No,
it wasn't.
You're always preachy, dude. You're always preachy.
You waved your magic wand left to right. What you gotta do is bounce it up and down 3 times, and then tap it on your head.
Okay.
Just whatever magic trick you're trying to do here, you're not fooling anyone.
I'm not doing magic. Why are you confused?
We already know that you will lie, and you've got no problems with lying. So now that you're exposed, then what do you think is going to happen?
I don't even know what you're talking about. So how can I know what's going to happen?
You're a face liar.
Okay, what I lie about now?
And you've got no problem lying about it. Like just today, I talked. You said I just preach at people all day. Bold-faced lies.
Yeah. You talk to people. No, you talk to people.
Not even like an hour ago, or maybe it was an hour and a half ago. I talked to a dude about sci-fi, Deep Space Nine, and about the nature of humanity, about sci-fi propaganda, about NASA, about Black Ops, about military spending, all of it functionally normal. You would say that didn't happen at all. It never happened. It didn't happen. It didn't happen at all. You heard it, and then somehow just waved your magic wand.
I don't have a magic wand, bro. I don't have a magic wand.
And just did a bold-faced lie.
No.
Just completely bold-faced.
I can only go by what I experienced.
You've got no problem doing it.
You're doing it now.
You got no problem lying. You got no problem lying. That's
you got no problem proving me right.
People will know you're lying. They got
You're critting right now. You would talk way more than me.
They got receipts in hand that demonstrate you lie, and you just lie again.
Prove my point.
You'll just lie again.
I don't know. You say it again. It'll probably be true. It'll probably be true.
Yeah, all you do is lie, and you've defended why you do that.
Never lied one time. I don't need to lie. No, I can.
You just lied right now.
So much better.
You said all I do is preach at people and talk at people.
You do. What do you think you're doing right now for the past 5 minutes?
Not even an hour ago or an hour and a half ago.
Not even 5 minutes ago. You've been on the same sentence, same shit. So who's doing it? You're doing it. You don't even know you're doing it. That's a sign of insanity. Therefore, you are insane. You need help. Some medication.
Of what? For what?
For this condition you have, where you just like to hear yourself. Where you like to hear yourself talk so much that you just won't shut the fuck up ever.
What's that for then?
I don't know. I don't have that problem.
You don't know.
I'm sure
so now you don't know. So you knew.
Well, I know you. Well, I know you knew. It's obvious.
You pretended like you knew. You pretended like you knew, so you're lying. Then when you finally got exposed, you just lied again.
Yeah, not lying.
It's right there. You just got caught in the lie.
Okay.
A bold-faced
you're insanity. A bold-faced lie.
Just straight up bold-faced lie.
Also, you're also listening to Crit so well, you say shit over him while he's talking. That's hilarious.
Oh, I know. He's not doing the same thing to me.
So just vent, Rob. This space is as long as I have a word in it.
You're the one venting.
This space will be open for you to just vent and freak out as hard as you want.
I don't want this place is mine. This ain't my space, bro. I'm not trying to come here to.
Okay, well,
I'm not trying to be the center of anything, bro.
Go fuck off. No one's gonna care.
Well, I don't want to. If that's the option, I don't.
Which one do you want to do? Do you want to get?
Well, I don't want to fuck off
inside your own worldview.
Forcing me to choose.
Yeah, the only thing that happens.
Multiple choice bullshit.
Yeah, the only thing that happens inside your own worldview is that people just preach at you. So is that what you want or what you don't want? Yeah. Which one is it?
One thing I don't want is I hate people who fucking live life by multiple choices. If you life by multiple choices,
we'll just try to find some sort of expression to pin you down to some kind of idea that we can test. I
have an idea, experiment.
Dude. Okay, what do you want? Say exactly what you want.
Well, what do I want? Oh, shit. I want to be the man who fucking frees flat Earth.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Well, I know.
Because you're a bold-faced liar.
At least I dream big.
No one's going to believe a bold-faced liar.
No, they believe
real.
If
you wanted to do that, you'd have to start by being honest about your position to begin with.
Of course you're going to call me a liar. I'm against you, so why would you say that?
You confessed to it.
Okay, sure, buddy. Whatever you say, man.
For you. The article is like how to debate a flat earther. They said the first thing you do is you build trust. The proof for the globe requires extreme levels of trust in people and authority. So if you lie and if you deceive, you're going to destroy any credibility you have. So that's what you've done. You've destroyed your own credibility, and it's going to be a painful process to build it back again. There you go. There's a link. How to debate a flat earther. This is from the experts in the globe. The globe are telling you exactly what to do.
Yeah, I know, buddy.
Stop doing what you're doing. That's what they're telling you. You're doing it the wrong way.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Well, guess what, dude? I don't need a book.
Okay, well, good.
I write my own book. I write my own book.
Yeah,
I write my own book.
You're saying no thanks to the experts? I can use your logic.
There's experts on debating flat earthers. Come on, man.
They're the experts.
You're just talking out your ass, bro. You're talking out your asshole, dude. It stinks, bro. It stinks so bad. It's making me throw up, dude.
Well, there you go. Now you know why.
Yeah,
you got exactly what you wanted.
You literally think you're some like arrow guy, dude. Like,
okay, why do you care?
Made up these low level phils because you have sway over people. I don't like that.
So you don't like something that you're also part of.
Hey, I'm part of the fucking liberation.
Dude, you ain't part of shit.
The problem.
You're part of the deception.
Well, of course you're going to say that. Of course, I know the liars, the deception, the sleep. Man, I was calling sheep before you even been to the farm.
Yeah,
I left the farm a long time ago. Of course you wouldn't, because you're a fake fucking conspiracy guy. You're a fake truther.
Okay, so what?
You're just a fucking flat earth loon bin.
Why do you care?
Because your guys ruined conspiracy. You ruined everything.
So someone's doing something that has nothing to do with you, and you're all kind of worked up about that.
Yeah, it doesn't have nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with everything, dude. You just don't see it because you just have your fucking priorities and your own fucking what you want to do, your own plan, which is cool, man. You
Listen to this shit. Listen to this shit. This guy could be on the phone calling his senators or MPs. Oh, how come you're not helping the homeless? How come you're not letting nonviolent drug offenders out of jail? You could be doing so many different things. Yeah. Instead, you're in here bitching about Crit. You're hilarious, bro.
Because you're more of a threat than those guys, dude.
Look at that. A threat now.
Yeah.
You're hilarious. You know why you're so hilarious, brother?
Like
you know why you're so hilarious? Because I do all of those things I just mentioned and spend time in here to share the truth.
That's cool,
you do none of that shit.
Share
and
the
come
truth.
In and spread bullshit.
Yeah, share the truth. If you think it's flat or this flat, that's not truth. Why don't you guys ever go to Congress? Bring this up to Congress.
Why? Why would I care to do that?
Oh, I don't know exactly why. That's so telling, dude. That answer is just so telling. I don't think you think it doesn't do what you think it does.
Rob, you're starting to spaz out again. Relax.
Okay, yeah.
Why do you think I should do something you won't do yourself?
Earth is...
Because I'm not the one who thinks the Earth is strong. Why would I look at the Earth thing?
Yeah, why do you care if someone thinks something that you don't think?
I just go by what you guys tell me you believe.
Okay, who told you shit?
Okay. Oh, you've told me many times.
About what? What did I tell you about?
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, which is what? Adjective noun or noun noun?
No, I don't even know what you got.
See, you don't even know. You don't even know what's being discussed.
I don't know what you guys call it. I don't know what you guys call it.
It's the word adjective. What's an adjective? What does an adjective do?
What do you guys use it as?
No, what do you hear? This is about you. We're troubleshooting the Rob Noxious.
No, it's not about me. You guys don't want to flat earth.
You won't talk to Duffy, and you want to talk here, and you don't want to talk here at the same time.
How am I going to talk to Duffy? He's big time, dude. I'm a little guy. I'm a small.
Yeah, you could tell him like, hey, you can be like the liar.
How would I tell him? How do I even get a hold of him?
He could be the vice liar. He could be president liar, and you could be vice president liar.
I don't think the guy has a phone like Commissioner Gordon.
You could tell him, hey, I heard your Sermon on the Mount about how important it is to spread lies and deception.
Yeah.
And
that's not what he said, though.
Let me come teach you, my young Padawan, about the art of the lie.
Whatever.
And how you can spread the truth through nothing but lies.
Yeah, you already lost when you lie about it. You just make no sense, dude. And this isn't an interpretation. It's straight up lying. It's not about interpreting his words. That's why he only played a couple seconds of the clip. He didn't play the full clip. Will show you that.
And that's the best part. A lot of these anti-flat earthers think that religious people are telling lies. They're all in on it. So now you've got one in hand. You've got one in hand confessing that it's okay to lie.
I don't care. What does that have to do with the shape of the fucking planet, bro?
Because this is your boy who supposedly was going to take.
It's not my boy, dude. It's not my boy.
Yeah,
I don't know the guy.
That was your first comment. Hey, how come you don't get Duffy in here? He's a liar. That's why.
He's a liar about what?
Blatant. This is one of the rules in here. Blatant.
Okay. He wasn't lying about going to Antarctica. That's for sure. That's how I'm worried.
He didn't
lie about that. He didn't lie about going to Antarctica. That's all.
Yeah. So why would it care if he goes to Antarctica or not?
Yeah, I guess I'm saying you're trying to run so bad.
Yeah. What does that matter? He went to Antarctica
because it proves the shape of the Earth. Because it proves the shape of the planet.
How does going someplace?
Celestial observation. The sun's not setting.
Okay, that's the sky.
Hold on, because at the same time, in the North Pole it was dark. Remember that?
How about the ground?
I'm sorry, Crit. Remember, Crit. At the same time, it was dark in the North Pole. It was dark in the North Pole.
The sky. What about the ground?
Yeah, sky proves the fucking shape of the planet, buddy.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So flat's the shape. Flat's back to its shape now.
I don't know what do you guys
What's the word flat? The word flat.
I use a globe. Flat can mean a lot of different things.
You can do whatever you want to do. No one cares, Rob. You could right now. You could fuck off and never come back.
It's a globe.
No one would care.
Yeah, you guys would be happy though. I wouldn't like that.
What you think? I wouldn't matter at all.
I know you would be
doing math, dude, before you come in this chat.
What?
I said I'd be happy if you quit doing meth before you came in the chat, dude. You're fucking hyped up, dude. Chill.
Hell yeah, I like that. No, don't do meth, man. Don't do meth. This is me naturally.
So instead of going and living your life, you'd rather come in here and try to piss us off. Interesting.
Yeah, but he can't do it because we know that he's lying. Why would
these guys are pissed? No, Crit, you're not pissed, but these guys are pissed. They want to tear me apart. If I was a dog, dude, they'd be tearing me apart.
Dude, no one's gonna care one way or the other.
Why do you care if we share your delusion, dude? Why do you even care?
Because Crit cares about time and creating content. So I understand.
I want to know why you care.
But these guys, whatever.
Why do you care?
Because man, I think it's a detriment to society and civilization to have ignorant people just procreating and walking the earth every day doing earthly things.
Well, you atheists don't procreate, so you don't even have skin in the game. So what are you?
I have created twice, so I'm good on that aspect. Yeah.
Dude, juicing against the wall, the bathroom shower isn't procreating.
Oh, I know. Well, he's one that grew legs, so pretty sure they're.
You got kids? You got children?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Yeah. So the answer is no.
I learned my lesson about telling people too much stuff.
And that's the thing. They want to tell all the theists that are procreating and will have children and will continue on what to do, even though they ain't going to be around and they're not going to have any kids that are going to be around. That's fucking crazy. You're just a bunch of fucking narcissists, self-absorbed assholes.
That has nothing to do with that at all. That makes no sense. Hello. Nothing want to do. The bottom line is people just, like I said, you want to live in idiocracy? You want to live in idiocracy? That was a movie. It's not supposed to be a documentary.
Hold on. There's a new visitor in the room.
He called us an idiot, and he said you can prove the shape of the Earth with the sky, which is impossible because it's an inductive inference, and you can't prove things with inductive inferences, which means you're a retard.
Yeah, sorry to interject, gentlemen. There was a young lady that entered the room. I think she wants to ask something. If Rob Noxious could keep his mouth shut for a second, please. Young lady, you said hello. Go ahead. Oh, maybe she's shy, guys. The argument kept going. Nobody heard her. Sorry. Go ahead, I guess.
Yeah.
Rob Noxious, you're a douche.
Thank you.
I just want to know how looking at not the thing proves the thing, dude. So I'm going to look at not the Earth to prove the Earth. Tell us how that works exactly.
Oh, and
yes, now we're going to learn how that works.
And now,
is that my cue? I'm sorry. Is that my cue? I'm sorry. I'm up.
Yeah, that's your cue. Your cue is to tell us how you prove the thing by looking at not the thing.
Yeah. So the thing in the sky, which we call the sun. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Not the thing.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I'm gonna go through it. I don't want to be interrupted. Let's get through it quick, man. It'll be like maybe a minute. So the bottom line is this: if the sun is doing something above your head, and you're in a place on Earth, okay, and it does this around your head, it does a 360 around your head. The only shape you can project that on and explain it while still having sun in places like South Africa, Michigan, where I'm at, even far up as anywhere south of the 60-degree north line, they will have sun too. So the whole side of the planet, including Antarctica, because it's got 24 hours sun, has to be able to be explained on a model. We can do that in my garage and explain it simply on a flat 2D map that you guys claim to have, the AE or whatever you want to bring up, whatever one you bring up. You can never show me that sun going around Union Glacier and have sun anywhere else. So therefore, it's just over, dude.
Okay, so are you done? So no map in existence shows the path of the sun. None. So it's not even possible. No one does it, but somehow the Gleason's map has to do it. I don't even know why. I mean, whip up a Mercator map. Show me the path of the sun on a Mercator map. You can't, because it's stupid to even talk about it. Secondly, you said, hey, you can do this with a globe. Well, how come they don't use the globe to predict the 24-hour sun in the first place? Can you tell us that one? So Duffy and you guys, you clowns, did not check to say, hey, how do we predict the 24-hour sun in the first place? Well, they don't use a globe, dude. They use something called the equation of time, which has nothing to do with the surface, has to only do with the observer and where the sun is and what time of year it is, where the sun is relative to the celestial equator. That's it. It doesn't matter what you're on. So how it proves anything is beyond me, because you don't even have a model that actually predicts it.
Well, I do, and I can even in my
you don't. I just told you.
Okay, hold on. Well, let me reply.
I want you to post. No. You just claimed you did. I want you to post.
I just posted one. I just did. I'm already ahead of you, bro. Just relax. You call me spazzed out. Are you smoking meth? Did you get in my stash? Did you get in my stash? Stay out of my meth. You promise?
What is that? What is that?
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. What is it? What is it in chat? Looks like a model of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica around the globe to me. That's what it looks like to me.
So
maybe my eyes are broken. Are my eyes broken?
Yeah, no. Your brain is broken. How did they predict that? What was the mathematics they? What was the mathematics they used?
Oh, I don't know. Gotta go look it up.
Was there a globe? I'm asking. Was there a globe in the mathematics? Yes or no?
Yeah, there's a globe on the screen. Yep.
No, in the mathematics from which they predicted this.
It's not a prediction.
It's not a prediction. Then what are we doing here?
That's not a prediction. That's showing you exactly what. That's showing you what it did. It didn't predict it. It's showing you a working model of what it does. It's not predicted. It happens.
A model of how was the model created from what?
By our globe. You take a globe and you shine light at it and say, "Oh, well, how's the light shining here in fucking Newfoundland and shining all the way down in Antarctica?" Okay, well let's triangulate and calculate the sunlight and the rays coming from the sun onto the face of the planet and a tilted.
So there you go.
How you gonna calculate something when you don't even know how to fucking use a calculator?
Dude,
you don't even know how to use a calculator. This guy's talking about calculations, dude.
Listen, retard. That's just an animation. I can make an animation of anything, dude.
It's just an animation. Okay, then make one. Then make one that shows me 24 hours of Glacier.
Wow,
it's already been done.
Exactly. You can't do it.
Did that shit months and months ago.
Who?
Brian Lenke.
Oh my God, are you serious, dude?
Well, you said make an animation. Anybody can make an animation that shows anything you fucking want.
A working one that works. You can't. I can draw a unicorn. It doesn't make it real.
Yeah, exactly. So this animation doesn't mean anything because this animation wasn't made from anything. So the data, if they used any data, the model they used was not a globe model. Fucktard.
It's observable data. You can call a guy in Newfoundland, and it'll be light the same time as it's light in Antarctica south of them. So how you can explain that on a fucking flat Earth? At the same time, have Australia and some.
Yeah, you're trying to run away from the fact that this is not even a globe prediction. What you just showed.
It's not a prediction. It's a model of what happens in reality.
Okay, nobody made the measurements of those locations, so just stop, dude.
Are you out of your mind? They measured everything. They know how to measure things.
They measured all the spots on that animation. The entire Terminator. Shut up, dude.
Yes. You can. They know where the sun goes. They know where the light hits the Earth. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We know where the light hits the Earth.
Entire Terminator line, dude. You're a retard, dude. This is epic.
Okay, sure, buddy. Sure. They know where the light hits the Earth. They know where the light hits the Earth, dude.
Yeah, you want to know how they know? Want to know how they know? Want to know how they know? They have something called the equation of time, and there's no globe in it.
Cool, buddy.
So when you go to time and date, when you go to time and date or SunCalc, that's what they use. U.S. Naval Observatory, that's what it uses. It doesn't use the globe. You just think it does because you're a fucking fundy zealot.
I know, fundy zealot. Dude, you believe the Earth is flat, dude. You'll never have any credibility anywhere in life. No one. You guys are like lepers, dude. You act like you guys are so far above people.
Relax, bro.
We don't believe. He's insulting me, dude. He's insulting me.
Relax.
No.
Okay.
You're a fundy zealot, dude. You think because you have an idea in your head,
dude.
Yeah, you freaking out. Number one, you are. Number two, you think this is why you're a fundy zealot because you think all predictions involve a globe when they don't. There's no globe.
What are you talking about? You can't make one prediction of anything. You can't make one prediction. You never made a prediction in your life. You never done any astronomy or astrology or anything like that.
I predicted
You're just making it up. You're just talking about it.
Who the fuck does
anything?
Astrology?
I don't know. Do something. Astrology? You've never done anything. You're just recanting what you heard someone else say.
What's your sign, bro?
Yeah, does astrology measure the Earth?
I was told earlier, dude.
What a fucking retard.
Rob,
Zodiac signs and calendars.
Earth.
Zodiac signs and calendars. I was told that earlier. So again,
you're the one
you guys are in the same room and not even on the same page, and yet you want people to believe you.
Rob, which way is Earth? Is Earth up or down?
No, so no one asked anybody to believe us. And you say I done nothing. I've gone out and done my own observations. So you're talking like you're the one who lives on a computer screen, not me.
Okay. I have a boat, bro. I've been on the Great Lakes. I live on Lake fucking Huron and Lake Michigan. I go to the Great Lakes. I've been out boats so far you can't see land.
All that flat water. Yeah, we know.
It's not flat water, dude.
Yeah, fucking bullshit. So tell us how they measured all the spots on that cartoon once again to predict things.
This guy thinks if he goes to the middle of the lake and he can't see land, he's on the top of the ball, on the top of the hump of the water.
No, the fact that you guys
you're hilarious. You're hilarious, man.
No, you guys think the Earth's so small that that there is a hump or a top out there. That's what I'm saying. Your brains can't comprehend.
No, that's what
we think that. We think that. Are you serious, Rob?
Yes.
You guys keep telling us the boat's disappearing bottom up because it's going over the curve. Complete that circle, dipshit.
Exactly, because you're not understanding perspective and how far you're really seeing what you're seeing.
There is no perspective on your globe.
Shut the fuck up.
There's no perspective on your globe. This is what I'm saying. You guys are going against all science that's already been established. You have no idea.
Category error. Category error. Category error. You just call it globe science. Category error. Category error. You just call it globe science. You're fucking retarded. You're fucking retarded.
Globe science. There's no globe science. There's no such thing as globe science. It's a catchphrase.
No, it's correct.
Okay, it's a catchphrase now. That's excellent. Fucking A.
Yeah, it is. It makes no sense. Globe science is science. It doesn't care if you're a globe, a square, a fucking queer, whatever the fuck you want to be.
You would have had to fucking measure that, right? So if it's a fucking ball, dude, you can't see. Oh, yeah, you
measured
deny fucking science, right? You can't come at us like we deny fucking science because we're like Earth is not a fucking shape. You fucking
Earth's
idiot.
been measured for like 2,000 years.
Who measured it, Numpy?
Oh, come on, man. We're not going to go back to 2016, 17 bullshit, dude. You know
who measured it, Numpty?
Same arguments every day. Don't you guys see what you guys do every day? The same arguments.
Yeah, same arguments that you can't defeat. Same fucking arguments that you can't
We're arguing about we're arguing about Aristophanes and shit again. This is crazy.
No, you're the one who brought him up like he did something, but you can't even defend it. None of you guys can defend it. It's been measured for 2,000 years. Okay, defend it. You can't.
Yeah, we've already defended it. It's been proven. It's been repeatable. We repeat it every year. Tons of people do. Everybody. People with educations in lives.
Just nebulous magic science guy does it, right?
No, it doesn't take a magic. It doesn't take a wizard. You don't need a cane or a spell. You can get together with your friend. And now with technology, it's even easier because you can have a guy who lives in Michigan call a guy in Atlanta. He puts his stick in the ground. You put your stick in the ground in a field, high noon. Hey, I measured this. What'd you measure up there in Detroit? I measured this. Thanks a lot, dude. Now we have information. That's about as easy as you're going to get, but you guys will never do that.
But then what? But then what? You're going to put it into a formula, right?
That's what I do. Then I won't go to
and then what? So the thing you're trying to hide is your presuppositions. That's what you're trying to hide.
Presupposition. You don't know what that word means. You just
the presupposition is that the rays are striking parallel, and that the sun is fucking at near infinite distance away, dude.
Okay, that's been proven too.
Presupposition.
The sun's infinite distance away. You just say these words that like you heard. You try to put them together. It sounds like better than the next guy.
No, it's in the listen. You just quoted science. It's in the peer-reviewed literature that it's a presupposition that Eratosthenes.
And who's peer reviewed?
The University of Illinois Urbane. I'll post it in the chat. I know you won't read it, but I'll post it in the chat.
I love it. You guys really think you're smart?
Yeah. You're so cope, dude. Cope. Talk about us with your cope, dude. So it's well known that Eratosthenes had presuppositions. You know how we know? Because the Chinese, they presuppose the Earth was flat, and they come up with different values at the same time in the same year.
Wow.
Weird, huh?
No, it's not weird. It's not true.
They have fragments of Chinese. They call them the Chinese Eratosthenes of the flat Earth.
I know.
Listen to that cope. He said, no, it's just not true.
So you can sit here and say it's been measured flat for 2,000 years. Why don't we get to say that?
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you? But it's not true.
Because that measurement is inconclusive. It supports multiple.
Okay, then do it. Then do the Chinese one. Then do the Chinese measurement.
Because there's underlying presuppositions that you can't prove.
Oh my God.
So the measurement is inconclusive. But you guys are such zealots. You'll take even inconclusive evidence as proof.
Cool. So when are you going to do the Chinese measurement? Why don't you do that one? Can you do it? Can you do the Chinese measurement and prove it? Because we can do the Eratosthenes one.
Yeah, so I'll post a video in the chat, dude, where do prove the sphere is a table.
No, I want you to prove through the Chinese Eratosthenes experiment how there's flat. I mean, that's a real simple thing. No, I can show you right now that over 78,000 kids, over 78,000. I'm not presupposing anything.
Yes, word. You are.
You sound silly, man.
You are.
You're the one. You literally stated that the Chinese Eratosthenes measures a flat Earth. Show me the fucking Chinese Eratosthenes, and then just recreate it. Recreate it. You can't do it.
Okay, dude. You have to presuppose the surface the sticks are on. Yes or no?
No, you don't have to presuppose anything. The numbers you get at the end are going to be the numbers you get.
So check this out. We got two sticks. The sticks are 1 meter tall. I measured the shadow length on the two sticks. They're 1,000 kilometers apart. Now what? What do I do next? I got my measurements. Now what do I do?
You tell me. You're the one. You're the one that you said.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're a retard, dude.
No, let me answer. Let me fucking answer. You're the one that said Eratosthenes is wrong. Why are you telling me how to do it? Why are you asking me how to do it? You're the one that said he's wrong. You should know.
I didn't say he's wrong. That's a straw man. I said his result is inconclusive.
Inconclusive. It's been repeated for thousands of years.
No, the presupposition, dude. That's an underlying assumption.
There's no presupposition, dude. It works.
Then what do I do after I measure the sticks?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I got my height of my stick. I got the fucking length of the shadow. Now I calculate the angle of the shadow. I know the distance between the sticks. Now what? What do I plug those numbers into?
You know damn well what you got to plug them into, bro.
No, yeah, exactly. You presuppose flat or a sphere. Yeah, I know exactly what you do.
Oh, flat or sphere. Wow, okay.
No, you or flat or sphere. You presuppose the surface the sticks are on. You presuppose
even if we did presuppose it, but even if we did presuppose it, and we came out, let's say we did flat Earth work first. We presuppose a flat Earth. Oh, it didn't work. We presuppose a globe. Oh, it works.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't matter what you presuppose.
How can it not work?
Because it doesn't work. If you do Eratosthenes with more than if you do Eratosthenes at a certain distance, it will not work on a flat plane.
Okay, what distance does it stop working? How many sticks does it stop working at?
No, the further you get, the better. But I'm saying you can replicate it.
The further you get, it's better.
Because if you're only a couple miles away, a couple miles away, you're not far enough. You can get inconclusive results that would work on a flat plane. See, we don't lie. We tell the truth. You can make it work on a flat Earth, flat Earth bullshit, but as soon as you spread them out or add a third column or a third stick, it destroys it because it proves that the fucking sun rays are coming down at the angle they're coming. You can't fucking get away from it. Undeniable.
How far?
How far what?
How far do the sticks got to be away until it disproves a flat Earth?
Oh, like, what was it, like 25 or something percent? So you can go 700 miles.
I want the distance
from here to Atlanta. 700 miles works.
You just like throwing shit against the wall, aren't you?
Well, you asked me for a number. I gave you a number. They say I'm throwing shit.
Yeah, well, you made a claim. You said, "Hey, this is."
Sorry, I'm fast. I should have thought about it. If I thought about it, I'd be stupid though.
It's an actual prediction, right? So you're predicting if the Earth.
It's not a prediction. It's fact.
Okay, so post the fact, dude. Really, you that's why I'm asking you for the numbers, how far. But you're claiming it's a fact, which implies someone actually did it, which they didn't.
Yeah.
You're just talking out your ass, dude.
Okay, so by now. Okay, so yeah, so by now,
dude.
I know, but I'm going to answer your question right now. I know what you're. I'm going to say by now you have been in this long enough to see hundreds, if not thousands, of Eratosthenes experiments replicated in the real world.
No.
Oh, then you did. No. Then you are a cultist. Then you are a cultist, man. You're not even trying to find the truth.
You said thousands. You said thousands.
You want other people to find the truth for you and then fucking preach to you about the truth. That's your problem. You're a follower.
You said thousands. Post 3 in the chat. 3.
You're just a follower, dude.
3.
You're just a rage, bro.
Just 3, dude. Just 3.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen 2. So post 3.
I know, because 3 will make it. No, I want 4. Maybe lucky 5. There's nothing. No amount of evidence is going to change your mind.
Yeah,
you have to change your mind.
Go harder. You just lied and you know it. Thousands. You just made that shit up, dude.
Okay, sure.
You literally just made it up.
Well, if I did, I'm good.
And even the ones that were done, no one ever did the calculation to whether they're on the flat Earth or not. No one ever did that. Okay. So you're still talking out your ass doubly so.
Well, science is always about disproving things, so that's how you figure out what's correct. So they disprove the flat Earth, and that helped to prove the globe. That's how it works.
You can't tell me how it disproved the flat Earth. That's really funny.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. So what's the point? I tried you all the time.
You can't tell me because there's no information in your skull to tell me.
Is it that, or is it because you don't want to hear it? Is it that I'm not telling you?
You're telling me what you believe to be true, but you don't have any evidence that it is
I
true.
Don't work on beliefs. I told you at the beginning. I don't believe in Jehovah. I don't believe in Buddha. I don't believe in anything like that.
So post your data.
I believe on real life people doing shit and getting shit done. That's how you prove it to me.
So
we know lies and deception are okay. We got you.
I know. Hollywood blue screens and shit.
You don't go on beliefs. Post the facts. Put them in the chat. You're not making it up, dude. It actually happened in real life. Go post it in the chat, dude. You said there's thousands. I asked for 3. You should easily be able to do that. You also said they calculated for a flat Earth. You also made the prediction that it would be impossible on a flat Earth, but you can't substantiate what the actual prediction would be on how far apart the sticks would have to be to it would falsify a flat Earth. So, you're just talking out your ass. You're just
Actually, I heard you said it. Actually, I did exactly that. You didn't listen to me. I said 700 miles apart. The experiment will work perfectly. You can do it.
What's that
That's like Detroit to Atlanta. That's based on people who have done it at that distance.
Okay, what was the difference between the flat Earth value, the expected flat Earth value, and the measured value? Yeah, talking out your ass, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah,
like seriously.
I know. I'm talking about my ass.
You're a compulsive liar, dude.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you're gonna say that.
No, you demonstrated it. You're not
compulsive. You're actually a pathological. You're a pathological.
So your response is no, you. I know you are, but what am I? Anything else in your bag of tricks?
I learned from the best.
Shut up. What a waste. Anybody want to know what a globe zealot looks like and sounds like? That's it, right there.
Yep, that's it. Perfect example.
Literally just making shit up, one after the other after the other. Thinks what he believes to be true is true and was done in real life because he believes it a lot. Like the more you believe it, the more real it is.
Yep, Dunning-Kruger.
So what do you do? And then what? And then what do you do? Oh, that was great.
Dude, I just only came in here to listen too, man. So I'm like mobile and I'm like, I'm just going to listen. I'm bored. And I heard that wanker.
Our Euclidean trigonometry man is here, and he's an even bigger wanker, if you ask me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's less than useless.
Aww. I mean, he's come up with some good globe proofs. What can I say?
I think Fat Man Can is still triggered that he wasn't able to ban me that one day.
It's true, Flatman.
Oh, he ended up banned. It just wasn't that day.
Did I?
He's been banned a lot, so.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to know.
Yeah, the boys are back in town.
What's up, Brett?
Hello, Brett. I was defending you earlier in Gem Pandas, by the way. I was defending you.
Dude, they are so conspiratard. They'll use that now as part of the conspiracy. Like somehow, like there's all these recordings out there. I've recorded people without their consent on the server that's live streamed, for fuck's sake. And people are using these videos out of context to spread flat earth lies. Where? Who? When? Like, what YouTube channel? Where? Like, holy shit, dude. Like, how? Like, how do they get there? Like, what happened to the mind that would cause someone to go that far cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
You should just hit them with the use any answer you want.
That's what they're doing. They're not listening. They're not. You can tell them I'm not recording, and that's proof that you are recording. Because you're a liar. Okay, so I am recording. Well, that's proof you're recording too. I remain silent. I'm not giving you any answer at all. That's proof you're recording too.
Wait, is Gem Panda's server not is that not live streamed?
Yeah, it's live streamed.
And they're having hissy fit over people recording?
No proof, yeah. Like, no proof that I recorded. Because they declared.
I think you're unbanned though now.
Yeah,
You're just gaslighting you, Crit, dude.
They said I was unbanned, but I went to join, I was still banned. Then they said, oh, they put a ticket in to get me unbanned. Only Gem could unban me. Then I messaged Gem, I go, am I unbanned? And then he just blocked me. So I'm like, huh? Like, what the fuck?
Crit is too powerful for Gem Panda.
No, I told them exactly what I was going to do. Gem met months ago. Gem messaged me. He said, you need to I'm paraphrasing. He's going, but you need to change what you're doing. I go, what am I doing? You're purposely triggering people and purposely, causing them to get angry. I go, how? How am I doing that? No answer given. I go, dude, I don't engage with people. I wait for them to tag me or ping me. I'm not out there asking people questions. I'm just in the server. I post the news. If someone responds to me, I talk to them. I go, I'm not out. They're talking to me. And if they don't want to talk to me, they can just not talk to me. He goes, yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to work for us. That's going to be, that's whatever, right? I go, fine. This is what I'll do. I'm not going to do anything at all. I'll sit in the server. I won't post anything. I won't say anything. I won't respond to anybody. Be completely AFK. I said, on the flat earth, this will still be triggering. Doing nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. And then every once in a while, I would be disconnected or I would get kicked and I would rejoin and whatnot. So I said to him, hey, what's going on? He goes well, I'm not going to talk to you because I got relatives over. I take your bullshit elsewhere. I'm like, fine, whatever. So then I just, kept going, joining the server, going AFK. And then one day I'm banned. I'm like, what happened? Oh, yeah, since you're recording and that's against the server rules. I'm like, really? Why? Why is that against the server rules? Does anyone know? Would it be against the server rules to record?
I can look at the server rules and see.
I don't think I've ever read server rules anywhere ever.
Yeah, well, I mean, the channel is the server is live streamed. So would it be against the server rules to post a live stream? Or to record, even to record a live stream? This goes back to that. There used to be a guy called the Retard of Gems, who was.
It looks like the third rule says.
They added.
Yeah, it says it looks like all recorded content remains the property of the server owner. Recording and rebroadcast is strictly by permission of the server owner only.
Okay, did I rebroadcast anything? Say if I did record, they just wave a magic wand. Where's the recordings?
And it looks like this was uploaded last month on the 22nd. So it's
after
very
they
recent.
banned me. They retroactively banned me for a rule they just made up.
Yeah.
So that's the best part because there was a guy on there that was an anti-flat earther called the Retard of Gems. And what he was doing was he was recording people on Gems, then showing hey, look at these retards. This is why there's flat earthers, because there's a bunch of flat earthers, anti-flat earthers who are even more retarded than flat earthers are. They're his whole thing was, look how retarded these flat earthers are. And then calling them, basically, calling the people of Gems like a flat earth server. And then Gem got really pissed about that, because he wanted it to be kind of a safe space for globalist event and act retarded for whatever reason. And then that was me. That was me. They're dead set. That was me. And I'm like, how? How is it me? And they finally figured out who it was. And they're like, oh, no, it's not Crit after all. But they didn't really change. They really didn't change their perception or their claims. They just doubled down. Well, it's got to be Crit anyway, even though it's not Crit, because reasons. You're like, yeah, whatever, dude. See, you can't deal with someone completely irrational. Like they're so irrational and so illogical that I told them, I go, I'm going to be on this server and I'll tell the story. You want flat earthers to come to your server? I'll tell them exactly what to expect. Completely unhinged, irrational behavior makes wide, vacuous claims without any form or function. That's what to expect. And then they'll just ban you and mute you without any reason. Just make it up. They'll just make it up.
Correct. The Gem Panda server is a honeypot. That's why the title is Flat Earth Debate and more.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's a honeypot for, like, I search Flat Earth on Google, Flat Earth Discord. And this is back in the day when they created it, right? Now, we probably, like, the 24/7 probably comes up now. But back in the day, they would come up, right? And then you have a Flat Earth, they're like, oh, check this out, this Flat Earth server. And then you end up with a bunch of fucking psycho Glovers. Right? So we had a kid one time come into the VC over in 24/7. He was 19 years old. He didn't know anything about Flat Earth. He was like from Turkey or something. He went over there and he thought it was a Flat Earth server. And they abused him so bad when he got into our server, the kid was literally crying, not figuratively, crying. They like fucking fucked with him hard. So point being is that, I mean, maybe it's a safe space now, but it wasn't created for that purpose. It was created to fucking abuse people. It was created as like a torture chamber for fucking, Flat Earth, don't even think about it. And we're going to torture you if you even fucking think about it. And if you're in there, people like you, right? Like being reasonable, knowing how those guys act, they can't do their fucking dogpiling on people.
By a safe space for them. They need some spot where they can just spaz out over Flat Earth, where they're not challenged, where they can't be challenged. Like their worldview, they think they have the superior moral worldview, and they decide who's right and who's wrong.
Dude, I last time I was in there, never going there again. I had 2 people trying to dox me. This is all in the same chat. I'm the only one in the chat. 2 of them were trying to dox me, asking questions like about me personally, like where I live and like what I do for a job and like if I have like all this shit for personal information. Then I'm like debating 3 of them at the same time, and then 5 of them are just like nonstop insulting me, calling me stupid, calling me retarded, don't procreate, all that crap. So I got 8 people in the chat just basically like abusing me nonstop. I was trying to debate the 3. I still did, and I was like ignoring the rest of them. But I'm just saying is like, say you're new, like I'm jaded, so I'm not new to the topic. Imagine like a newbie, like a newbie flat earther that's just like curious, just goes in there and they encounter that, dude. It's gonna be fucking traumatizing. And that was their MO back in the day, was to just like abuse flat earthers so that like they would go, hey, fuck, dude, I don't want nothing to do with this topic, man. This is savage, right?
Yeah, that's the way they get. That's their version of debate. Like you look at the upside down clown world. In
they
their
don't want there to be a debate. Well, they don't want there to be a debate. They don't want this topic discussed at all.
It happened to me when
They want it to vanish, disappear, go away.
It happened to me,
so,
like you just said it, because I got to that server the first time as being a server for Flat Earth. And there was the guy with like Chris in his picture, Demon Xant and something like that. There was Rob Noxious, and there was another guy with the mountain and the shadow of the mountain on the clouds. He's known to come here sometimes to argue with the guys. And they tried that to block me and stop me from posting evidences and talking or arguing in the text chat too. They didn't even try to argue with me, but they wanted to just mute me and start yelling, and no one will understand anything. No one will hear me or hear them. When I went to the text chat, there was some 3 or 4 people there. Every time you post anything, they will just post a response telling you, thank you for proving the globe. What the heck? The same exact response they post it every time when you post anything in the site in their text chat.
Yes, this shows that their worldview is deeply illogical, deeply contradictory. They make a server to discuss a topic that they don't want to discuss. That alone should be enough for them to snap out of it. Do you realize you made a server called Debate Flat Earth and More, and all you do is talk about Flat Earth as your only proof it shouldn't be talked about, and you want to debate, but you never make a claim at all? Like, you couldn't get more contradictory if they tried. They said, how about this? Can you show me a bigger contradiction than that?
Yeah, they do it in theological circles too. Atheists running up in Christian rooms, saving the world from Christianity. So hilarious. It's the same thing as Globies running up in Flat Earth.
You're not Heretic. Well, I don't know why you've got his name.
What? Dude, I've been on this server a lot longer than him. Okay, I was here first. Check the date. And my heretic is spelled right, just for the record.
Yeah, there's multiple heretics on multiple different servers. Get over it, Brett. What the fuck's wrong with you? Get triggered over a user nick. What the hell?
Yeah, well, I was expecting Heretic's voice, and then, it was very disappointing that it was someone else's.
Ooh,
well, there it is. Your expectations are fucked up.
I found a sippy cup once, and I was like, ooh, bam, orange juice. And I grabbed it and I started drinking it. It wasn't orange juice, bro. It was Lipton friggin' chicken broth. Scared the piss out of me. Anyway, as I was saying, I think it's very strange that Globies would be running up in an environment that they think is ridiculous and not worth their time, but then dedicating every moment of their blood, sweat, and tears to it. I think it's strange.
It is quite odd, too, that they could use their globe model to explain the disagreement, but they can't do that either.
What model, please?
Yeah, they can't present a model of any kind.
Well, in their conceptual, not the functionally normal conceptual model, like in their worldview, like a picture or a map or whatever.
What the heck are you talking about, Craig? Just model for me a sphere with the 4-dimensional shit around it, please. I want to see a model of that, just in my mind. I want to imagine a sphere with some 4-dimensional shit around it.
Google that real quick for you.
Yeah, I want to see a model of a 3-dimensional thing.
Yeah, I'll go Google that for you. I'll get right on that.
Hello, Necros.
Google can see 4-dimensional objects. Bizarre.
Said hi, Necros.
I don't get why space-time is such like a contentious thing. Like, it doesn't even have anything to do with like heliocentrism generally, like in the sense that you don't have to have a heliocentric model for space-time.
Yeah, how about this? If I look in my backyard, can I see my front yard?
No.
So if I've got a 2 cars parked in my front yard, will I see them by looking in my backyard?
Probably not. No.
But yeah, you can see Mercury and Venus in your backyard?
And
you can't see a problem with that?
No. I actually did the thing you were talking about. I used Space Engine which uses like heliocentric model with how the moon and the sun like move through the solar system and the Earth. And I predicted a time where there would be a near full moon. It was like 98% full. And it was around. Yeah.
You picked a crescent moon at night. You showed Venus and Mercury at night.
I was asked. You asked me for like a moon. I mean, I can.
Well, the moon one's it's easy to do, just easy to demonstrate. This is not possible. Then you got Mercury and Venus just slam dunks it.
But I did it with the model.
You had Venus, and like Neptune and Saturn, all in the sky at the same time. Not possible, dude.
Why not?
Those are your backyard and your front yard.
You realize that if they're in front of you, like if Venus is in front of the Earth in relation to the Sun, and
so which way would you see the Sun or not?
And the outer planets, just in relation to where like Venus is in the Sun.
Which way is that?
Towards the inner solar system.
So you're looking towards the Sun or away from the Sun?
Towards the Sun.
And that would be daytime or nighttime?
I'm saying towards the Sun as in where like the bodies are like moving around. Like we're not talking about
if you're looking towards the sun. Is that daytime or nighttime?
We're not talking about physically looking at the Sun. We're talking about in relation to where the planets are.
So if you're looking at Venus, is that towards the Sun or away from the Sun?
Is Venus towards the Sun? No. What? I'm talking about where they are in relation to each other, not where they are physically like in the sky, man.
Yeah, would Venus ever be behind you? Or would Venus always be in front?
Well, the Earth rotates, so this is why like I'm trying to explain one like frame of reference to you, but you keep on confusing with other things.
Okay, no, he's not. Which direction do you see Venus?
What is this even supposed to mean? I don't get it.
Front, forward, backward, very simple. It's a very simple question.
Which direction do you see Venus? What is that supposed to mean?
Which direction do you see Venus? Yeah. Just follow along. It's very simple. Which direction do you see Venus rising, or which direction do you see Venus?
Just completely broken question. Does not follow.
You just can't answer.
Yeah, this is why you guys should never invoke the sky to begin with. As soon as you start talking about the sky, now you have egg on your face because you should have used all the observations of the sky.
No, Venus isn't always directly between the Earth and the Sun. Like they orbit, they go around. So at certain times of the year, it's not directly between the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't orbit anything. So when it's becoming nighttime, it's dusk, and the sun is already set. What direction do you see Venus?
Where am I? Like
you're in North America.
What time of the year?
Yeah, there's so many variables.
You don't even realize how retarded your question.
Right now, this time of the year.
Right now, this time of year, you'll have to go on time of day.
In North America, yeah.
What latitude and longitude? Doesn't matter.
Whatever.
It's going to change.
North America. Doesn't matter anywhere on North America.
Really? North America is about 4,500 kilometers long, so I'm pretty sure it would matter where you are.
So just tell me what direction.
Your question is broken.
Okay, just where are you? Where are you?
Make a better question.
Generally speaking, where are you? Within like 1,000 mile radius, where are you?
Pennsylvania.
Okay, great. So what direction after sunset do you see Venus from Pennsylvania?
What direction do I see it? From where?
From where you're at, Pennsylvania.
I would have to look it up on time and date.
No one knows this off the top of their head.
You don't look up at the sky? You don't look up at the night sky very much?
The answer is 13.7 degrees at the moment in this current time.
Yeah, what direction?
Inclination of 10 degrees.
What
I'm
direction
reading this, by the way, off
what direction from Pennsylvania?
I mean, this is from Greenwich Mean Time, UK.
He can't answer the question, so I'll answer for him. So I'm in California, and after the sun is set, you see Venus in the night sky. Here's the thing you couldn't answer. What direction? West. And you see it lighting up. I'm looking at it.
Oh, you're talking like east and west. Right, okay.
I'm looking west. The sun's already set. So where is the sun in relationship to Venus then?
you're looking at Venus from like further away from where Venus is, right? So you're going to have like it can be illuminated without you seeing the sun as well.
No, but you're saying it's to the west because that's towards the direction of the sun. Is that your point? Because that's where the sun's set to the west, so Venus is over in that direction, which is what you would expect.
Just figure it out. It's not possible on your globe.
But it is. Like you can look at models of this.
It's not. Yeah, show us the model.
All right. Buy space engine on Steam. I don't know.
Models. That's your evidence. It's reality because models, dude.
Do you want me to stream Space Engine for you and show you on there exactly how this works?
No,
dude,
flat Earth.
That is a model. That's literally a simulation.
No, you're mistaken. Okay, so it's not a simulation, a dynamic simulation of forces. They just download JPL's freaking ephemeris or another ephemeris, and they just load it into the program. That's it. And those models that they use, JPL and all those are kinematic models where there's no forces or anything like that in it. So there's like tons of models to predict what we're going to see in the sky. It's not exclusive to the heliocentric model.
We were specifically asked questions about the heliocentric model.
Well,
so that's
no,
why
I think it was specifically that it wasn't saying that it's true because the model says so. I think it was to say that the other guy said it's not possible on a globe, and so if you can simulate it, then it becomes possible.
Yes, it's not a question of whether it's a accurate model or reality or whatever, if the Earth is a globe or not. It was just a question about the heliocentric model and if it works in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, which it does. I think we've established.
Well, from what I heard, their contention was, how can the sun be illuminating Venus if the sun is in front of Venus, basically?
Well, no, the sun wouldn't be.
It's either Venus is going to be beside or in front or in back of the sun. It's behind it, you're not going to be able to see it. If it's right in front of it, you just either see a transit, but you're not going to see. You're going to be on the shadow side, so you're not going to see it illuminated. So that was the question.
Right. So it would illuminate enough of Venus where you can still see it, though.
And it would illuminate in the direction you're looking if the sun's behind it.
No, but the sun isn't directly behind it. The sun's at an angle to it. It rotates around the sun.
How do you know this?
Well, from these models.
You've rotated this. The moon, the Earth is supposedly rotated away from the sun,
well, and the sun doesn't go away.
So the sun is on the opposite side of Venus.
All right. So let's imagine. I mean, we've all got taught this model in like.
Oh, now we're gonna go with imagine.
Yeah, but I mean, because if you can imagine how this works with this model, then surely you can understand.
Why don't you just show the model where you don't have? Show me the model where you don't have to imagine it.
What, you want me to take you into space?
No, I want the model you're supposedly using that I don't have to imagine. The model will predict it exactly.
Okay, so I mean the thing is, you asked me to show you a model. We're in voice chat, so like I can. Do you want me to?
Yeah, so just drop drop the model. Just drop the model in the side chat. Yeah, you must have a model. Yeah, you keep claiming a model. So,
but you know these exist. Like, this is the heliocentric model that everyone else on the Earth, other than you guys, understands.
Post the fucking globe Earth model in the tech chat.
See, that's the problem, right? So there's the conceptual model, right? Oh, this little diagram with the freaking 9 planets and the sun in it. That model, which is like the quote unquote explanation. But then there's the actual model.
Right, that's what I'm going to pose.
The mathematics, right? The mathematics that, like, so I just got done arguing about this with fucking, I can't remember with Rob Noxious. Okay, so they don't use, for instance, when the sun rises and sets and where it is in the sky. They don't use a globe model to actually predict when that happens. If you look at the mathematics, there's no globe in the mathematics where they're saying, hey, we're going to calculate where this person is on the surface of a globe, and where is the sun in relation to them, and so what angle. Like, they don't calculate any of that shit.
Yeah,
there's no
reference to a plane, not a globe. That's true.
Say that again.
There is no reference to a globe. Just all the measurement is reference to a plane.
Yes,
up and down and everything that you have, whatsoever you just put your finger on, all of that has a reference to a plane and the ground, the sea level, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
This thing shows it pretty well. So I'll put this inside chat for you guys.
Well, the point was that I'm making is that you say, hey, everybody knows the heliocentric model. Yeah, the conceptual model. As far as the mathematics, which predicts, hey, where's Venus right now? Nobody knows those mathematics. Like, who knows that?
No, people do. I don't. It's called that's optical physics and
N-body simulations.
Yeah, it's not like a generally
Keplerian orbital. It's Keplerian orbital elements. That's the model, and they use that. But there's no dynamic forces in there.
The general thing is optical physics. It's not. Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, there's no dynamic force. It's not really physics because there's no physical forces in it, right? So what they do is
just not a physical force.
That's just a lot.
They don't calculate the inertia. They don't need masses. They don't need any of that shit. It's because they can predict where it's going to be based upon where it was, right? They follow patterns.
But you still need the forces to know where the acceleration.
No, they're kinematic models, dude.
For N-body, you have to know the forces involved to know where the objects are going to go.
No, you don't. And I'm going to tell you why you don't. Because you don't. And I'll tell you why, because this is how Newton came up with the universal law of gravitation in the first place.
N-body.
It's a feature of an ellipse.
Newton didn't use N-body.
No, dude, you're missing the point. Okay.
No, you're missing the point. You made a claim that's just not true.
Okay, so
Newton derived his gravitation formula from Kepler's laws, right?
How many N-body simulations have you made before?
Okay, who cares?
Let me ask you. You use N-body, and this guy says
the next person that interrupts you gets fucking muted. The next person after that gets banned. Okay, so really simple.
Well, because you don't know.
Are you using the force? So now you're going to interrupt me. So are you using the force of gravity? Are you using the? No, well, I'm going to walk you through it, dude, because you're a retard. So are you using the force of gravity?
An N-body, yeah.
Okay, so does the force of gravity fall off inversely proportional to the square of distance?
Yep.
Okay, that's a property of an ellipse, that if the force points at one of the foci of the ellipses, that force will fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance.
Yeah,
see, it's a kinematic model. Okay, it's kinematic. This is how Newton came up with the theory of gravity in the fucking first place. You don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking about N-body. Get on with it, man. Get to the program. We're talking about N-body.
You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, and the forces aren't really forces. They're fictitious. It is just a feature of the geometry. There is no dynamics. It is kinematics.
So the forces don't dynamically change with distance? Is that your claim?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What? Can you answer my question?
The period. They calculate the period, dude.
The period? What is the orbital period? All right, how am I going to know where I'm going with just the orbital period? Can you tell me that?
What do you mean where you're going? You'll know where you are. You'll know where you are. Listen, depending on where you calculate the orbital, you have d time equals 0, right? So on the orbital period, depending on what time you're at, you'll know how far you are down in the ellipse, right? From the sides of the ellipse, you can know if you have a priori value for mass. You can know how fast you're going, right? You can know what it is just from how much time has elapsed, because there's only one place you can be on that ellipse path at that time.
And how do I do it computationally, though? With N-body?
You want me to program it for you right now? Is that it?
Well, I have. I don't know if you have.
I'm asking you, do you want me to program it for you right now?
Oh, sure,
It's a kinematic model, and there's no way you can get out of it. Okay, it's kinematic.
You still haven't explained how N-body.
It's kinematic.
You just said orbital period?
Okay, so I'm sick of your deflection. What's the difference between a kinematic model and a dynamic model?
Kinematic models don't use any of the forces. They don't have any forces applied to them. They just use the motions of the objects, regardless of the forces. Okay. Dynamics use the forces involved.
Okay. But the forces, the so-called forces, are actually not actually forces. Because the force you're using, gravity, is actually a geometric relationship, which makes it kinematic.
Okay, so your contention with it is because you don't like gravity and think it's just fictitious force?
Yeah, so you're going to straw man me now. You're muted, so bye-bye. Unbelievable. Why are you guys such slime balls? Why some of you guys such slime balls?
He wasn't doing anything that was slimy.
I've made formula that will give you the acceleration formula for the kinematic equation.
Oh yeah, I'm really confused as to how that guy was slimy. He was just answering your questions, but it seemed like he didn't.
Because he just straw man what I said, dude.
No,
he said because I don't like gravity. No, he said so because you like gravity. When did I say it had something to do with my feelings about gravity?
Okay, but I said that he just asked. He seemed to be just be.
He didn't address Andy. He didn't address what I said. He talked about how I felt about gravity, which is not the topic.
Yeah,
he didn't address the fact. It's a fact. It's not my opinion. This is how Newton came up with gravity in the first place.
But I'm not talking
about. It's a fact that if you're in a hold on, dude. So it's a fact that if you're in an elliptical orbit, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance to the foci of that orbit. Okay? It's a geometric relationship. It has nothing to do with any forces. This is how, Newton came up with it, and then it became, quote unquote, dynamic. But the only dynamic gravity is the acceleration of gravity on Earth. The orbital, quote unquote, gravity is not an actual dynamic model. It's kinematic. They've tried to pretend it's dynamic. This isn't my opinion, dude. This isn't my opinion. This is known in science. You can go watch
but that's fine.
3 Brown, 1 Blue. They did a whole fucking series episode on it. There's also Feynman's Lost Lecture. You can go watch that where he goes through it. This isn't my opinion.
No, that's fine. But all I was saying is that, like, I was quite interested in what you guys were saying. I don't think that anything he was saying was too bad. I'm just giving my opinion that I don't think he's fair that you muted him, and I would be quite interested to hear what you two were discussing.
Too bad.
Yeah, well,
too bad. He's going to change.
You should learn not to bring him back in. You know?
Well, it just seems like he was very knowledgeable in this, way more than I am.
Yeah,
I mean,
stop concerned, Charlie.
You know, what you can do, they have a server dedicated to debunking flat Earth that they consider themselves to be gangsters, like online virtual gangsters. They call them the Globe Gangsters. So you can go to their server and hear all about how much they hate flat earthers and how flat earthers shouldn't be allowed to exist because they don't like gravity or whatever sort of meth-fueled crack, ramped up, low, high caloric, low nutrient diet thing they're on about. So if you really want, because it's relevant, because if you really wanted to talk to them, you know exactly where to find them.
No, I wanted him to talk to you because he seemed quite knowledgeable about something that you're discussing.
Well, he should have straw.
Yeah, that's the only reason you think he's knowledgeable is because you're ignorant. Sorry to say.
But wouldn't listen.
You're incapable. You're not capable of evaluating his knowledge. That's the problem.
No, I understand physics. Don't know much about.
Just because he says n-body a few times, he's got you hypnotized. Like
but you're not even letting the conversation happen. It seemed.
Because he straw man me, and I don't deal with dishonest people. Why would I do that?
Okay.
Listen, I brought up a valid issue. Instead, he wanted to deflect to how I feel about gravity, as if he tried to make it appear as if what I was saying was subjective based upon some feeling I had about gravity, when it's not even my idea.
I don't think he's super.
I'm just parroting physicists. I'm parroting physicists.
That's fine.
I'm not. This isn't my opinion, but he tried to turn it into shit, dude.
Yeah, but I don't think he's super strongly inserting that.
Why did he try to do that? Why did he try to do that, Andy?
Well, why didn't you ask him?
Why did he try to do that, Andy? Why did he try to do that, Andy?
He's still here. Why didn't you ask him?
Why did he try to do that, Andy? You're going to join him in about 2 seconds.
Yeah. Because he's a slime ball.
Yeah.
He's a gangster. He's a globe gangster.
And he's trying to white knight for a piece of trash. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny, dude. You guys just try to hand wave away bad behavior. There was no reason to say that. He just didn't want to admit, yes, it's a kinematic model, dude. There's no shame in that. But you guys want to play pretend that you have some dynamic heliocentric model because it makes y'all feel better or something.
Yeah,
I know why you do it. Because you want to play pretend that Space Engine is a physics simulation.
When you think about what he said, he wasn't disagreeing with you, Indio, but with the people who considered that gravity is not a force, but that's a curvature and that four-dimensional space and time. So meaning that he were disagreeing with Einstein himself, for example. So he said, literally, it's not just, let's say that Indio, okay, I don't love that gravity that you're talking about. Okay, but Einstein too. So you're disagreeing with that. So because he couldn't respond, he didn't have any real response to what Indio was saying. So he said some nonsense that he didn't even take the time to process the information that he was trying to speak, which is the love or no love to that gravity from India. India is not the acts of that topic in the matter, because he just repeated what happened really way before he was born. Even it's not him loving or not loving the gravity. What happened really?
I mean, generally, what you look at here too is a lot of them get moderated to the same way they moderate flat earthers. So they make it seem like, oh, well, we want to talk about flat earthers. Well, why'd you mute all of them when they came to your server? Why delete other comments? Huh. Now that you formed a straight up echo chamber, now you want to somehow get out of that and then just repeat your same mantra once you leave? I mean, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Just go back to your safe space echo chamber and enjoy the rest of your life. And just do whatever the fuck you do during the day, which I don't care about. Just whatever you do, no thank you. Do it over there and as far away from me as possible. It's the same advice your parents told you when you were growing up and they gave them a tablet, said, leave us alone, just go sit over there and play in the tablet. That's now now the rest of humanity's got to deal with it. These like tablet kids who annoyed the fuck out of their parents and their parents got sick of their shit, and now that's what we're left with. We're left with a bunch of kids who are just annoying, insufferable twats.
Everyone in this chat room is under arrest by the retard police. Get on your knees. Stop breathing. Okay.
So what? Why are the police retarded? Oh, he's gone. Huh.
I bet he's going through every chat room saying exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Good call.
Pay attention to my... the sort of classic squawk and run.
I suppose it's just your new age photo bomber, isn't it? Gets a quick shot when they can, on their way.
Can somebody give Grandpa Fiddlebone some attention now, please?
Call your ma.
Is that the attention you're after? You like that, Crit?
I'm not talking to a grown man named Fiddlebone, so.
If they want attention, just call their mom. I'm sure their mom is just dying to hear from them. We haven't heard from little Billy since the last time he called and asked for some money.
Don't be so sure, Crit. Are you sure their mom wants to hear from them?
Maybe not, yeah. That might be kind of cruel. They'd be like, who the fuck gave you that idea it was okay to call us?
Yeah, we gave you money last time so you'd go away.
Answer the phone like, shit, now I gotta move again.
How'd you get our number? We changed.
Wow, cool chat you guys got here.
Yeah, it's top G.
Very interesting stuff, I gotta say.
Maybe you should hang around, you might learn something.
Well, I was here to collect some rewards and some challenges. Trying to platinum Flat Earth.
You're not doing a very good job.
No. Well, I mean, the last mute I got, I mean, that was the last challenge. I'm complete now.
You said you wanted attention. You didn't say you wanted to be muted.
Yeah, but I mean, it was reverse psychology.
Let's not reverse psychology because you're lucky I didn't boot you out. Because that's the maximum attention.
I already got the boot out challenge, so you could do that, but I already have that one. Go ahead, do it again. This isn't reverse psychology.
You'd like to be kicked out, yeah?
No, I definitely don't.
Well, watch what you wish for, because the last dumbass that asked to be kicked out got expunged straight away.
No, please.
Yes, I'm not lying to you. The last person that asked me... Shut up and listen.
No, please.
Shut up and listen, or you'll be muted.
Dude, please don't kick me, please.
The last person that asked me to kick them out got expunged sub 5 seconds. So, if you don't want to play that game, keep your yapper shut.
Well, like I said, I definitely don't want to get kicked, so please don't. And this isn't reverse psychology.
Even on this server, if you tell one of the moderators, hey, will you ban me? They will.
Well, like I said, I don't want to get banned. That's the thing.
What do you want?
Well, I want to stay. I want to collect my challenges. I definitely don't want to get banned.
You want attention?
Yeah. Give me attention, Crit. How was your day today, Crit?
Give him a cuddle, Crit.
Yeah, it's
you do anything interesting?
Not yet.
Not yet. What do you mean not yet? It's 2:50 almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's
talking to you
2:50
isn't
on the
one
Monday.
of it. Yeah, 2:50 on a Monday. We're hours into the week and nothing exciting happened.
Yeah, I had a couple things exciting.
Oh, there you go. You said you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, but it's nothing like to call, to start
Call it
talking
out. This is the forum for that. Tell us something exciting that happened to you this week. No? Nothing? Now, just so we're clear, muting me doesn't count as excitement. So before you use that one, I just want to make that real clear. You hear me, Crit?
What do you think I mute you? Where did that come from?
Well, I'm just saying in general. You know?
Muting is more exciting than listening to you.
Yeah, but we're trying to hear Crit, not me.
Who's we?
Well, everyone here. What do you mean?
Who's everyone? How many people are in the head?
Well, I don't know. Maybe about 30, 40 people.
And they all think the same thing?
Well, they all want to hear about your week. I know that for sure.
Because why?
Because that's why we're here. It's the topic of discussion at this point.
Based on what?
Based on me declaring it so.
Just declare? Just say declare.
Well, I declared it to be the topic, not just the word declare.
Okay, so based on what?
Based on me declaring it so.
So just circular, just straight up circular logic.
Well, if you want to think of it that way, sure.
Your week has started off so boring you have to hear about other people's. It's only Monday, dude.
Try to crack all of that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get some inspiration for my week.
Pathetic.
Well, help me out. How would I get inside that worldview to break it? To break the cycle?
Inspire me.
Well, throw me a bone.
What do you mean worldview? I'm looking for inspiration.
Because I know that what you do is anytime I leave the channel, you follow me channel to channel and just start blurting Crit's a flat earther. Until they mute you there too. I mean, that's happened a few times.
When has that happened? Are you making up these things in your head, Crit?
No, like especially when I was in that atheist helpline, and you just blurted out "Crit's a flat earther," and then
what was that? Like a year ago? You still?
Yeah, but I'm saying you know that he hates flat earthers.
You still remember something that happened like a year ago?
Dude, yes.
Did that upset you?
It's important because it's highlights
just Discord, man.
It highlights the mentality of the anti-flat earther that you want to hear and also
but it hurt your ego so much.
No, it didn't. It's a show. It's a showcase.
Well, how do you even remember that? That was like a year ago.
Yeah, because it's a showcase of what happens to the mind of somebody who disagrees with something and doesn't even know what it is.
Disagrees with what? What do I disagree with?
Your own worldview. You're in the.
I disagree with my worldview.
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
So, do you want to hear about flat Earth, or you don't want to hear about flat Earth?
Tell me about it, man.
Which one? You have to make a decision.
I said yes. What do you mean?
Okay, so next time when I'm in another channel, are you going to burst in there and start blurting out Crit's a flat earther?
Well, I didn't know that hurt your feelings. I won't do that.
Well, it's not just the one channel. You've done in other ones, too.
I didn't know that hurt you.
Well, generally,
I would never want to hurt you, Crit.
Huh? You know what's more interesting is that Crit pointed out something that happened. You claimed it never happened. Then he pointed out an example of when it happened.
I thought he meant recently.
And then he pointed out at the beginning of yours.
No.
Then he pointed out an example of when it happened, and then you all you can say is, "Oh, did that hurt your feelings?" Totally.
Well, yeah. I mean, I thought he meant this recently.
Pathetic gaslighting attempt.
But you lied that it actually happened. Yeah.
No. It did happen. I just thought he was.
A year ago is recent, old man.
What'd you say, Haas?
I said a year ago is recent, old man.
That's not that recent.
It wasn't a year ago. I could look it up. We just got to type in the last time Duncan banned me. And that's probably...
Oh, you got banned for that?
Yeah, dude, he hates flat earthers. I don't know if you know this.
Who the hell's Duncan?
Duncan Darth.
Oh, Darth Dawkins. Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, he hates like flat earthers. Like literally
that's pretty
hates
funny.
them. Why is it funny? How's that funny?
Well, it's funny that you got banned because of that.
Dude, he'll ban any flat earther if he knows. He puts a mark, like a tag, on people's accounts, like a note. And if they got anything on there that he doesn't like, he'll just ban you.
But do you agree with him besides the flat Earth thing?
Agree with him on what? That you just ban people?
I don't know. I mean, I hardly know who that guy is. Darth Dawkins. I don't know. Do you agree with his worldview or?
No, you agree with his worldview.
I do. What do you mean I do?
What should happen?
Christian. I'm not a Christian.
What should happen to flat earthers?
So you do know who he is. You're a fucking liar.
Yeah,
just fucking kick him out. He's a liar.
You're such a bullshit artist, dude. You're such a bullshit artist.
That was
Do I
funny.
need to be a Christian for that? I don't know.
That was hilarious.
You're a pathetic weasel. You're a sad excuse for a fucking human being.
Who's
Fuck off.
talking right now?
Get out.
Who's the British person talking?
Get out. Just get out.
Who's the Brit talking to me right now?
Leave.
I'm an American.
With whatever morsel of fucking dignity you have left inside your fucking soul. Leave.
Yeah, go fiddle your bones somewhere else.
It's like these guys that come in here, flat earthers, you never leave the channel. It's like Crit does all the time. Like you get, and what happens? What does he get met with? And you wonder why people don't even bother? I bother just to prove the point. There's a very few of the channels that will even let you be in there and listen. I got banned from the left room. The left room, I was sitting there, not saying anything at all. Bang, they banned me. And then I went to a different channel, and they followed me to that one and started squawking, Crit's a flat earther, Crit's a flat earther. And they're like, yeah, so flat earth is kind of cool. That was like the Agora room.
Most channels, Crit.
Oh, yeah. Someone else. There was somebody who did that who went through all the channels and just took a screenshot of all the channels I'm banned in.
Yeah.
And you ask him, like, why? Why did you ban Crit? What's the reason? What did he do?
Flat Earth.
He's a flat earther. That's it. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything, barely even talked. Might have said hello. They'll ban you for... They make it seem like, oh, we get over-modded in Flat Earth channel. How about this? You just would just ask some question, like you want to know. Like, hey, do you like pineapple on pizza? As soon as they say yes, you ban them. If they say no, you ban them.
Yeah, Chef versus Ford. You picked the wrong one, boot.
Yeah, it's like what do you expect? These people have like this very subjective take on what Flat Earth is, and they don't even know what it is. And you're like, okay, so why are you upset by it? Oh, they're not. Oh, then why'd you ban me? Because you ban people. I do. Where's that at? And even if that's say it's true, all I do is just ban people all day long. Why are you trying to out Flat Earth the Flat Earther as your only proof is you're not a Flat Earther? If you think Flat Earthers do X, and then you do X inside your own worldview, you just confessed that at least you're trying to act like a Flat Earther. Even it might not be true at all. You just think so. And then you want to know why people get laughed at when they come in here. They're coming in already as a hot mess. I wish I like the days of yore where we could see the mod mails where they would complain about the Flat Earth channel. I got muted. Okay, it's a guest channel. But they're not being fair. It's a guest channel. Well, I don't know what guest channel means. It means they run the channel how they see fit.
Yeah, Andy, we'll unmute you if you talk about the topic. Your fucking social commentary, we don't give a shit about. Go start your own fucking channel and complain there. Oh, I'm mute. Yeah, okay, you said fine.
Hey. I'll keep out of the meta social commentary.
Just don't know why you guys have to white knight for.
I don't know who that guy is. I didn't mean to white knight. I was just like anyway. I won't go back over it. I said what I said.
I offered you a solution. You didn't want to take it.
Which one was that? Sorry.
Why not just go to their echo chamber and hear them squawk about how they hate flat earthers all day, and how much flat earthers don't like gravity? You know, all the random bullshit, completely vacuous comments. They can't even define it. You'd be like, okay, if I don't like gravity, can you tell me what it is? So at least I know what I don't like too.
But that's really not. Yeah, I mean that's really not what I'm seeking out.
Like, what if I just told you, like, we're talking back and forth, and I'm like, okay, that's it, Andy. You don't like blah, and you're like, what? What does that have to do with anything? You don't even know what I'm talking about. Like, can you define what blah is? Like, yeah, it's something you don't like. Therefore, like, you can't do this conversation because you're just don't.
So this is really the elephant in the room, really, Andy, is that you don't white knight for flat earthers. You don't, when fucking retards come in this chat, say the N word and say all sorts of other shit, troll. You never go, hey guys, stop doing that. Okay, so you're a little disingenuous, and that's why we're not taking you seriously.
Yeah,
you don't really care about this dude. You don't really care if he's muted. It's a fucking act.
I don't think it's an act, as I said, and I really do want to leave this topic because I think we've been through it, but I just thought that conversation was interesting between two people. Like, I have no idea about what you guys.
It isn't because nobody's going to know what the fuck we're talking about. Well, just nobody's going to understand what we're talking about. And no one's going to be able to evaluate who's telling the truth or who's not telling the truth. But that wasn't why I pulled the plug on it. Pulled the plug on it is because he decided that he wasn't going to actually address the issues. He wanted to frickin' do some bullshit about fucking my feelings. To try and muddy the water as if it was like my fucking feelings about gravity that was making me say something. I'll talk about gravity all day. I have no problem with it. You know why? Because you can't get to observable reality to Earth's a ball. You can't get to, I dropped something, it fell to the ground, therefore Earth's a ball. You can't link big G to little g, other than conceptually. This isn't my opinion. This is well known in the philosophy of science. I didn't come up with this shit. A lot of shit, I tell you, is actually in the literature, in the academic literature. It's not something Indio on the Flat Earth server made up. It's the stuff academia says. Because there are academics that do the foundations of physics, the foundations of science, that do the philosophy of science, and actually analyze the logical foundations of the profession. And they bring up these issues. It's not just me.
All right, so if I'm correct here, you're saying that like the gravity, when you look at it from a relativity basis, is only conceptual and can't be measured. If that's correct.
No. What we observe. No. Okay. So there's this idea that gravity, that there's this thing called gravity, and it would form matter into balls. Right? That's why everybody argues about it, right? That's the idea. Gravity forms matter into balls. Yeah, there's actually there's no empirical evidence for that. No one's ever observed gravity forming things into balls.
Because we've only been looking into space and watching that process take place for a short amount of time. We've never seen that full process go through.
Okay, yeah, but it's still not empirically. It's not empirical, right? It's an idea. It's imagining that's how it could have happened.
Can we not observe it over different stages and then sort of come up with a process?
Well, no one's observed that either.
But I said over different stages, not throughout the full process.
Yeah, I guess hypothetically you could, but that would be you have to make a bunch of logical jumps. But even if you had a bunch of no one's observed that either.
But here's from and I'm not going to pretend I'm any expert in this. I'm not.
The protoplanetary disk model is pretty much rejected at this point. So that was the model of how planets formed when I was a kid. It was called the protoplanetary disk model. That there was a big swirling bunch of gas, a spiral flat frickin' solar system, and eventually that shit coalesced into planets, gas giants, solid ones, whatever, right? And those become like quote unquote solar systems. Okay, none of that crap's ever been observed.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the whole process, though, it wouldn't have been because it takes a really long time. And
yeah, but that still makes it not empirical, right? It's guesswork.
Yeah, but you said it's been disproven, but it's not been observed.
No one. All I'm saying is, no, I didn't say disproven. You guys always say shit
disregarded.
They don't take it. I guess there's problems with the protoplanetary disk model, and it's really not. How do I describe it? They know it's wrong, and they don't say it's wrong, but they also don't promote it, right? So they don't run around saying, protoplanetary disk model. Like if you see like astronomers giving a talk, they won't talk about the protoplanetary disk model anymore, of planet formation. They just don't talk about it because they know it's wrong, but like they don't have an alternative hypothesis, so they just don't mention it. They'll talk about other shit. Right? I'm an astronomer. They say give a talk at my high school. I know the protoplanetary disk model's flawed. So when I go there, I'll talk about fucking black holes and not that, right? I'll talk about something else. So kind of how it is, right? But they've known it's been wrong for like a decade or so, maybe more than that. That there's problems because they've tried to run this in simulation supercomputers and it doesn't work. They've tried to run planetary formation in supercomputers and that don't work. So they don't even have a physics model that predicts the formation of planets. So you don't have empirical evidence. You don't have a physics model. You can't do it in a lab. So that's why I have no problem talking about gravity because it doesn't mean anything. The only thing, like, prove gravity. Drop something. Well, how do you even get from I see something in the sky and we have this theory called the universal law of gravitation and somehow that has something to do with drop something? Like, it's logically the entire thing, the entire idea from top to bottom is flawed. They can't say gravity is the cause of the effect. They can't. It's just everybody knows that there's a huge problem with the quote unquote gravity. Everybody knows it.
All right. I mean, there's
right. Emerging quantum gravity. Why are they even coming up with that shit? Why do they want to make a new theory of gravity called emergent quantum gravity?
From what I know, science does often correct itself with more accurate models if it finds one to be more correct than the previous. And I don't know about emergent quantum gravity.
There's phenomenon that they observe that don't fit within the conceptual theory, the conceptual hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why there's dark matter. That's why there's dark energy. That's why there's all these placeholder ideas because everybody knows it's broken. Everybody.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of everybody claims and everybody knows. I know that, like, within the scientific consensus, dark matter and stuff like that isn't always.
No, they don't even believe in that shit anymore, dude. That's unless. It's not.
There's a new.
It's called the lambda.
There's a new model that possibly disproves that. That's what I was going to get on.
No. Well, no, because the model doesn't. It's called the lambda. It's called the lambda dark matter. It's called the lambda CDM model, right? So it's the lambda dark matter model of the universe, Big Bang model. So
that it's possibly due to the expansion rather than.
But they know it's wrong because they've compared. So they get like distance measurements. They use different things, right? They use Type 1A supernovas and what's the other one? It might be Cepheid variables, and they compare the distance measurements between the two, and they don't match up. And the more precise they do the measurements for each one, the further apart they get. So, like, it's not like it's the precision of the instrument. When they get a more precise instrument, they observe that the distances that they're calculating get even further apart. So they match less with more measurements. They don't match more. So they know that there's a problem. And this is like a fundamental thing to the whole idea. So to come in here in this form and say, yeah, gravity proves the Earth's a globe. when gravity is the flimsiest fucking thing in modern physics. That's really, it's hard to swallow, dude. It's like, I have no problem talking about gravity. I don't think gravity, its existence or non-existence, proves or is even evidence for Earth being a ball. So why would I go, oh, I don't like it? I have no, it's not like or dislike. I don't give a fuck about it. Because it doesn't prove what these guys think it proves.
So there's been a lot of claims there, though, and I would just like to get a bit more information on some of them. I mean, you said the scientists no longer believe in the Earth-forming gravity model, but I can't really, I don't know.
No, I didn't say Earth-forming gravity model.
Sorry,
they don't believe in the Lambda CDM Big Bang model of gravity.
No, this was way before Lambda CDM when we're talking about the protoplanetary disk model. Again, you've gone through a lot of different claims. I'm just trying to sort of track back and.
Yeah, that's because it's a mess. That's the point.
Right. Well, but there was a lot of claims that they don't talk about it anymore or anything.
I didn't even bring up general relativity. They don't talk about the protoplanetary disk model anymore. I don't hear them talking about it. I watch mainstream shit, dude. I don't just huddle in the fucking flat Earth side. I watch mainstream physicists and people with PhDs give talks at the Royal Institute and fucking in front of universities and all sorts of shit. I haven't heard them bring up the protoplanetary disk model in fucking 3 decades.
But there's still a lot of information on that. I mean, again, I'm no scientist.
Yeah, if you look up how planets form, you'll probably get a bunch of shit on that. But it's hard to be what you would call settled science. They don't know.
Right, but if I look in, say, Google Scholar for protoplanetary disk model, there's still a lot of scientific studies being published on that. It's not like it's just something that's completely different.
Well, I didn't say they weren't. It didn't mean they stopped researching it.
Okay. You said they stopped talking about it, though.
Okay, so, yeah, publicly.
Right.
What they talk about amongst it. What physicists say in public and what they say amongst themselves is 2 different things.
Yeah, I mean, we've both got a fairly anecdotal view of what our individual, you've not seen everything and every physicist, and neither have I. But from what I have seen, I've seen them, documentaries, stuff like this, podcasts.
So
seen them talk.
What I'm comparing is a physicist gives a public talk in front of laymen versus a physicist gives a public talk at a physics conference. Right? So how they talk, their manner of speak, the certainty of their words, it's a way different, right? So in front of other physicists, they have a lot of qualifying words, right? They'll say things like, the data seems to indicate, or this is consistent with, or this correlates. But then when they get onto the public side, they'll just straight up say, we know this, we know that, this causes this causes that, right? They'll say it matter of factly. Whereas when they're in front of other physicists, because the other physicists know the actual situation, they have to use qualifying words that these statements of certainty aren't going to fucking fly.
Do you think the possibility for that, though, is just that, to a certain extent, they are being more correct with their colleagues because physics is always saying, the evidence shows this and this is what we currently understand and everything like that. But
yeah. It depends. It kind of depends on the physicist. You know what I mean? Some talk more shit than others.
That seems very explainable, though, is what I'm saying. I would expect them to talk that way. I would expect them to speak more accurately with colleagues in those matters when they're just giving, general public talks. Because if you...
they rely on public funding, so they have to appear to sound more certain than, then when they're talking, they're not paying for each other's fucking work, right? Public's paying for their work. So they got to sell it to the public. They don't have to sell it to each other.
No, because 100% public funded. A lot of it's through university funding and stuff as well, which is paid through fees. Private funding as well funds some experiments. I know there's an element of public funding to it, but I don't think it's all of it.
The point is, a lot of people that come into this chat, right, they've seen the public presentations of physicists, and they they parrot them and they make the same declarations of certainty. But then when you look into the actual literature or what physicists say to each other or philosophy of science, they're not claiming that level of certainty. They do a lot of mea culpas where they're just like, we're not sure. The evidence seems to indicate, or this fits observation, but they're not saying that this theory is true or not true, or that they proved anything. Only freaking fundy zealots say that they're proving shit. And like, that's why, like, they come in and they say, gravity, like, how do you know there's a ball? Gravity. As if that's an answer. They don't know anything about, like, any of it. Like, everything I just described to you, the problems of gravity, they don't know anything about any of that. So how could a flimsy-ass fucking hypothetical prove the Earth's a ball when you can't even prove the hypothetical?
Okay, so, I mean, firstly, I don't agree that they do a lot of mea culpas. I don't think that what they're doing here when they say that...
I probably watched a lot more. Listen, you don't have to take my word for it, but I've watched a lot of fucking physicists talk over the last 20 fucking years, and they're fucking... Dude, they literally say shit like, we lie to children. Like...
Right, so they yeah, I mean, when you was a child, you were taught some scientific principles that when you got older, you realize aren't quite true. That happens, but when you... I'm assuming this is what you're referring to here, because they massively simplify it down to a point where it's just like the actual complexity of the whole scientific thing is not worth teaching to a child, so you teach them a very simplistic view. Is that what you're referring to when they say we lie to children?
Yeah, but they come here and parrot the same thing. It's facts.
Yeah, so, you realize...
Which seems to be the overall point.
CB's got exactly what I'm saying. They come and parrot the same facts in the quote-unquote facts, right? So not actual facts. So depending on the level at which they stop, like, learning, right? Some people, they'll just try and learn shit their whole life. Some people stop when they get out of university. Some people stop when they get out of high school. Some people stop when they're fucking in 7th grade, right? But, like, whatever things they thought were facts at that time, they carry that on for the rest of their life. So you have people that come in this chat and they stop, learning, So think about it like this. They're teaching you, so there's, like, videos on YouTube where, like, explain gravity at 5 different levels of education. Explain at elementary school level, explain at high school level, explain at undergrad level.
Yeah.
Right. So depending on where you stop is what you're going to believe it is. Right. So say I stop learning as an undergrad. I stop learning anything about frickin' gravity, the Earth, everything. I stop at that level. Now I'm going to think that all that shit, whatever I knew then, is the truth because I never made it to the PhD level of frickin' explanation. So I'm going to be sitting in here yelling at flat earthers that, like, that what I'm saying is 100% fact. And what didn't you finish 5th grade? Because they told them a watered down version of the so-called theory, but wasn't the actual theory. You understand what I'm saying? So they lie, and you said it because it's too complex for the level they're at. But that complexity is necessary to even have any validity to the theory in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk about people coming here with those lower complexity views, I get that it's right to correct them on what they are. The big confusion and where I really don't get where this is going though is all these scientists that you quote who have these different views, but you disagree with all of them on this ultimately, right?
What do you mean disagree with them? They don't know anything.
They don't know anything. I mean, this is where I really start to get confused. What do you mean by they don't know anything?
They don't know because they've done this same process. Say I'm a scientist, right? And I'm going to take physics and I'm going to specialize in ballistics. This is an actual thing that's happened. So I know we had an actual PhD, he had a PhD in physics, come into the Discord. Now he has a PhD in physics, but his specialty is in ballistics. So we start talking to him about this topic. He don't know fucking anything, and he sounds like he just got out of high school. You know why? Because in high school is when he stopped paying attention to this topic. He said, "Oh, Earth's a globe. That's all settled. I don't have to learn anything else." and he went on to learn other shit, right? Or an engineer or anything, right? So they don't know people.
I mean,
people,
I'm an engineer,
even though they have a high level of education, are not educated on this topic.
On the Earth being round or flat.
How it was come up with? Who invented it? Like any of it? They don't know about any of it.
Right, but assuming, just assuming for the second that the Earth is round and that the flat Earth, it is incorrect, then wouldn't it make sense that they're not taught about it?
How would they? What do you mean?
Well, how would you? Why would you teach someone something that is incorrect? So if we work on the assumption that
they all believe it, they're all teaching each other the same thing, dude.
No, but like you understand,
tradition.
Like you're saying, they're not taught these.
No, it's tradition. It's tradition. They're all teaching each other. Look, dude, like it's tradition.
But you get the idea.
Why is the United States like a Christian nation, right? Because there was Christians here when the country started, and it's been a tradition to grow up Christian, and they teach their kids to be Christian, and they have kids and teach them to be Christian. That doesn't mean that fucking the Christian religion's the true religion because everybody fucking believed it.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean,
but you asked like why they teach incorrect things. You just agree they teach incorrect things to children, dude. It's kind of the same thing.
No, I said they teach. No, my entire point there though was that they teach simplistic ideas to children, which you could interpret as incorrect. Yeah, there you go. But saying the Earth is a globe isn't a simplistic view of the Earth being flat. The two can be simplified to different things.
Okay, if we lassoed some PhD and dragged them in here and like just a random PhD in physics, or you think of the profession. What profession do you think would know the Earth is a globe?
Just to give you some context, I don't have a PhD. I have a master's degree.
I'm not asking you. This is a hypothetical.
I'm not far from it. But what? Okay, so someone who would know anyone.
Grab the blocks. No, Daddy, we're gonna grab the blocks.
Don't use those.
Like what
Well, I want to know if we just like grab a random person, right? We don't want to grab a random person on the street. We want to grab one of these people that you think would know, right? We want to grab one of them. And what do you think that they would present for evidence? They'd say Eratosthenes. They'd say ships over the horizon. They'd say the fucking lunar eclipse. They'd say climb a fucking tree. They'd say all the same stupid shit that everybody else says. They wouldn't say anything fucking different. You know how I know this? Because I've talked to these people.
Exactly. They never bring up. They never bring up anything like Shoemaker Levy, right?
What's that?
Exactly. Exactly. You said the globe's not just simplistic. It is, because that's all they bring is this simplistic stuff, the basic stuff. That's all they know. No one gets into what Tito just brought up.
Well, like the deep physics of it, and
yeah.
Okay, let me ask you, what's the geoid?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that.
And if I brought anybody in here, so when they do like geodetic surveying, right, the thing that's supposed to measure this globe, they don't just use the globe, right? They use like 3 different models, right? They have a geoid, they have a reference ellipsoid, and they have the celestial sphere, and they combine these 3. They actually have a telluride, which is a whole nother fucking thing, which I'm not going to get into. Yeah, it's a fucking shit sandwich, dude. Minus the bread. Like, there's not even any bread to this shit sandwich. But the point is like they construct, like a geodetic survey constructs a globe out of these out of concepts. You go make measurements, right, in the real world, but then you have to do this geoid thing, right? So the geoid is like if you had this sea, right, the sea level, and you could see where it went underneath the land, right, that level. That's the geoid. It's the equipotential surface of gravity. So if you got a gravitometer and went anywhere on Earth and you measured 9.8 meters per second squared, that's that elevation, right? Wherever that you measured that would be the geoid surface. But the thing is, that's not the same distance from that's not the quote unquote same distance from the center.
Yeah. That makes
okay. So that's one. But then there's the other one. The other one's the reference ellipsoid. So that's an abstract, idealized mathematical shape that but these two surfaces don't coincide with each other, so they're different. So they construct the globe out of this. Do you think that any fucking physicist knows about any of that shit?
I think if it's not their body of study, they would.
But these are actual. But this is what the actual measurements of the Earth itself, right? That would show that it's a globe or flat, right? This is what they use. So they wouldn't even know about the fundamental methods of even determining how it was a globe. They'd be like, ships go over the horizon, look at the fucking eclipse, climb a tree. I can fucking, if I watch the sunset and sit up, I'll see it set again. These fucking stupid arguments.
Can I just ask?
None of them are, but these are not scientific arguments.
Okay, so.
Do you think it's a scientific argument?
No, but it's.
Do a sit up at sunrise? Doing sit-ups at sunset is a fucking scientific test.
No, but is it not a fair, like, observational sense data question to say when I see the sun go down over there and then come back over there, and when I see, everything within the sky rotate around me in a way that would make perfect sense of me being within this model that we currently understand?
That presupposes some things that you know how things should look. So we have an expectation of how things should look, but often that's wrong.
Right, but let's say we again, because we're going back to this model thing. So let's say like we put ourselves in this model where we are on a globe and we imagine this,
We imagine, guys.
Okay, I'll stay away from the word imagine because but let's say we presuppose that we're on this theory, this model that I said of the universe around us and all these stars, and then the solar system that we're in and these planets in these certain places, and then the sun as well. And then let's model ourselves being on a ball that rotates, once every 24 hours. And let's then say, here's what we're going to see. And then we see exactly that. Is that not engineered around that?
No, we don't. You just believe that. It's another instance of you just believe that observation matches the model, and it just don't. It just don't.
So you're saying like that doesn't match then. So if we was to get this model, that is very different to what I know and understand.
Didn't you hear me bring up the geoid? It exists because they don't match.
No, I get that the fact that the geoid, if you was to put a perfect, maybe not perfect sphere, but like perfect spheroid around, that would match the gravitational data you measure from around the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No. The geoid is created. It's not an actual measurement of anything. It's a model, and it's a model of how far different the celestial sphere is from the physical surface of the Earth. So think about it like this: there's supposed to be, because of where I am on the Earth. Okay, I'm at some latitude and longitude, and there's supposed to be a star directly over my head at zenith. And so I do the measurement. I take an asymptotic, look through the telescope. It looks straight up, and there's no star there. That star is off by a degree. Now, how could that star be off by a degree?
I mean, it's a theoretical reason. You'd have to actually do that, and I need to be there to try to be like.
Well, we know it happens. It's not. This isn't theoretical. We know this happens. This is why the geoid.
I mean, the degree.
They've literally known since the 1400s.
The degree is like.
Yeah, I'm just 0.01 degrees. I don't care what it is. The value is unimportant. The value is unimportant. So we know that it doesn't align. They've known this. It doesn't align since the 1400s. This is why the geoid was created, because you can say, well,
man, shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Wow. Zenith isn't zenith. You say, my plumb line is tilted, right? Gravity doesn't point down, it points sideways. So when I level the instrument, I'm tilted, but the star really is above my spot, but I don't see it there in the theodolite because the level indicator, even though it says level, I'm not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Okay? So these are the kind of constructions that they have to make. It doesn't match perfectly. There's shitloads of Band-Aids. There's Band-Aids and ad hoc.
In all of those
no, these are ad hoc, though. They're ad hoc.
Are they ad hoc though? Because it seems like
they are.
Firstly, is flat Earth not on its basis ad hoc? From what I understand.
No.
How would it go out to the beach, observe it flat? How was that ad hoc? Like, what was ad hoc about that?
Because a lot of your different explanations don't work on one continuous model. And again, I'm generalizing it.
Neither do you. Don't even like. What are you saying? See, this is the shit that irritates the fuck out of me, dude. You have a belief that there is a continuous fucking globe model that exists, and on the other hand, there's some fucking Frankenstein flat Earth bullshit. No, your shit's Frankenstein, bro. The reason you don't think it's Frankenstein is only because you believe it to be true, not because you went out and said, "Hey, the globe predicts this. Let's go check the data and make sure that's accurate." That's not the situation, Andy. I hate to tell you. You just think that any observation I make is going to match all this shit, and you just believe that. The difference between Globers and Flat Earthers is that we went and checked, dude. You guys didn't. That's the difference.
Facts.
And I assume the videos and stuff I've seen of when Flat Earthers have had checked and then they're wrong.
Such as...
It's fake?
Such as...
Google, there's videos.
Can you give us an example?
Yeah, give us an example.
Okay.
So wait, what were you referring to when you brought it up? You have to go look up the thing you brought up?
There's the one when the guy has the two panels with holes in it and shines a light through it, and they're at a distance there, and he's like, if you're at this height, we would expect to see the light come through here, and he's like, oh, we can't, and then...
Walk us through how that's a proof for the globe, then. If it's a failed flat Earth test, go ahead.
Right, because if there's curvature within the Earth, then he would have to hold the light up higher for it to shine through.
Really?
Presumably. That's, yeah. Again, I can
walk us through
show you the video. You wanted me to do that?
We've all heard of it, dude.
I'm sure you have, yeah. I don't doubt it. That's why I'm like...
Why you would think that that's proof of the globe? Or how can you walk us through how that's curvature there?
Yeah, because if you have curvature, if you had a complete flat Earth, then these two things.
Did you really just post that? Shit, dude. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you serious?
I'm sure this is very basic shit. You guys have been here, and you've got many reasons why you just think this is silly, and you've heard it many times, right?
Looked into that?
Let me ask you questions about it. What you know about this? Did he use a flashlight or a laser? Did he use a flashlight or a laser?
Flashlight, I think.
Okay. Could that have ever possibly worked?
Yeah, you could see. You're still going to get the photons coming from the flashlight from a distance. I get they're going to go out.
There's something. No, because there's something called diffraction.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So every time light passes through a slit, an aperture, a hole, spreads out again. Couldn't possibly work. You could never align these. Okay, and so here's the funny part, is that the globe prediction is that they're 18 feet under the horizon. So when Jaron takes the flashlight and lifts it over the board, is he 18 feet tall? Or whoever took the flashlight and lifted it over the board?
No, it's only what I said.
Is he 18? No, because I said, hey, when we test the globe, it doesn't work out. So that's a test of the globe, and he could see the flashlight, even though he should have had to be 18 feet tall to see the flashlight when they lifted it over the board. But when they don't lift it over the board, they don't see the light because they don't have a line of sight through the fucking holes.
Okay. And the other one that comes to mind is them going to Antarctica.
The holes weren't offset because of the curvature of the Earth. The holes were offset because it would be nearly impossible to fucking line them up, plus diffraction, plus the flashlight, plus all that shit. But when they lift it up over the boards, they see the flashlight even though they shouldn't. See, this is what's called narrative spin. They spun an observation that actually falsified the globe into one that falsified flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I get I get the double slit experiment. I get the diffraction from it all. I understand.
I'm not talking about the double slit. I'm talking about power output.
Okay.
How much? So you can measure. So like, if you were like to measure how much You can call it photon flux if you want. How many photons are going to come through the fucking hole? If it's lined up perfectly, right? So you got the inverse square law. You got the flashlight. The flashlight has a beam divergence. So say it's 50 degrees. So only a small little circle at 50 degrees is going to hit the first hole. But then that's going to spread out. And all that power, that's going to be spread out. And then you're going to have a small fraction of that power at the next hole. And then it's going to pass through that next hole. And then you're going to have a certain amount of photons at the camera. Well, there's a minimal amount that you would have to have for it to even be visible, for it to even activate the photodetector. Right? This is assuming it's lined up perfectly, which would be fucking nearly impossible. But the elephant in the room is they shouldn't have saw the flashlight at all, above the board or not, right?
Yeah, but they did see it when they were higher, so that it's confusing why they did see that from what you're saying.
Well, the reason they saw it is because the holes weren't lined up, and because they weren't under the horizon. So this is what I'm talking about. It's like this is one of those social things where it's something that's been puked out over and over and over again, and by repetition, people think the experimental results showed one thing when they actually showed the opposite.
I understand that this is a 52-second video that doesn't go into much detail, and I get, like I said, I'm just saying, do you think this is like?
Well, I mean, it comes from Netflix. It comes from Netflix, and that part where he says that's interesting, that was actually filmed hours before that, but they put it at the end to make it look like something else.
So he had a reason for it when it happened, and that wasn't.
They were trying to set up something that was like even unrelated to them even doing the experiment, and they had just filmed him. They clipped out him saying that's interesting and appended it to fucking they edited it to look that way.
And then
but it wasn't a comment that was done in the course of that experiment. It was done before the experiment ever started.
And then the other one, just out of curiosity, for your opinion on it, is the flat earther going to Antarctica, which I'm sure you know of.
Oh Lord,
what does that mean?
No, just so what is that one? Is that one? What's your opinion on that as well? I'm just curious.
I mean, I have no opinion on that. It was a useless endeavor.
Okay, that itself is an opinion, but go on.
Well, it was useless because can you look at not the thing and prove the thing?
Right. You just think the idea of that basis of like Antarctica?
No, just answer the question. Can I look at something that is not the thing to prove the thing?
No, that's
okay. So they're looking at the sun to prove the Earth. So it just is a matter of logic. It's useless.
But so they go to Antarctica and they say they see that the sun doesn't set in where they are. Right. So that's the idea. So you don't.
Yeah,
think
but it doesn't prove anything. That's the thing, because they didn't look at the Earth; they looked at the sun.
But both of those things exist within both of those models. Like both of our models have a sun and they have an Earth.
So this is the problem, and they should have did this before they ever went. They should have looked up how the 24-hour sun is actually predicted. Okay. So when you go on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory, the model they use to predict whether there's going to be a 24-hour sun or not has nothing to do with a globe. There's no globe in the mathematics.
So in the flat Earth model...
Yeah, that model works on a flat Earth, That model works on a flat Earth.
So whereabouts...
Because the model, it doesn't have anything to do with the ground. It only has to do with shit in the sky. It's a self-referential model. So wherever the sun is in relation to the celestial equator tells you how the sun should be at any point in time. It doesn't matter what you're standing on. You could be standing on a freaking lettuce leaf. It doesn't matter. Because the model itself it's called observer-centric. So the origin of coordinates is your fucking eyeballs. And the sun is in a position relative to, you see the celestial equator at a place, and the sun's going to be in a position relative to that.
Simplify that for me a second. I don't quite get.
But if you look at the math, it isn't. They don't have the observer standing on the surface of a ball.
Yeah. So right. So I'm on a flat Earth. Whereabouts?
So it's not. What is the sun? It's not a globe prediction.
On that Earth?
It's not a globe prediction in the first.
Right, but on the globe model, it makes sense, right? Can we agree
Makes
on
sense
that?
doesn't mean anything. Like fucking lots of things make sense.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. I said on a globe model, you being on a certain point of it when it's tilted at a certain degree in a certain time of year, and the sun not setting, that works. What they see, as I said earlier, makes with the stars around you, it makes perfect sense to what they are observing.
Making sense doesn't make it true.
You just like literally.
Right, but I'm just asking you, how does it make sense if the Earth is flat then, and what place do I stand, and how does it make sense that I see this phenomenon where the sun just basically rotates around me quite low in the sky?
Because the sun isn't an object, dude.
Okay, what is
it? It isn't a ball. It isn't a ball of stuff, dude.
What is it?
Fuck if I know.
You don't know. No one knows, dude. Get in line. You want to know? Get in line.
And there's a reason why I say it's not a ball of stuff. Because when we take this model that predicts the 24-hour sun, right? And we say we actually try to use it in a three-dimensional way on a three-dimensional globe. The lines of sight to the sun don't intersect at a common location, and if you use it on a flat Earth, they also don't. And when I say don't intersect at a common location is, let's say I'm in Johannesburg, and I'm in frickin' Brussels, Belgium, and at a certain time of day, we both decide to look at the sun. Right? We see the sun in the sky at the same time, mid-simultaneous time. I measure the azimuth and elevation angle. They measure their azimuth and elevation angle, and then we go, okay, let's map this. Let's model this onto the surface of the globe. Well, if you draw those lines of sight, they don't intersect in 3D space. Okay, so when I say, hey, the sun's not a physical object, physical objects, when more than one observer looks at them, their lines of sight intersect at the object. But the sun doesn't do this. Okay? And people, it doesn't even do it within the heliocentric model itself. This is what I'm talking about. The heliocentric model is a bunch of ad hoc shit. Because there's lots of observations that don't match, and people pretend they don't exist, or they don't know about them.
And I assume that those observations, assuming they do, because I've not seen these observations take place, and human error.
I mean, several people have done it, right? Several people have done this, right?
Error, right? It can always be a thing here.
Well, no, they use the model. They use the time and date. They use SunCalc, and then they get Blender or AutoCAD.
Using a model doesn't eliminate human error. They take measurements themselves.
Well, no one observes the sun like that.
No, but anything where humans are taking measurements. I mean, are you saying that no measurements that have taken place does this model work, or in some does it not work? Because there's a big difference between the two. Because you would expect some measurements not to make sense because human error is always an element in any.
I'm talking about if they take SunCalc or time and date, which is what frickin' the final experiment used to predict whether they'd see a 24-hour sun or not. They use these models. You take them and you model them to the globe. Sun is not in a common location. Meaning there's a unique sun for each observer that you would map to the surface of a globe.
So if you was to get,
it has a unique position.
Yeah, so if you're on person A there, and let's call the other one person B, and then you get on a plane, and then you fly west to person B, and you go fast enough so that you see that, like, does it not remain the same sun all the way around? Like, it's just very confusing how you want to say.
I don't know.
You can do that. Like,
I don't know if anyone's ever done that shit. Chase the sun.
I mean, but I can get on a flight from California to Australia and effectively chase the sun. Like, you can be on the sunlight for the entire of that flight.
I don't know how any of what you just said adjusts what I said.
Because everything that I'm saying works on a globe model, like the 24-hour sun. The fact that you say these measurements don't work. I mean, firstly, like I don't know the sources
who said
of this.
Don't work? Time and date and SunCalc.
Yeah. Okay, so you
those are websites.
Two different
and you can go on there, and you can take any place on Earth at any time, and it'll give you a value. Azimuth, elevation. Elevation would be how high is it above the horizon. Azimuth is it's the direction to north. So you can take this value and you can put it on a globe, right? A 3D model of a globe, boom. And then you can take another one, second observer, boom. And then you can take that angle. That's the direction the sun is supposed to be from that observer location. And extend the line out forever. And then you can take the other second observers and extend the line out forever. And see if those lines cross each other at some location. They don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And they don't cross at 93 million miles. They don't cross at fucking 125 miles. They don't cross.
How when you do this every single time, like, are they completely off, or are they just by a little bit?
Some have ended up behind the person.
Behind,
yeah,
so like
behind
180
them.
degrees off.
Yeah, so like if you follow the lines, they're actually divergent, right? The viewpoints are divergent. So like when you join the lines converge behind the observer. On the other side of the globe, behind them. So they're looking at the sun, but the sun is triangulating to behind them, which makes no sense.
Yeah, of course it makes no sense. I would be really curious to see anything in more detail.
Okay, so I can give you another example. A very specific one.
Let me stick on that example. That's really interesting, though.
Well, it's just the same thing, but like you can easily check this yourself. You can go on time and date, 2 locations, Tierra del Fuego in Chile, right? And
so I can't check it. There's no sun here.
Well, whatever, when at your convenience or never. Right. So Tierra del Fuego in Chile, Ushuaia, Ushuaia and Tierra del Fuego, Chile or Peru, or Argentina, whatever the fuck it is down there. So that location. Now this is gonna be for the equinox, right? And we want another location on the same line of longitude, and because we want a simultaneous sunrise, and we're gonna get the direction of the sunrise. What direction does the sun rise?
East.
From these 2 locations, right? On the equinox. How many degrees? So you do Connaught, Greenland, and Ushuaia, right? And if you look at the values, what direction the sun rises, in Ushuaia the sun will rise at 91 degrees. Okay, that's so 1 degree more than due east. Yeah. In Greenland, it'll rise at 86 degrees. So tell me, how can they both be looking at the sun, but they're looking in different directions?
Wait, so someone in the northern hemisphere is looking 86 degrees. Someone in the southern hemisphere is looking 91 degrees.
Yeah.
How do those? I mean, firstly,
yeah,
I don't know.
Those lines of sight don't converge.
Yeah, because one seems to go slightly north and one seems to go slightly south. Right, that's the
point.
Yeah. But what are those measurements from? You've just given me 2 numbers. I don't know like a source of it.
Well, the values you can go on time and date.
Okay. Can you share a
TimeandDate.com
link to this out of interest?
Yeah, I probably even got one, but probably from a couple of years ago. I mean, a link right to the.
Hello. Robert Utah just randomly messaged me and said, "Can't take down the spherical Earth, buddy. All flat Earths are doing is running up and down in blood pressure."
Running up and down Jacob's ladder? That would be more fitting.
Okay, dude.
The channel cracks a screenshot. Okay, and here's another thing on top of it with the sun. And this is going to seem obscure, but in 1597.
Right, you've linked me to time and date, but like I said, let's just concentrate on what you said there, where it would be Greenland at 86 degrees and Chile at 91 degrees.
Yeah, just go to the equinox date and look at the angle that the sun rises. for each of those locations. I'm not going to do all, like, how fucking spoon-fed do you need to be?
No, that's okay. That's okay. Now you've said that right. I get what you're saying.
Anyway, so Barents in 1597, his ship was stuck in the Arctic, and it was the equinox, and the sun was supposed to rise, but it had already risen 2 weeks before that. And it rose every day in those 2 weeks before the equinox. And they knew where they were because they used celestial navigation, so they knew exactly where they were. But the sun rose 2 weeks too early. You have lots of instances like this. Like when they've actually examined and tested the accuracy of sunrise predictions and sunsets, they tested at 3 observatories, and the mean error is 5 minutes. And with some of the values are 14 minutes off. So when people say works perfectly, I have to call bullshit, dude. It don't work perfectly. It works good enough for practical purposes, and that's it.
I can't.
And if the sun doesn't rise, within fucking 15 minutes of when it was supposed to, no one calls the National Guard and says, "Oh my God, call the president. Something's wrong with the sun. It rose 15 minutes too late."
I don't know of any time that's happened though. I mean, I very occasionally.
I told you they studied it. I can find the paper if you really want. Where they actually measured the sunrises, right? So they said, here's the prediction of when the sun's supposed to rise based upon our models. Let's go actually do the observation and see if it matches the model.
That'd be interesting.
The mean error, the mean value, the average value of the average precision of the model versus the observation was 5 plus or minus 5 minutes. Now, I'm sure you've heard people say they predict eclipses down to the second. Well, how's that possible when they can't even predict sunrises to the minute? In the largest measured values they had was the sun rose something like 14 minutes too early, which is a large amount. That is a significant amount. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is an example. Like, how did we even get here, right? So always got to review. How did we get here? We got here because I said, hey, we went and checked. I don't know about everybody else. I went and checked.
Rock, refraction. That's why, Indio. Come on.
Obviously refraction. When in doubt, refraction's like it's like you know how you got your secondary parachute. When you jump out of an airplane, you got 2 parachutes, the backup chute. Refraction's like the backup chute. Fuck, I'm cooked. Pull the backup chute. My fucking chute wasn't open. Here, I'll try and find that sunrise paper. And if you go to like the U.S. Naval Observatory's website, they have a litigation section because often they're asked like for court cases like they need like sunrise and sunset times for some case, and they want like quote unquote authoritative value of what it was. And what it says is no agency in the United States government observes sunrise and sunset times. The times can be calculated to sufficient precision that are good enough for all practical purposes. That's what they say on their website. So they don't say it's 100% accurate. No one claims that. Only freaking goofball Globers on the internet do.
Oh, that's so good. That is a good one. You can imagine so many instances where someone, like you said, wants to hear from an authoritative source as evidence.
Yeah, dude. It's like it's not true unless they have a freaking shiny badge or something. It's freaking really weird. I mean, I was just brought up different or something. I was brought up like, it's doesn't matter who says it, it's what they say. That's where the truth is.
True. 2+2 is 4. Doesn't matter who says it, unless it's a flat earther. Of course, if they say it, they're wrong.
Yeah, automatically wrong. And not just wrong. We're gonna freaking call you names because you're so.
Okay, but while I get that the answers to this seem to come down to atmospheric refraction, which you're saying is ad hoc, even though that's, from what I know, something that's been understood for a while, right? But you're saying that's ad hoc, no?
Actually, it is ad hoc.
Okay. But there is no answer for any of these, both of those phenomenons with the flat Earth model, right?
Well, I can tell you why it's ad hoc, because there's other things you would see with refraction that we don't see, right? So refraction is just not like this one-off phenomenon that just like moves shit up or down. And we know this because we design lenses, right?
But it specifically takes place when it's in the lower atmosphere, because there's
but there's other. Yeah. I know the story, but we should see other visual phenomenon other than things being moved around. It just doesn't displace things in space, right? Make things appear up higher or lower. Yeah, you get distortion. You get something called chromatic aberration.
Yeah,
meaning the colors of it will turn into a rainbow, right? So it'll appear more blue on blue on top and more red on the bottom, because you're actually seeing a double image of the object, and not a double image in the sense of like an inferior or superior mirage. A double image as a blue image. You're seeing a blue image and a red image superimposed on each other, but they're displaced a little bit spatially, because the blue light takes a different path than the red light. That's what happens when there's refraction. That's how a prism works. So if there's like this crazy extreme refraction, in the case of baryons, it said it's something like 4 degrees, dude, you would literally. So we see it. They compensate for it in astronomy. Just for some reason, there's no compensation terrestrially, even though it's the same thing. Even though you're looking through, arguably a worse condition. But nobody has dispersion correctors on their freaking 400 millimeter zoom freaking cameras, zoom lenses, to take a picture across like some large distance to correct for chromatic aberration. You know what they actually do? They actually do the reverse of this. They use epichromatic lenses, which correct at the lens to make sure the lens doesn't cause any chromatic aberration. But if the lens doesn't, that means whatever is out there in the air will be even more visible.
But the lens is a sharp boundary between those two medians, right?
What do you mean?
So the lens, So it's just, but whereas the atmosphere doesn't have that. It's like a gradual density, and the gradient changes slowly.
Doesn't matter. That would make it even worse.
Would it? That's not from my understanding.
Yeah, the longer the optical path, the greater the spatial separation is going to be, because it has more distance to do it in.
No, because an initial sharp change in boundary would result in the largest change, right?
No, it's continuous. It doesn't just stop. It's not just at the boundary where it happens. It happens through the entire medium. Refraction depends on the wavelength of the electromagnetic radiation. So blue light and red light will take a different path. In the medium itself, it's just not on entry and exit. Yeah, but it's not just on exit. It's not like, I know you're thinking of a prism, shining the white light at the prism, and you see when it leaves the prism, you see the rainbow. But it's actually being separated inside the prism.
Yeah, I mean, firstly,
it's not happening when it leaves; it's happening inside.
No, but we're talking about a very minimal change here, for example, as well. Like we're not talking about the amount of refraction that you see with a prism, because that's a large angle change.
Well, they see it in astronomy. They make something called a dispersion corrector for telescopes.
Yeah. I mean, you would, because when you're talking about something that's that far away, surely you're going to have to make some correction there to get anything that attempts to be accurate. But the sun is, orders of magnitude closer.
What do you mean that far away? Is it being refracted in space?
No, it's being refracted through the atmosphere. But your accuracy when you're talking about multiple orders of magnitude further away that astronomical other suns and stuff are from our sun. Yep. I would imagine that would be the reason why they have some science there to adjust to that.
But when you're looking horizontally across the surface of the Earth, that's where the greatest temperature gradient is, right at the surface. What Indio's explaining is, for practical reasons, when people shoot long range, and these observations have been recorded, you can find them on YouTube, there are multiple effects, multiple temperatures, multiple temperatures, humidity zones over the distance of the shot, including multiple directions of air movement, which also affect things as the bullet is traveling, and all they can do is make their best estimate. It's dynamic.
And when you say we expect to see some diffraction, we do see some diffraction. Like a sun rising is perfect.
Dispersion, not diffraction, dispersion.
Okay,
we should see what I'm trying to tell you is, if there is a significant refraction present in the air, you will observe dispersion, period. It can't be avoided. This isn't like an option.
Right, but when you look at the sun,
it is a direct consequence.
Like you said you would expect, just to stick on this for 1 second, you said you would expect to see some distortion with the light, due to this atmospheric effect.
Dispersion, yes.
Mediums.
Dispersion, yes. We don't see it.
But you do. I mean, that's not a perfect sun. That's distorted. Like
no, I'm not talking about distortion. I'm talking about dispersion, the separation of the colors of the white light.
Yeah, and there's some separation of the colors, but it's minimal between the two. Like it's so minimal because it's over such a small amount of distance. That
you've seen the separation of the colors of the sun. You've seen a blue sun on top and freaking red sun on the bottom.
No, I said it's minimal. It is red on the bottom and it's white on the top. Like it's a minimal distortion.
Yeah, which demonstrates there's no refraction, dude. You don't understand, dude. The more refraction you claim, the more dispersion there has to be. It has to exist.
Right.
They are intrinsically linked to each other. So the more there's a refractive gradient, right? So there's a gradient of refractive index. The more of this there is, the greater the separation are going to be of the colors. Because each one takes a different path. Dude, in anything, refraction itself depends on the wavelength.
No, but what I'm saying here is it's a very small amount. So in a very small amount of refraction, you have complete separation between the colors, right? That's from my
a very small amount of refraction. Yes, exactly. If there's a large amount of refraction, less dispersion. If there's a low amount of refraction, you'd have little dispersion. If you have a large amount of refraction, there'd be less dispersion. But all these observations we have where we hear, well, there was extreme refraction in that case, there's no corresponding dispersion to it.
But
that's why it's ad hoc. Now, I'm trying to tell you, to start it with, you asked me, it's ad hoc. You'll say it's ad hoc. I said, yeah. And this is the reason it's ad hoc, because there's no actual evidence for it. Right? It's ad hoc to stop the globe from being falsified. It's like, oh shit, if this observation is geometrically correct, it's falsified. Oh, let's have an ad hoc hypothesis that saves the previous hypothesis from being falsified. But without the evidence, corresponding evidence. It's not like they found refraction evidence first, and then we're like, let's apply it to this globe we measured. It's like, we know it's a globe. This observation would show it's not a globe. How can we explain this away with some phenomenon? We'll just say we know that that's light. Let's say it's refraction bending the light and flattening everything out. That's what makes it ad hoc, because there's no corresponding other evidence.
Okay, so
but we know it. But we know this other corresponding evidence does exist in nature because of astronomically we observe it.
Yeah, I don't quite think the two.
No one's ever taken a picture of a red blue mountain, dude. Sorry, it's
No
just
one's ever
never
seen
happened. But they have taken red blue Saturn pictures, red blue star pictures, red blue fucking sun pictures. I don't know about the sun. I don't think the sun has. I've never. The sun might wash it out, so it might not be visible.
Okay, so you're saying we see those refractions within other planetary bodies, but we don't within earthly bodies that are here like a mountain, because it goes through such a small amount.
What I'm saying is, for astronomical objects, we do observe this effect, the dispersion effect. Not necessarily the sun. I don't think I've ever seen it with the moon, but I've seen it with Saturn, Jupiter, stars. Right? They make something called a dispersion corrector, where you basically turn a mirror and it'll merge the double image. So what it does is the light comes into the telescope. Inside it splits the image into two images, right? And then those images, they have a mirror, and it's reflected onto another lens. But then you can manipulate each mirror to merge the two mirrored images into one image, right? So you can take the blue image that's off a little bit from the red image and overlap them so that you get a single image without this dispersion. This is not necessary with any terrestrial observation. I've never ever seen, but the thing is, what's the point? The point is that this is just saying, hey, you made a terrestrial observation. This is caused by extreme refraction. This allows you to do this. But the extreme refraction condition would have other things that we'd observe. When there's extreme refraction to the astronomical bodies, we observe this red-blue frickin' dispersion. We don't see it with terrestrial bodies ever.
Can we share some photos of this red-blue? I can't seem to find this with planetary.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I just Googled it. I Googled dispersion corrector telescope, and it showed them, and the AI's first response explained it exactly as Indio explained it. I go to Google Images, and they show thousands of examples before and after using the corrector.
That's okay. That's okay. I just want to see it. I'm not
being a dick. I'm just saying, so it's quick and easy for anybody listening to also do this.
I apparently Googled the wrong thing. It took me into Redshift and Blueshift, which I don't think we're talking about here.
Well, the only reason I'm saying, because red and blue are at the different ends of the spectrum, of the visible spectrum.
I get that, yeah.
So they're going to appear the most separated. So there's dispersion with Saturn right there, right?
Yeah, I see that.
That's pretty easy to see. It's fucked up. Now, we observe this in regular lenses too, so we have lenses have to be corrected for this. And this is why we don't, this is the main reason we don't use refractor telescopes over a certain size, because we have a big thick glass lens, and we'd have to correct, like when it came out of the first thick ass lens, like say you have a fucking, what is it, a 10-inch lens at Mount Wilson or whatever the fuck it is. Okay. When the light comes out of the lens, you're gonna have a double red blue image, and then you're gonna have to recombine the image. But then you get, like, because you're going through a whole bunch of other lenses, the quality of your image starts getting degraded. So we get to like a maximum size, we're gonna use what's called a refractor telescope, and then like after that we use mirror telescopes where you don't have this problem because the light's being reflected, not refracted. So we do this, right? A lot of terrestrial observations, they make things called apochromatic telescopes. Dude, what are you doing? So, okay, so they make, so one of the long distance observations from Canada to called Bars des Crins or something. It's 200 and what is it off the top of my head? I can't remember. It's 253 miles, right? 412 kilometers. They use the apochromatic telescope. That means at the telescope itself, the telescope is corrected so that the telescope, because you could always say, hey, I took this picture. I see this, what do you call it? I see this dispersion. Someone can go, well, that's the camera. That's just a shitty camera. They have crappy chromatic aberration. But this particular picture has an apochromatic telescope. So it's specifically designed so that you won't have any chromatic aberration in your photographs. This photograph, the photographs taken with this, show that they're out there in the world. There is no chromatic aberration of any image, of the shot, like 412 kilometer shot. Because often we do these, like I said, these long distance observations, and people go, hey, there's a refraction, extreme refraction, that they, all these things. And like, there's no actual evidence for any of it. That's the point. And the reason I even got alerted to this is because they did this test. They did a laser test. They used 3 lasers across the Hawaiian Islands. And they shot it from one Hawaiian island top to the other. And they were trying to measure turbulence. They shine the laser. They have one telescope. They pick up all 3 lasers in the telescope at the same time. Well, these lasers are all different wavelengths. And then someone did their master's thesis on it, and they modeled it all out, and they said, well, because refraction, this telescope is beyond the diffraction limit, this experiment should have never worked.
Right, so just to summarize.
Because each laser should have been separated by a total of 20 meters. But the telescope itself that they picked the light up in was only 4 meters wide. So how, if the light is separate, if there's refraction, and the light's separated by 20 meters, how do they pick it up in the telescope that's only 3 meters wide at the same time and do measurements?
Right, so like, yeah, so why do we see full chromatic aberration like to red-blue with planetary objects, but not the sun?
Yeah, well, and in this laser test that I just mentioned, they didn't see it in that either, which was done by the Air Force and the University of Dayton and fucking Boeing and, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like a giant fucking grant for them to do this test. They weren't looking for this. They were doing an experiment on something completely different. But a guy that was part of the experiment, right? So, like, he took place in the experiment because you need the research to get your master's, right? You need something to write your master's about. So he participated in the research. And then after he got the research, now he has his experimental data to write his master's. He writes his master's, and he did the model for refraction, right? Standard refraction. This is what we should see based upon the lasers we use. And this should not have worked based upon the lasers we use.
Oh, let me read that a second.
I'll post it in the chat. It's called the multi-wavelength laser. I'll just get it. Characterization of atmospheric turbulence effects over 149 kilometer propagation path using multi-wavelength lasers and beacons. So that was the experiment, and I'll give you the fucking master's thesis.
I'll be honest. I would love to sit here and read a full study. It's probably just going to be the abstract.
You don't. You don't have to read that. Okay. The only thing you need to know about that is that they did it. The fact that they did it demonstrates there's no refraction. Because this experiment should not have happened. It should never have worked. Dude, if you have a 20-foot fucking pole, can you get it through a 3-fucking-foot door? Without turning it sideways?
Yeah, you can turn it sideways. That's about to say that.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, let me, like, I get you're asking a lot of questions. You got to, like, give me a chance to read some of these things. But yeah, fair enough. I'm happy.
So there's a graph. There's a graph that shows this is how much distance between rays. Right? These are the distance between the beams that should have been if there was refraction. The telescope is wide, is narrower than this distance, but they measured in. So they took in all these lasers into the telescope at the same time, separated them in fiber optic cables, and measured the speckle pattern at the same time, which they shouldn't have been able to do if refraction exists the way Goldberg to say exists. There's no evidence it does. It's just something. Just something that's just repeated over and over.
Wait, so refraction doesn't exist as globe Earthers say it exists? Is that what you just said?
Exactly. It doesn't exist the way that they think exists.
So how does how does it exist then? How does refraction exist? Because you've given me some examples of refraction.
It's more complex. It's way more complex. It's not deterministic. The fact of the matter is,
it just happens.
The air is not a continuous freaking medium, right? So there's pockets and bubbles and pockets of different changes of temperature, density, motion, you name it, right?
No one denies that. I mean, yeah, there's difference in pressure and temperature across.
Yeah, but it's not just horizontal. It's not just vertical. It's horizontal.
Oh, you think because the atmosphere continues up further than what we understand that goes?
Well, no. What I'm saying is horizontally, it's not one temperature.
Yeah, I get
so
it.
when they do these, when they do these. Well, when they model it, right, they use a spherically symmetric model where the temperature is the same at a certain elevation, all the way across the line of sight.
I think everyone understands that temperature changes as you go up within altitude, though. I don't get what you're saying there when you say horizontal.
Yeah, that's not necessarily true. Temperature goes up for the first 1 kilometer, and then it starts going down. Yeah, this has been measured by like weather balloons and shit.
Temperature goes down as you go up. Okay, this is
not for the first kilometer.
I mean, I'll just give you an example. I walked.
The only difference is
I walked up Snowdon like 2 weeks ago, and it more than definitely got colder the further I went up, and that's about 1,000 meters.
Yeah, but was it windier too?
No, it's I get it's anecdotal, but the general rule from what I've always known is that roughly 100 meters is 1 degree change in temperature in a reduction. Wind difference aside, and it was fortunately not that windy of a day. It was quite good weather.
Well, that's anecdotal. I have it. I can show it to you.
No, my example is anecdotal, but from what I have always been taught and understood within science, like that it isn't just quite as simple as temperature goes down as you go up. There are changes of that. From what I know, it then at a certain point starts to go up and then it goes back down again. That's from what I thought I knew, but I'm not gonna quote that as an expert there. But that was my understanding, was that it goes down and then back up again and then down again. But I could be wrong there.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I haven't looked at this in a long time. I haven't even talked about this one. There's a guy who did a bunch of freaking.
Well, refraction throughout these. I mean,
he did a bunch of balloon flights, and it showed that the temperature actually goes up for the first kilometer, and then it starts going down.
Okay. I mean,
anyway, that's not the important part. The important part is
different topic there. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's not the important. The important part is that the say like I have a spot 6 feet off the ground and then a spot a mile away. How the light travels through that is the temperature isn't going to be like it's 50 degrees at me and 51 degrees at them, and then just like this smooth gradient. There's going to be pockets of air, right? There's going to be this pocket could be freaking 10 degrees warmer than the pocket, right? It's almost like the way they describe it are like beer bubbles.
It's imperfect.
Bubbles in beer, right? So there's like bubbles in beer that's like there's pockets of different air temperatures and density between you and any line of sight. And how large they are changes. They could be bubbles that are freaking 0.5 kilometer in size. They could be tiny where they're like 1 meter in size, right? So every time the light passes through one of these pockets, right, it gets moved around, right? Refracted up or refracted down. Goes in, refracted up, comes out, refracted down. Goes in, refracted up, goes out, refracted down. And this will just happen. That's why we see like the scintillation of the stars and shit shimmer around and things like
I get where we see stuff shimmer and light to the distance appear to flicker. Yeah.
So this it's a complex phenomenon. It's not some simplified spherically symmetric model where shit just gets lifted up and down. It's way more complex than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't disagree with when we go back to our original point we were on about way earlier, where
it disagrees with the whole fucking gradient. It disagrees with the whole gradient of shit up crap. Because there is no gradient.
Gentlemen, sorry to interrupt, but
okay. So here's where we get to where we clearly you don't think there's a gradient of the atmosphere. Is that what you're saying? You said there's no gradient.
Look. There's not a uniform gradient. It's not like that. It's not how it really is.
All right, but I think we've got to the crux of the problem there, because the model works with a uniform gradient, from what I know.
Yeah, and that's why it's a model. The 1976 U.S. atmosphere model is pretty much what everybody uses. But that's just a model, but that's not how the world really is.
But then we've got to the source problem. So you say there's not a uniform gradient, and that's why it shouldn't make sense.
Yeah, it's not. You could have a gradient for the first 100, say 400 meters away from me, and then the next 400 meters it's inverted, and then the next one there is none.
There's some differences. Fair enough. When we say uniform gradient, we're talking in a general term there. So when you look at pressures, when you go up in altitude, those pressures are going to vary. But there's going to be a degree of error within those variations, right?
Yeah, but that's not the claim. The claim is the general rule is shit is being refracted over the horizon because it's a fucking gradient. There's no evidence for that.
You've lost it. There's no evidence for.
There's no evidence for that.
The observations and.
There's no evidence, refraction, in a fucking spherically symmetric atmosphere. It's curving shit up and lifting it up over the horizon. There's no evidence for that shit. There isn't even a shred of evidence for it. Why? Well, let me give it to you. Okay. Has anyone ever observed this? You don't even have a model that actually predicts.
I've not done the science myself. But from what I've read, I wouldn't say there's no evidence on it. I mean, I can.
Well, I'd say. Well, from what I've read, I've seen that they admit there's no evidence for it.
I'd say Indio's been doing Hold on, I'd say Indio's been doing a pretty damn good job over the last hour explaining everything he says, backs it up, and post shit in the chat. And Andy, come on, you are assuming this should be the way, but you haven't really proven anything. Indio has.
No, he's posted some sources, and I'm asking some questions. That's fine.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that you got to think about it that way. Indio has been doing this
I don't deny for 1 second. He's just been doing a very good job of discussing this and explaining some things. Yeah. He really knows more about the subject.
Why do you think? Let me ask you, Andy. Why do you even think it's the case that this happens? It isn't obviously based upon the academic literature that you've read and your extensive knowledge of it. So why do you believe that isn't meant to be an insult? It's only meant to point out that you have an idea in your head, but there's actually no evidence for the idea.
It's because the observations don't match the idea of us being on a ball.
Yeah, no. I mean, my idea of us being on a ball isn't just from one observation. It's from a multitude of different things that make sense with that model. So it's. Yeah,
the point is the observations don't match us being on a ball of claimed dimensions. That's why these other things must be the case.
But when we get to the things where I don't think that your observations match it, like you just seem to give the answer.
You can turn the observation right into proof of the globe, because that's how it must be if I live on a globe. It's just continuous fucking circular reasoning.
No, it's like everything that I understand. So it's not. There's multiple points I can go.
That's a statement about you, dude. That's not a statement about reality. That's a statement about your own mind.
We're talking about my own beliefs. Yeah, but I'm relating to this back to my own beliefs, so it would be about my own mind.
Think about what you did, Andy. Like, it's almost like you guys have golfers fucking memory. You posted Jaren's fucking whole fucking flashlight experiment in the chat, thinking it was evidence for a globe, but it was evidence against the globe.
No. I posted that really briefly.
Have you actually accepted that in your head yet? That was actually evidence against the globe. Because
No,
there's supposed to be 18 feet under the horizon.
Of what's going on there. I admittedly said when I posted it, I've watched some videos and I don't have much of an understanding of them. At the same time, you told me to post the video, and I was like, I'm sure you guys all know the video, but yeah, I'll post it anyway. And you admittedly know more about it. I don't think from what you said, like, I get the fact that the reflection there. Oh, sorry, no.
You're not getting it, dude. You keep saying you've seen observations that match the globe, but none of your observations match the globe. And when they don't match, you bring up. I'm not making it personal. When I say you, it's the fucking royal you. So, you guys say all observations match the globe. Okay, here's one that don't. Oh, we have a hog explanation for that. Still matches the globe. Every observation, that's what T-Dub was saying, every observation will match the globe because you have a Band-Aid to make it match the globe, because you just add something. You're making it unfalsifiable. Like, what can falsify the globe, Andy? Like, tell me, what observation can we do? Where you can't add a Band-Aid, you can't add something at the end and say, well, the globe explains that it has some fucking widget.
You could go into space and you could see that.
Every fucking time, dude. Every single fucking time.
How is that so much of it every time?
Because it's not falsifiable then.
Right, but is the idea of, like, how can you falsify it? Well, you can go high enough up where you can see the whole thing. Oh, well, that's how dare you go there? Like,
it's not falsifiable. Well, that means it's not falsifiable.
Right. But
so was the globe first proven? Like when they first went to? Was the globe first proven when they went to space, or was it proven before that?
It was understood and believed before then. There were other elements.
Okay, so prior to Sputnik, right? There was nobody could even falsify the globe. It wasn't even possible. So at least prior to Sputnik, the globe was a pseudoscience. Hold on, dude. So the globe prior to Sputnik. Now Sputnik went to orbit or whatever, right? So prior to Sputnik, the globe was not falsifiable.
Yeah, so we've talked about other methods today, how you could do it, and I get you said there are some inaccuracies within those.
I'm just asking
so looking at planetary bodies and stuff like that would be the way that I would say.
Well, one second.
So
I want to ask you though.
If we saw square planets, would that prove the Earth's not a globe?
It would certainly question our understanding of physics.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You're making me want to fucking drink.
It's like, it'd be crazy. That'd be nuts, right? But we don't see square planets. So
how are they squares? We must be a square, dude.
Yeah. Would that not just question our whole understanding of physics and the fact that we never, ever, ever see that? Does that not say anything to you? Like,
well, you see it in Star Trek, the Borg cube, man. Maybe it's just a fucking Borg cube.
Exactly.
Hey, what about that? Do you take over for a second, dude? I got to do.
Well, what about that huge ass piece of whatever it was that they said passed by Earth there a few years ago? What'd they call it? Some Hawaiian name or something? It was like really misshapen and really long and not a sphere, right?
Yeah.
What happened there? What happened with physics there? Why didn't gravity kick in and turn that into a sphere? You know, but I wanted to ask you, right?
Well, let me answer the question. You asked me a question, and then you move it on to something else. So let me just answer really quick. So what I know of this, I assume you're talking about a meteorite that's not in a perfect spherical sort of form, which
it's not as anything. It's just because of the way they're formed. So meteorites aren't formed from where you have a massive amount of gas. That we talked about the protoplanet.
Yeah. How do you know that? How do you know that? Can you prove it?
What y'all doing? Let me finish my answer. I get that I haven't stood there and watched this phenomenon, but on this model of them doing this, like
what model?
Meteorites,
what model?
Yeah,
what model?
Protoplanet model we discussed.
You have a working model?
Yes.
How about you put the ball with gas pressure inside the vacuum chamber?
Can I just finish my point, please?
One second.
Of why? So meteorites on that are formed from other things, such as impacts between planetary bodies and stuff like that would form more jagged and distorted rock bodies.
You never saw that. It's a fairy tale story.
I haven't
seen that.
But I wanted to ask you, Andy, because you said what would falsify the globe? Is this like being able to go to space and see it, right? Is this the standard that you have set for yourself?
I guess.
I would only accept any claim about the nature of the shape of the Earth if I myself could go to space and see it. So that means like nobody else's claim first-hand experience of that. Right.
Yeah.
So is that just applicable? What I'm asking is that just applicable to flat Earth, or will you accept somebody else's like a second hand?
I would. So yeah.
Right.
So let's say the general consensus within science shifted to the fact that we were wrong all this time. The Earth is absolutely flat. All these models we had were entirely incorrect. New science completely disproves that. Here are many peer-reviewed studies, and the consensus within science shifted.
No, I'm not talking about that. We were putting that aside. It's just the standard that you gave for falsifying, like the globe, right? So
okay, I thought you were talking about what would shift my mind.
So because that would be looking at what it falsifies, right? Like as in. It would be falsifying one thing or another thing or a multitude of things, right? So that's the standard that you've set for yourself. I'm only going to accept, right, claims about the nature of the Earth, which I have first-hand experience of by going to space far enough away from the Earth to see it. Right? So you're not going to accept globe Earth, you're not going to accept flat Earth, you're not going to accept donut Earth or pyramid Earth or any other Earth unless you can get far enough away from it and see it for yourself, right?
No.
No. See, this is the problem.
Right.
Should be, if that's your standard for one thing, it should be a standard for all things. For all claims about the shape of the Earth.
But does everything else not work on this model that we live in today? I get you guys disagree with that model, but let's talk about like GPS systems.
Go for it, Miguel.
Satellite
communication. We are not living inside the model. And you talk about satellites. Yeah, what's your problem? We have a guy. He's a flat Earth guy, but the guy was a global. He went to Antarctica, and now he is working with a set of companies. One of those companies are working with microsatellites. Yeah, and they are using cameras with flat lenses. No more fisheye lens. So they are pointing down, and you see it's flat. Interesting. Isn't interesting talking about technology?
I don't get your point. Sorry.
And you want to talk about satellites? You want to talk about satellites? We have an ex-NASA technical that did work with satellites, and in his papers he had to account. He was doing programmation. He had to account a flat stationary Earth. Very interesting.
You have so there's one NASA technician who's come out and said the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
No, he did work with satellites.
He works
with satellites, yes. Yeah. And in his papers, he's saying that he has to account like a flat stationary Earth.
Okay.
So he has to do the programmation according to a flat stationary Earth. Why is that?
So, but essentially, what you're saying is like one guy that works within the industry has come out and said within
we have more people that did work to NASA, and they are talking about flat Earth. Thank you.
Okay. Is it many? Because I don't know of any.
It is many. Also aircraft. Related with NASA.
Like aircraft pilots? Okay. Related with NASA or just because general
NASA?
I mean, like commercial aircraft pilots would surely be in on this as well, right?
No, it's NASA Origin.
Can I ask how many is enough? Is it 51%? Is it like 50.1?
If 51% of all these people that work within the industries were saying that the Earth is flat, then hands down, I would be like, well, this is really suspicious and questionable for me. Yeah. Like I would very much be questioning my own beliefs.
Well, hold on. You're broadening his example. His example were designers, creators, not users and people that just work on airplanes and stuff like no. The design.
And by the way, you've never communicated with a satellite in your entire life. You never will.
So when my GPS, Google Maps,
you're not communicating with a satellite. You're not communicating with. Do you think you're talking to the satellite?
I think talking is an incorrect term there. I think it's sending data.
Communicating. Are you communicating with the satellite?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's bouncing signals off the satellite.
What does your GPS say to it?
No, that's it's not giving individual data to it. It's sending it. It's getting measurement.
Yeah, so it's not communication.
Yeah. Well, no, it's a very base element of communication. So from what I know, it's basically working out where it is using the time it takes to send.
Okay, when your girlfriend is screaming at you, not letting you talk, is that communication?
Dude, I'm on the internet at 9:30 on a Monday. I don't have a girlfriend.
Like, well, I'm just saying, if we just screamed at you and then like, while you're muted, would you consider
Is that communication? Technically, yeah, sure. Why not? It's really bad communication.
No, not really, dude. You wouldn't consider that communication. It's not communicating with anything. It's passive beacon. Passive means you are just passively accepting a signal, and it doesn't use a globe either. So,
but it's two-way though, right? Because even if the basis that it gets back, no, but it gets back the time that it takes for that communication to get there, and
that's embedded in it.
But that's a two-way. That's a two-way street. Like it wouldn't know that time if it didn't have a confirmation that came back to it, because otherwise, then how would it know that time?
Do you think your frickin' phone is syncing up to atomic clocks, dude? Like what?
No, the atomic clock is on the satellite, from what I know. I don't think my phone has an atomic
clock. Yeah, but you need to be synced with it to know the time of flight, right?
No, my phone is synced with the time on Earth. The satellite has the atomic clock, so there's a constant time that's being updated through internet that itself is based.
How did you sync with the satellite? Your clock, dude, on your phone.
I just explained to you. My phone is synced through the internet to.
How did your phone do it?
Through a constant 5G signal, 4G signal, whatever signal it's getting through internet connection. Yeah, so there's an atomic clock on Earth measuring that. That updates many devices around it. Those devices communicate with the satellite. The satellite has the atomic clock. Those two differentials help work out the distance.
Andy, you don't know how it works. You're making shit up on the fly. Your phone.
No, like I said from the top. That's my base understanding of it. But yeah.
Yeah, your phone's using something called network time protocol. And we'd say you have, I don't know what your phone service is. They're using their own freaking network time. It's not synced to anything. They might sync it to somebody, like someone upstream, their clocks. But whether it's synced to an atomic clock, like on a Windows computer, it automatically gets your time. Now, typically the time will come from Microsoft. But you can actually set it so that it gets it from the atomic clock at the University of Colorado, or you can get the one at Lawrence Livermore Labs. So you can choose what network time protocol server that you access in the first place. Like, you're not syncing to atomic clocks. That the time is in the message.
Right, again, but this doesn't differentiate too much from what I said. That okay, so fair enough.
But the funny thing is, it doesn't use a globe either. So that's the funny thing. The coordinate system of GPS isn't in latitude and longitude. It's converted to that. It's actually the actual raw data message is only the time of flight in what's called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates, which is actually a plane called up, down, and easting. Those are the three Cartesian coordinates that it uses.
So how does it work if it's not a satellite? How does it calculate my position?
Because the time of flight uses trilateration.
So it just works from what time of flight from the signal of the.
Yeah, and it has it has something called a pseudo range.
Yeah, it does that as well to a certain amount of accuracy. That's what it calculates my position in from when it can't get satellite.
Well, I doubt your phone ever used GPS. Your phone probably uses network location services.
But network location services are they have a really large degree of uncertainty to them, so it gives quite a vast area. It shows you.
How would you tell the uncertainty, dude? Like, oh my God, my GPS, I'm actually a meter off. You'd never know.
I mean,
if I fire up the GPS to my phone right now, it's going to show I'm not even inside the building I'm in.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, my GPS does, so I don't know what your GPS is saying.
Yeah,
but
well,
if it's
I'm just saying
with satellites within the building that you're in, then it can show it.
You're not using a satellite, bro. You're using network location service.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, when you're on a Wi-Fi within a building, and then it has it can use your
phone
location
network.
within that cell phone network.
The cell phone network. The cell phone network. You're using the cell phone.
So explain one thing to me. When you're outside of where there's any cell phone network, you can still use GPS satellites. How does that work?
Well, if you have it turned on, then you'll use GPS.
Yes, so I can download my map, and I do this regularly because I go hiking in the wilderness where there's absolutely no signal. I can download the maps from Google, and I can use my GPS to accurately tell me exactly where I am within those locations. So how does that make sense there?
Yeah, because they have on-the-ground GPS transmitters. They're called differential GPS, or WAS, or there's a whole bunch of other systems too. They broadcast this exact same signal.
So you're saying that the conspiracy goes so far where they're broadcasting signals. Well, okay. So the lie goes so far where there's no actual 4G, 5G signal in the wilderness of the UK. Out in the Lake District, the Snowdonia Mountains, the up in Scotland, where pretty much all of it gets no fucking signal. They're sending out.
Think there's a ball in the way?
Let me finish my point. But let me finish my point because, you're saying that in all those locations where when I go hiking there, I download the map and I track myself very accurately, and I can see this accurate because I have this map downloaded and it's within a meter. It's very impressive of the path that I'm on. So in all of those locations, how is that telling me that I'm right there, right exactly where I am? Is it?
Okay.
Are the satellites? Are there signals or masts?
Because radio signals, because the GPS signal travels a lot farther than you think, because there's no ball in the way.
Right. So really, my phone is getting signal, but it's telling me I'm not getting signal
from transmitters that are on the ground. Yes, it's getting signals from that.
Yeah. But
not a cell phone tower, because a cell phone tower is a different band. Right. Okay. So different bands have different penetration strengths to the air. Also, depending on the antenna, they also use different powers. Typically, things like cell phone telecommunications signals. GPS is 2 point. Can't remember off the top of my head what frequency it is.
It doesn't use the same exact signal as the internet or the calls on your phone.
Yeah, it's a different frequency, man. It's a different chip. It's a different frequency. It's completely separate.
And Andy, he did say it was ground-based. You just didn't listen to him. He repeated himself twice.
No, I got the idea. I get the idea that what you're... Because, of course, from your idea, it has to be ground-based. I'm not denying that you're saying that. The sort of bewilderment that I have is that out in all these places where there's... I can be in a location where I'm just literally just surrounded by large mountain bodies that are blocking out any signal. I have zero phone signal, actually no data. I can't even make emergency calls, which is run off 3G networks. But I can get GPS data. It connects to, and it can, on my drone, it tells me how many.
So look, check this out.
So you're saying that this is taking place on a different.
No, you heard what he said. You heard what he said. It's like I hate when you say something and he's like, so you're saying, yes, what the fuck he's saying? Chop the conversation time down a little further. Second of all, it's like I've been listening for a minute, and it's like, it's like they never actually claim. They just have incredulity, and then they're like, are you making a claim as to how this is working? Are you saying that because you live on a ball, this GPS is working in the way that you're saying it does? Or are you just here to be like, I'm saying I don't know how else this could happen? Because if I got mountains around me, it can't be what you're saying it is, and I'm not necessarily making a claim, but I am saying
no, I'm making quite a claim. Yeah, no,
so make the claim. So make the claim.
Because this claim works everywhere on Earth.
So make the claim. Let me hear it. Make the claim.
You can tell me to make the claim. I'm trying to talk. So the claim is that when I'm in place, when I have absolutely no communication with satellite, with anything other than satellite. So this can be in the middle of the ocean. This can be, when I'm on a plane flying to somewhere. This can be when I'm in the middle of a wilderness, for example, Scotland or any other place, I have a location data on my phone that tells me exactly, very accurately, where I am. And there's no other way it can do that from communicating with satellites.
It's a very vague claim. That's a very vague claim.
No, it's fine. But is that all you're saying?
I mean, that's the basis of the claim.
Well, okay, so there are things above the Earth. So, do you have anything further to that?
Okay, so you're saying there aren't things, or you admit that there are those satellites?
No, I'm asking you, right? Aren't I? Isn't it your claim? I said,
very basis. I mean, sure, like we can go into more detail that they orbit the Earth, but yeah, my base claim here, and it's
okay. Orbit is in a circle, or what do you mean exactly?
Yeah, orbit would be a circle. Yeah,
around a globe. You mean?
Yep.
So that's the claim. All right. How do you know that?
Well, that's very part of the claim. But we're talking about how they give me information compared to where I am on Earth. I'm not getting into the detail of how the orbital mechanics work.
You made huge big logic. Huge.
Okay.
I go to the woods.
Tell me how.
I downloaded
let's
a map.
go back to the base claim.
I looked and I saw a little crosshair, and I can't make a phone call. Therefore, there's satellites in space orbiting the fucking Earth, and I'm out of ball.
Well, it's not just I'm in the wilderness. Like, it's literally in the middle of the ocean. Nothing else around.
When have you done that?
Presumably.
I've done it on a cruise ship. I've done it on a plane.
And you're assuming. It's a presupposition that there's nothing else could possibly communicate with your little handheld phone. That's what you're relying on. That's why I said it's a vague claim. Because you're not listing any locations.
The devices that are on these bodies that I'm on, the plane or the cruise ship, or maybe there's devices out here in the wilderness that are falsely telling me, or not falsely, sorry, but telling me where I am from other devices, and then masking how they're doing that.
Do you understand how that works though? When you download the map, do you understand how the equipment that you have, let's say your phone, do you understand that inside of it, like if your GPS part of your phone was broken, it would still use the accelerometer, the gyroscope, the magnetometer, or magnetometer.
Yeah, I get how those other things, but they're not going to.
But here's the point, though. Here's the point. When you take your phone, okay, and you download the map, and you have a signal, and you're like, okay, and it's using the towers to triangulate your position on the ground, okay, then let's say you break the GPS part of it. You're like, okay, now I'm going to be lost. No, as long as you downloaded the map, and you can even lose your internet signal and your cell signal, but it knows if you take 100 steps to the left, it's a mathematical thing in the app, and it's using the phone sensors. And in the map that's on your phone, it will move you. It will know that you will know that. It's not going to be exactly precise because they do say that it's still off a little. But it's not using in this junction. It's not. I'm saying it's not necessarily using the satellite.
Hold on. Just to clarify, this is called inertial navigation.
Right.
I
get the inertial navigation.
It calculates how far you move based upon the accelerometers in your.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So that has So as you move further, right, that's going to have a knock-on effect of the inaccuracies, because you give one inaccuracy and then that's going to multiply every time with that inaccuracy. So if you want to use that for something like a missile, all right, which goes in a very sort of straight trajectory over time and also takes information from other data, it can be a very effective tool for when the other data is unavailable to it. But if you're going to use that for a phone going through a wilderness where you're not going to get any communication with other devices for a long time, it's going to be a terrible thing, because those little small inaccuracies are going to multiply over time into such a high magnitude where that data is just completely unusable. But that's exactly what we don't see when you use GPS data. I could be in the wilderness for 1-2 days. Let's say I'm doing Mount Sully in Scotland, for example, where you have to basically wild camp to get to it because it's so far away from any road even. Like the GPS data is accurate to a meter while I'm at the top of that mountain, and even when I get to the bottom of it and I'm in the valley again, it's accurate to within a meter. It's so perfectly accurate. So that just doesn't make sense from what you're saying there.
So do you think you'd be able to get that with the ground-based system? Does it have to be?
I think if you set up a network of ground-based systems around the globe in every wilderness and everywhere, then you could give someone that system to do that. Absolutely. I think the idea. Let me finish my point. I think the idea that will be done to mask the fact that it's getting done from satellites is a ridiculous claim.
It's already done. I already told you. It's called differential GPS, dude. It's already done.
So all these ground masts are set up around the globe. And
you keep saying
they have a system called differential GPS, which is undisputedly ground-based GPS that will appear on your phone as a satellite and will give you your location.
You're saying this is placed
all over the place. They're all over America. I know that.
Right, you're right. But you get the GPS works everywhere. Like it's not only. So, for example, let me give you one example.
I think you're making that up, Andy.
I recently went to Morocco and climbed Mount Toubkal.
Once is not a trend.
So I was going to make my point anyway.
Well, it's not. Once is not a trend. I know where I live. GPS is fucked up, dude. Where I live, it don't work very well.
That's fine for you. It's never. I've never had. Sorry, someone's hot micing me. I can hear my voice going through. Much like I love it to a certain extent, it's a bit off-putting.
Hey Andy, why don't you just Google what differential GPS is? And the definitions. Hold on, just shut up. It says transmits correctional signals to GPS navigation equipment on board vessels. So you are of the belief, the assumption, that GPS is the shit when differential GPS corrects it, corrects the navigational equipment.
Here's what I think's happening here. I think there's a system, the GPS that works, and you're being like, haha, no, there's something else, and that's differential GPS. And just because that exists too, it doesn't disprove anything that I've said. Differential GPS isn't going to explain. You can use this as an addition to the GPS system, and you can use it to make readings more accurate, and that's absolutely fine. I have no doubt that it does within that GPS system. But it doesn't disprove anything that I've said. Differential GPS isn't set up worldwide, okay? There'll be no sense of that. It just doesn't. From the basis of it, that's a crazy.
But you were just making the primary argument that it was stacked tolerances and little discrepancies over another discrepancy makes it inaccurate, where in fact it makes it GPS accurate.
No, you really misunderstand my two arguments there. So if you're working, firstly, the initial argument was like using gyro data of a phone, and that's where I specifically said if you're going to use gyro data that has an inherent inaccuracy over a long period of time, those inherent inaccuracies are going to multiply to such an inaccuracy where there's just no point using that data. So when you're using differential GPS, which has a constant communication with some other source, then that inherent accuracy or that inaccuracy from whatever you get from GPS or differential GPS would just keep to what it wouldn't multiply. It's just its own inaccuracy. So like that's not what I was saying.
I'm just trying to understand one thing. When Indio told you about that the GPS signal that we can have from ground-based towers or transmitters, yeah, it's really that, because it will be easy to understand if you just distinguish between the two signals, the GPS signal and the GSM signal. They are not the same. Yeah, even if they use the same tower, you can have both transmitters and receivers in the same tower, GSM and GPS. You just have to know the GSM, you won't have that data or signal on your mobile phone when you are in a dead zone, because the GSM signal will just cover a short distance, like few kilometers, 5 kilometers for 4G or 3G. So it's just small distances, while GPS is able to cover huge, enormous distances.
Everywhere,
by thousands of miles. By thousands of miles. Yeah,
pretty much everywhere. I'm sure you can go to some, I don't know how GPS works if you get to the Arctic and the Antarctic. I know that, satellites around there's going to be less due to the orbit of them, but effectively everywhere that I've been, and this, like I said, multiple places, but most recently, around 6 months ago, in Morocco, doing Mount Toubkal, where there is absolutely no phone signal. You're up in the Atlas Mountains there. GPS works perfectly, absolutely perfectly.
It doesn't need to surprise you because that GPS signal is able to cover hundreds and thousands of miles. So it's so easy to understand that, you can, if you are on a flat plane, let's say you are in the center of the north, the towers are, the nearest one is in Svalbard, the next one is in Alaska, and the other one is in Russia or something like that. Yeah, you can have triangulation with those towers, even if they are hundreds of miles away from you, because you are using not cell phone signal, not GSM signal, but GPS signal, L5 bands that are 1,000 something hertz.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So it's using such a high frequency that it's communicating with places that are all around the globe. Is essentially what you're saying. That's how that works.
Correct. If you have some questions about ocean,
and when I am in a valley and I have no clear sight, and by the way, let's keep in mind that high frequencies don't transmit well through solid bodies. Low frequencies do because of the high wavelength. You could potentially say, look, it's such a low wavelength that it manages to travel over that body. But GPS still works in valleys and places where you only have sight of the sky. How does that make sense?
Yeah, because GPS and those cell towers, they are not on low elevation. You can find them on low elevation only in ocean on some buoys.
That mathematically doesn't make sense. They would have to be so high that they're in orbit. I mean, I'm talking when I'm in a valley, there are mountains on either side of me climbing up, thousands of meters on the left and the right. I'm in a valley. I can literally, I can just see sky. And if I was to have a direct view to anything there, you're not even talking in orbit. You understand the maths of this, right? These things are to my left, to my right, to my front, to my back, climbing up, escalating, at a steep degree. How does that make sense?
It won't make sense.
Well, it has to be in orbit. Number one, on a globe, which we know it's measured and practically used as a oriented horizontal plane reference. And two, your claim also includes rotation of Earth, and then the satellite would, I'm assuming, be geostationary, meaning orbiting. No, what I'm saying is this would have to be the case, and we don't have any proof that the Earth is spinning or that it's a globe. No, it is correct that we don't have proof that the Earth is spinning or is a globe. In fact, we have evidence of the contrary. So,
you said that what I inserted would have to be geosynchronous, which satellites aren't. GPS satellites, should I say? There are geosynchronous satellites, but most satellites, you have communication with them over a short amount of time, but you're constantly communicating with different satellites. They know their position, they know their exact time. That's how GPS networks work.
Yeah, just like my friend Mimas used to say.
No, that's not true, I don't think. Sorry.
You think all GPS satellites are geosynchronous?
It's odd that when he's driving through parts of
geostationary, geosynchronous, same thing, but that's
especially
not
going over. Oh, yeah, you're definitely because you're. So let me go ahead and do that first, and then let me unimpeded say what I want to say. So just like my friend Meme used to say, he'd be driving through some parts, some places, and would get like no signal. Used to test the GPS and is getting no signal at all. Just communication just drops. And that's what it is. Like you're trying to say that, well, you're in this area where you wouldn't have cell data, then you can use GPS. Well, I believe he had a sat phone in one of his instances, and it still was very shoddy. And so, first of all, we just don't have to believe you because you don't really have anything. Second of all, we're talking about GPS. We're talking about elevation angles, which require a horizontal plane of reference. Earth is not globe. It's not spinning. So, I mean, just hearing him yap, yappity yap all day is annoying, fam.
Yeah. And I don't think that the satellites are claimed, like, I don't think it's claimed that the satellites know where they are. I think it's claimed that we know where they are.
Ugh, doesn't matter anyway. GPS is a passive receiver at the end user interface. You don't communicate with it. It just sends out a signal. Now, unless you can validate where that signal is coming from, whether it's ground-based or sky-based to the exclusion of the other, then neither of you have an actual claim you can make. All this Andy needs to satisfy his contentions is a high-altitude source of the signal, which could be a reflection, according to their claims that the ionosphere will reflect signals, et cetera, or a high-altitude balloon. So the fact that they're coming from high altitude doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. So it's a moot point.
Right. So let's just go over the summarization of the points we made against it there. So firstly, Big Daddy has a friend who lost GPS signal for a bit, and it seems unreliable for him. I mean, that's the basis of anecdotal there. In all my experience, for the most part, GPS is always reliable, but of course, with any system, there will be instances where it isn't. I don't think that's an argument against it. You can absolutely, in circumstances, bounce signals up the atmosphere. That's entirely correct there. But if we're gonna surmise that the whole GPS system and the way it's so accurate works off signals being bounced that way, or potentially balloons, then again that just doesn't make sense to me. I'm really just not hearing any good ideas of to explain this at all.
Dude, the idea that something that's high up in the sky is sending a signal downwards doesn't make sense. I mean, good grief, dude. Okay, so unless you have validated where that signal is directly coming from, 100%, you have nothing to say at all about this point. You're just speculating at best.
So because when I'm in a valley and the point where this signal could be coming from could only be right above me, and I'm communicating with, my phone will tell me how many satellites I'm receiving signals from, and that may be, 8, maybe 10, maybe 12.
Dude, how many satellites are there? How many satellites are there in the GPS network, supposedly?
Do I need to know that off the top of my head to know that GPS works?
No, because you need to be able to tell me that GPS satellite is directly above your head to the exclusion of the off angles, dude, because that's what you just claimed. That's the claim that came out your mouth, dude.
Yeah, of course. Like, but I don't get what your line of questioning is here.
My question is, you're claiming if I'm in a valley and I get signal from the GPS, that means it's directly above me. Okay, prove that.
No, whoa. Not directly to like a perfect 90-degree exactly above.
Okay, then why don't you use actual terms instead of your made-up terms?
Call me on that. When I say above me, I mean in line of sight to the sky. All I can see is sky. Like it's on one of those. It wouldn't make sense. I literally said 8, 10, 12 satellites. I don't think 8, 10, 12 satellites are in the same place to an exact bearing 90-degree up from me. What is that claim? What are you arguing here?
Dude, you're making geometric claims about locations of things relative to each other that could only happen if you had satellites and a globe Earth. So I'm waiting to hear the proof of that. That's what I'm waiting to hear. I'm waiting to hear you substantiate your claim.
Yeah, the proof is exactly what I've been saying from the beginning, how it tells me my exact position. There's no other way they could do that from... Why is that irrelevant?
Yeah, listen, it's perfect. There's no other way it could do that unless the Earth was flat. See how easy that was?
Yeah, for you, sure. Like, it doesn't make any sense, though.
Okay, so then transversely, you're just saying there's no other way it could do it unless the Earth's a globe. Where's your substantiation?
Because these things that are above me, right? So in the flat Earth model, I have no...
I don't care, dude. I don't care. You already screwed up, dude. You already screwed up. You screwed up because I'm in my backyard, and my backyard is flat, and I'm holding an object above my backyard. So is it impossible for an object to be above a surface unless it's a globe? Are you kidding me?
I don't think you're going to let me talk here if you're going to say things like that. Like I said, how this would work would there are these objects above me that are communicating to me and telling me what my position is.
Cool story. Yeah, cool story. Now tell me why that proves the Earth's a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, because how else would they? Okay, so in the flat Earth model, how else are all these objects up there? Because in the globe Earth model, it makes
Holy crap! See, don't stop for a second, Andy. I just want to point out to the audience that he made fun of me for saying how else could an object be above a surface that's not a globe, and then he went and did the exact same thing I just showed him. That is a stupid thing to do, and he did it live. He said, "How else could an object be above a surface unless it's a globe?"
It's such a bad faith argument from yourself from the beginning here. So
no, dude, it's you're a Dumbo, bro, because you just made fun of me for characterizing it in that manner, and then you just did the very same thing.
I've literally never made fun of you. I'm trying to discuss with you, but you called me a
Okay, listen, friend. You said to me in laughter that the idea that I'm characterizing it as an object can be above a flat surface or a globe surface is silly and banal. And then you went on to accuse me. You went on to tell me that how could an object be above a surface? For goodness sakes, dude.
No.
Do you not see how dumb that is?
No, like holding something above your head and something being hundreds of miles.
Okay, bro. Yes, hundreds of miles. Okay, cool story. So high altitude. Whoop-de-doo.
Right. So
let me ask this question. No, dude. You're going to answer. No, you're going to answer this question legitimately. Can an object be at high altitudes above a flat surface? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Great. So what I said actually wasn't comical at all, and you shouldn't have laughed at it in the first place.
No, because the idea that I was laughing at was one you were saying, well, I'm holding something above my head. Like, obviously, on a flat Earth model, something can be in high altitude. That's not what my claim is.
Right. So then there's no mutual exclusion. Then there's no mutual exclusion to high altitude transmitters, whether the Earth is a globe or flat. Good grief, dude. What don't you get?
Good grief, dude. What don't I get is that the basis of this idea is that, well, in that case, they're sending all these objects up there with no explanation of how they stay up there in what I only can assume you're
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude?
Well, how does this whole network work?
I'll give you an explanation right now. Yeah, I'll give you an explanation right now. So, I'll give you an explanation. Very simple. Most high altitude stuff is done by balloons. It's that simple.
So there's all these balloons up there that we can't.
That's all, no, just hold on, bro. That's already a fact. It's not even up for debate.
I mean, there's balloons up there. That's not what I'm. What is your?
Okay, so let me get this straight. So balloons exist and they can be in high altitude, but they can't possibly be responsible for GPS because you believe in the globe. I get it now.
Yeah, again, really, really bad faith in discussing here, but like balloons can be observed and you can see them through especially through telescopes. They're the big balloons, like they're easy to see.
Really? Are you sure about that? So then why is it the case? Hold on, Fred. If that's true, then why is it the case that some alleged satellites, which were supposedly spotted in the past, when they crashed and they went to the crash site, they ended up to be balloons? How did that happen? Can you tell me?
Firstly, I don't know the specific instance you're on about.
So yeah, I know the specifics. There were satellites claimed to be satellites, and when they crashed and they examined the wreckage, dude, it was a balloon.
Can you ask me a question and just not interrupt intermediately? Are you able to do that?
Dude, stop picking on me for my disability.
It's all right. I just want to get a sentence out sometimes. Yeah, no.
My bad, my fingers slipping. But I just wanted to say, see how it's funny. Nathan Oakley has a unconventional way of doing things, but it's quite crazy because the moment we both have to use the same stuff, they go to the, oh, this is a bad faith argument. Oh, yours is ridiculous. Even though it seems or could sound like the same exact claim they're making. But because the earth is flat, it's ridiculous. No, don't use our fucking stuff, fam. When we're talking about elevation angles to whatever the fuck is in the sky, don't use our shit.
Yeah,
see, but when we have to take it over, all of a sudden you're bad faith. That shit is whack, bro.
Yeah, so for example, in their worldview, GPS is done by objects which are in an environment to which they're not falling back to the Earth and they're moving around the Earth or stationary above the Earth, right? So an object high above the Earth in a medium where the effect of it is it's not directly falling back to the ground. You know what else can do something like that? A balloon. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. So objects high above the Earth, therefore the Earth can only possibly be a globe. He laughed at me when I said no, objects could be above any surface, and then he conceded that actually that is true, that was his point. So he has to bear a burden that objects can only exist above the surface if the Earth is a globe. So now we have a contention point where the thing in question is the Earth being a globe, and the appropriate answer to that is just to measure the structure of the surface, because that's the arbitrational factor, not claims about satellites to which we have no direct knowledge of, except what we're told, and we don't have DoD clearance or any of that other stuff either. Watch the globe claim. Once you get an object high enough above the Earth, it just floats there in free space. Okay, how can that not work if the Earth is flat? Let's just say the Earth's flat, and once you get far enough away from the surface, an object just floats. It doesn't just go back to the Earth if it's more dense in the environment. Well, how can that not be only mutually exclusive to either a globe or flat? Why can't they both have the same property? The answer is that it's perfectly logically tenable that they both have that same property. So then the only differential factor when you divide those out is the curvature of the surface. So it comes back to the surface being demonstrably curved or demonstrably flat, which is the crux of the argument. Also, some of you bros in here need to get citations for your claims about what GPS does or doesn't do. Because a lot of you are flapping off at the gums and it sounds ridiculous. And without the citation, you get called and you don't have it on hand, you're going to get train wrecked.
Yeah, I got my video. They definitely use a flat stationary Earth when they're talking about using, the speed of light, and they have a receiver on the ground at a certain elevation angle to figure out where the satellite is at it. And mine comes from a globe earther math professor, so I like those.
Yeah, for example, inertial navigation system in your cell phone. Where's the proof that exists? Now, whether it does or doesn't is irrelevant. But if you don't have a citation that that's what it's doing, or some schematic for a mechanism and how it functions and how it directly communicates to the map system in your phone, then you basically have a baseless claim. I mean, it sounds good in principle, but if you can't back it up with some stats, some metrics, some schematics, some functions, then it could be summarily dismissed. Now, may it work in principle? Maybe. But unless you're demonstrating that it actually is working, then to claim that that's how it functions would be a baseless claim, which could be summarily dismissed. So we got Globers talking about a bunch of stuff they got no citations for. We got Flat Earthers talking about a bunch of stuff they got no citations for. People insinuating that GPS isn't a passive transmitter and the receiver is passive as well, and they have no communication between each other. I mean, come on now, amateur hour.
Yeah, so when it's quiet like this.
Oh, go ahead.
When it's quiet like this, take that advice and go do that shit. I'm about to go get my video. That way, when somebody comes in and says GPS, blah, 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 you don't have to let them ask you a million questions. You're like, nah, this is how it works. And then they go, blah, blah. No. This is how it works. That makes the conversation that much shorter. Instead of you shooting the shit, them shooting the shit, you shooting the shit, them shooting the shit. Why?
Yeah, so for example, the angle of reception isn't necessarily the angle of transmission. Do you understand that? Like that's really not so hard to understand, right? Like just because you point towards an amplitude of a signal, that doesn't mean that if you trace a ray from the direction of the device and the direction you're pointing it, that it'll intersect the object sending the transmission. That's not necessarily true. Could be true, but it's not necessarily true. Well, if I'm not mistaken, Marconi sent a radio signal 10,000 miles. And Nicobine sent it thousands of miles. Right? So we know signals can go thousands upon thousands of miles and get received somewhere. Dude was like, why do I have to validate the location of the satellite relative to where I am to prove that my claims are true? I'm like, what?
Yeah, man, I can just verify my GPS with my longs on a map. Bada bing, bada boom, it's a globe.
Dude, why are there location repeater beacons in the middle of the ocean? Oh, I guess you forgot about that one.
Yeah. I remember about 15 to 20 years ago, there's a company that won a contract. None of this is classified or anything. The company called itself Skyhook. Skyhook after the satellite canister retrieval program from the Cold War. But this new version of Skyhook, their contract is basically war driving airplanes, where they're picking up emitters from all over the ground, people's Comcast cable Wi-Fi routers, from companies, from hotels, all over the place. And they were geotagging all of the emitters for the purpose of enriching GPS location services.
Oh yeah, dude. Cool. Massachusetts has like I think 24 or 28 ground-based stations that are integrated somehow into the GPS system, and they will send out a repeat signal. I can't remember the name of them, but I do believe they're like an acronym is WAS or something like that. And they have to do with the MACORS and WAS, and then it's so they have magnetic stations, And what they are is they're like one is near mountains, right? So one's on the tallest mountain in Mass, which is Mount Greylock, and it's got it right up there. And it basically is a point where they surveyed to make sure that the magnetic declination was correct.
Whoa!
And so you have all these different key points where those particular points they did some kind of measurement peak to peak to get the declinations right, and you have to like integrate that in order to get sub-meter accuracy. So if it's the case that you need that ground-based system to get that accuracy, then why would a GPS just not get rid of that system altogether? Why would you even need it?
Yeah, at some point, all the overhead platforms are become useless, like the horse and buggy, and the buggy whip.
Yeah, you need Doge to cancel that program.
Fucking right.
So cutting it down, waste of money. We don't need it. We got satellites.
It's kind of like how the big industry push now is to get the public climatized to the idea of balloons and to think that space is balloons.
Dude, I heard, and I don't know how true this was. It was years ago, whenever they were starting to say 5G, and there's all that scare about the energy levels. But they said because 5G is a close network, the signal saturation becomes so high in a locale that it overblares GPS signal. So essentially, once 5G is like fully online, nobody will be able to get GPS anywhere anymore, and so they won't be they'll be antiqued for common use. Now, supposedly, in extreme locations where there isn't 5G, that wouldn't matter, like in open areas and stuff. But other than that, like cities, towns, all that stuff, GPS has essentially become useless.
Yeah, this is why ham radio operators become familiar with the ITU, International Telecommunications Union. One of the things that they do is coordinate frequency banding to make sure there's no overlap. And yeah, it's getting crowded. Yeah. A lot of useful places.
Yeah, for those who haven't been paying attention to the news when it comes to space news, there's a band of microparticles and space junk, which is essentially going to make it so dangerous to have anything at a certain height. And so they have to start antiquing satellites and creating lesser altitude systems. Because the sky is basically going to be like a shrapnel field.
Oh yeah, the interference with all that junk. Yep.
So yeah, when you add all those claims up, they're basically antiquing all of the satellites that are essentially the globe claim satellites. Like it's all going to become much lower ranges and much more easily explained by high altitude pressure differentials or medium differentials, like balloons and stuff like that, or currents.
Yeah, we saw the mainstreaming of this idea with Google Loon and other projects not too long ago. I think they're going to continue driving that forward and equating space with high altitude ballooning because it's so cheap and economical. Yeah, because faking space as they have done is probably getting expensive and crowded.
Yeah.
And they want people to make money, so.
That's why they got to antique the ISS. They're going to antique the ISS too.
Right.
Not just antique it, AI. Apparently, they're going to crash it into the ocean. That's the story, at least. It's fucking crazy. It's like, why would you not? Even if it was real, why would you not like pull it down piece by piece or put it in a museum or something? Nope, just crash it into the ocean, destroy the technology. Freaking incredible.
Destroy the evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, who's ever been up to ISS heights that's not a direct government controlled agency? The answer is nobody.
Yeah. Facts.
And if you think Elon Musk did it, you're dumb as a brick.
Facts.
One of my favorite eye-opening moments was looking into CloudSat, and they explain it. They've got a wiki page on it where they talk about all these rockets doing these heavy lifts. It's a multi-satellite constellation for studying meteorological weather data. And what's really funny is buried within some of the slide decks that I got just off of the internet was a depiction of overflights showing a map of America and Europe and Northern Africa, and some CloudSat imagery in a perpendicular orthogonal fashion that's standing upright, kind of like on the surface of the Earth, because this thing takes sideways looking infrared and electro-optical pictures. And also superimposed on this graphic was a bunch of red loops going from Texas all the way to Europe, back to Texas, all the way back to Europe, to Texas. And I'm like, what the hell is this? This coincides with balloon tracks. And there's a scientific ballooning facility in Palestine, Texas, where they do meteorological weather balloon launches. What's up with that? And so here they were showing balloon tracks for a platform that they claimed was in this self-orbiting space junk going around a ball. Fancy that. I saved all that. Still got it. Pretty remarkable. It's these inconsistencies that make you scratch your head and wonder what the hell's really going on.
Girl, I know you lying. Why you always lying? Barry White better watch out.
Oh man, yeah, you got the voice, man. So, if you look into the space race, there are similar gray areas where some of these satellites have balloons, some of them don't, and in some cases, the Explorer program, which was in direct response to Sputnik, they claim to have one rocket that would deploy some things that were balloons and other things that were not balloons on the same rocket.
Never trust Team Rocket.
Team Rocket, man, they're dastardly. It's like they couldn't decide. They're like, shit.
I want to know what
We'll
the
just
makers of
these
that
balloons.
show knew. You know, how did the makers of that show know that, like, the Rocketeers are evil?
I think if you're making cartoons like that, you're probably taking shrooms and acid and other things. What happened to good old Looney Tunes, man? Bugs Bunny, Wile E. Coyote.
Well, I think Bugs Bunny came to life and got elected president of Israel. That's who I see when I see Netanyahu. I see Bugs Bunny.
Holy crap, dude! I'll give you one warning, brother. I'm gonna give you one warning. Stay on topic of the room. Thanks.
All good.
It's like a Donnie Darko bunny.
Ones went, that's all.
All right, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. I gotta go silent. I'll be listening.
Oy. All right, what's new? What's happening? New globe proof, new flat earth proof, new globe earth argument, new flat earth argument. Anybody turn sides? Pineapple on pizza, abomination, or the greatest thing ever. What do you want to talk about? Oh my goodness. References, hey bros, references are not citations. You guys understand? So a link to an article is not a citation.
There's a guy that did this website, in a page, Flerfy Wiki. How to add a Flerf.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm going to have a new test for you to be eligible to speak in this room, and that is I'm going to ask you for a citation of something, and if you give me a reference and not a citation, you get banned for a month. Is that a fair game? Anybody willing to play that game?
This is the link. How to add a Flerf. This is the main page.
Oh, my fingers frozen. All right, what you got there, homie? How to add a Flerf? What the heck?
Yeah. And, someone is putting in some Flerfs there. Slide is doing a live stream. Let me get the link.
The citation is in the reference, dude. What the heck, bro?
Let's see.
What the heck?
This is a live stream. Yeah, that's a link. And he's putting the guy is putting lies.
All right, here's an example of a citation. On page 23 of this article, the author writes, this phone system has a redundancy for when it loses all signal to the GPS locator beacons or the cell towers, it reverts to an accelerometric function which maps out this way and that way and uses these gyros and thing, and close quote. Like, that's a citation, bro. And even then, that would just be a claim, because it'd just be somebody saying that that's what it does, but not actually how it does it. So then you would need to back that up with the actual, like, function of the phone. Like, it has a 3-axis gyro, it takes this reading, that reading, that reading, puts it against the map coordinates that it previously had, adds that up, gets a vector, and then says your location is less than so. Now, for example, like if you're arguing this in an argument, look, it's theoretically possible that a device could do such a thing. But if the device is not doing that thing, and there's a claim on the table that it is, how would you know unless you have some kind of evidence that it's actually happening? And so if a Glover presses you and says, okay, I want that citation, and you just give them a website and say the citation is in the reference, that would be a faux pas.
We live chat?
Yup.
And we are not live. I gotta give the last guy some credit. He seemed like he was pretty well diverse, right? Like he was going in a bunch of different topics and not necessarily on just the surface level. No pun intended. Who's hitting man kind of thing? Shout out to him, I guess. But what was your guys' main issue with him? You think he just too much of a believer, or wasn't a good listener? What do you guys think? He was a capper. Anybody want to react to the last asshole that was in here? Oh, sorry, the last.
Hey,
I'm
the
just
last
joking.
guy. Okay, that's a little rude there. Little rude.
I'm just joking, dude. Come on, AI. It's just a joke. Just a joke. I was just giving him props. All right, just messing. Don't be a Nancy.
I like the way he put words together into sentences. I thought a lot of them were pretty interesting.
All right.
So what you're trying to say, he was just saying words?
Oh, so he was just Yappuccino. Yeah.
I think he's saying sentences. They just had words in them.
So word salad, basically. He was all right. I guess I'll also give him props. He was remaining calm, which is good. He didn't let his blood pressure go or whatever, which could be fun and make for an exciting show. But he remained nice and calm, so that's good. I think there were some things that I did not like what he said. I was going to chime in on a little bit. He was like, and this is when you were talking to him. Yeah, you said something about that. Huh?
I'm listening. It seems that you are hitting your mic.
Oh, say what? My mic is trash?
No, it's okay.
Oh, now it's good? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, AI, this is when you guys were having a back and forth, and he said something like, you can't give me my model, and you can't tell me how my worldview works. And then he would turn around and go, so on a flat earth model, blah, 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 would happen. I'm like, bro, what the heck? Like, didn't you just say you can't pawn off a worldview on someone else? You're exactly what you're doing that to us. That's actually one of my biggest pet peeves. I hate when people do that. Oh, flat Earth, it has to work like this. Like, no, it doesn't. I was gonna chime in on that, but you guys, conversation was just flowing fast.
Yeah, that's
Why
the
did
difference
he?
between going nowhere fast or going nowhere slow.
Yeah.
That's why I was picking up the pace. And he's like, dude, why are you going so fast? I'm like, because we're going nowhere and I want to get there today so we can then go somewhere later.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. You witty old dog, you. Does anyone else want to react to the last conversation?
I only really heard bits and pieces of it on YouTube, so I couldn't really probably give a fair assessment, but it seemed to me like he was just repeatedly begging the question about the globe with regards to GPS. So it's basically a classic, well, GPS works, and that assumes a globe, therefore Earth is a globe. Seemed to be the rinse and repeat that I was hearing. There's maybe a bit more to it
Yeah.
than that.
Also, a lot of like, how would X, Y, Z work on flat Earth? I just can't fathom it. Can't be possible. Your model doesn't work. Like, who provided you a model, bro? Or do you have your own version in your own head that you have an issue with, that you came up with, that you want us to defend? It happens like that a lot. Like a scary amount that happens.
Do you think what I said about satellites has merit? I don't know who read it,
Well,
but like, do you think that they had to invent them because they realized that people would have eventually worked out that you can't transmit waves around a ball, so they had to put things above the ball?
Well, no, because they just got around that by saying ionosphere. It bounces off the ionosphere.
Okay, fair enough. Wasn't very strong logic I was using there, I'll admit.
It would make sense if they hadn't made up the story about the ionosphere, to be fair.
Iona, what?
Ionosphere? Euonosphere.
So I got a question for anybody really involved in these like flat Earth spaces. Is there like a runner-up shape, or like is there a different?
Flat is not a shape. We're not claiming a shape. We're not claiming a shape.
Or okay. Also, is there like a varying theories on like how it ends?
Yeah. Like no one here is claiming an actual shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Right. We're just saying the surface is observed, measured, and practically used as flat. Therefore, it's not a ball. But that doesn't mean we know that it's a square or a circle or a triangle. We've got no fucking idea.
Okay.
That's not really what we're claiming here, you see?
Yeah, just that it's flat. Doesn't really matter if it's like what shape
It's
the
not even
edges
that it
are.
doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm sure we'd love to know, but it's not within the realms of possibility. I mean, to define a shape of the surface that we're on, you would have to travel the entire thing and find all of its edges, if any. You know what I mean?
Do you think that's possible on a flat Earth?
Well, it depends on the difference between practically or legally or what, you know? I mean, it's not very practical for the average person, no.
Okay, I just mean like, do you believe in like an ice wall? Does it drop off? Is there some other physical limitation preventing it?
I don't know if that's
like crazy. I don't know a lot of. I don't know anything about this
It's not crazy. It's not crazy, right? Because the ice wall is not a flat Earth term. That's an old term given by explorers hundreds of years ago, militaries of the world. When they travel south, they get to what is ostensibly a giant wall of ice, 200 foot off the water surface, right? Just a sheer wall of ice.
Okay.
And you can see images of this, but like how far it extends, if it is a wraparound or a continent of its own, all this kind of stuff, we don't know, because you can't really travel to it independently. You can take little cruises to it, but they're all permitted and pre-designated route and all this kind of stuff. So how far the whole thing extends and what its actual makeup is in totality, we don't know.
Okay, so like personally, do you think it's like an ice wall thing?
I don't know. I've never been.
I'm just curious why there's not been like any photos of it.
Oh no, there's photos. There's photos
What do
of
you mean?
the Antarctic shoreline, which is like giant cliffs of ice. I mean, those photos do exist. And if you look on Wikipedia, they'll describe it as like a whatever percentage ice wall. Like
Yeah, there's also
majority
photos of
walls
people on
ice.
top of it, right? Why didn't they just like walk a little further? And just, I don't see where it goes.
Well, I mean, how far they've actually gone is a matter of who do you believe, right? Because you can't really go and verify it yourself. So, I mean, yeah, people have got on top of it, but I mean, that wasn't apparently done until like the 1950s with a modern navy, Operation High Jump, and that's coincidentally when they came up with the Antarctic Treaty and shut it down to public exploration and invented NASA, basically. So make of that what you will. But
I would ask.
Go on.
I would ask that you reciprocate these questions back to your own worldview. Like if we just assume for a moment that the Earth is a globe and we're in a huge universe and stuff, all the questions you just asked us, you should ask yourself: where's the end of it? And can it be reached? What is the shape of it? You'll start to realize that these questions are not really answerable. So it doesn't matter whether you're a globe earther or flat earther, we have the exact same dilemma. It's a huge fucking place that's not fully explored. The shape is unknown, etc.
Well, when it comes to
You're
the
talking
shape of
about
like,
some weird. Hold on. You're
Yo,
talking about
let him
some
talk.
weird flat Earth in space that can, like, you can go jump off an edge or whatever. This happens way too common.
okay, well, I'm just curious. I'm just
Do you
asking.
understand
I
that we have
genuinely
the
don't know.
same? You understand we have the same. We have the same worldview.
So if the question is how do we
That's an
find the end,
important point.
right? So on a globe
No,
theory,
that's not the
you say,
question.
can you circumnavigate the globe? Wouldn't that be like the
No,
question?
hold
I'm
on.
just
Just
asking.
one more time. One more time. The globe Earth is not it. Even if the Earth is a globe, that's not the entirety of this whole thing.
Yo, you're cutting
It's
out,
just
retard.
an object within a huge place.
Well, okay, we're talking about one specific question I asked, right? How do you find the edge? So how do we create a solution to solve that problem? Of like, how do we find the edge of the planet? So on a flat Earth theory, you keep crawling on the ice wall.
It's not a planet, though. No,
It's not a
bro, you
problem
have
for
some
us.
really bad
It's not a
ideas
problem.
about.
Yo, can I
It's a
say
problem
something
to
about
you.
retards, Jews, and that kind of thing?
Oh man, go and meet
Hold
this
on,
retard.
dude.
So the edge thing isn't a problem for us because we're not claiming an edge. We're just talking about.
So it extends out
observation
infinitely.
and measurement. No, didn't
Who
claim
said
that either.
Well,
The
I don't know. That's a
we're
natural
focused
conclusion,
on-
right? If you can't find the edge, I mean, I don't know.
No, it's not a
no.
I'm just
You're not
asking
We found the
questions.
edge of the
You're not
universe.
listening.
Guys,
You're not
please.
listening.
I
When you
don't
ask
know. I'm just.
questions, yeah, listen.
Just stop
Listen to
talking,
the
then.
answer I'm telling you. Listen to the answer that I'm giving you. Our claim is not about an edge, or a limit, or an extent, or a size, or a shape. It is simply the nature of the surface. Is it curved, or is it flat? For it to be the ball that they've told us that they're teaching all the children and that we've all been brainwashed with, it would have to be curved. If it's not curved, it is not that. Doesn't matter where the edge is or what size it is or what shape it is not a globe if it has no curve. Do you understand that?
Yeah, okay. I do understand that. Yeah, I understand you're just talking
And
about like,
understanding that it's not a globe based on the lack of curvature does not then automatically give you access to what it is in its entirety. Do you understand that?
okay, and I'm just going to prompt this, and you can explain to me how this logic could be wrong. But if you could like circumnavigate the globe on a ship, on a plane, on a boat, whatever, if you could circumnavigate the globe, wouldn't that kind of answer that question about like the
no? Because circumnavigation just means you're traveling in a circle. You can travel in a circle on a globe. You can travel in a circle on a flat surface.
Okay.
So if you walk around your house in a circle, if you walk around your house in a circle, your house is not a sphere.
Okay, so there's no way to measure like whether or not we're turning. There's no way to like correct our position.
There is no
because you just follow a heading.
rotation of the earth, and there is no curvature.
Okay.
What you would need to measure is drop over a distance curvature for it to be a globe. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I see what you're saying, I guess.
And that doesn't exist. That's the crazy thing. I mean, you can talk all day about, everything, the edge, gravity, satellites, NASA, all this stuff. But if you've not got drop over a distance conforming to the curvature of the claimed size of globe that they claim we have, then none of that's real. None of that is taking place on a ball.
I got you. So I understand why that would be difficult to circumnavigate the globe, like horizontally, using a compass pointing towards the North Pole as like your direction.
Well, no, it's just difficult to circumnavigate a globe because there is no globe, because the surface has no curvature, and so cannot be a ball.
Right, you're saying that, but you don't have evidence to support that theory. What I'm saying is, how do we prove? How do we get evidence to support a theory?
Yes, I do. Okay. So if I'm wrong, who's measured curvature?
Sorry, one more time.
If I'm incorrect on that statement, then tell us who has measured there to be curvature for me to be incorrect about that.
Well, that's sort of what I'm prompting, right? Is we have ways to measure that. So let's say you circumnavigate. So okay, there's some point on this flat sphere that compasses point.
Think about your circumnavigation a little bit more critically, dude. Like the boat is flat on the water; it's not climbing up the world. Yeah.
Well, hold on. You just said we have ways of measuring the curvature. Did you?
Here's what I was saying. Okay, so there's some point on this flat Earth that all compasses point to, right? There's some electromagnetic.
Right, so you're not assuming a globe anymore.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we lived on a flat Earth, how do we prove that? Like using like a compass.
We measure the surface for drop over distance, and if there's no curvature, then it's flat.
We don't have to travel around. It doesn't require traveling. It just requires measuring the surface and its deviation.
Sure, but there's multiple ways you can prove a theory. So let's dig into the specific one I'm talking about. Is there some point on the flat Earth? Is there some point on a flat Earth that a compass points to?
You're missing the point, dude.
Well, I'm just asking.
The compass points north.
Yeah. I understand that you can measure the curvature.
There might be multiple ways to prove a theory, but there's one way to disprove a theory. It's by disproving the theory. So there's just no curvature, dude. It's very simple. I don't know why people have such a hard time accepting this first premise. There's a lot more going on, but this is the real easy.
What I'm trying to get to with this is that if you can
it for you.
All right,
let me contextualize it for you a bit, right? So let's imagine that you're at a lake, right? You're standing at the shore of a lake, and the lake is 10 miles long from one end to another. Okay. Now, in your mind, is that lake curved or not?
I don't know, and you might have to travel around the lake first.
Hold on, dude. Let him answer.
If I can, sorry, repeat the question one more time. I gotta turn my volume on.
So you're standing at the shore of a lake, and the lake is 10 miles long from one end to the other. Is the lake curved or not?
I believe in the globe Earth. I would say it's curved, not to a amount that I can view with the human eye.
Well, what is the amount? Because this is it, right? The devil is in the details, and you want to know how you can know if the Earth is a ball or not. You need to get into the specifics. So, how much curvature does the globe claim over 10 miles? Do you know that?
I don't know the specific number, but I understand that the globe Earth theory presents that it is a very large amount that isn't necessarily perceivable by the human eye, right?
You think it's like a centimeter?
Yeah, but skidding across a lake doesn't disprove globe Earth theory, right? Because the whole point is that you're saying that it's on such a massive scale, you couldn't even tell from ground level.
You need to follow along. You need to be a better student, right? So 10 miles, one end to the other. How much drop over a distance due to curvature is that going to be? Just have a guess since you don't know. Is it a centimeter, a foot, a meter, more, 10 meters? What do you think?
Over 10 miles. Again, I don't know the specific number. Let's say, I don't know, 3, 1,
well, this is your
a couple centimeters?
A couple of centimeters. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, would you be surprised if I told you that they claim that it's over 66 feet?
For 10 miles of space?
From one end to the other, from A to B, 10 miles. At the other end, you're going to have over 60 foot of drop due to the curvature from point A to point B.
Okay.
Okay? So 60 foot of drop from point A to point B. Now, if the globe is real, there will be 60 odd foot of drop from A to B. Yes?
Over 10 miles, you were saying specifically.
Yes,
60 feet over 10
miles. Over 10 miles. That's over 10 miles. So, if that was measured and there was no 60 foot of drop measured, what would that mean?
there's no measurable like curve over 10 miles
of the lake. Yeah.
How do they specifically know there's no curve? Like, how do they measure the flatness? I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying right now. I'm digging into this, but I'm just saying,
I'm just trying to see if you understand the principle involved here. Like what's being said in practice.
Yeah.
So people have done it loads of different ways. Laser tests, long distance observations, mirror flashes, basically just testing line of sight. How far across that 10-mile surface can you see, and is there the obstruction that's predicted by the globe model, the 60-odd foot, right? Like a 6-story building or whatever. So you can test this in a number of ways. Distance to horizon is another one. So if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you can plug in your observer height, say 6 foot, as you're standing on the shore of the lake, and it will tell you the horizon, the curve of the ball, as they're claiming, must be no more than around 2.5, 3 miles away from you. Right? That's
sure,
the curve of
isn't
the
that
ball.
how that works, right? When you're out in the ocean, you can't see ships farther than like 3 or 4 miles.
When you go test it, because when you go and test it, the horizon isn't seen where it's supposed to be. It's seen orders of magnitude further.
Okay.
So, for example, we have examples where there's...
I'd love to read like the study done on that.
Okay, can someone post the guy, the Black Swan, and some videos? People will post it in the chat, and someone send in the link to the home server, because we've got a whole load of the tests in there.
It certainly seems to me like there's a level of distance at which things get a certain distance away that you can no longer see them.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely have resolvability issues, but you need to be very specific and say, right, is that due to a claimed curvature of the surface of water, or has that got other factors at play which is causing these effects? And what we find is it's things like perspective, right? Angular resolution limit of the eye. The obstruction is not occurring in line with a geometric globe, as we've been told. So that's how we
is
know.
this video the source that someone just sent? I don't
know. I'm not in the chat. I'm just on my phone, so you'll have to have a look.
So how come we can't see infinitely far when we're out in the ocean and it's incredibly flat? How come you can't really see like a ship further than...
Because all optics have a limit. All optics have a limit.
Just due to like visual fog occurring, particles blocking light?
Well, that's going to affect it as well, yeah. Like the environment that you're looking through. So air, even on a clear day, you've got a limit, right? So I don't know if you've checked your weather app or if your weather app shows it, but a lot of weather apps will show a visibility distance per day, right? So they'll say today you can see 10 miles.
Check mine.
So let me ask you this: what's the explanation for when you get somewhere really high up, when you're at the top of Mount Rainier? Okay, that's probably not a great example. It's really foggy there, but the higher up you go, the more you can see from that level. Yeah. So if it's sort of like an optical blurring effect from particles in the air, that wouldn't really make sense.
No, I mean...
Being higher up in the air would change the distance you can view.
Yeah, no, you increase your elevation angle. You increase your angle of elevation, then you can see more over a flat surface. I mean, that's basic, right? That's like if you lie down on a gym hall floor, you can only see a certain amount of the floor, but then if you stand up, you can see more of the floor. Same principle.
But it also affects the angle at which you see things greatly. I mean, the higher up you go, you'll start to see things hidden behind, like, hidden by the ground, almost.
Hidden behind what, though? It's not hidden behind a curve.
Well, that's what I'm positing, is that it's hidden behind a curve, right?
Well, I
understand you can say it's not hidden behind a curve, but that's what I'm saying.
So, for you to posit that, then someone would have had to have measured that 66 foot of drop over 10 miles.
So I don't understand the explanation. How can you increase your elevation, and all of a sudden you can view things that were previously hidden by something on ground level, invisible past the horizon? You increase your elevation, all of a sudden this thing that was below the horizon, invisible to you, is now visible. What's the explanation for that?
Like what? What are you talking
If you go to the top of, what's that big-ass building in Dubai?
Yeah, it's called perspective. You put your face on the ground, you go up, you can see further. Wait.
Yeah, you're just seeing further. This is why people back in the day built towers, to see further.
You're seeing things past the horizon, though. It's not just that you're seeing further. It's that you're. I think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. Things hidden behind that.
Right. Well,
curve that you can't see.
You'd be incorrect. Maybe this is why you're confused.
I got you. So explain to me why I'm incorrect. That's what I'm.
Well, that's not the definition of horizon. Well, look up the definition for horizon.
That's a movie. Okay. Definition of horizon: the line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet.
Appear to meet. So it's where the surface and the sky appear to meet. That doesn't say the curvature of a ball Earth, does it?
I don't think that would be in the definition of horizon.
Why not? You said that's what it was.
Well, I think it was the horizon term even coined before we understood the globe Earth theory.
Yeah, I'm sure they've been saying horizon before.
Yeah, that can be the technical definition of the word. When we understood the Earth was flat, but now it can also just mean that point at which.
Well, no, it doesn't look very curved. The apparent line between sea and sky. That's how it's still defined, because that's what it still is. It's an apparent line. It's optical.
Yeah.
It's an optical limit.
This thing that you said is the curvature of the Earth doesn't look very curved to me, at least.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the horizon's just flat. You're basically saying the flat line is curved.
I'm saying that there's got to be some explanation, and I'll pause on my question again. There's got to be some explanation for why increasing your elevation allows you to see things that were previously hidden by the ground itself. If the Earth was completely flat, something higher than the ground should always be visible. I was allocating that there's no visual particles
that's
in the air.
Where you're not understanding. That's where you have a lack of understanding about perspective and the way our eyes work and the way we see.
I mean, I don't think I'm misunderstanding that at all.
Above the ground, you should be able to see it. You think your eyes can pretty much see infinitely then?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying your eyes can see infinitely. I'm saying
you did just say that though earlier.
There you go. Okay. So what would limit your eyes?
So
being able to see
your whole thing was, what is blocking me from seeing it on ground level?
You don't have infinite vision.
Well, what did you? Well, you just said no. We don't have infinite.
If I don't have infinite vision, why does increasing my elevation then allow me to see those things?
If I don't have
more,
are you claiming you have infinite? Are you claiming you have infinite vision or not?
I'm claiming that I have 20/20 vision, according to my doctor.
Not infinite vision.
Right. So they're not infinite vision. So what is limiting your vision?
What is limiting my vision? The curvature of the Earth. In my theory.
False.
That's the only thing. The only thing that limits your eyes is the curvature of the Earth.
We can.
No. We don't have to prove anything in that regard, because you just made the positive claim of curvature of the Earth. So that would be on you to prove, for starters, which you can't.
Gotcha. Well, in my example, I'm trying to prove that there are things that you cannot see. That
you saying you can't see things, though. Yeah, but you assuming that the cause of that is curvature is not proving curvature. That's you assuming.
It's just one part of the formula. I mean, you're saying it's not.
I was just wondering, mate. I was just wondering if the horizon is the Earth, curvature of the Earth, like you said, right? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that mean it's in a fixed position?
Ooh. The Earth. So, sorry. Explain that a little better. Explain that a little differently.
The horizon. So you're saying it's the geometry of the surface, right? It's due to the geometry, the nature of the surface, it curving down and away from you, why you can't see, why you can't see any more of the surface, because of the nature of curvature, right?
Okay.
Well, let me make it more simple.
Yeah.
If you're saying the horizon is curvature, is that something physical or optical?
I guess that would be a physical curvature.
There we go. Now go back to you, Tito. Go ahead.
So that means it would be in a fixed position, right?
The Earth, the horizon.
No, the horizon.
In a fixed position?
Yeah.
How would that mean it's in a fixed position, though?
Well, the Earth it's one size, right? It's not like it's changing in size. The Earth isn't set size. It's an object.
Sure. Yeah.
So if that's the curvature of the Earth, it's a physical thing. It's in a fixed position. Like you could go plant a flag right there. That's the curvature of the Earth, the horizon. Boom. Fixed position. Yeah. Does that make sense?
So this is
I don't understand. If you take a ball and put it up to your face and rotate the ball however you want, the curvature always stays the same. It's an equal amount of
there you go.
On all sides.
There you go. There you go.
I don't understand how that disproves what I'm saying.
We're not disproving. We're just trying to set you and make sure you're set.
Have you got Google open?
I don't know. That felt like I was going into a gotcha, and I just wasn't sure.
All right, have you got Google open? Can you hear me?
What's up? Sorry, I didn't hear you. I gotta turn you over.
Right, so type into Google distance to horizon calculator.
Yeah, I actually.
Yeah, just type it in. Click on the calculator. We'll walk through it. We'll walk through this so that you understand what the globe claim is, because you need to understand what the globe claim is before you can test it or understand how it's been tested. Okay, so you got a calculator up. You can just put in an observer height of 6 feet. We'll use that as just an average standard. Imagine you're standing at the beach or the edge of a lake. So you're 6 feet above sea level. Where does it say the horizon should be?
This horizon says about 4.8 kilometers.
Right, so there you go. This is what CB and TW were talking about. There's a geometric position claimed, a tangent line from the observer to that curve of a ball that you can no longer see beyond, that the boats are going over, and all this. Right, so you understand that?
Yeah.
So this is what you can test, right? So if you go down to the beach and you're standing at 6 foot, the globe model is saying that the horizon is maximum at that distance. It might appear shorter if there's fog or if there's atmospheric conditions stopping you seeing that far, but it shouldn't be further than that because that's the physical limit of the sphere. Yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
So if you go down there one day and you observe and then you see the horizon 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, what does that mean?
If something's 20 miles away from you in the ocean and it's...
No, the horizon.
If the horizon is 20 miles away from you?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to see the horizon at 20 miles away from 6 feet.
Oh, well, hold on to your seat.
So that's the
buckle up right now.
So what if, and I mean, I said 10, 15, 20, right? So what if you see the horizon 10 miles away?
Apparently at 6 feet, you'd see it at 4.8 kilometers away. So
right. So what if you see it at 10 miles away?
You wouldn't be able to. Yeah.
Okay.
If you have proof that there is, though,
try and entertain the hypothetical. Entertain the hypothetical. What would that mean if you could see it at 10 miles away?
That would mean that the Earth is flat.
Oh, really?
Keep that same energy. Keep
you gotta have quantifiable proof that
yeah, we do.
Possible,
we got you.
Well, I gotta see it though. You guys have to. I gotta see something.
Yeah. We can show you examples, but I'll teach you to be a little bit more strict in your thinking. Technically, it would just mean that the claim you've heard about a ball with a radius of 3959 resulting in a horizon distance at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, around 3 miles, is incorrect. So either your ball is much bigger, or, like you say, there is no curve and it's just flat.
Yes, yeah, and I would love to see evidence to disprove that theory.
All right.
Okay. Does someone want to go through the black swan with him?
Yeah, I've got the 8 foot observation height, Black Swan, in the side chat there. I'll just be really quick. Yeah, so who are we chatting to?
Oh, it's me. I was talking Medulo.
Oh, Medulo. Hey, man. Yeah. So, can you see my post in the side chat, DJ?
You DJ? Okay. Yeah.
You'll see a couple of oil platforms, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. This is off the coast of Santa Barbara in California, and this guy is 8 foot off the surface of the water, right? He's just standing on the beach, a couple of feet up the beach. Right, and he's zooming out with a Nikon P900, which is a very, very good quality zoom camera, right? And we've got a couple of oil platforms, and you'll be able to see the horizon is behind the oil platforms, right?
That's the second thing in that photo, to the right.
Yeah, the second one, they're both oil platforms. The first one's at about 6 miles.
Yeah.
The second one's at about 10 miles from the shore.
Okay.
Right, so from the 8 foot observer height, you should have a horizon at 3.46 miles if the Earth was a globe. But we can see the horizon is beyond the second oil platform.
So the claim is that he's 8 feet off sea level.
Yeah, this is just a clip out of a full-length, high-definition video where he goes through the entire observation. He shows you exactly where he's standing. I can post the whole observation.
I like that. Visually, in that example you sent, it definitely does not look like he's just 8 feet off the ground. You zoom out and you see this wall he's sort of standing in front of. You see quite a
Yeah,
long
it's
distance.
just
from the
like a
beach.
little.
Yeah,
It's just like a little fence that's actually sitting on the beach, just a few feet. Look, I'll post the
I gotta
full
see the full video.
observation. Yeah. But just take my word for it for the moment, right? Because I'm just grabbing the full video for you now, right? So I just want to explain it a bit better, right? So do you understand that the horizon from an 8-foot observer height would be at 3.5 miles approximately?
Probably
3.46.
I guess,
Yeah,
yes,
3.46.
3 miles. So sure.
Right, so we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was if we didn't have the distance markers, right? So the oil platforms are just there so we can confirm that the horizon that we see is beyond a certain distance.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so I'll just grab you the full video. You can check that out, right? So there's countless amounts of these observations, right? This guy's actually been back to this location, and he's done it from 1 foot. He's done it on a different day from 1.5 foot, and then he did it another day from 30 foot, another day from, I think, about 70 foot, right, from a different vantage point. So it's been repeated over and over again, and in all sorts of different locations. Yeah, so I'm just going to post the video for you.
I'm going to need to see the full video. You can clearly visually tell he is far more than 8 feet off the ground.
How high do you think he is? How high do you think he is?
I couldn't tell you the specific number.
Well, then how do you know he's not 8?
When look at when he zooms out, you see quite a long distance of beach.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's not at 8 foot. Anyway,
so you're saying, let's say this guy is assumedly 6 feet tall. He's 5'10". You're saying he's only 2 feet above the ocean floor? I find that really difficult to believe.
You find
There's
it
waves
difficult
bigger than
to
2
believe that
feet.
someone can go and stand at the water's edge? How's that difficult?
If he was standing at the water's edge in that example, I don't think he'd be able to see the second horizon. But
Just have a look at the video. Hold on. Here's the video for you. He's just standing a couple of feet up a couple of meters up the beach. Right? It's not a very high incline. And what he does, he actually pulls out his iPhone and he does an altimeter elevation check, right? So it actually tells him exactly how high he is. Right? So he's trying to cover all bases when he's doing this observation by showing you on Google Maps where he is, how far away the oil platforms are. He shows you the elevation height on Google Maps, and then he compares that with his iPhone altimeter readings. Right, so you can see when you have a look at the full video that he is approximately 8 foot, right? But to have a 10-mile horizon, you would have to be 65, 70 foot high.
Gotcha.
Right, so it doesn't matter if he's 8. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's 8 foot or 10 foot.
Well, I see one problem already.
Hold on a sec. We can go through the in a minute, but just realize that what we're doing here is we're not presenting you this video and wanting you to say, okay, the Earth is flat. What we're doing is explaining, for starters, the globe claim, so you understand that clearly, and then we're showing you a method in which you can test it yourself. Right? You don't have to believe what's in the video, and you can scrutinize the video. We'll go through it with you, but just think about these as thinking about how you could reasonably test this claim yourself. And I've sent to your DMs a link to our home server, which has terabytes of information on it. But a number of the channels go over these kind of tests, loads of different examples from different locations, different methods, different tools. So when you've got time, you can go in that server and you can scroll down to the additional information sections and you can look through those channels and just get a good idea of what people are doing to test this, so that eventually you can go and do it yourself.
Sure, but you gotta understand, it's not a very enticing example when the first piece of evidence you send me, there's clearly flawed methodology in how the guy's doing this. He's measuring it from exactly 8 feet, he says. So in the video, you see standing on this platform, there's a fence in front of him, some sort of fence and wall. He's getting this 8 feet number from Google Maps alone, right? A single Google Maps topographical reading of how high that is off the sea level of that specific
Well, you can see he's close to the beach.
Which also doesn't include the height of the fence, it seems. Because there's clearly an extra, you could say probably 4 feet there added.
That's weak. Right, well, even if we gave
I don't see how that's weak, though. You can tell he's filming over the fence, but he's not counting the fence.
Even if we gave you the 4 feet, even if we gave you an extra 4 feet, it wouldn't work on the globe. DJ just explained to you he would need to be 65, 70 feet for that to match, and he's certainly not 65, 70 feet up.
Sure, there's probably a lot more numbers fudged in here, but what I'm saying is the methodology in this video is already clearly flawed. Like,
no, it's not.
Very
it's not. It's a simple observation of the horizon. It's a simple observation of the horizon. You've, at best, said that he's an extra 4 foot higher, which would still debunk the globe.
I said
so you can't
the
say
most obvious striking example immediately available for me to witness was that
an extra 4 feet.
It's already not 8 feet, right? We can already deduce it's a little bit more than 8 feet.
I mean, he is 8 foot because he's got.
What I'm saying is, I haven't had time to analyze this video, watch through the whole thing. I'm just telling you right now. There's clear visual evidence that the methodology.
I've just rebutted your rebuttal, which was he's 4 foot higher. We can give you that, and it still debunks the globe. So go and watch the rest of it and come up with a better argument.
I just wanted to add something to it as well, right? So you can see when you have a look in the video, he pans the camera around. The little railing that he's standing behind is literally on the beach, right? So have a look where he's standing. It's just a couple of feet above sea level, right? And he doesn't just use Google Maps to check his elevation height. He uses his iPhone, right? He uses his iPhone and he does a second elevation check with the Google Maps, right? But his altimeter on his iPhone, he holds it at the height of the tripod, right? And that says the height that he's at. So it's not just...
Here's the problem. The first thing he does in the video, at the 36-second mark, he shows the platform he's standing on. And on Google Earth, it says, whatever, it says 8 feet. That's the current position he's standing on.
Is he really saying the numbers are fake?
8 feet is the claim for the rest of the video. But, I mean, you can clearly tell that there's a fence that he's filming over. So it's going to be a little bit more than 8 feet. What I'm saying is the numbers are already fudged. Let me skip to the video.
Even if that was the case, even if that was the case, your horizon distance is still too far for the globe. So how do you address that?
I don't know. The numbers are fake, guys. Everything's fake. You're the conspiracy theorist now. Aren't you supposed to be like the normie? We're supposed to be the conspiracy guys?
Well, no. I mean, again, guys, I'm just trying to dig into every little piece of evidence you give me, because it would have been much of a debate if I didn't.
We get it.
I'm trying to be
fake, dude. Hold on. We get it.
I'm saying that I'm not even. Here's the thing that I'm not even saying that it's fake. I'm saying that this specific video, I find it a little bit hard to take like fully.
You can't say it's fake. You can't say it's fake because it's just a guy at the beach zooming in. But
I don't know. Maybe he's on a ladder, dude.
I hope you're this critical when NASA present you their stories and their little cartoons where they say, "Look, this is Venus, and we see all this going on, and this is Uranus, and we see all this going on." I hope you're this critical and saying, well, hold on, how do I know this is real? But I'm assuming that you don't.
So that's definitely not. So just digging into that, do you believe, what do you think about the other planets or stars in the sky? Visually,
we're not going to jump off this. I wasn't saying that. Yeah, I wasn't saying that to divert the topic, but I'm just making the point to you. If you're going to start being very critical about video and images that are given to you, I hope you're going to apply the same scrutiny to NASA.
What I'm saying is, though, your whole point is that why I can't believe NASA about Venus and all these things when I can physically go out, I can purchase myself a telescope, I can view the positions of stars in the skies, and they'll line up with the data that NASA puts out.
Don't jump to the sky and pay attention. What the guy is talking to you, distance to the horizon. Focus.
He made a point, and I'm just addressing it. Yeah, we can jump back.
Just let me...
Immediately had to
let me just continue to explain it to you, right? It's good that you're critical about these things, right? You shouldn't just take it at first glance, and it's fine to be critical about the height of the observer, right? But if you go to 2 minutes 50 in the video, he shows you exactly where he's standing, right? If you want us to give you an extra few foot of height, right, we can even put it up to 15 or 20 feet, but you'll be able to see at 2 minutes 50 in the video that it's approximately 8 foot, okay? We can make it 20 feet if you like, and you can do the horizon calculation based off a 20-foot observer height, right? It'll probably make it about 6 miles or something like that, or 5 miles, right? But we can see the horizon far beyond the second oil platform, which is 10.1 miles away.
Yeah, sure. Right. Again, my whole point wasn't that I'm going to be able to give you the specific numbers on this video. The whole thing I'm saying is that clearly the methodology is flawed. It immediately flawed in the first 2 seconds.
Okay, so hold on a second. Just let me defend it quickly, right? He pulls out his iPhone, and it shows his elevation height that he's making the observation from. That's what he's going off, Okay, and you can also use your common sense. If you go to 2 minutes 50 in the video, you'll see that he's approximately 8 foot off the surface of the water. So, like, it's very, very obvious that he's around that height, right? Or what we could do is we can show you the observation he did from just 1 foot, right? He goes to the surface of the water. He goes down to approximately 1 foot off the surface. It's hard to argue with the height of that one, right?
Yeah,
and you can still see the horizon. Yeah, you can still see the horizon behind the oil platforms from the 1 foot observer height, right? So I'm gonna pop the 1 foot observer height in the platform. In the side chat.
Okay, yeah. From beach level, that's what I like to see. It's just a little bit hard to exactly assume that he's at 8 feet. When
Do you understand that?
Of course, it's hard.
The discrepancy of how far away the horizon is. It wouldn't matter if you say it's 20 feet observer height. It still crushes the globe horizon mathematics. But yeah, I'll post this 1 foot one now.
And then when you've seen the 1 foot, we're going to get to the ultimate question here, which is why is observable reality not matching the globe model?
Okay,
that's ultimately the question here.
Yeah, here's the 1 foot one. It's ready, and I'll post also the full video. Right, even the full video for the 1 foot one is more comprehensive than the 8 foot full video. Right, he shows you everything in that one as well.
Okay. Okay, so let me dig into this. And again, guys, I'm just addressing the pieces of evidence that you have.
You're all right.
So
yeah, you're all right. You're good.
First obvious notice, just looking for the explanation for this. There's a clear visual height difference between the oil platforms. Like, what's the color one for that? You can tell there's a massive difference in the height between them. So, would that imply that if these were both built on a flat Earth level, why would they build one shorter than the other one? Right, if they were flat and both visible from the same difference.
It's called relative size perspective. Go learn about it.
What I'm saying is,
distances away. They're different distances away. That's why they're distance markers. One's at 9.4 and one's at 6 point something. So they're at different distances. So you got angular size that's going to happen. Difference between those two objects out there.
I agree.
Just to add to what Plumbob's saying as well, quickly, the second oil platform, it's called Platform Habitat. It's about 77 feet above the surface of the water. It's a much shorter platform than the closer one, which is called Platform Hillhouse, which is about, I think, 88 foot or 90 foot above the surface of the water, right? It's actually a much taller platform, right? And then, like Plumbob said, you've got 4 miles extra for it to reduce in size due to perspective.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. The only explanation for that on a flat Earth theory would be that one of them is built at a different height. Because the visual distortion, like somebody was talking about the ocular angle, the size of the platform is different. Obviously, because it's further away. Let me get my point out, man. Let me get my point out.
Just take your time. The shape your knee-jerk reactioning to this video, but what you need to do is actually watch the video in full, take your time, form your thoughts. Don't just blurt out the first thing that's come into your mind. Actually watch it, think about it.
No, I mean, I actually disagree with that. I think one of the best ways to learn is just, I'm addressing these points with you guys, you're explaining these things. Dude, you gotta let me talk.
You need to watch it first.
You gotta let me talk.
You're yapping.
What I'm saying is, if I see the video, I see something to me that visually stands out immediately, I ask you guys about it, you can explain what might be the reason for that. I don't think that's a bad way to learn, you know?
Well, it's not no, that's fine. That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, take your time and maybe watch the video and then put them all down and then go through them. But either way, the fact that it's smaller in the distance, yes, because it's further away. This is how perspective works. So that's not a problem. Continue. It's the horizon distance that we're focusing on. We need you to focus on the horizon distance.
The thing that you said was the curvature of the Earth. That's what we're trying to address.
Horizon distance. Yeah, okay. I see. And again, my main point that example was like...
Just listen. Those I want to add this. Those things that you watch, the color, the size, the shape of those oil rigs doesn't matter even in the argument at all. You can imagine those oil rigs even being wind turbine, for example.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of wind turbine, 2 wind turbines there. But what matter is just the distance to those things. That is the only thing. Their height What they look like doesn't matter. They are only distance markers. The
Right.
thing in contention is the horizon. That
Yeah,
line.
I just explained this to him. Necros, I just explained this to him. We need to look at it and then respond to the horizon distance.
Okay, so
Yeah, remember what you
I'm
asked
looking
us
up
to
the
show
height
you.
of this. So Platform Hill House.
Bro. It's not about that. Remember what you asked us to show you. You said, well, okay, we wouldn't be able to see this far, the horizon this far. And you said, okay, well, I'd like to see that. We're showing you the horizon in a certain distance. We're not showing you the oil rigs and the height of them. You are distracted. Remember what you asked us for. We're providing you that. Focus.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is there's a clear visual problem when the height of the two platforms.
It has nothing to do with the height of
It's
the oil
about the
platforms.
horizon.
He's
Distance
focused.
to the horizon. Distance to the horizon. Are you paying attention?
distance to the
Or are you
horizon
on
from the
mute?
beach.
You're losing
Hold on.
focus. You're losing focus.
Guys, just let him get his thought out because he's just going to keep saying the same shit if he doesn't get it out.
Okay,
All
my
right,
whole point is
just
that
get it out there.
so I looked this up. Somebody made this claim about the height. So the difference in the height between the two platforms is apparently one of them is.
Horizon. Are you nuts? Pay attention. Distance to the horizon.
Necros, dude, chill, man.
That's Miguel. That's Miguel. That's Miguel.
sorry.
But hold on, let him get it out, guys, and then we'll roast him afterwards because he's distracted. So just go ahead and just spurg it out, and then we'll correct you later. Because remember, you did ask us for show us you the distance to the horizon being farther than what you said. That's what we're showing you. But now you're distracted and want to talk about the height of the rigs and all this other stuff. So just get it out.
That's
and we'll
fine.
address
You
the
can say
actual thing
whatever you
asked
like
for.
about. Yeah, just say whatever you like about the height of the rigs because we're just going to say, okay, but what about the horizon beyond them? But go on.
So, okay, yeah. For the horizon thing to make sense, you have to assume the observer is at 1 foot height, correct? That's the claim made in this photo?
That's the video. You see it in the video. He's got his camera on the ground.
Oh, okay. I was looking at a photo somebody sent in chat, which
Yeah, and he sent
looks
the
like
video,
something
which
from
is
something
why
different.
I said watch the video that DJ posted if you're going to talk about it.
Is that the one that we were watching earlier?
DJ, which one? When did you post?
Yeah, the impossible geometric globe horizon.
Yeah, no.
10.2
Hold on a
miles.
second. It's 14 minutes after the hour, right? This is the 1 foot observation height, right? You can see he's approximately 1 foot above the surface of the water, right at the shoreline.
I don't think I see the video you're talking about. Sorry.
14 minutes after the hour. 14 minutes after the hour. It's a GIF. It's a video.
Oh, okay. I was looking for a YouTube link. My bad.
You're right. Yeah, this is just a clip out of the full video, just like last time.
That's the gift, and it is one with Platform Hill House, Platform Habitat.
Right. So we see the oil rigs and we see the horizon beyond them. Yes.
Yeah. Well, two things I need.
Why is the horizon beyond them when the globe says it should be in front of them?
I definitely want to see the video and see the observer height being confirmed as 1 foot.
Okay.
Like, before
Put
digging
yourself
into any
on
of this,
mute.
I just
Okay.
want
Put
to
yourself
see the
on
video.
mute and watch the video. Put yourself on mute and watch the video.
All right. Somebody send the link. Tell me where the timestamp is. I'm not gonna sit there for 50 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna send the link for you now, right? And I just wanted to also mention that, right? It's approximately 1 foot, right? But even if you wanted to make it something that's ridiculously higher than what it obviously is, right? So if you wanted to make it 4 foot or something like that, you can do that if you want, right? Because he would have to be 65 to 70 foot high to have a horizon at 10 miles on a globe. Right,
Okay.
so 1 foot, 2 foot, that's fine. It doesn't really, it's such a huge discrepancy.
Well,
it being exactly 1 foot doesn't matter.
That's also
But
not
we're going
necessarily true because these oil platforms have a height of their own that factors into that, right? You can
You
clearly
are
tell.
so distracted, dude.
No,
It's
no.
not
That has
about
nothing to do with
oil
exactly.
rigs.
Hold on,
You
let me
are
speak.
so
What I'm saying
distracted.
is, it doesn't
Hold
have
on,
to
dude.
be 90
Hold on,
feet there.
dude.
That doesn't have to be exactly 10 miles away. What I'm saying is, there's
listen.
probably a decent amount of that oil platform hidden just by the.
You're
the
confused.
Just pause yourself. Just
that would
pause
absolutely
yourself
factor into a
and
global
watch
theory. I
the
don't
video.
understand
You're
what's wrong with that.
confused.
Dude, the height of the oil rigs.
You can see
does
the
not
Burj Khalifa from
factor
like 20
into-
miles away. That doesn't mean
You're
that.
confused, dude. Just chill.
Dude, can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, sorry.
The height of the oil rigs does not factor into the claimed geometric horizon distance on a globe. When you went to the calculator, did it ask you, well, what height are the oil rigs? No, it asked for your observer height. So put yourself on mute, watch the video, then come back with a sensible critique. This is just emotional.
What's
They
wrong
get
about
so confused so
okay?
quickly. You don't even remember what you said
You
earlier.
are okay. Just to be clear, though, something taller is easier to see from a distance.
Not
on a globe
about
theory.
that. You said the horizon's at a certain
Absolutely,
We're
distance.
talking.
The horizon
Remember, we were.
The horizon is at a certain distance. It can rise above the horizon as long as the height is.
Yeah, so dude, I
above
don't care
that,
about
right?
any of that. I don't care about any of that. Just tell me why the horizon is beyond the rigs.
The horizon is beyond the rigs.
Yes.
Okay, you're talking about the faint little line behind the.
You're talking about the horizon, the line that separates the sea and the sky, as we discussed earlier. The one that's beyond the oil rig. Yeah.
This is hold on. Which photo am I looking at?
Have a look at what I just posted. Right, this is just a snapshot from the Zoom that you watched, and it's just had the colors enhanced a bit, so it makes it a bit easier to see where the horizon, like where the water meets the sky.
Okay, is the video above that the source video? Like where?
Yeah, that is the one. Yep, the one that Yep, someone else posted it. Just so.
Okay, y'all mind if I skim through it real quick?
Yeah, please do.
Good Lord. So this is the leading the horse to water part. Let's see if
Hey guys, listen. If you're gonna try to convince me of anything, I'm gonna be incredibly critical of it. Okay, don't take it personally. I'm gonna ask you a question about everything I see that stands out to me.
Okay, you got to pump the brakes. No one's convincing you of anything but you. You're the only person who will convince you of anything.
Yeah, dude, and that sounded a little bit unfair that, like, you're being all critical of this, whereas, like, why were you never critical of any of the information you've been provided that we're challenging? Why is it okay to accept everything you're told unless you're being told by an actual human?
Do you think I haven't been critical of Globe Earth theory? Yeah,
Well, maybe that's what brings you here. It's just the way you categorize the statement. I thought was a little bit hypocritical.
Hold on, guys.
But that's
We
fine.
can't distract him. We can't distract him. He needs to focus. He needs to focus on this video.
I'm just saying, I'm not trying to like be a dick or anything. I'm just like genuinely
No, it's fine. We
curious about this
appreciate
stuff.
it. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. We appreciate your curiosity. Please watch the video and then respond.
It's like a freaking dog and a squirrel runs by. Squirrel! Like, bro, you lose focus so quickly, dude.
All right, yeah, I'm not gonna lie on that one. I do get distracted.
Yeah, we can see that.
Hey, that's y'all's problem, not mine.
Not really.
It would specifically be your problem.
Yeah, we're trying to keep
Anyway,
you on
watch that
track. Like,
video.
squirrel. Holy. This is good stuff, though. Good job, guys. We're cooking.
Oh my god, you guys are gonna think I'm baiting you. I'm getting a call from my girlfriend.
You're
This is a
good,
good
bro.
talk. I'm letting y'all go though. I will watch this video. I might join back later.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Swear to God,
No
this is not
simping allowed. I'm joking.
Good. Have a good night.
Ran.
You need to stop talking to those flat earthers. I can hear you in the other room.
My mom's calling me. Oh, my girlfriend called me.
Well, I mean, dude, where was that sound clip when he's like, "Yes, the horizon at distance, you would not be able to see past that. Bomb has been planted." I mean,
Hey, you know why he said that, Crit? Because he didn't want to sound like a pleb.
Yeah.
Hey, those aren't mutually exclusive.
what, mom and girlfriend?
Yeah.
That's fucking
Yeah, sugar
funny.
mama.
I mean, that was a good roasting. God, they always do the whole like, yeah, but that rig looks weird, or it's tall, or the height of them. If it was flat, then this would happen. Dude, didn't you just say the horizon had to be at a certain distance? Now you're talking about something completely different.
He went too far into it. Like he got into the Venus flytrap, and now it's closed.
Yeah.
Like now that seed is planted, he knows what we're talking about. He knows it's the horizon distance. So whether he goes on just to spiral for the rest of his life, or he actually goes and researches it, I think we've done
Yeah,
enough.
but look in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane.
He shot himself in the foot because he pre-conceded to the argument, right?
He did.
He
I got him
agreed.
to preconcede.
That was amazing. I loved that when he did that. It was awesome.
It was like, well, that would mean it's flat.
Yep.
It's not the only black swan. We have that black swan with the wind turbines. What he would say with those wind turbines, he can't see the top of the wind turbines because they are bigger than the picture.
I think he's still just processing the principle, right? Just trying to work out how it works, which is fair enough. The first time you hear it, it can be confusing.
And see, I was waiting to round that off with going back to the pre-concession and saying, see, you already agreed that this would mean that it's not a globe and that it's flat. But, you know, his mum called him, so what can you do?
Perfect timing, isn't it?
I think you can get concessions out of them easier if they think it's just hypothetical.
I think
absolutely.
Two guys we've dealt with this morning, one of them was living in their basement and the other one had to go when their mom called. And both of those things together, you feel like it's going on a lot.
Hey, why is I was wondering, why is basement living such a bad thing? Just because you're in a basement, does that mean that you're any less than somebody that lives above the basement?
I think it's more the implication that you're still living at home and you're an adult trying to advance yourself in the world on the internet.
Yeah, but here's the other thing too about that. It's like, what's wrong with that?
I guess it is more of a westernized culture thing to think it's bad. And Eastern people, they live in big family houses, but they also keep all their money together so they can afford it, and they just do things differently.
That's what I was saying. Many cultures view that as the best thing, staying together. I don't know. It's just a Western, like you said, it's a Western thing. People view it as something bad.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Alf, because my wife's Greek, and they're very much family sticks together, helps each other out. And I'll give you a good example, actually. Where I used to live, there was a big Indian family that moved to where we were. And these guys all moved into one house together. And what they did was they pooled their money and they bought a service station. They all worked the service station as a family. Then when they paid that off, they made some money. They all bought a towing company together. And then another business, and the businesses were then split up throughout the family. This was probably 30 years ago. The guy that owns the towing company now drives around in a Lamborghini. Yeah, they would never have bought those businesses if they didn't work as a family together. People want to go and get a business partner, yeah? Why the fuck would you want a business partner that you can't trust? You want family, yeah?
Exactly.
I think it comes down to family values, but in a weird way, it's they know how to argue while still being able to resolve stuff at the end. And when Western families argue, they normally never speak to each other again. You know what I mean? One big fight, and you'll see each other in 10 years.
That's what I'm saying, man. Isn't it in reverse? Everything. Okay, so I'll give you another example. Some of the wealthiest people on Earth are not. They didn't go through academia. Did you guys know that? And that seems to be the standard for why somebody you've heard it in the flat Earth realms. Well, this guy is not educated, so he must not know what he's talking about. Why have we set the standard to be something through academia, in which academia has been the standard of indoctrination? Everything's backwards, my friends. We're using something as the basic standard for why we're going to say somebody doesn't know something.
You're right, because the financial system doesn't rely on academia. So academia is there to prepare people for the pigeonhole that's required for the system to run the way it does, for people to go around it.
Yep. I just want
peace out, guys. So I'll catch you in a bit.
Anyway.
Have a good
All
night.
right, Cyclone. See ya, man. Have a good night, man.
Good to hear you, boys. Have a good one, Miggy.
See ya, man. Yeah, I've been listening for a while, and I've been contemplating. I guess that's why I've been on a different tip lately. All of this is just like we're looking at it through a lens of how people out there like. So when they have debates, they base it off of like certain parameters, right? They have like the debate formed in a specific way, and you get 10 minutes, the other person gets 10 minutes. It's a very standard cookie cutter kind of way to do things. But is that the way really, like, to have an argument or a discussion? I don't know. I just been thinking like, well, if life really is actually the opposite of what people think it is, like basement living, like that's supposed to be some kind of like pleb that doesn't know anything. Like, I don't know. I just, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had a problem with the rubric of debate, and a common word for it today is like, debate bros and philosophy bros. Because you'll find them anywhere there's an ideology that's being pandered by a group of people, And for myself, like a lot of things that I do are resultant of that, but it makes it harder to engage because the space has become dominated by this modern kind of thinking, which if you look at the philosophy tree, it's like the as far as you can go in the wrong kind of thinking, and that's where we're at.
Yeah, it's more of like you're going to win an argument based on a technicality versus like the construction or the content, right? I think that should be the main. That should be the main point. Like, what is the person bringing in the way of like the context of the conversation? So what is it that they're saying versus like, well, he made a logical fallacy, therefore the entire. I mean, you could do it that way, right? Technicality can be a way to kind of undermine their whole premise, but at the same time, the person speaking doesn't understand, context. So if they don't understand context, how are they going to be wrong in what they're saying as a technicality? Like, you tell them that they're wrong because of a logical fallacy. Do you think they're really going to understand what you said? They're not.
Well, I mean, that's true in most cases, but it's not like having a logical fallacy in your argument means that your argument is wrong, and people just like to assume that. Just means that you're basing the wrong. Yeah, the wrong motives for you to prove what you believe is what you're looking for.
Yeah, but they don't understand. Like, people that we say that to, they're not versed in that. They're not versed in like logical fallacies. So you could tell them how they're wrong. They're gonna be like, nuh-uh. I mean, I'm just saying, we've heard it time and again, right? They don't even understand why they're wrong.
I never understood logical fallacies 5 years ago, 10, whatever it was, I never learnt it at school. We never discussed it. And I actually got onto it the first time I listened to Nathan Oakley. And I was listening to Nathan going, that's a logical fallacy. That's affirming the consequent. I've got nothing to... And I'm thinking to myself, man, these Globers are destroying this guy. What the fuck's going on here? He's not answering any of their questions. He's not doing anything. I better go and find out what this logical fallacy thing is he's talking about, And I went and searched, and I was like, okay, now I know what's going on, why he's not answering.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
But AJ, did you reflect, like in retrospect, like going back in before that, did you think of occasions where you were thinking about what the person was saying, like maybe in an argument, was like not making sense, but you couldn't articulate it, and then reflect back once you learnt your logical fallacies and go, oh, that's what I was trying to say. Like, you instinctively knew that something wasn't logical, but you just didn't know how to like detail it properly in the sense of how logical are your understanding now of logical fallacies, right?
I would say sometimes, but sometimes, man, these Globers are good speakers, and if you don't know the fallacies, it can be difficult, But sometimes yes, sometimes no. And I was thinking, man, this Nathan dude, he's not answering nothing. He's not giving them any answers. What the hell is going on here? But it was not something I learned in school. I didn't learn anything about it. Even my brother-in-law, I went and spoke to my brother-in-law and started calling him out on his fallacy, and he's going, what the fuck are you talking about, man? This is bullshit. And I'm like, no, man, go and look it up. And he's like, oh, okay. And you don't realise 90% of people will use logical fallacies all day in everyday conversations and arguments.
And they use And they use one second. They use also colloquial speech. Colloquial speech is not something that the Glober logical fallacies. Colloquial speech is not something that they're really thinking they're doing. They don't know that. They say things like, when they use like natural science or science, or they use the word level. Like they think everything is colloquial to them. They don't see the need to be specific or to understand why words mean things, right?
Well, yeah, this
They
is
think what they're
the
saying makes
reason
sense,
that,
right? And it's illogical.
the reason
It's funny.
that you don't encounter it in the education system till you get to kind of the tertiary level is because all of these understandings come from philosophy. Oh, sorry, not philosophy, psychology. And psychology is at odds with psychiatry in many places, so it's hard to force it into the curriculum because they use legislation with psychiatry, not with psychology. But psychology will tell you all about people's motivations behind how they think, the reasons that they form the arguments that they do. And if people got this from a young age, they'd come out as profoundly more well-developed adults, even before their brain
Exactly.
finished growing.
That's
right?
that's what I've been trying to say, man. Like this whole time, it's like everything's backwards, and the reason why it's set up that way. People are set up for failure. Let's put it that way, and to be plebs, because to be a pleb, all you got to do is just accept what the normie information that you receive. But this specialized field of knowledge isn't really obtained until later, right? Like you have to be told about it and to search for it, and then you're like, oh shit, man, we've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Exactly. It's like this affects everybody, like having this gap in their knowledge. But I think the most dangerous thing that presents itself to everybody is the idea that you'll get manipulated by a narcissist, and you won't understand what's really going on with narcissists until you understand the psychology behind it. And like, there's no psychiatric disorder for it because it's just it's being manipulative. It's being predisposed to being manipulative.
Yep. And so
they
what
need
happens?
to teach kids that, really.
What happens is everybody can now, right? And people that have been a part of the conversation for Flat Earth, you can actually identify some of the archetypes of people that come through here, right? You can like, okay, that guy right there, this guy's going to be one that spirals out of control because he can't handle the conversation. This guy over here uses logical fallacies all day. That guy over there, like, you can identify those archetypes. So for anybody that's like trying to figure all this out, once you start getting more adept to the conversation, you're able to like sift through all the noise because of the fact that you understand a bit of psychology. That's the reason
why. To the point where you don't even need to listen to the actual information that they're saying. You'll hear in their voice what their entire psychological predisposition is towards this conversation. You'll hear it in their voice, their tone of voice, their cadence in their sentence.
Exactly. That's what I've become really good at doing. That's the reason why I chose the psychology route when it comes to like this conversation. A lot of people take more a technical route. I'm more of the psychology route. I want to know why they're doing what they're doing. And so once I figure out what it is, what's holding them back, I hone in on that and I start to like dig to that very thing. That's really causing.
That's a lot more practical because then you can empower somebody without even saying to them, "Oh, welcome to my self-help lecture." They'll just get the empowerment out of what you say without feeling reduced.
That's the point. But what happens is in here, more often than not, because we're human too, man. Let's just put it that way. We can get in our feelings and demean the other person, and that gets lost in the noise. So you can't get to that juicy part where you're actually empowering them to figure it out, because you're more like trying to say, okay, you're just a dumbass, like I'm guilty of that too, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's difficult to actually try to get to the point where you're just having a constructive conversation versus destructive. Does that make sense?
I mean, you could use the metaphor of like you have to take the stone from my hand, Grasshopper, right? But if Grasshopper's not going to even bother trying to take the stone and just blabber, 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 then you got to slap him with the stone, and say, no, take the stone, or you get another slap, like there's room for that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just been identifying a lot of things and the reasons why. Like sometimes we kind of get a bit befuddled when it comes to like, dude, I've been saying the same. Like this thing should have hit this guy. The penny should have dropped. The shoe should have fell. Like what the fuck, dude?
Like the last guy, seemed like a nice guy, but man, it's frustrating to listen to. I think they know what's going on. They just can't. I don't know. Cog this. I don't know. They just can't admit it. Yeah, they've got to find every reason. Oh, there's a fence there. Oh, there's this. There's that. Oh, he must be 8 feet. Oh, the.
Well, do you remember? Do you remember what he said before we showed him all that? What was said?
No, I missed that bit. I was chasing goats.
Well, Cyclone proposed to him if you could see a horizon at 10 miles from a short height, right? What would that mean? And he clearly said, well, that didn't mean the Earth's flat. Now, Cyclone corrected him and said, oh, don't jump there yet, right? Because from your standpoint, you could be on a bigger ball, right? Or that the Earth is flat. So, like, don't restrict your options just yet, right? he was just being honest, right? And he was like, okay, right, yeah. But he said, oh, that would mean the Earth's flat. So the implications of what we showed him by his own standards means that he has to resort to something else that's going on. And unfortunately, he hasn't looked into it enough to have parroted the big R word yet, but he'll probably get there when he comes back, maybe. I don't know.
Cyclone was onto something when he was proposing those hypotheticals, because hypotheticals give somebody the freedom to say something yes or no without being held accountable to it. So that kind of gives the person you're speaking to like just the freedom to say, yeah, it could be that if I think about it that way, but not really held to it as in like that's what nature is actually showing us. So they don't have to be held accountable and like commit to it.
Yeah, that was a really great point. I think definitely something to incorporate into when we're explaining things like this is to do that previously.
And I'm telling you, it stems all the way back to psychology, because what makes a person feel comfortable in a conversation is that they don't have to be held to what they're saying. It's like they're not in a court of law, like, okay, everything you say in canon will be used against you. You know, like that's they want to be free to say, yeah, I mean, shoot, if I think about the world being something other than what I know it to be, it could be this, you know, and they could easily tell you the answers that you want versus be like, no, what is nature really? You know, and then, you know, they're going to be kind of held to the reservation that they're not going to say it. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? It's interesting. The conversation as far as we've been doing this, like it's interesting. But there's always an approach that we could kind of refine and see what works.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think there's so many questions that they ask us that we don't have the answer to, but we we're not trying to provide them the answer, but there's more investigations that we could be carrying out rather than proof-dependent things based purely on observation. I'm just saying that there's a lot of potential here that's going under-realized in a sense, but maybe it's just that we don't have enough spaces that are set up specifically for further investigations. It's like coming to the conclusion that we know this much about the Earth. Where do we go from here? What's the next logical step? And I don't think we've found it yet, which is interesting on its own.
Yeah, other thing that, I mean, something to be noted that I've noticed kind of recently is that they're not ready for the conversations that I think we're trying to give them, like Black Swan and all these things. Like those are great, like evidences, right? But when we're starting to engage with them on that level, they're completely lost because their worldview is all globe, so they don't know how to bring that into their worldview. So hypotheticals are a great vehicle, and it just seems a little odd because most of them are trained already. They're trained to think that they can't know anything to be 100%. We don't know these types of like, underpinnings to their thought process until we actually start digging down, right? Into like why they're thinking the thing they're thinking. They're like, oh, so you don't know anything to be true, right? Nah, I don't believe that you can know anything to be true 100%. So then we find that out. We find out the lack of comprehension. They don't know how to piece things together. Stuff like that should be pertinent to them being able to understand what we're saying. So we got to like kind of take a few steps back and realize, like, look at it from a macro sense, right? What do they know so that we can address them where they're at, meet them where they're at. If we're really, truly wanting to carry forward the truth, right? Instead of it just being like, okay, I'm going to give you the black swan. And they're just like, okay. And you're just like, okay, here it is. These are the points. This is where you're supposed to see it at a far distance. They're like, okay. Like it's not landing. You know what I mean? I know you guys are like, and me myself, like, you get what I'm saying? You're trying to make the point land, so you're giving it to them, but they don't know how to comprehend that, like something outside of what they think the Earth is. Anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think the way around that, and there's a couple of guys in here that I really like listening to who do that well, and that is just asking them the questions, walking them down the path of their own logic. And, okay, how does that work? Okay, why did that happen? And eventually they back themselves into a corner, and they have to come to some realizations. And I feel like I really enjoy listening to those guys speak over people who just jump in and jump all over them with the fallacies, etc.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree with that.
I just don't want us to, as far as we can control it, to just get lost in the kind of like, oh, we're just gonna ram the truth down their throats and just be, you know what I mean? Like, because we can all tend to say like we're right? Let's just put it that way. We're right in what we're saying. It's in how you administer it, because you can do many different ways, right? Like you're ultimately the one that's going to be able to dictate how you're going to administer it.
Tell me if you like this metaphor or not, right? We could deal with somebody who's been in an induced hypnotic state, or maybe even better case scenario would be somebody who's sleepwalking. You ever talk to somebody who's sleepwalking? My brother used to do it, and he used to talk like all night as well, and I could converse with him on one level.
No, I've never experienced
Nobody else ever done that? All right, so it's a little bit weird, right? But the kind of suggestible open mindset is kind of what heliocentrism does. So if you woke up from a dream, right? Like, forget about the sleepwalking bit for a minute. Just wake up from a regular dream where you're flying out in space because you watched Star Wars last night. For a certain period after you're awake, like about 10 minutes or so, you kind of feel like you're still in the dream, right? So what if you could just extend that mental state perpetually whilst you're awake by compelling people to constantly visualize the stuff which isn't real but can be real to you in a dream? And getting people to realize the difference between a grounded mindset and one that you're not referencing reality with. We try to walk them through that procedurally, but if you think about how it relies upon this mechanism that we willingly switch off because we know that's how to stay, practical in the day. But if we wanted to, we could pretend like, I'm going to think about this dream all day and hopefully I'll dream it again tonight. And like, that's happened for me. I mean, that works. But do you get what I'm saying? It's the that level of reality that is always there. It's like the other half of reality where everything they say could carry out because it is a construct, a mental construct. But they've tricked people into staying in that like it is reality.
Absolutely, I agree.
So if you think about just taking a young person and telling them about the origin of the universe, it's like getting them hypnotized, and then you can tell them anything, and they'll accept everything you say based on the premise, which activated the mindset of suggestibility. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's kind of like where they fall between, because of the fact that they think they become wise when they're actually thinking in that kind of thought process. So when they're thinking like that, they think they're doing justice to like being creative and understanding nature for what it is, And so, like,
well, they got a sticker for it, didn't they?
yeah. And so, like,
maybe it's because you are God of your own reality. You know.
Yeah, that's what
On
they
that
do
side.
believe. They believe being somebody. When you leave everything up to a possibility or a range of possibility of you could be only certain to a limit, then that gives them the freedom to say, yeah, I know the Earth's a globe because I put it on a probability scale. Now that scale, according to what everybody's telling me, is a lot. There's a lot of information everybody's telling me. There's videos, there's pictures, there's, I got testimony of people telling me that, yeah, I got all that stuff. So that probability raises up to like 80 or 90. Easy with all that stuff, right? Without me thinking about it, without me having to put any thought into it. So now I know, based on a probability scale, because that's what I believe, right? That's people are going to, like, that are indoctrinated with this information, that's what they do. They put it on a probability scale. And because they've been trained to think that the probability scale is the only way to look at life, they're always going to choose that mindset over somebody who says, I know that, 100% this thing is reality. And they're like, nah, you can't think like that, dude. You got to put it on a probability scale. That's what we're dealing with. That's those guys, the mentality of those guys, that's what they do. Because they can't know anything to be true. They've been trained to believe that.
Yeah,
You
I
can
think
test
you
it
might
out
be
if you don't
right
believe
there.
it.
I think you might be 100% on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you did there. But like, people will do, like, they'll go with you with everything you're saying because in their mind they're putting it on a probability scale. Those guys, they're like, okay, what he's saying, I'm gonna give it like 35%, like, correct, because there might be some truth there, but it doesn't reach that bar where I think it needs to. So that's what they're doing. That's all they're doing when you're having a conversation with them. So because they're gonna, and then at the end of it, if you really want to dig down to what they believe, they're gonna be like, well, yeah, I can't know anything to be 100%. Let's put it that way. Anyway, yeah, catch you guys later.
Catch you later, Mickey.
I feel like in 15 minutes we just stuck like a shish kebab straight through both poles of that globe and roasted it.
It is possible. Like, to me, the thing, I agree with everything that's been said. I just came to the realization, or changed the position a few years back, that I'm like, if I think that other people could be indoctrinated such that I could show them the truth and they wouldn't see it when it's right in front of them, then I must accept that it's possibly true of me, particularly if they also think that of me.
You have any proof? You have any proof of your ball Earth?
What? Does that relate to the conversation, or are you just starting a new one?
No, you just what's happening at the side chat?
I was agreeing with you and agreeing with the sentiments that Dale and.
Why did you chat with me and now you are avoiding?
What do you mean now I'm avoiding? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I was agreeing with you in the chat.
Fucking moron. Didn't you understand my question?
Which, do I have proof of the ball Earth? No.
No. Okay. So what's your point? Nothing, right?
My point was I was just agreeing with, like, Day and Miggy or Alpha were just talking about the challenge of, like, talking to somebody who's so indoctrinated they can't see sense. And I was just agreeing with all of that and then adding that the view I came to is that could be me. The problem with an indoctrination is it's invisible to the indoctrinated person. Same as, like, poor reasoning. Poor reasoning in and of itself is being unaware that one's reasoning poorly. So I could feel like I'm making coldly logical, rational conclusions, and they could be really wacky. just because I think other people's are isn't actually an indication that I'm right and they're wrong. It's just like, well, that's what bad reasoning would look like, right? So it's a funny self-reflexive, like that to me is what true critical thinking is.
Well, on the face of some things, like it can appear like to have this logic behind it. Like when they say, well, everything else is round, like these other things, so why would Earth not be round, right? And they don't understand that that's a non sequitur, right?
Yeah.
It's actually illogical.
Yeah, it's like, exactly, yeah, I agree with that, where like, I think there is a very cogent argument to be made for the other planets being round and that increasing the probability we're on a round orbiting planet. But they'll go, well, what about the other planets? And you're like, well, baked right there is a hidden, begging the question assumption that you're on a round planet and that we are one of those things. And that, yeah, is deeply illogical. It's like, if you're trying to test the idea, you can't already presume it's true and then reason from that point forward. You'll just end up chasing your tail. But that's exactly what Alpha was just saying, right? If it's so deeply ingrained, you hear it when people come in here, when they say, what about the other planets? It's like, well, that's it. It's part of it. So you're doing it right away.
You know,
it's hard to
what kind of metaphor I want to make with that one, right? That like seeing things in the sky and going, oh, that must be what I'm on, right? Let's put a mirror in the jungle. You can look these videos up. They're really funny videos of wild animals reacting to mirrors, right? But let's take an animal that's never seen another animal and show it a mirror. So it's going to make a series of assumptions that that's what other animals are. They all look round, but they're actually flat when you touch them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to have any more data to work off than you've been given for the origin of the universe. But because you've been shown it in a mirror or something, which you seem to recognize certain aspects in yourself, there you go. Now you think that's reality. It's very, very easy to do with a mirror, you know? Like, you can even do this to your brain to the level where you've got phantom limb syndrome, and it was a psychologist that worked out how to cure it, not any kind of medical professional, right? Because it's a brain condition, not a medical condition. So if you set up a series of mirrors where, as you look in the mirror, when you move your missing limb, your eye is seeing your other hand. Do you get what I'm saying? So your brain goes, oh, my hand's back. My hand's back, and I can stop sending the pain signal now. And it's remarkable that it cures it, but it does when you do it long enough to brainwash your brain the same way that it did through the shock of losing your limb initially.
Yeah, I've seen those ones. Yeah, they like sort of have a fleshy-looking rubber glove, and they like stroke your real hand with a brush at exactly the same time they're stroking the rubber hand with a brush. And if they keep doing it,
slightly different. That's slightly different. That's not phantom limb syndrome, but that shows you that the brain creates sensations that are more real to the body than actually having the action which creates the sensation happen to you. And all it has to be is suggested the right way to the brain. But this is why pornography works, because when you watch it, to your body, it feels like it's happening to you, even though your brain knows it's some person who's on, number 2600 for them,
She belongs to the streets.
Okay, I joined back. DJ, I watched that video you sent me.
Okay, now tell us what is the Black Swan argument, please.
Okay, so one of the things that stood out to me that I just didn't know enough. Oh, sorry. There's a video sent in chat proving something about these 2 oil rigs and how they're.
Yeah, we know, bro. We were there. He's asking you, do you understand the argument? If you do, go ahead and repeat it back, so we know that you understand it.
Yeah, the argument is that the horizon is behind the oil rigs, which would not be possible because the horizon is supposed to drop off at 3-point-something miles because the observation point was 1 foot from the beach.
All right, go ahead.
Well, okay. So just a question. So this is what I was looking into. This is something initially that stood out to me that I didn't know enough about to really bring up. How do you address the issue of light refraction? I'm sure you all have heard it before.
There we go.
I'm sure I've heard it before, but I'm just saying.
Let's just remember what you said earlier. Hold on. Remember what you said earlier. That the distance to the horizon would be a fixed location. That's the curve of the Earth, physical thing. So you said it's not an optical phenomena, which would involve variables like refraction and all kinds of other stuff. So you just need to stay on, like you need to stand on what you said earlier, that the horizon is the curve of the Earth at a fixed location.
Okay. Yeah, I think I misunderstood what you meant by that. I was confused.
No, you didn't.
It can visually look different, I guess, but the physical location of the Earth itself would be consistent.
How many horizons are there?
I guess what I'm saying is it can visually appear different because of light refraction. Is that wrong?
How many horizons are there?
Is that wrong? You got to answer my question first.
How many horizons?
Answer my question first.
Well, you already said earlier the horizon is a physical thing, not an optical thing. That actually would be our argument, that it's an optical phenomenon, and it does change. Yeah. And there's lots of variables for why it moves and changes around. But
sure,
you said correctly.
I'll walk that back. I didn't understand the question, so I'll walk it back.
You can't walk it back.
Sure, you can. You learn new things. You address old points. Change and grow.
Listen. This isn't Bring Your Own Globe Day. Okay, you're locked in to the globe as it's claimed, which is that the horizon is the curve of the Earth at a physical set distance. We went over the numbers with you. A certain observer height, the distance would be a certain, the horizon would be at a certain distance. And then you said that can't be, when we said, well, what if it's beyond that? You said, well, it's not possible or it's flat.
I'm not addressing the physical location of
that's what we're addressing.
Distance. What I'm addressing is the optical appearance of it. So explain that to me then.
The optical appearance would be our position. That's our argument, that it's an optical thing, and then it's going to vary. The distance will vary due to all kinds of variables, and refraction is certainly one of those. But the only variable that isn't involved is the curvature of the Earth, which is your position.
Come again?
Well, there's all kinds of optical phenomena happening.
Come again? Weather. Yeah, it's not that refraction's not one for God. How long you been here?
Long enough, QE. I remember when refraction was first expected, but I'm just saying that the only variable that isn't involved is curvature of the Earth, which is the thing you would be wanting to stand on or prove.
So it's a bear trap. When you say, what about light refraction? I tell you, welcome to flat Earth.
Okay.
Because
how?
Yeah, how? Because the argument is about the horizon, and as soon as you appeal to refraction, you disavow the geometry of the ball Earth. That's how.
Interesting. So how does the jump to that happen? I'm just curious.
How does the jump to that happen? Number one,
how does
refraction doesn't exist. Number one, you don't know what refraction is. Number two, it's definitely not happening in that photo.
So I might not understand the exact properties of refraction when it comes to light waves. I work with radio. I decently understand the way radio waves reflect off of, different layers in the atmosphere,
You don't know. I don't care about your radio waves. There is no define refraction.
The refraction of light bouncing off of a surface, different material medium.
I need it with citation. What is refraction?
You want the Google definition of refraction?
Google don't have definitions. Google's a source or a medium, not a source.
Okay. What is your definition of refraction?
Let's start with my definition of refraction. It's the definition of refraction.
My definition of refraction is light bouncing off of a medium.
No, that's incorrect. That's not Snell's law.
Being deflected off of some sort of material, medium.
Not Snell's law. Don't guess at it. You're making it moron out of yourself.
All right, let me look it up then. You want a Wikipedia? Is that good enough?
No.
In physics, refraction is the redirection of a wave as it passes from
Please
one
continue.
medium to another.
And after I said no. But okay.
All right, what source would be good for you then? If you're going to be so picky, if you're going to be picky, go ahead. You have to find it. If you're going to be so picky.
Oh my God!
You want Merriam-Webster? Deflection from a straight path undergone by a light ray or energy wave passing obliquely from one medium, such as air, into another, such as glass.
It was funny because he said no, and he was going to give you one, and you asking him, then you give me one. It's kind of weird.
He's not listening. Those fucking waffling.
He's just got.
No, you're not listening, bro.
What am I not listening to? I gave him the source.
What am I not listening to?
And I just told you what you didn't listen to, and you still didn't understand what I just said. You don't understand? I just told you what you not just listened to, and you still don't understand what you didn't listen to. I told you that he said no, he'll find one for you, and you kept reading.
I'm waiting then. I'm waiting for it.
Your mouth isn't your biggest.
Because I'll tell you right now, if his definition is different than mine, I'd be amazed. I don't care if he said no or not. If his definition doesn't match up with mine, then I don't see how that matters.
Oh, jeez. He's not asking you for a definition. He's asking you for a citation. He's asking. Shut up, dude.
It doesn't matter the citation. I'd love for him to.
Oh my God.
I understand what you're saying.
You shut the fuck up before I mute you, bro. Listen, he's asking you for a citation.
You should stay calm.
He's asking you for a citation, not a definition. Since you don't know what a citation is, he says he's going to find one for you. Now, shut up, sit there, and wait.
At 8 minutes after the hour, Britannica, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light and crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances. There's no boundaries or surfaces in the Atmo.
So would you also say, you could phrase it as being deflected in passing through the interface between one medium and another medium of varying density?
You could say that.
You could say the interface is the boundary?
You could say that. It doesn't apply to the Atmo.
So my definition was correct.
You could say that, but now you're screwed.
So was my definition incorrect?
Shut up!
You will not address anything.
Shut up!
You're not a moderator, Quantum. Why are you yelling like you're
What the fuck? I'm trying to. I'll tell you, master debater.
Who said that?
You fucking ignorant moron of a dipshit. Keep your nose out of this fucking argument before I jackhammer you or the mods do. Now listen, medulla, unga blata. You just train wrecked your own fucking argument. There is no interfaces for deflection in the Atmo. There's only one medium. Duh. So, can we move on to the actual Black Swan argument?
There's varying density in the atmosphere.
Yeah, there's varying density that has nothing to do with the refraction from Snell's law.
Well, the definition of refraction that I had, that you agreed was correct, was being deflected of an interface between one medium and another medium of varying density.
Yes,
the atmosphere is a medium of varying
interfaces
density.
with gases.
There's no interfaces with gases?
Yes.
Yeah, where's your two medium?
There is no boundary in the stratified atmosphere.
There's, once again, refraction happens when light passes through one medium.
I'll tell you
and
what,
medium of varying density.
You're a retard, dude.
Did you just read that again? Did you understand that? Okay, did you not understand the medulla? Listen. You said one medium and another medium.
Mm-hmm.
You only have one medium in Atmo. One.
What do you think?
Where's your other media?
What does medium mean? What do you think medium means?
Wow.
Your sister. That's what it means. Get the fuck out of here. You're a clown. You've been exposed.
There's varying you admitted already.
You've been exposed.
Listen, I'm just explaining, okay?
You've been exposed. You can't explain shit. There aren't any interfaces. You don't know what Snell's law is. You're a moron.
There's varying density in the atmosphere.
Really? So, are we looking horizontally in the Black Swan? Can you show me horizontal density gradients?
Sure. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you fucking moron.
You can call me a moron.
You're a fucking moron.
We're having a conversation. I mean, if you want to
we're not having a conversation.
I'm giving the claim.
You're just a fucking moron.
I'm giving
you've been fully exposed. Thank you very much.
I'm giving the claim right now that there's varying density in the atmosphere.
You're giving the claim right now.
You have to disprove that. You have to disprove my claim.
I have not.
You
No,
prove
I
that
don't.
there's
You
not
have to
varying
prove
density in
it.
the atmosphere.
You got to prove your claim. You fucking Egypt.
You're okay. All right.
That's wild that you would say you make a claim and then someone else has to disprove it. That's wild that you would say that.
He already admitted to me that there's varying density in the atmosphere. So we're on that.
Interface.
And now he's saying that's not happening.
Interface. With your definition, you have to show an interface. With your definition, where is there interfaces in the atmo? Show that
between warm and cold air.
Warm and cold.
Very well documented phenomenon.
Gases don't have interfaces. You moron.
You don't think air?
I don't think I know.
Do you have a okay? Can we adjust the volume?
Fuck.
No, bro, we're not tone policing, dude. Just relax.
So you fully disagree?
We fully disagree with your fucking horse shit.
You fully? I'm just all right. Okay, I do think this got a little confusing. Let me restate one more time, and then you restate one more time, and we'll just
shut the
get
fuck
the
up.
previous.
Someone check my screen share. Tell me what this
I
is.
believe there's varying densities of gases in the atmosphere, hot air, cold air. There is an interface between these two.
There is no
that's
interface.
The claim? That's the claim?
That's not a claim. You got to support it now.
That's my claim. I'm telling you right now that's my claim. Do you agree that that's
there you go. Fuck your claim. You're a fucking moron.
I'm just trying to get on the same page.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know. Show a boundary or surface in the atmo right fucking now.
Okay.
And then read it and weep with Snell's law that's in the side chat right now that shows you must have a boundary or surface for refraction to exist, period. You're fucking done. You're done. It's all over.
I'm gonna search around here. I'm gonna try and find a source you like. It's not gonna be Wikipedia.
Shut the fuck up. Just leave.
I don't know. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Like I'm not trying to be a dick or anything.
Too. And light's not a wave either, there, friend.
Light isn't a wave.
That's
all right. This is a whole other argument. Let's not even get into that.
You bet. Yeah, that's a smart move.
Well, it's not just a wave. I'll give you that one.
It's not a fucking wave at all, you moron.
It's both. It acts as both a particle and a wave.
Here we go.
It acts as both a particle and a wave. As proven through the double slit experiment.
Fucking overtalk me.
You guys love your experiments.
Person in here, you're not gonna fucking overtalk me. It's not gonna happen. You've already been demonstrated to be a moron. You don't know what Snell's law is. You don't know what refraction is, and you don't know what fucking waves are. Simple as that. And it doesn't have anything to do with your argument anyway, because even if I grant you your fairy tale refraction, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the horizon. Only objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon.
That is the argument in question though with the oil platform argument though. That would directly address that. Yes,
you have no argument.
The whole argument is that light refraction would cause a mismatch between the visible location of the oil platforms. Yes, that was the argument.
Ears, son. Listen closely. Even if I grant you your fuckwit fairy tale refraction, listen closely now.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing whatsoever to do with the horizon. Repeat what I just said.
That's just fucking wrong. 100%. That's just wrong.
That's just 100% wrong.
That's just 100% wrong. Absolutely
incorrect.
Yes.
If I prove you incorrect with
please, yeah, okay, fine. I'll make my claim, back it up. You make your claim, back it up. Let's get to it. Come on.
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking douchebag, dude.
Jesus Christ.
He's not going to help you.
I'm glad you're staying calm about this, though.
He's not going to help you, son.
I'm surprised you haven't been banned yet, to be honest.
Dude, yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Just say the word.
I'm honestly, I'm not trying to be mean.
We'll go through it. I'm not here. You're just here to show yourself to be a dumbass, which you already did, but that's all right. We're going to cure you right now.
Sure. I mean, that's what I'm here for. Like, I want to see the logic behind this. I want to see the sources. I presented my theory. Okay.
There's no logic. You don't have a theory. You don't know what natural science is.
I did have a theory. My theory is that light refraction.
No, that's a colloquial theory. That's not a scientific theory. We don't do that shit here. Now, shut your fucking mouth. Shut up.
Not a scientific
theory. Shut up. We'll get back to that at 17 minutes after the hour. I'm gonna hold your hand and we're gonna go right through it, okay?
Sure, man.
You ready?
Go for it.
So, from Alma Mater Wiki, atmospheric refraction near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, stretch or shorten the images of distant objects without involving mirages. That's the first one. Then we got a cited one in Wiki from the god of your refraction, Andrew Thomas Young. While mirages are the best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways.
Okay.
Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. Okay. So, there are 5 effects of refraction in Fairy Tale Baltardia. Mirage, from above. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. So in the Black Swan photo that you've seen, is the horizon miraged? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in the Black Swan photo?
In the point you directly just said, you said it could be elevated or lowered?
We're going to get to that. We're going one at a time. We're on Mirage. Focus now. Get the Adderall drip out. Listen to my fucking question.
I'm
so
just directly addressing the point.
Horizon, are we going to have to mute you?
No, I mean, I'm trying to just have a conversation. I was just trying to, like, just right there, just directly address the point.
So in the Black Swan, is the horizon miraged? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in the Black Swan photo? Yes or no?
Yeah, there certainly could be, because the horizon appears after the oil.
There's more than one horizon in the Black Swan photo.
There could be something that appears to be the horizon.
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking glue-sniffing moron. You need to get an eye check from the ophthalmologist. Put him on mute.
I don't understand. What?
We'll finish up without him. Thank you. So, 2 and 3, towering and stooping. From above, towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself. Remember the objects I was stressing earlier? With towering, objects appear stretched. With stooping, objects seem to be shortened. Is the horizon changing shape, i.e., is the horizon stretched or shortened in the Black Swan photo? Nope. Non sequitur fallacy. You got 2 left. From Humphreys William, Physics of the Air. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered or may even disappear below the horizon. Is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the Black Swan photo? Nope, non sequitur. Last one. Looming. From Andrew Thomas Young himself. Looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the Black Swan photo? Shaking my fucking head. Nope. Non sequitur. The friggin' horizon doesn't ever loom, ass clowns. Ever. Baltards wouldn't know what Bagak refraction was if it climbed up our arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in jalapeno lace concertina wire. The end. Thank you.
So, in simple terms, what you're saying is objects may loom above the horizon, but the horizon can't loom above itself.
In their fairy tale refraction that doesn't exist, in their paradigm, we're deep in what they consider refraction, which it's not. But even with that, it has nothing to do with the horizon. Only objects in relation to the horizon. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJs spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah, I've renamed it to AOD, Atmo Optical Distortion. So they're stooping, powering, mirages, and stuff like that, not refraction. It's an AOD, Atmo Optical Distortion. I've retitled it for you.
Oh shit, am I unmuted? Okay. Sorry, I didn't see that I got unmuted. Okay.
Did you understand his point though, Majula?
Yeah, so the horizon can, yeah. I think I understand that.
Only objects can appear refracted in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself.
The horizon itself. Okay. Yeah, I apologize. I mean, I got that wrong. I'm not here to just be a dick.
Stop being one then.
I don't think I'm being a dick. I think I was just kind of talking, to be honest.
Overexcited, not listening. Yeah, we understand.
I wasn't yelling, okay?
I said over talking.
I wasn't calling anybody a dickhead. I wasn't screaming at anyone.
And you're doing it again. You're just over talking and not listening.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Jeddah just tried to tell you this 3 times and you cut him off.
I waited for him to end his sentence. Maybe there's like lag on my end. I don't know. I waited for him to end his sentence. And
there's lag in your ears, bro.
So, question about this: what about a phenomenon that isn't the horizon itself, but appears to be some sort of line, some sort of heat wave refraction, or heat wave element, some sort of artificial horizon that appears? Is that a possibility?
Do you have an artificial?
Genuine question.
Genuine question.
What's this proving? What's this proving?
From an abject retard. That's a retarded question. It's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
In the photo, you see a boat. You see what appears to be the horizon far above that. How do we know that's...
What just happened is you were found guilty in court and you said, what if I had some exonerating evidence?
Yeah. Do you have a problem with me addressing... Do you have a problem with me addressing that that I was incorrect about my last point and then positing a new one to debate? Is there a problem with that?
Moving the goalposts?
No, you're just making up shit and trying to pass it. You're just making up shit that you can't even prove.
Let me be very clear. It's not moving the goalpost when I go, okay, I was wrong about that. I apologize, my bad. Let's move on.
No, let me be very clear.
There's no moving.
No, let me be very clear. You're trying to make up new shit that you can't even prove yourself.
I already said. The reason I'm making up new shit is because we're having a debate. The whole point is to further the discussion. Okay.
There isn't no debate. What are you talking about?
What is this server for then? What does the 24/7 flat earth debate mean?
Dude, you're not even making up new shit. You're just really rinsing, repeating, and phrasing it in a different way, yeah? We've just said that refraction has nothing to do with the horizon itself, just objects. You then say, well, maybe there is an optical effect that makes it appear that there's a line like a horizon, but not the horizon. You're just sort of rephrasing the same statement.
No, that's not the same statement.
It's not an object, yeah? Objects.
Yeah, that's not the same statement. I'm not talking about the position of the horizon being different. I admitted the guy explained that to me. I took that to heart. I understand the logic behind that. I have moved on from that point. What I'm saying,
trying to say that there's another line that appears like the horizon, but not the horizon that we could be looking at.
Yeah, that was my question.
And we all laughed.
You're just doubling down and rephrasing it, yeah? The same thing. I don't see it as any different.
What did I say right after that guy finished talking? Do you remember?
Mummy.
Do you remember what I said?
Mommy.
I said, okay, that makes sense. I agree. And then I moved on to my next point. How is that?
Yeah, you didn't say much, dude. Everybody missed it because you were like, oh, yeah, I was wrong. But hold on, what if I was still right?
Got him.
That's how a debate works. You concede.
Not really.
Okay.
No, you don't concede and restate your shit.
Jesus Christ.
You're conceding and then restating your same shit over again with a different wording. What?
There's a numerous amount of phenomena that could different factors at work that could be causing the height of the two oil platforms to appear different. So we can address them all. We can address them all in order. Disproving one doesn't mean you can't have a different.
We're not talking about the oil platforms, Glue Sniffer. They told you about 25 times. It's not getting through that thick skull of yours. It's the horizon. Say it with me now. Horizon. Say it.
You guys have
horizon.
No
say it.
Like,
I actually have a visual that will help you here. I have a visual for you to show you that it doesn't have anything to do with the rigs. Let me post it for you in the chat. Okay. Can you look at the chat real quick?
Sure.
This is an orthographic view from an Earth curve calculator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the green line represents the water. The blue arrow represents the observer. The red arrow represents the second oil rig. The issue is, so let's take that red arrow and let's just draw it all the way up to the top of the image. Just make it really tall.
Sure.
So the point is actually that the issue here is that we're seeing the horizon behind it. So the height of that second arrow really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. We're seeing the horizon behind it, which you shouldn't due to the curvature of the Earth. We're just supposed to be blocking it at a certain distance. So you keep focusing on the oil rig when we're trying to help you focus on the actual problem, which is the horizon, which is behind it.
The horizon is behind the oil rig. Fully understand. Yeah, I agree.
So then you got to stop worrying about the oil rig or the height of it. Oh, well, this one's a little taller. Doesn't matter. The horizon's in a place where it should not be. You have a big problem there, but you're kind of like tap dancing around it. So
no, I'm not tap dancing around it. I'm presenting options for why that can be explained. You guys are fucking flipping out.
Well, it doesn't have to do with the height.
There's a numerous amount of them. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just that even if you want to present other variables, the one variable you're trying to prove is that the Earth is curved. The horizon is at a set distance. That's the one that you should worry about. But instead, we're going into all kinds of other things. The height of this. Well, look at that. Look over there. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah. Well, what about the horizon? That's the issue here on the table. So you got to focus here.
Yeah. No, I do understand that. I do understand the problem is that the horizon appears behind the oil rig, and that is what. If I'm trying to prove globe Earth, that's what I need to explain. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I have just presented ideas about it to talk about.
No, you just dreamed up some horse shit and then threw it up against the wall. It was dumb.
I don't think that's dreaming up. I think a logical conclusion.
I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Yes.
I don't think it's illogical to think that maybe there could be an optical phenomenon causing
maybe
that.
There could be. Maybe Penelope Kristoff was actually Bruce Lee's grandfather.
I mean, maybe. If you don't want to debate, then Jesus, leave.
This isn't a debate. This is rubbing your nose in it.
There's a billion other claims. Let's talk about the claim of
there's a billion.
1 foot off the beach substantiated, like fully.
Yes. Yep. 5 years ago.
Well, just remember, you're supposed to be like the normies. We're supposed to be the conspiracy guys. But when you're in here like, no, those numbers are fake. You're going into this insta-conspiratard mode, which is I just find pretty funny.
And you screwed up the arguments before. You had two different arguments. You said it's 1 foot and the horizon should be 3.84 miles. That was the other argument they were talking about. So you're all confused.
Some screen sharing? Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm just talking about
I believe him.
Okay?
I believe him.
I'm just fucking throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, okay?
Don't do that.
That's what I just said.
All right, yeah.
It's not a good idea.
I mean, you
got another problem, by the way.
I'll let somebody else stick in.
You got another problem, by the way. Excuse me. And it's related to the horizon. How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
Oh, shit.
How do you have a horizon on a globe?
Yep.
So I understand the definition of horizon is where the ground and sky appear to meet.
Yep.
So I guess that is an optical definition, but a horizon would be where your vision from where you're standing can no longer see past it because the ground is blocking away from you seeing further.
Are you done?
Dude, you do not have to be a dick about it. Like,
are you done? I just asked, are you done?
Sure.
According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0. Baltard's IQ. There's a problem, though, because according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how do we go out in reality and see horizons everywhere with a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told we live on a fairy tale fuckwit spinning baltard that has rate of change of slope of non-zero along your feet on a tangent in every direction. Reconcile that.
I don't understand the core issue with being at some point on a sphere, and there is another point at which you can no longer see because the ground blocks that.
You're not arguing my point.
Slope. Yeah, what does the slope-intercept formula have to do with that?
Y equals mx plus b. It proves that horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. I'll tell you again. And that curvature is defined antithetically as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. Get it?
No.
No, then you can't argue this. You might as well. I don't. What's your favorite color?
I don't remember.
Can you?
I don't understand how that disproves that at all. Though.
I know because you're a moron. We already demonstrated that.
So the
oh my god, that's hey Kiwi, just real quick, dude, that was funny as fuck. I'm cooking and I literally went off mute to tell you you have me busting up because I can hear how you're just like you're done with the dudes. You're like, what's your favorite color? Like, fuck it. Like, let's talk about something else. That shit was great.
Insane, Glaze.
ABCs without the song.
Yeah, I'm done with this guy. He can't. He's not self-aware. He can't evaluate.
Move into a room.
He can't evaluate simple concepts.
Never leave that room. You'll be safe.
Hello, Ludwig. Thank you. You can't evaluate simple concepts. A fifth grader, maybe not. Maybe they teach it in junior high now. The slope-intercept formula. It's very easy. Easy to understand.
I will.
Right.
Okay.
All set. So I think we're all lit and good to go. Let's go. Be back at 5 o'clock. One thing I taught me and Nicole mentioned about like if you have any tables.
Creation Bear. What are you at Home Depot?
Checking out that Jaren robe.
Guys, did he just say he's checking out Jaren's proof?
Hey, if anyone interested, I dropped a website that tracks the largest geomagnetic storms. They tend to correlate with eclipses over the North Pole, which tends to correlate over satellite launches to fly over the North Pole to record it. But the North Pole footage is classified.
Satellite? Where's the satellites at?
You can take it or leave it.
Where's the satellites at?
Take it or leave it.
I'm going to leave it because your satellites are in Narnia, so we'll fucking leave it.
You will leave it. I'll screen share for those interested.
Who gives a shit about your screen share? You're posting the second law of thermodynamics violation. You're posting a second law of thermodynamics violation. We're just going to laugh at you. For cause.
Is the thermodynamic law violation the energy needed to orbit? Is that?
No. It's
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's entropy.
What about? Is that talking about satellites?
Yeah, he's saying that they're in. He's saying that they're in outer space, which is a vacuum, while he's breathing at the same time. If he's breathing at the same time, and there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum without a barrier in between that gas pressure net, that's a standing second law of thermodynamics violation that can never be reconciled.
But gases are affected by gravity, so there's precedent that they would stick to a planet.
Just shut up.
How is that wrong?
You know less about gravity than you do refraction, for fuck's sake.
How is that wrong?
How is that wrong? How am I wrong? The second law of thermodynamics.
The second law of thermodynamics? Okay. So gravity affects gases. We know gases are pulled to things.
Gravity doesn't exist.
How would they not like
gravity
coagulate
doesn't exist, and that wouldn't affect the entropy of gases one iota, even if it did exist.
In a round Earth theory, gravity does exist. It does affect gases. It makes perfect sense. There is no law.
Round Earth theory. There is no fucking theory. You'd fail 5th grade intro to general science And
Well, there's
round
clearly a
and
theory
flat
because
are
a lot of people
mutually
believe in it.
exclusive. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up.
Dude,
You're the
oh my
dumbest
God.
person in there. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I'm just asking questions. I don't know how I have gained the ability to enrage you so hard by asking questions.
Just shut up. Thanks.
So can forces change like the direction of objects?
Forces. There is no force of gravity. Gravity doesn't exist.
Whoa! No! That wasn't my question.
Oh my God.
So can forces change the direction of objects?
Can forces change which force?
Are you really that stumped?
No.
Answer
Which
the question.
force?
Any force. Can any force?
Name a force.
You pushing on something.
Pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Can it change the direction of something?
Mm-hmm.
Depends on what I'm pushing.
So you don't know what a force is then, because forces
Oh my
induce
God.
acceleration.
So
Can you change the direction of a mountain if you push it?
Yeah, right. That's what I was trying to get to.
It's not going to change very much, but I mean,
He's a
there's gonna
moron.
be
What
a
does this have to do with gases?
Not going to change very much. I don't think it'll change one iota.
That's why I asked him. So, what does this have to do with the topic we're discussing?
It was in relation to gas pressure. So if there is a force,
you can exhibit a force on it.
Which
Doesn't mean it's going
force?
to move.
Which force are you moving gases with?
Gravity.
Gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years. Dude.
I don't care. How about that?
I don't care. You're a clown.
Yeah.
And it doesn't exist anyway. Can
Really?
you scientifically, hold on. Can you scientifically validate gravity for everyone in the room here?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, let's go. So, which gravity are you talking about?
Newtonian, so just mass attracting mass.
So, Newtonian mass. Before we get to Newtonian, define mass.
Resistance to acceleration.
That's not mass.
Says
That's
who?
inertia.
You're gonna get a
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm going to debunk your dumb ass right now.
All right, sorry. Quantity to resistance to acceleration would be
No, it ain't that
better
either.
form.
It's not that either. That's
Do you want me to cite what I
inertia.
just said?
That's
Do you want me to cite
inertia.
what I? Do you want me to cite what I just said?
Inertia, dude. I'll just.
Do you want me to cite it?
Just debunk the whole fucking thing.
Do you want me to cite it, QE?
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, and I'll
All
fucking
right.
trump you.
Give me a minute.
Give you a minute. While he's away a minute, I'm going to take him to the woodshed. From Max Born, Nobel laureate. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter, these concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Here's the really important part. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, not only strongly emphasize, but very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning.
Emoji.
Other than that, given by formula, but we don't really give a shit about that. That's mathematics. In physics, the word mass has no meaning.
It is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity.
Yeah.
Also known
that's
as
inertia.
resistance to acceleration. The
That's
quantity.
inertia. I already
All right,
fucking
look at my
destroyed
citation.
you right above
Look
you.
at my citation.
Look at mine, douchebag.
I don't care.
It trumps your bullshit.
To be fair, you posted a random piece of text. You got to send a link or something, you know.
To be fair, shut your fucking mouth. I'm talking.
Oh, you can't
Yeah,
cite
that's
it.
not a proper citation.
Yeah, that's
she's
just
a
a random
larper.
block of text with an emoji in it.
Sunshine. Max Born outranks your physics hyper textbook horse shit that's defining inertia and not mass.
Why does it say mass is defined as inversely quantity of resistance to acceleration? Why does it do that?
Inversely related to what?
Why does it define it as being proportional to like the resistance to acceleration of not like
Because
the quantity of
that's
resistance
inertia.
to
I
acceleration?
just told you 3 fucking times.
The quantity of resistance to acceleration.
Dude, that's fucking inertia!
It's not.
Not mass. Get it?
Because it's quantized. Inertia is just
It's quantitized. that
Yep.
saves you.
What
there's
is
a
weight?
quantity to it.
That saves you. You're a dumbass. You've
Yo,
been
QE,
exposed.
what is
But
weight?
We can move on.
Yeah, where's my citation, retard?
We can move on. So, This
He
is
doesn't
in
have a
relation
citation.
to Newtonian mechanics. Don't overtalk me, glue sniffer. So, you said Newton's universal law of gravitation. You got some big fucking problems, dude. Then we're going to get to the scientific evidence right after this. So, at 43 minutes after the hour, from your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded, like I fucking told you. Is he deafened? Boot him.
Yeah, he muted himself. You don't want to hear it.
Boot him. I looked over there, seen him deafened, kick his ass out.
All right, give me 2 seconds, he'll be gone.
He's got concepts attracting each other.
Bro, what if his mom just like walked in or something?
Scott Mackey.
Oh, we can delete that. You guys don't need to see the Newton.
What, bro? I was reading those. Why'd you delete the sources?
I'm sorry. Do you want them?
Yeah, I was gonna look through them.
All right, good. Sorry about that.
It's all good. I'm trying to get learned, man. I'm trying to get learned.
Didn't you mention gravity too? Oh, you're Medulla. I don't know if I want to go over that.
I don't. Why do I enrage you? I don't know what I did.
It's just you're too stupid to understand this stuff.
Well, that's rude.
It's truth.
Yeah, dude, you're too stupid to know the Earth is flat, dumbass.
Bro, then learn me up, bro. Send me a source. I'm just trying to learn.
Citation, please.
Imagine being so stupid you think it's a globe.
Hey, Pop, you got some back feeding, dude. And stick yourself on mute. No, sorry.
So the glue sniffer that was in there was trying to scientifically validate Newtonian mechanics or the universal law of gravitation. Not only has the universal law of gravitation been debunked for 110 years, all of Newton's laws are also debunked 110 years ago, the whole fucking thing. All of them.
Okay. Pretend I'm like a Make-A-Wish kid, okay? Why do things fall then? Okay, just don't scream.
We don't need to
pretend.
Just explain that then.
Okay, when you drop something, it falls. That's how.
What makes it fall?
Your mom.
Your mom.
Is there a force that makes it fall? Is it just like there's got to be something, right?
What if I drop a helium balloon?
Helium balloons are affected by gravity, but they're also affected by the density of the air.
Affected by gravity? What's gravity?
Gravity is a invisible force that pulls on things.
Gravity hasn't been I guess you haven't been keeping up on current events. Gravity hasn't been a force for over 110 years.
Well, forgive me for learning this in college, okay? Be patient with me, because
where did you go to
learned
college?
that gravity is a force.
I would suggest
You went to a community college.
Tuco Community College, mail order degree in Tobago. That's where you went to college.
Okay, you don't understand that like 99% of people believe in gravity. So it's not crazy that I come in here and think it is
why
real.
would they need to believe in it if it's scientifically validated?
I don't even think we understand that there's, I don't know, I guess you can't scientifically prove gravity, but there's certainly a force that acts like gravity. We don't know if it's a particle, we don't know if it's a wave, we don't know what it is.
So you can't scientifically validate gravity then, right?
I'm just asking you, what do you think that force is then?
It isn't a force.
So why do things fall?
Why? But I got a helium balloon. I drop it. Does it fall?
No. Helium is less dense than the air around it.
There you go. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with fuckwit gravity. It's going up.
So you think it's density? Density makes things fall.
Not that I think. I don't think shit. I'm just destroying gravity.
That's not destroying gravity. You're not saying.
Yeah, it is.
How does that disprove gravity?
Because it's going up. And you
Right.
haven't.
But we do understand that
you don't understand.
Okay, you can't just keep interrupting me, like straight up.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Because
That's
you're a moron.
riveting conversation, man.
You're a moron. This isn't a conversation.
Helium balloons float because they're less density around them and they're pushed up. That's true. Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
Balloons float.
You're repeating my argument in a funny voice. Riveting conversation, man. Exceptional rebuttal. Frankly, I'm convinced. Honestly, he stated my argument back to me in a funny voice. I guess I don't know.
Happen. You're not going to overtalk me. It's not going to fucking work.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, no, more funny voices. Maybe I'll be convinced eventually.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't need a reason or evidence or anything. Don't even bother with an explanation. Just keep saying shut the fuck up. I'm almost there.
Science, the scientific method. You don't have any science acumen. You can't prove gravity. You didn't know what refraction was. You
can't disprove it. You're just saying that's not true. It's not true.
You can't disprove it. I can't disprove
gravity's false.
You can't disprove my horse shit. Why can't you disprove my horse shit? That's an argument from ignorance fallacy, you dumbass.
You're okay. You don't even have an opinion. You don't even know why things fall at all. You don't even have a working theory on why things fall.
You don't even know what a model is. Shut the fuck up.
You didn't even say it was density. I tried to get you to see if it was density. That would honestly be a.
Shut the fuck up, Motormouth.
Sure.
Shut the fuck up.
Just keep saying shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Shut up.
Medulla, if you're saying,
we got to cordon him off.
Prove it,
thank you.
You've got to prove it first.
KC, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Not better.
I was saying, if he's saying that you can't disprove gravity, I want him to prove it first.
Well, yeah. Well, obviously, he said it wasn't scientifically validated. So I'm just spitballing here. I don't think he's going to scientifically validate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what his IV would be.
He doesn't have any. There's nothing there. IV for what? Newton's law?
Yeah, I just want to see what he come out with.
Did he leave?
Hopefully.
Well, dang. Well, I was just going to say it's kind of fascinating when people are proven to be ignorant of the topic and like the subtopics of the topic. When they're proven and demonstrated to be ignorant, how they'll still persevere in their ignorance.
I have a new person that would like to talk in this 11111. So I'm going to take him off mute and we'll see what he's got to say. Hey, 1111, stage is yours. What do you got to say?
Working on that. You also forgot a couple ones, so.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too excited and sound like I was stuttering, though.
You don't need to, never mind.
So you got something for the VC?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Holy. Give me like one business day.
One business day. That was a good one.
But you could tell us that you didn't have anything. I got you.
No. It's in the works.
What's it rattling about? What's your drafted idea so far?
That's confidential. Need to know basis.
So I'm guessing you don't know.
Sorry, we're not taking any questions at the moment.
You know they have pills for that, right?
Hello, flat earthers. How are you doing today?
Oh, for fuck's sake, not this prep.
Like 3 debates in a row.
Yeah, I won 3 debates in a row. Oh, that was awesome, wasn't it?
Epic. I was like, shit. I didn't know it hit me.
Yeah. How's it losing debate today, flat earthers?
Fuck off.
Myself hostile.
Quantum, I have a question.
I was busy doing something. Got.
We don't know who your dad is.
Quantum, are you a moderator?
Nope.
Why do you tell the mods to mute me then and they automatically listen to you? You like the head on show?
Because I'm the paterfamilias.
What, so you're the head on show?
I have many
It's because it's part of his officially submitted 504 plan, and we accommodate his disability.
So, Quantum, can you prove you're flat Earth or you?
Yeah, I did twice here while you were sitting here.
But you didn't prove it at all.
I ain't proving it all.
Yeah, like Master Debate, you gotta maybe like reset. Like when you say it, like when you say it, what is it?
Well,
you didn't prove it.
Flat Earth.
It, like the Earth. What is that?
Well, the Earth is a planet, which, according to your flat Earth theory, it isn't. So,
That's it. So that's the it. The Earth is a planet.
yeah, the Earth is a planet in our solar system. That is a spherical object, which is why we call it a planet.
Okay, and there's going to be consequences for it being a planet. Like it's going to have to be in motion. It's going to have curvature.
Well, it does have curvature. We just can't see it.
Which parts? All parts, or just some parts?
All parts.
Okay, so like a valley, a valley has upward curvature.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, can you prove that?
Can I prove that? Just look at it.
Yeah, you're telling me a hole has a hill in it. That's what you said. You said a hole is also hilled up.
Yeah, it's curvature.
Yeah.
Say you want me to
all
prove
parts of it, like a tree that's standing there. A tree's got curvature.
Yeah, it's curvature.
Yeah. Okay. A piece of wood.
A piece of wood on the ground? Like, what do you mean? Like,
like when you say earth, all things, is it Earth, all things have curvature in them, or just parts of it?
Well, anything on the Earth is standing on curvature, if that's what you mean.
Okay, so
you can't see it, right? You're sitting on curvature right now as you sit down, right? You're sitting on curvature. We're all sitting on curvature.
There's no point talking to this fucking idiot.
Okay, so you're conceding? You conceded already.
Conceding, there's no point talking to you because you're an idiot. Yeah.
No, you already conceded to the fact that I already won the debate, so I'm gonna add 1 win.
You won, buddy. Good job.
Thank you. I already knew that.
Go on.
Wanna stick up?
Yeah, I'm actually going to add 315 now. 315 to 0. So yeah. Are you gonna,
if you can find him.
okay, are you going to win any debate soon, or?
No one
Do
cares.
you really? Are you really one of those people who thinks just stating a claim is proof of the claim?
No, I didn't state a claim. I stated.
Yeah, you did. You said that there's curvature, you just can't see it. Everything is standing on curvature if it's on the Earth.
Yeah, you're
Therefore,
currently.
curvature. So, do you think that that's proof of your claim? Or are you going to
That's not proof.
provide
That's a
any
literal
evidence?
fact. Why would I need to prove a fact? That's like me having to prove
Not a
2 plus 2.
fact. What are you
That's like me
talking
having to
about?
prove 2 plus
Why do
2
you think
equals
there are
4.
flat earthers?
Hold on. So you want me to give you proof on why 2 plus 2 equals 4?
What?
What? That's
You
a
just
genuine question.
conceded that you can't
Okay,
see
so
the
you can't answer
curvature.
the question. Okay.
You just conceded that you
How did
can't
I
see the
concede?
curvature, but it's there.
Yeah, it
You
is
want us
there.
to just
How's that me
trust you?
conceding?
So just trust you, bro?
That's not trusting. It's you can look that up and find the facts.
You don't see it, but trust me, bro, it is there. Are you
Because he looked it up. He looked that up, and someone said it is there. You just can't see it. So that's
Let me ask this guy a quick question. Hey, buddy, do you believe in Bigfoot? Hold on. Do
I
you believe in Bigfoot? Yes or no?
Me, currently, no. There is not proof of a Bigfoot.
All right. What if I told you Bigfoot is real, but you just can't see him? What would you
That
say?
doesn't make any sense. It's a literal
Yeah,
thing.
no fucking kidding.
Well, no, hold on. That's a different situation, though, and I can easily explain that. The Bigfoot is a being. You have to see a being for it to exist, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it has to exist. Wait. A being has to exist to be acknowledged as being real, correct?
Stop talking.
Okay, so you can't answer it. So you're conceding.
I tried to save you. Go on, carry on talking. Go on.
Why don't you
Yeah, so
say
you're
the
conceding,
ABCs
okay.
without the song? Give us the ABCs without the song, please.
Okay, so you're conceding, okay.
No, I'm asking you. This is a litmus test to see if you're dumb.
We can maybe get back to him to maybe get a little bit more.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S U V T X Y and Z. Yeah.
He meant to, yeah.
Those X-Men.
They have missed the same letter every time.
Yep.
Enough you.
Medulla, you can have the stage again, okay? So you can readdress Quantum Eraser and correct your mistake.
Actually, basically, I was just going to restate. I don't know. I did kind of realize. I kind of saw his argument. And I kind of realized where he's coming from. So, to put it in my own words, you're a fucking retard, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're actually fucking retarded. Like, genuinely, I don't.
Oh, it was retarded. I'm confused.
Well,
he's trying to talk like you got to say glue sniffer and all that stuff.
Fucking glue sniffer. You're fucking retarded. Get the fuck out of here. Mods, mute this guy. Mods, mute this guy. And that was sort of my response to that.
I'm pretty much like stupid. He just like
I'm just kidding.
Include the
I'm just kidding.
Get you all powered up.
I did have a genuine question though.
Okay,
well, there was another convo going, but
go ahead. We're done with it anyway. It's already won.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier. So, if there's a point on the flat Earth that compasses point to, there's like an electromagnetic north on this flat Earth.
Whoa! What? There's a
what? I don't actually.
There's a magnetic north, not an electromagnetic north.
Or magnetic north. My bad. So but compasses point to some point on the flat Earth, right? That's like generally understood as the premise.
Compasses follow field lines. Yeah.
Okay, so some point on the flat Earth that compasses point to. If you were to follow that compass, not circumnavigating like horizontally, but just start heading directly south from that and circumnavigated the globe, would that not disprove the flat Earth?
What is circumnavigation?
Like you have your compass, it points north, you go south until you reach the point that you started at.
Okay. No idea.
That would sort of prove globe Earth, right? Right? I mean...
Yeah, off you go then.
So isn't that fully possible? Has that not already partially been done? I mean, I know you can't directly sail through the North Pole, but...
Why are you asking us? Go and get the evidence and show us.
I mean, circumnavigation has happened. That should be enough evidence to disprove flat Earth theory in my mind. We know that we can sail at one point around the globe and reach the point that we started at just by traveling in one direction. That we can verify.
He's off. Circumnavigation east to west happens all the time. It's no problem, right? It's your claim of north to south and back to north again. You're saying that that's been done all the time. I'd love to see that evidence.
I sort of got it happen. There was a transglobe expedition. Hold on. Well, actually, hold on.
One more orbit.
Yeah, first expedition to make a longitudinal north-south circumnavigation of the Earth using only surface transport. So it's been done. A north to south circumnavigation of the globe has been done. So I feel that's pretty good evidence against a flat Earth. How else
Dude,
would
have
that
a
be
look
explained?
at have a look at the guy that did that, right? Serenov Fines or something like that's his name, right? He's been taken to court multiple times for faking things, during TV shows, like things like that, right? Faking accidents to get exciting footage. Like he's really sketchy. I can post some articles. If you just type it in, right? Just type in Serenov Fines or whatever his name is, right? Fakery or fakes footage, and it'll come up with all sorts of different articles about him being taken to court and getting sued.
Okay.
So he's kind of sketchy. I mean,
that's fair.
And then you would have to try to validate the path that he said he took. I mean, nobody's ever done like a north-south circumnavigation where they've started in the north, right, and then they've flown down. And then they've gone over Antarctica and then come back up around the other side of the globe back to where they started. No one's ever done that, right? Countless amounts of people have done it east to west, right, to go in different paths east to west, but nobody's ever done it north to south, right? If you look it up, right, you'll find one of the most recent ones was a flight called One More Orbit. I think it was in 2019 or 2018, something like that, right? And then once you actually look into the path they took, They start in the north, right? And then they go down to Antarctica and they just jackknife, right? They just turn. They take a right-hand turn and come back up again, right? So it's not like they kept going and went all the way around the globe and back up the other side.
So what
right?
about
No, you're right, man. Go ahead.
What about Pan Am Flight 50? Flown from San Francisco, 54-hour flight, that flew over both the North Pole and South Pole.
Yeah, so have a look at the flight path. See if you can find the flight path and chuck it in the side chat.
Okay. I don't know if y'all know. I don't know anything about it, so I was just wondering if y'all knew anything about it.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one myself. But yeah, most of these, when you look up the flight path, I mean, and if you read into it, I mean, does that even claim to be a north-south circumnavigation, or did they just touch,
it was claimed to be a north-south
touchdown in the south, touchdown in the north, right? Not actually doing a great circle around the globe over Antarctica and coming back up around the other side. It's kind of like going to the end of your block, touching the street post, and then coming back to your house and then saying you did a circumnavigation. It's not really the same thing.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the direct flight path.
For a plane that flew horizontal the entire way.
Well, yeah, well, the logs must show that they went 24,000 miles, right? Well, 900.
I don't know. So what stops a west to east circumnavigation? What stops that from disproving flat Earth?
What, west to east?
It's just you go ahead, Jedi.
No, I'm just asking for clarification. Do you just mean west to east?
Or yeah, it could be any direction. It could be east to west.
Yeah, horizontally. Because that's circles around the pole. East and west circles around poles, aren't they? So if you go in the circular direction from east to west, you're going to end up where you started because east and west are circles around poles.
Oh, okay, yeah, just drawing a circle on a flat plane. That makes sense.
Is it still good evidence against it?
I think that a north to south circumnavigation would be much stronger evidence. I don't know how that would be disproved yet. But besides just saying they faked it, they faked the flight, is bullshit.
No. If you have a look at the One More Orbit flight path, right, they didn't do a proper circumnavigation. They just turned around when they went to Antarctica and came back up again.
I don't know about that one. I was looking at the Pan Am flight.
Yeah. Okay. Try to find us the path. Right, even with the One More Orbit one, right, have a look at the footage that they give you of their trip, right? They said they filmed it, but all of the footage is just inside the plane. They don't even really look out the window or anything like that. Could just be, they might not have even went where they said they went, as far as we know. Yeah, I'll try to help you look it up. What's it called?
It's called Pan Am Flight 50. I'm genuinely looking for the flight plan, but I don't really know. Where do you find that? It's not that London, South Africa. Oh, okay, here's a photo. All right, I have sent it. To me, that looks like a pretty direct, circle around the globe.
Except that the airplane never took into account any curvature of the ground, any globe, to do anything. The airplane is actually designed to work on a stationary, horizontal frame of reference, no globe.
Hold on, so you think touching the corner of South Pole it was
harder? Yeah. Why didn't it cross the ice? Cross the ice, bro. Straight over the top, straight over the middle, around the other side. Come on, bro.
Yeah, it looks like it went to the end of the block and back, touched the signpost and said, "I'm here," and then went home again.
I mean, any body of land, though, comes with adverse weather effects. It is easier to fly over oceans.
Stop making excuses for them.
That's not an excuse. That's a possible reason.
100% because of the body of land can be any weather. Dude,
that's possible.
Antarctica has massive
okay, so I'm just gonna touch the corner of a front of the tip, not actually travel the entirety of Antarctica, and say I circumnavigated the globe. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Why don't planes fly super close over the Himalayas?
It is like what you said, Medula. It is sure you can say that's a reasonable excuse on why they didn't perform the north to south circumnavigation, but it still stands that it wasn't what you hoped it would be. It wasn't circumnavigation north to south.
I mean, I guess it didn't go directly over Antarctica, but that's still a circumnavigation. I don't think
it touched it and turned. It touched it and turned around and went back. It didn't go over and come back around. It touched it and came back.
That's like saying I will travel to freaking from United States to London and then turn around and come back to United States. Circumnavigate the earth. Or just go San Francisco, London, Brazil, and back to San Francisco and say I circumnavigated the globe.
I got a good one. It's like somebody proposing that if I go from the front door to the back door, that once I go through the back door, I'll pop up at the front door. But instead, I just went to the front, through the front door, touched the back door, turned back around, went back to the front door. No, maybe yours is better.
Over the north part.
I see what you're saying, but I mean, just because they didn't fly over Antarctica to a very good reason, likely, weather effects, that doesn't mean they faked it.
It's not even saying they faked anything, dude. They just touched the pole, turned around, and came back. They didn't even fake it. It's just that
a north-south circumpolar navigation award. Not at all. They didn't do it.
Unless they started somewhere in the North Pole that made it, completely go.
It's no problem, right? But now there's a claim that there's a southern pole that would come back in on itself. They just nobody's saying, like Medulla, understand? Nobody here right now is saying they faked anything. What people are saying is they went to a point, touched it, turned around, and came back. And that was like the furthest anybody ever went, and like a consistent route. But they didn't actually go over the South Pole and then pop up and go north without turning around. They turned around.
They can't.
Right. Remember the whole point. You were meant to. You said east and west, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could understand that on a flat Earth, but if there's a north to south one, then that would be problematic for the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right? But now you've found out. Yeah, but it would be problematic if they did what you think a circumnavigation is, right? Doing a great circle around the globe, going over Antarctica and coming back up around the other side. But that's not what they did. Now you found out that that's not what they did, right? And that it would be perfectly possible on a flat Earth. It would be possible as well, right? So it's not really something that you would want to use now as a globe proof or a flat Earth debunk.
No, technically they did circumnavigate the globe. I'm looking at the definition of circumnavigate, and it's a continuous loop, a circle around this globe sphere. It doesn't matter if it's like directly on the widest part of this sphere. It's still a circumnavigation.
Yeah, what is circumnavigation? You know the definition?
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Oh,
yeah, so
complete navigation around an entire island, continent, or astronomical body.
Yeah, I will say simple. It's going around something.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can go around your house, but the thing that you did post, going from north to some point at Antarctica and going back, that's not crossing Antarctica. So yeah, what's your point?
I think he's good with it. I think he's good. I think he understands it's not what he thought it was to begin with. Like Medulla, if I ask you to just to start drawing, start making like a model of your neighborhood, right? You get a table, you put a house on it, you put the water tower, you put the park, right? And then you start making. That's like you start making it more and more. Start growing, and doing it more and more, right? You would just start putting little soldiers here, a little horse there, a farm there, some land there. Would you ever model it to come back in on itself, or would you just lay it out and put things in their places that way?
I don't.
If I said draw me a map, right, of of where you are and where the stuff is in your house, you would just put it on like a table or something, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and I said, put the house, the height of the house. All right, you get a little house, toy house, you put it on the table, and that could just be the world. Is that possible?
For a small area that curvature doesn't affect at all, yeah. You
could that be could that be the actual world? I'm saying, now, another person does the same thing in their location, another person does the same thing in their location, and then they're all just lying on this table, and people are putting mountains on it and digging holes and putting lakes. Does that seem reasonable to
Sure, for small-scale maps, curvature barely has an effect on that at all, yeah. Of course, most maps you're going to use are not going to have curvature accounted in any way, shape, or form. It's simply almost irrelevant.
It simply doesn't exist. Are we done with this?
That's the debate.
It's not a debate. It either is or it ain't. Is you or is you ain't a flat earther?
No.
Don't overtalk me. You got this fucking disease, this projectile diarrhea. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
I'm waiting for you to finish. I'm good.
Shut the fuck up. Now, is this discussion over? Because me and Eggshells have some unfinished business.
That's a showdown, so we're out.
I can wait. If we want to go spin our wheels around with this retard.
Yeah, man, I'll give you a little hint. If you want to talk about something, you can just ask. You don't have to fucking tweet your shit out.
Don't tell me what to do, puke.
Tell me what to do. I'm telling you.
You ain't telling me shit. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me. Yoo-hoo, Eggshells. You sure you want to ask this question? Come off mute. I'll give you a chance to just delete the question. I'd suggest you do so because your mother isn't going to recognize you after this. Eggshells. Yoo-hoo. You a coward or something? Maybe we could just do it.
They're away on Discord. I think they went after.
Shut up.
Dude, what is your problem?
Shut up. My problem is your ignorance.
I was trying to help you. I was fucking telling you that they were away on Discord. What is the problem with that?
You're wrong. He was typing in the chat. So
Eggshell.
Look at that. He was doing stuff.
Shut the fuck.
Oh my god. You just don't let people talk to you? Go ahead, get them up.
He's just a fucking spaz.
Yeah. That's it. Well, opinions vary. Eggshells. All right, let's do it without him. Oh, son of a bitch, it wouldn't post. What the hell is the problem here, dudes? All right, hold on. Let me get rid of this. Let's separate those two. Holy shit. All right. Sorry about this, guys. It wouldn't let me post that. There wasn't anything bad in it either. Give me a moment. The word. Give me another minute. Thank you for your cooperation.
We need elevator music.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Now I got to go find his post. My God. Thanks a lot, Discord. Really appreciate that. Fucking idiots.
I see the problem. You're only allowed 16 globe proofs a day for your account there, QE, and I think you're already at your limit of what's going on.
Okay, let me go ahead and copy this just in case it gives me the red screen of death. Another 30 seconds. All right, let's take a look at this. I got this all typed out. Let me copy it. Okay. All right. All right, we got it this time. Yoo-hoo, eggshells. All right, we'll do it without him then. His question to me, this was your link rebutting the idea that mass is the resistance to acceleration. Actually, it wasn't. That was my rebuttal to mass as a definition of all at all. But then you said your text said your text says it is the measure of resistance or changes to acceleration. Okay, so let's take a look at the original citation I posted from Max Born, Nobel laureate, in regards to mass. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Here's the really important part of this definition that I wanted reckon with. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning. That's the one we were concerned with, the physics definition. He ends it up with, other than that given by formula. That's not physics. That's mathematics. It is the measure of the resistance to the changes of velocity. Max is incorrect with his last statement. He should have cut it off. The word has no meaning, period. But he didn't. He kept going. So I'll deal with the last part of this. Max Born says that it is a measure. Mass is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. That's not mass. That's inertia, as it is defined by their alma mater wiki. Inertia is the resistance of any physical object to change in its velocity. That's a change in acceleration. So, number one, that is inertia. So that debunks any definition of mass. That's not mass. But I'm going to grant you it. Okay? I'm going to grant you that mass is any resistance to a change in acceleration. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take other formulas in mathematics and other concepts, and we're going to substitute the definition for the word. And let's see if it makes sense. So if mass is the resistance to acceleration, then the statement, if mass, then mass attracts mass, is if resistance to acceleration, then the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. Yeah, does that make sense to you? How about one more? Also, F equal ma now becomes force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration. Laughing my fucking ass off. Are you retarded? Obviously rhetorical. Thank you. That's the end of my argument. Did I go too fast? I guess I did. Eggshells, why are you typing in chat and not coming off mute? Doesn't change shit. Oh, Jetty. Yoo-hoo! Jetty! You're a retard, Eggs. It's a good thing you didn't come off mute. It would have been much, much worse. You chant skake and yellow spine piece of shit. You're smelling my own fart, son. Yeah, you're busy, all right. You just got fucking eviscerated and made fun of, Holmes. Wake up. Dude, you got to be retarded, man. Eggshells, you are abject retard. Seriously. You have no discernment skills whatsoever. Medola, I wouldn't chat skank me. That would be not a good thing to do. Oh, he's not in here. He took off. No, he's still here. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, they are, Miguel. Elbow!
Yeah, enjoy. You got nothing, man. I'd quit while you're ahead. Like you're welcome to hang about and text in the chat, about the topic, but you're just making it about what happened in the chat, man, and about being muted and about being called a retard and all that. Just get over it.
They're not being called retards. They're being demonstrated as them. There's a big difference.
Yeah. For sure.
Let me save that, by the way.
Hi, looks like McDonald's vision my lab today.
No.
Okay, what can I get for you?
Do you still have the McChicken McDouble combo?
Said the Mexican noodle?
I want two.
What?
Hey, can I get a Big Mac?
Come on. I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear the rest.
Don't use that against her. Come on, everybody's got to work.
Can I get a quick fried rice?
Ah, there you go. There you go.
I wanted to hear. That's sucks. No and then.
That is a good old movie. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
You know my question. Well, the question has to do with a Christian perspective of flat Earth. Am I allowed to ask it?
We're not talking about anything else, mate. Go on.
I looked into claims, right? I'm not saying I agree with them. There was Gaia collision claim, the collision claim, the number of celestial lights, like I guess planets, 7 verse 12. Is there an understanding of the 7 verse 12, or I'm just now getting exposed to this, so if there's no meat on the bone, just let me know. Do you guys believe like there's more star planets than what's said, or?
I don't. I mean, I don't really take a position on that. What can you see in the sky? I mean, just because you can't see it, I don't know, doesn't mean it's just if you haven't seen it and counted it. I mean, how many are there? I don't know.
What's the problem? Post the scripture, and then go off the scripture.
Okay. Those are the Bible verses.
New Jerusalem, 12 gates, 12 foundations, 12 tribes, 12 apostles, Revelation, the heavenly city, 12 foundations, each name. This aligns perfectly with cosmic completeness.
Don't mind that part. It's referring to something.
What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
I asked about 12 or 7 the planets, how many planets we have.
What does this have to do with fucking planets?
Oof. Okay, never mind.
Oh my god.
I'm willing to bet that got spat out by his AI or something.
Yeah, there's a couple of custom LLMs in this.
Do you have like a concrete reference or something?
The verse is right there. Do you need me to go into it and probably try to open it up and
I think that's what he
it's
meant.
not literal? Yeah, that's not literal.
I think he meant like actually get the whole verse, not just the citation.
Yeah, I can do that.
You got Newt in here? Nah, y'all fucked up.
So I'm clear in terms of my understanding of the 12 gates. I know exactly what that refers to. But yeah, let me get the verses. Right, there's a verse. It's explicit now. Yeah.
What does this have to do? What does this have to do with fucking planets?
Here, let me help you. I think it's
From
your
the
profile
English
picture.
Standard Version. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and the gates of 12 angels, and on the gates the names of the 12 tribes of the sons of Israel were inscribed. Yeah.
Here, let me show you what my LCM sees. So I'm clear yet again. If you want me to keep getting more clear, it's gonna get eerie.
Just shut the fuck up, man. You're a moron.
Yeah, it's your profile.
Delete yourself out of here because you're just a dumb fuck. Okay? Just shut the fuck up. My
So Christians
God.
don't believe in
It's
this.
like, it's fuck off. You ask a question about planets. I asked you for the scriptures. Takes you 20 fucking minutes.
Right, I got the
And the scriptures that you posted didn't have anything to do whatsoever with any fucking planets.
High wall, 12 gates, 12 angels.
Oh
guarding.
my God. Shut the fuck up.
Absolutely fucking not.
Shut up. Jetty, you
I'm gonna
let this
bust those
fucking
gates wide open,
bebop
so you
you.
better hope
Shut
they
the
don't
fuck up.
exist.
Shut the fuck up.
Bitch.
Shut up. DJ. DJ. Yes, did you finish the video? Nah, it's no hurry, man. I just wanted to see if you got through it.
Hello, this is Donald. I have a special announcement to make. Does perspective absolutely exist on a globetard? they have to say yes, e.g. angular size change, W has a distance. On a globetard with radius of 39 and 59 miles with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to Earth's curvature. Conversely, on a flat plane with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to the boat reaching the angular resolution limit of the human eye. Looks like we got a dumb fuck rooster in the hen house. So which one is causing the boat to disappear at 3 miles? We have 3 choices, right? 1. Now the combination of perspective and Earth curvature? 2. Earth curvature. 3. Perspective. Using simple logic, if we can rule out 1 whilst knowing with absolute certainty that perspective exists, we can rule out 2. If Earth curvature and perspective were both at play, the 6-foot-tall boat would be unresolvable at 1.8 miles sunshine. The Earth curve would remove the bottom 2.16 feet of the boat, thereby rendering the remaining 3.84 feet of the boat unresolvable because it has breached the angular resolution limit of human eye. Therefore, Earth curvature is a dreamland apparitional fantasy, and moron globetards hijacked simple perspective and called it Earth curve. FYI, baltards can never appeal to perspective. Kablooey baltardis. Kablooey. Shout out to Quantum Eraser. For more great information, check out globeterminator.com.
I missed that most of it, dude. I just got the last couple seconds of it.
Yeah, Trump would never sound that intelligent.
That was pretty good, by the way. Send that to me if you got that, DJ. I like Kablooey.
I could see Trump saying kablooey.
We'll see how it goes. Add that to the book on Wednesday, Jetty.
Say that again. Book on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't add that argument to the book on Wednesday.
Yeah, fair enough. I would suggest you do, but it's up to you what you do. But yeah, it's a really good argument, and I love that Donald Trump thing just a moment ago. That was hilarious. But yeah, see if you can get in.
Yeah. We're gonna have to stop Flatsy for a few moments. It's her time to shine.
Wait, what?
I said we're gonna have to mute you for a few minutes because it's your time to shine to add that into somewhere in the book.
You know, one thing, I'm paying attention to the chat and I'm wondering how people don't understand adulterating what's written in scripture with their own backwards engineering of these esoteric beliefs, how they're not seeing that this only validates scripture because this is the doctrines that come from it. Like they may try to distort it, but they end up affirming it anyways.
Well, I mean, people have been doing that for as long as one religion has turned into different versions of the same religion.
Right in here.
DJ, can you spin that one? Since it's dead?
No, you're measuring the angular distance between a star and a point on the horizon.
A point on the horizon?
Right. Are you going to do it?
Sorry, the point on the horizon.
Try and play
Sorry, Bob, stop. I've got about 10 quotes of you saying the horizon's not needed on QE's channel. It was trimmed out by YouTube also. Shout out to you.
So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no. Go ahead.
Saying the horizon.
Go ahead.
There's he chanting through me? Why is he chanting through me? I don't get it. What's wrong?
You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
Why is he chanting through me? I'm clarifying that you specifically on this show told us you don't need the horizon. What's going on?
So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
No, you're measuring the angular distance between a star and a point on the horizon.
A point on the horizon?
Are you going to do it?
Sorry, the point on the horizon.
Try and play?
Sorry, Bob, stop. I've got about 10 quotes of you saying the horizon's not needed on QE's channel. It was trimmed out by YouTube also. Shout out to you.
So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
Don't need. You sound a little bit quivery in your voice there, Bob. You don't need the horizon.
Of course not.
No, you're measuring the angular distance between a star and a point on the horizon.
So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
Hey, I've got a sextant challenge for you in the timeout chat. It'll prove that celestial navigation, which is based on spherical trigonometry, works. Nope, got to have a triangle for that. No, there's no triangle. No, there's no triangle. But you're more than welcome to use flat earth trig to do it. No, there's no triangle. No, there's no triangle.
That we will require spherical trig to do this. Will we or won't we?
Absolutely.
Well, okay, how are we going to do that without triangles, Bob? Do you want to define what trig is? The two different trigs. If we're not going to need triangles, can you define what that means?
Busted! Numpty dipshit! You're a retard! Unbelievable, folks.
Seriously, Bob, you've laid out a challenge, but when we come to clarify how it will prove for sphere Earth, you said we could either use flat Earth trig or we could use spherical trig. But then you've gone on to deny triangles.
No, there's no triangle. No, there's no triangle.
Got a question there, Bob-a-Rooney. If there's no triangle, bum sniffer, then why do we need to use trigonometry, which is the study of triangles?
I don't get the... I seriously don't get the mentality that would do this. It's humiliating for you.
The light.
Double speaking, tender clown face on Kevin.
Party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on Dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds.
So what's trig? For the audience's benefit, this dumbfounded silence is what you get when you become a fundamentalist religious zealot chanting about measuring angles on a curved surface. You start denying that you're doing triangulation, or that you even need triangles, or that there's even adjacent that you need at all. That's what you get to. Do you realise how stupid you sound?
Oh, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird's a winner.
You're a clown. You like that one? How about another one? Hey, DJ, can you spin that? Since everyone's quiet, they don't want to say anything. Shit.
I'll say hello, though, at least.
Jetty left. He went to Burger King.
Did you guys check out Alpha Veritas? He posted another video.
No.
I'll send the link.
DJ. Piled higher and deeper, Tony Purcell, geophysicist, 22 July, 2020.
Trees convert carbon dioxide, which is a gas, into oxygen, which is another gas.
No. Wrong, oh Rama. Plants don't use CO2 to generate oxygen. All the oxygen generated or liberated comes from the splitting of water by photosystem II during light-dependent reactions. We knew this 80 friggin' years ago. It's called the Hill reaction. Dummkopf. Apparently, you've been swapping spit in the shower with the photosynthetic redneck, aka Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, that made the same stupid mistake.
So trees don't create gas.
But no, they don't. Be careful. I got yelled at about that now. So just to be
Really? Who by?
Just to be very Quantum Eraser.
I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game.
Just to be very specific, QE, if you're listening, you little son of a bitch.
Hi there, numpty.
We're not saying that trees break carbon dioxide up into carbon and oxygen.
That's exactly what that moron said. Let's take a listen.
Trees convert carbon dioxide, which is a gas, into oxygen, which is another gas. Trees convert carbon dioxide, which is a gas, into oxygen, which is another gas.
Ergo, he is another photosynthetic redneck numpty like you.
For me, it boils down to a gas molecule at the surface has finite energy.
What in the world did you get yourself into now, Dummkopf? Finite energy? What does it do? Reach the end of the line of finite energy and rip off its bra in rebellion of gas law and the second law of thermodynamics? Time to fall down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. Hey? Numpty, the average kinetic energy of gas particles is proportional to the absolute temperature of the gas or gases. My word.
Entropy is not a source of infinite energy that will give that will allow a gas molecule to travel an infinite distance in an arbitrary direction. Conservation of energy is the primary natural law that everything needs to obey, and even entropy is subject to it.
Let's first deal with the Helen Keller T-Rex in the room right here.
A gas molecule at the surface has finite energy. Conservation of energy is the primary natural law that everything needs to obey.
You dumbass.
OMG. From a geophysicist, PhD. D for thanks. You chief delusional Dunning-Kruger ball-tart photosynthetic redneck pretender clown fuckwit of megalithic proportions. You kind of just contradicted yourself? Uh-oh! Dummkopf. Conserved quantities in physics mean that certain physical properties, that is, measurable quantities, like momentum and energy, do not change. You just said
a gas molecule at the surface has finite energy.
Meaning the gas molecule lost its energy. It changed? How then can you invoke the conservation of energy? It wasn't conserved. You have like a 1948 physics glossary and you're just flipping pages, eyes and retard mind shut, and wherever your doofus finger lands, you name a phrase, drop them into your yarn? Then have the skank-and-foul ball-tard morons ooh and ah over it? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, his quarter-stick dynamite up the ass, sit down on a bonfire, full tilt belly laugher is exactly like attempting to rally support to justify British colonial rule by organizing town hall meetings in Boston and Philadelphia, canonizing the Declaration of Independence. You're a meatball. Tard. The rest here is just globe-tard goober gravy. Nobody said entropy was an infinite source of energy because it's a moronic statement and an incoherent straw man. Natural laws don't provide and are not sources of energy. The second law of thermodynamics isn't a conservation law. So to say a non-conservation law follows a conservation law is dummkopf and batshit insane. Of course, entropy doesn't create or destroy energy. It doesn't have anything to do with the topic. This antiquated physics glossary, pin the tail on the numpty PhD ball-tard clown show charade, is fixin' to be eclipsed, if you can believe it.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
So this is what I lack.
Brains?
So I believe I stated over and over again is, I'm a mathematician who has become a geophysicist. I am not overburdened with a technical understanding of a great deal of physical reality, as it might be termed.
What?
I'm not overburdened with a technical understanding of a great deal of physical reality. Oh,
Are you serious? Are you You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.